Despite knowing it was urgent, Bernice couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your strength is definitely not just transcendent rank 3. How strong are you exactly?" Yor replied. "You'll know in the future." It pulled the dark elf woman, saying, "Bring her in too. It's hard to control my own body right now. I'll open the 9 major spaces again." Seeing her, Bernice was stunned, her face darkened, and the murderous intent in her eyes became even clearer. She said, "She's not dead," Yor explained. "I have something to ask her, so I spared her life. She's just temporarily unconscious." At this moment, different races were gathered before the ancient tree of this world. The ancient tree began to announce, "We must leave this planet. Go to another planet. Earth's elf tribe will lead the charge, preparing to head to Blue Star in a month." Meanwhile, in another place, Yor was looking at the system notification in confusion. System notification, obtain new ability, mental array. After reading it, it was stunned and said, "Array, I didn't expect to have my own array. This ability came at just the right time." With that, the system continued to pop up a prompt asking if it wanted to consume 40 million evolution points to activate mental array. Yor joyfully and unhesitatingly replied, "Confirm consumption of 40 million. No sooner had the words fallen than a surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, enveloping its body. Subsequently, this spiritual energy continued to spread outwards, and then in certain places cracks gradually appeared which then widened to form small spatial gates. These spatial gates then gradually connected, eventually forming an array circle. At this moment, a mutated snake in the distance had already noticed the situation here. It roared and began to attack Yor. At this moment, the light points of the array seemed to sense the snake and began to light up. Then energy beams shot out from those light points. Those energy beams easily pierced through the snake's body. Even so, it did not stop. It continued to penetrate the snake's body, shooting backward, causing an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the mountain behind the snake had been reduced to mere rubble, and looking at the destructive power caused by the array, Yor exclaimed, "This is the mental array." A ball of fire suddenly ignited around Yor. Then it continued to spread outwards, but remained connected to the center of the flames. Yor, seeing this, it excitedly said, "As expected, the patterns above are the array. It's fantastic. As long as I delve deeper into understanding it, I can create even more powerful arrays." At this moment, someone in the distance was silently observing Yor, each with sharp and murderous eyes. The scene shifts to a certain machine. Yor, connected by wires, stood in the center of the machine. A researcher nervously commanded, "All right, let's begin. Start the machine." Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him in the machine. He couldn't help but scream in pain. The light grew stronger and stronger at this moment. Seeing this, the researcher looked tense and worried, silently praying, "Please, it must succeed." No sooner had the words fallen than Yor's body in the machine suddenly stiffened, and then the wires connecting him to the machine unexpectedly broke. He remained silently suspended in the machine. Seeing this, the researchers happily said, "It succeeded, that's great." At this moment, he in the machine seemed to sense something. He turned to check the situation outside. The laboratory's red warning lights suddenly flashed. The employees here asked in surprise, "What's happening?" A huge rift appeared in the sky outside. Seeing this, the residents here stammered, "The sky is cracking." The scene shifts. Yor was still silently sensing the array, when it suddenly stopped as if sensing something. Then it notified Bernice. "Bernice, we have enemies," she replied. "Understood, subordinate." At this moment, in a certain forest, a group of people were walking through the woods. They were members of the elf tribe. They were slowly heading somewhere, hiding nearby. Yor wondered aloud, "Have I been discovered?" Perhaps the movement of the array attracted their attention. The spiritual energy emanating from the leading elf, an elf shot a laser from its eye, cutting a man's body. Meanwhile, on the other side, another man was grabbed by the head by an elf. The man had his head ripped off by it with a satisfied laugh. Meanwhile, another elf was hovering in front of a tall building. The employees inside the building watched him in horror. With a loud crash, the building broke in half, collapsing where an elf stood. She was the elf king. At this moment, a cloak fluttered in the wind. The elf tribe looked blankly at the newly arrived person. Yor, wearing a cloak, hovered in the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked down. Below, many people were crushed to death by stones. Many more were pierced by thousands of arrows. There were also elves carrying the heads of innocent women. After observing all of this, his face darkened and murderous intent erupted. Seeing this, an elf suddenly burst into laughter. Then it was stopped by another elf. He drew back a bowstring made of spiritual energy, aimed at Yor, then revealed a cruel smile. The arrow shot out but was easily blocked by him with a steel pillar. Subsequently, the steel pillar shot straight at him, piercing his body. The other members of the elf tribe were stunned, watching him get pierced. At this moment, Yor began to speak. "No tragedy has ever occurred here." His eyes were bloodshot and his veins bulged. "I will never let you live worse than death, you beasts." Hearing this, the elves merely revealed satisfied smiles. Meanwhile, the elf king just stood there silently expressionless. The scene shifts. Yor's voice sounded. "Only 100 people were sent this time." It looked at the elf woman it had just captured and continued to ask, "When will you send people to attack next time?" She replied, "To welcome the emperor. We will all set out in half a year. Demons, dwarves, dragons, elves, all soldiers who can fight. We will sweep away everything and offer Earth to the emperor." Hearing this, Yor's eyes narrowed slightly. "Damn it, I didn't expect the enemies on this planet to be at this stage. Since that's the case, I don't need to show respect to the races of this planet anymore. Kill whoever I encounter, take the strong ones as apostles, and as for you, all of you will become my puppets." At this moment outside, Bernice was asking herself worriedly, "The master has been inside for so long, is he all right?" Subsequently, Yor walked out and said to her, "Bernice, I'm going to another place now." She replied, "All right," it continued. "The situation is not optimistic right now. It's best to change forms and spiritual energy, otherwise I will definitely be exposed." With that, its tree roots began to vibrate, it whispered. "Connecting the void tree roots with me and the main body's tree roots might be very painful, but I'll just have to endure it." Light summoned. No sooner had the words fallen than it cried out in pain, tears streaming down. Then the tree root it had just cut collapsed, raising a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, at the location of the main body, Yor's body gradually turned gray, and antlers began to grow on its head. Subsequently, its tree roots also gradually turned gray. Returning to the tree roots of another world, Yor was now staring at the tree root it had just cut off. It panted, thinking, "The pain is like countless needles pricking my butt and like being continuously kicked." At this moment, Bernice walked forward with a grim expression, but then she merely looked at Yor silently. Meanwhile, Yor fell into deep thought. It was now independent and completely disconnected from the main body. "My combat power has decreased by several points and I can only maintain Transcendent Rank 3 for now." Thinking this, its body transformed into the appearance of a dark elf. Looking at its own body, it thought, "It looks too much like a dark elf." Beside it, Bernice was looking at Yor with a flushed face, thinking, "Master, that appearance is truly beautiful." At this moment, a spatial gate opened behind Yor. It said, "Next," it brought the Sea Beast King's corpse into its space, thinking, "The Sea Beast King is definitely a source of evolution. Its consciousness has been erased by me, and now only an empty shell remains. Now it's your turn to play a role." At this moment in the elf tribe's territory, the elf king was stunned by the news she had just received. She retorted in disbelief, "What? Everyone in the entire squad has disappeared." Below, one of her subordinates replied, "When the second squad arrived, no bodies were found at the scene, but not far away. There was an area where the terrain had been altered." Hearing this, she furiously ordered, "Keep searching, we must find that creature with mysterious spiritual power." Her subordinate stammered, "Yes, yes." But just then another subordinate rushed in to report, "King, it's bad. The priests arrived on Earth and their stones of life had all dimmed." Meanwhile, a seriously injured elf was seized by the head by Yor. Other dead elves were piled around him. Yor squeezed hard, and the elf's head rapidly twisted. Not far away, a seriously injured elf witnessed this cruel scene with his own eyes, his face contorting continuously. Then, as if stimulated, his muscles and body size simultaneously expanded, and he roared furiously, "Damn it." At this moment his body was already dozens of times larger than Yor's. He stared at Yor with sharp murderous eyes. Yor looked back at him and said mockingly, "Is your ugly form even considered an elf? It's far from the elves I know." Hearing this, he let out an angry roar, then slammed a fierce blow at Yor. The surrounding stones scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Yor remained unharmed amidst the debris and coldly snorted, "Just a little bigger in size, that's all." With that, he slammed a building into the elf. The building continuously pushed him back and the surrounding stones cracked everywhere. But then he forcefully threw the building in another direction. The building crashed to the ground, causing a huge tremor. Yor was now quietly observing him. He was now seriously injured, his body covered in cracks, and he was continuously coughing. Looking at his appearance, Yor couldn't help but secretly marvel, "This guy is really tough. He lives up to being a leader." Meanwhile, he was continuously muttering some strange language. Then a blue energy ball appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Yor was stunned. The energy ball shot into the sky with his body as the center. Then a spatial gate was opened. Yor looked at the gate in horror, thinking, "Another gate has opened." At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. It turned out this was a thundercloud zone, where lightning would strike day and night. At this moment, a person and a bird were flying through this area. Bernice's eyes were now filled with fear as she looked ahead, stammering, "Ahead is the thundercloud zone. Transcendent beings below rank 3 will be struck dead and those at early rank 4 will be seriously injured." No sooner had she spoken than rows of lightning bolts simultaneously struck the ground. Seeing the power of those lightning bolts, Zio knew Bernice couldn't withstand them, so he said, "You hide first. I'll rush through." With that, he wrapped Bernice with his tree roots to protect her. Meanwhile, she, wrapped by him, blushed shyly and asked, "Master, are you going to tie me up again?" Then he pushed off with his feet and leapt forward. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Although there was some pressure, it didn't seem to affect him much. He said contemptuously, "Thunderclouds can seriously injure rank 4 transcendent beings, but they have no effect on me." With that, he forcefully threw the lightning bolt forward. The lightning then crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Zio calmly looked at the scene before him. At this moment, the heavens and earth had been split in two. Then he continued to fly forward. Just then, Bernice emerged, saying in horror, "Master, you're really too strong. Are you really only an early rank 4 transcendent being?" He smiled and asked in return, "Then what rank do you think I am?" She replied, "Definitely mid-rank 4, only that can explain it." He looked at her and replied with a gentle smile, "Is that so?" Seeing his expression, her heart skipped a beat. She shyly covered her already flushed face with her hands, thinking, "Master is so handsome after turning into a dark elf." At this moment, to hide her shyness, she quickly asked about other things. "We've been running for 3 days. How much further is Dragon Island, Master? Should we give up? The dragon race is too powerful. They definitely won't ally with us. With our strength, it's hard to persuade the dragon race on Dragon Island. Not only are there 3 dragon kings, but above them, there is also an ancient dragon rumored to have reached transcendent rank 5. Its power is terrifying. It's the strongest in this world." Hearing this, Zayu's eyes gleamed as he replied, "Isn't that perfect? Seeing this, she asked in horror, "Master, aren't you afraid at all?" He asked in return, "Do you not believe in my strength?" She stammered and quickly denied, "No, not at all." Then he continued, "Go, all the strong individuals in this world could become my obstacles if I can't ally with or subdue them. Rather than wait for them to become my obstacles, it's better to kill them beforehand." She replied, "Master, I will always be by your side." But as she spoke, she blushed and thought, "Oh no, what was I just saying? How embarrassing." He then suddenly accelerated and said, "While the elf race hasn't sent strong individuals to look for you here, I will quickly search for Dragon Island. Azure Star has a total of 7 formidable regions, and Dragon Island is one of them, the top predator in this food chain. The elf forest, also one of the 7 deadly lands." An elf walked into the palace and respectfully said, "Mother, I wonder if Ziwer has something to discuss." The elf queen replied, "My child, I have sensed it. An unprecedentedly powerful elf has been born, and the teams sent out have one by one sunk into the sea. This elf is very dangerous. If he is not found, great changes will come to this world. I can only rely on you." Hearing this, he immediately formulated a plan and said, "Mother, I will immediately dispatch a guard to search for this elf's whereabouts and at the same time notify all the elders." Always ready for orders. Meanwhile, deep within the world in the divine Pure Land, the god of war, Dam, asked, "Tree of Life, why have you summoned us here?" The god of illusion, one of the 3 deities, replied, "You'd best be polite. The elder is, after all, the first transcendent life form born in this world." He looked at it contemptuously and said, "God of illusion, you'd best understand who you're talking to. You can't even materialize your form. What right do you have to compare yourself to me?" At this moment, the god of nature, one of the 3 deities, stepped forward to mediate. "All right, stop arguing. The elder must have something important in summoning us here." At this moment, the ancient tree began to speak. "Recently, a very strange power suddenly appeared in the northern thundercloud zone. I hope you can investigate it. The opponent's strength is still unknown, so be very careful." The god of illusion and the god of nature simultaneously replied, "Yes." In contrast, the god of war arrogantly replied, "I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'll handle it as I see fit." He continued, "Listen, ancient tree of life, the reason I allied with you is because that great one agreed to cede half of Earth to my territory, so don't get the wrong idea that you can command me." With that, he flew off. Seeing this, the god of nature thought to himself, "This Dom initially expanded his forces recklessly and was stopped by the elf family sent by the Tree of Life and has held a grudge ever since." After he left, the ancient tree said to the god of illusion, "God of illusion, I will rely on you from now on. After all, only through your dreams can we detect the movements of this world." It replied, "I will definitely find that unsettling factor." Meanwhile, Zio was still on his way to Dragon Island. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, Zio was flying forward at high speed. Due to his speed, ripples spread across the sea he flew over. Bernice was now sitting on his head, stammering, "Master, we've been flying over the sea for several days now, but we still haven't found Dragon Island." He replied, "Soon, it's just ahead." 10 days later, Bernice looked at the scene before her in astonishment. Seeing the colossal tornado in the sea, she quickly warned, "It's a sea tornado, Master, let's quickly avoid it." But Zio reminded her, saying, "I'll go straight through it." With that, he charged directly into the center of the tornado. At this moment, on a dragon head-shaped island, a spatial crack suddenly opened, and a ray of light shot out from it. It was Zio and Bernice. Both of them looked very serious at this moment, carefully observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Bernice froze. Looking at the island before her, she loudly said, "Finally found it. Dragon Island." No sooner had she spoken than a dragon's roar echoed, and a golden dragon flew towards the two. It looked at them with majestic eyes and asked threateningly, "Who dares trespass on Dragon Island?" Zio merely looked at it calmly at this moment, secretly thinking, "This is the Golden Dragon King, one of the 3 great dragon kings." But while he was contemplating, the golden dragon suddenly spewed dragon breath at him. He easily caught its dragon breath with his hand, but his face also darkened. He condensed energy into a spear tip, and angrily said, "How dare you sneak attack me? You're asking for death." With that, he threw the spear at the golden dragon. The golden dragon blocked his attack with its hand and said contemptuously, "I can easily deflect such an attack with one hand." But before it finished speaking, its eyes widened in horror. Zayu's spear tip easily pierced through its palm, directly impaling its body. Seeing this, he snorted coldly. But just then, the dragon had curled into a spiky ball and flew towards him. The impact caused a fierce explosion, affecting the surroundings. The golden dragon had now transformed back into its dragon form. But some blood was now clinging to its body. It was unclear whose. On the opposite side, Zio still stood there calmly as if nothing had happened. It glared at him resentfully, roaring furiously, "Damn elf race, after what happened last time, you still dare to appear on Dragon Island?" He asked in confusion. "Last time," and secretly thought, "It seems something happened." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "You've misunderstood. I'm not one of your so-called accomplices." It replied, "No need to explain. Deception is also a common trick of your elf race." Zio continued, "How can I explain so that you'll believe me? I'm not from the elf race, I just look like them." The golden dragon didn't want to hear his explanation anymore. Flames were now spewing from its mouth as it angrily said, "Get out of Dragon Island immediately." Seeing its lack of respect, Zio also became a little angry and began to release the energy within his body, saying, "Then I'll just have to defeat you," and explained slowly, Bernice had now transformed back into her centaur form. Then she ran to Zio and asked anxiously, "Ma master, are we really going to fight that dragon?" Just at this critical moment a voice sounded, "Stop." Hearing this, both were stunned and stopped their movements. The golden dragon looked at the approaching dragon and stammered, "Red dragon." The red dragon glanced at it and calmly said, "Grandpa wants to see him." The scene transitions to the side of a dragon head-shaped rock where Zio and Bernice calmly walked among a group of giant dragons. Bernice was now trembling slightly as she said, "This is the first time I've seen so many dragons and their auras are all unfriendly." With that, she looked at the dragons who were staring wide-eyed at the two. Suddenly, Zio stopped, causing her to bump into his back. Bernice looked up and saw a dragon's eye staring at him. It was the white dragon ancestor, Seaver. It was the first to speak. "Please forgive the golden dragon's rudeness. This place was invaded by the elf race half a year ago." Zio asked in return, "This place was once invaded by the elf race?" It immediately sensed something and said, "You are not a creature of this world. From the moment you set foot on this planet I felt your presence. I also know the purpose of your visit and I am willing to cooperate with you." Seaver said, "Ever since you arrived in this world I have felt your existence." Hearing this, Zio's eyes widened and he thought in surprise, as expected of the strongest creature. Its perception and spiritual power are not something ordinary creatures can compare to. After thinking for a moment, he explained the reason for his visit. "To put it simply, in a year we will fight an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. I came to Dragon Island hoping to get the dragon race's help," it replied without hesitation. "No problem." Hearing this, Zio was also a little surprised and couldn't help but ask in return. "Really?" it replied calmly. The red dragon said with a hint of helplessness on its face. "Grandpa's at it again, always likes to joke at critical moments." Meanwhile, the golden dragon was laughing so hard it cried. Seaver then continued, "Dragon Island does not exist on Azure Star nor in the Void, but is nestled between Azure Star and the Void, a layer, that is, another dimension where Dragon Island exists." Bernice finally realized after hearing this. "No wonder so many races couldn't find Dragon Island," Seaver continued to narrate. "But half a year ago this place was invaded by the elf race. We suffered heavy casualties, and I was also seriously injured in that battle." With that, it revealed the huge scar on its body. Bernice pondered with a solemn expression, "To leave such a deep wound on a transcendent rank 5 giant dragon, how powerful must the enemy be? No wonder that golden dragon showed such strong hostility towards us." It continued, "What I'm curious about is that the elf race alone couldn't have come here. There must be someone behind them. If you can find the mastermind," Zio interrupted at this moment, "then will you help us?" Seaver confidently replied, "You not only can do it but you're also very powerful." Just then, Zio also lost his patience and said sternly, "Please stop joking, I'm here seriously requesting cooperation." It replied, "I understand. The moment you appeared on Dragon Island I knew that only through cooperation could we survive." Hearing this, Zio said with a grave expression, "Do you really think so?" Seaver happily replied, "I'm kidding." No longer able to hold back, Zio unleashed his aura and said angrily, "Let's go to war, now you and I." Seeing his anger, the red dragon immediately stepped forward to mediate. "Enough, Grandpa, stop messing around." Bernice also quickly pulled his arm and said, "Master, calm down." Seaver realized the gravity of the situation and then ordered, "You all step back first. I need to speak with him alone." "Forget it, let's go outside to talk." With that, it led him away. At this moment, only Bernice and a group of dragons remained. They looked at her with greedy eyes, discussing amongst themselves, "Is this an Edru? First time seeing such a small creature. Can it be eaten? I really want to lick it." Her face was pale and she secretly prayed, "Master, please come back quickly." Meanwhile, in a certain fortress, a severely injured dying elf was floating in the air. Spirit Flower extended her hand and a thin wisp of spiritual energy emerged from her palm. The wisp of spiritual energy drilled into the elf's head. She muttered to herself, "This mental energy line connects to everything in his world." With that, the remaining spiritual energy drilled through a broken hole in the roof and flew to a certain place. Yor said gravely, "According to him, the next attack will be in 40 days. We must be fully prepared." She replied, "That's not enough, let's change the battle plan." Returning to Dragon Island, the dragon stood outside gazing at the colossal dragon head-shaped rock. The golden dragon sighed. They'd been chatting for a long time in there on the mountaintop. Seaver and Zio stood side by side overlooking the distant landscape. The two stood silently, not saying a word. After a while, Seaver spoke first. "This island is beautiful, isn't it?" Zio replied thoughtfully, "I don't have that much time to appreciate these things. The moment I stop, enemies nearby will pounce and tear me apart." Seaver suddenly said, "I'm dying." Zio didn't show surprise, but asked in return, "Are you joking again?" It replied, "This wound is fatal. You could say it's a miracle I've lived until now. Spiritual energy awakened on Earth over 10 years ago, but our dragon race has existed on this planet for countless centuries, with every race continuously rising. Even if the dragon race is powerful, there will be a day of death. If I leave now, how will we resist other races in the future? I can feel an unprecedented power from you. Even if you are only transcendent rank 4 early stage now, you still exude a unique aura. You will surely become a powerful existence that surpasses all things and even gods. Defeat all enemies who persecute the dragon race and this planet. In the name of the ancient white dragon, I entrust the dragon race to you." With that, it gazed intently at Zio with pleading eyes. Not far away, a spatial rift opened, and a crimson arm stretched out from it. It was Dom. Seaver suddenly spat out a golden orb that shone with dazzling light. Yuzayu's eyes gleamed as he secretly thought, dragon orb. The orb emitted a dazzling light. Seaver, now completely weakened, said with difficulty to Yuzayo, this orb contains all my power. Take it and let it become your strength. As soon as the words fell, the orb became even more resplendent, drawing the attention of the entire dragon island. The red dragon watched intently, thinking to himself, Grandpa. Returning to the two of them, Seaver's heart was filled with worry. This wound has taken too much from me. I may not live to see another winter. After I die, the dragon race will face extinction. Its eyes were sharp as it said gravely to Yuzayo, the dragon race must seek new hope. The red dragon's gaze always followed that light. In another corner, Bernice was also restless. Master, the dragon orb floated in the air, gently flying towards Yuzayo. He accepted the orb with utmost sincerity. Elder Patriarch, I will take responsibility for the dragon race. After speaking, he merged with the golden core. Seaver's gaze remained intently fixed when suddenly it sensed danger approaching. A pressure enveloped the entire dragon island. Bernice cried out in horror. What's happening? This intense oppressive feeling. The red dragon reacted in time, looking up. This spiritual energy, is it really like this? Where did Dom appear from? He sneered. Hiding here, eh? I just came recently. This time I'll destroy this dragon island too. As soon as the words fell, a strange eye suddenly appeared in the sky. All the inhabitants of Dragon Island felt an oppressive force. The red dragon struggled to utter word by word, Dom, one of the three great gods. Bernice unintentionally overheard, her face immediately changing dramatically, exclaiming in shock, Dom, the god of war. His figure grew larger. His power enveloped the entire island, and he shot a beam of energy into the sky, where a protective film immediately appeared behind Dragon Island. Similarly, a similar barrier appeared behind Bernice. Dragon Island was completely isolated. The dragons cried out in panic and anger, Dom, it has trapped Dragon Island. Dom said in a deep, murderous voice, this time don't even think about escaping. As soon as the words fell, an army appeared from nowhere. They charged from two sides, surrounding the entire island, and then he ordered them to kill everyone here. This time, we'll settle the score from last time as well. The dragons were not discouraged and immediately charged forward to meet them, annihilating them. The scene was chaotic. Suddenly, Bernice's figure broke free. She secretly thought most of the dragons are Transcendent Rank 3, and there are many Transcendent Rank 4s. This is not our battlefield. Suddenly another explosion occurred near Yuzayo and Bernice's body was blown away, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. One of Dom's subordinates saw this and smirked with glee, but the very next second, before he could gloat too long, he was struck by a beam of light. The red dragon turned around furiously and ordered, quickly return to your master. Bernice hastily left, only managing a clumsy apology. She hadn't run far before she was stopped by another soldier. Dom's expression was extremely dangerous, and he said with a threatening smile, this island has been sealed by me, running anywhere is useless. Surrender to me, Red Dragon. Only you, I can spare your life. Their faces were pale with fear, unable to speak. The Red Dragon resolutely replied, you can dream, Dom. Bernice at some point had already summoned her bow and arrow, aiming at Dom, but she still hesitated, not daring to shoot. This is clearly not a battle I should participate in, but I feel like I can't just back out. He had already made the first move. A dark orb appeared in Dom's palm. He mockingly shouted, Ant. The Red Dragon stood behind her, immediately understanding and stepped forward to assist. An arrow shot accurately at Dom. He hastily retreated, dodging the fatal blow. However, Bernice's arrow had successfully landed. The powerful wind pressure made Dom uncomfortable. Suddenly, behind both of them, a tall figure, Seaver, appeared. Before they could react, they saw it summon an energy orb. Dom cried out in horror, White Dragon King. The White Dragon King's next attack completely silenced his subsequent words. Breath. That attack seemed to destroy everything in its path. At this moment, a huge spiritual energy was erupting from Yuzayu's body. When he discovered enemies attacking, his face contorted, but he seemed unable to break free from this state. He could only angrily notify, there are enemies. Seaver also knew he couldn't break free from this state immediately, so it calmly said, now focus on absorbing the dragon orb. Leave everything else to me. At this moment, a thick smoke enveloped Dragon Island. As the smoke dispersed, Seaver's majestic eyes were revealed opposite it. Dom merely stood silently, mocking. I thought you died half a year ago. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Hearing this, it roared furiously, even if this old man dies, I'll drag you down with me. He charged directly at Seaver without fear, replying, a flickering candle in the wind, that's all. Meanwhile, a pair of legs knelt on the ground. Bernice's face was grim, her eyes filled with fear, kneeling there and gasping for breath. She imagined the oppressive force emanating from Dom and sighed to herself in terror. Just standing in front of it, I'm already struggling to breathe, feeling as if a slight lift of its hand would destroy me. At this moment, Seaver was punched in the face, his entire face distorted. His body was flung far away, crashing against rocks, before stopping, raising a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual energy shot out from the smoke. It charged directly at Dom but was easily dodged by him, turning sideways. Even so, the beam of spiritual energy still left a scratch on his face, startling him. At this moment, Seaver had also returned to the air, surrounded by dozens of such spiritual energy beams. Seeing this move of his, the golden dragon immediately recognized it and said angrily, oh no, it's Grandpa's dragon blade. Immediately after, it continued to aim at Dom, Before he could react, he had already sensed the precarious situation and sighed. This is bad. With that, he crossed his hands in front of him in an X shape, trying to block the attack so that it wouldn't directly hit his body. He continuously roared, resisting the attack. After a stalemate, Dom finally pushed the attack in another direction. Even so, his hands were already severely injured. Before he could recover, a series of dragon blades shot at him again. A loud bang, raising a cloud of smoke. Dozens of alien species were pierced through their bodies by this attack. Dom was also gradually becoming disheveled at this moment. He could be seen covered in wounds. Seeing this, Seaver couldn't help but mock. What's wrong, Dom? Has this old man's dragon blade lost its power? Hearing this, Dom roared furiously, and a huge spiritual energy also erupted from his body, roaring angrily, "Don't get too arrogant." With that, a spiritual energy gradually condensed in his hand, forming a giant axe. He said angrily, "Old Dragon King, do you still remember this axe? It struck you twice last time." Meanwhile, Seaver's spiritual energy also condensed. It formed a giant dragon blade. Even so, a look of fatigue appeared on its face at this moment, and it shouted, "Dom, Dragon Island is not a place for you to come and go as you please," he replied. "This time let it cleave you in half." With that, he swung the axe at Seaver. Immediately, the dragon blade and the battle axe confronted each other. After a stalemate, Seaver's dragon blade was defeated. Its face slightly changed, and the axe was now cleaving before it. A wound appeared, its head was deeply gashed, and then it fell, crashing against rocks. It groaned in pain. At this moment, Dom's foot suddenly appeared, stepping on it. Looking down from above like a high and mighty abuser, he said somewhat admiringly, "The power of this move is stronger than last time, much stronger." With that, the axe in his hand continued to cleave down. He again struck horizontally, forming an X-shaped scar on the previous wound. Seeing this, the red dragon cried out anxiously, "Grandpa, let him go." But just as it was about to charge at Dom, a spatial gate suddenly opened before it. Then a black dragon emerged from that gate, stepping on the red dragon, and it spoke, "Long time no see, Red Dragon." The red dragon stared at it with wide eyes, saying angrily, "Black Dragon, do you still have the guts to come back?" Meanwhile, the axe in Dom's hand was already stained with Seaver's blood. He said, feigning admiration. As expected of a dragon king who has lived for hundreds of years, the rough skin and thick flesh are indeed extraordinary. But I wonder how many more strikes it can endure. At this moment, Seaver's eyes had become hollow. Looking at the axe about to cleave down, it showed no expression. Suddenly, something flew and struck Dom's head. Bernice, even though afraid, still said without showing weakness, "Let it go." At this moment, the dragons were in a chaotic battle with the alien species. The golden dragon spewed energy from its mouth, blowing away a group of alien species, and then it commanded a group of dragons to fly towards Seaver, saying, "Save Grandpa." But at this moment, a group of alien species suddenly shot energy beams from their eyes at them. All of them, including the golden dragon, were severely injured and fell to the ground. Immediately after, the golden dragon furiously pounced on that group of alien species. It roared in anger, "Damn it, don't block me." At this moment, Seaver had collapsed, severely injured and motionless. Meanwhile, Dom had also noticed Bernice aiming her arrow at him. She stammered, "Street stop, hands off." He looked at her with contempt, lightly waved his hand and said, "Transcendent rank 2. You're seeking death." Immediately after, a spiritual energy surged towards her face. She was flung backward without any resistance. Then she fell heavily to the ground, coughing continuously and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The red dragon saw this from a distance and cried out anxiously, but when it tried to go help, the black dragon blocked it. "I won't let you pass." Meanwhile, the golden dragon also slammed into that group of alien species, roaring, "Get out of the way." During this time, Dom had raised the axe in his hand and said, "Old man, they all want to save you, but this time you're dead for sure." That he roared and brought down his axe. The red dragon cried out in agony, "No!" Seaver, now too weak to struggle, numbly watched the axe about to cleave him. Suddenly a flash of light appeared and Zio flew in, kicking Dom in the face. Dom screamed in horror. "What?" He was then kicked away, crashing into nearby rocks. Zio slowly landed, then directed his tree roots to drop a drop of life essence into Bernice's mouth. After that, he stood there quietly waiting. Ink Dragon stared at him blankly, stammering, "Dark Elf." Meanwhile, the golden dragon had just crushed an alien species. It looked at Zio and exclaimed in horror, "That guy is only Transcendent rank 4. Dom is Transcendent rank 5. Is he looking for death?" Seeing Zio's arrival, a glimmer of hope also flashed in Seaver's eyes, asking, "Boy, have you refined all the dragon orbs?" Zio replied, "No, I've temporarily advanced to rank 4. It asked back in shock, "What?" Zio replied, "I can't just watch you get killed either." Then he fell into thought. Dragon Island is also isolated, unable to resonate with the outside world of the main body. Those alien species in the sky. Thinking this, Zio gently sighed. It seems the gods of this alien world have also been thoroughly infiltrated. But his whisper was overheard by Dom, who said, "Infiltrated? No, it's mutual utilization." Then he widened his eyes and looked at Zio, shouting, "What does a Transcendent rank 4 Dark Elf mean? A rank 4 trying to challenge me beyond its rank? Has Dragon Island's Dark Elves become so weak they have to rely on such a race? Is Transcendent rank 5 followed by rank 4? Do you think this is an arena?" With that, he threw his axe at Zio. Seaver, with its last bit of strength, said, "I'll block it. Quickly get behind me." Dom angrily said, "You will." But before the axe could leave his hand, Zio suddenly appeared, grabbing his hand and stopping the axe from being thrown. This caused a huge impact, shaking the surroundings. The red dragon stared at Zio with wide eyes, saying in horror, "He blocked it." The golden dragon also said at the same time, "Blocked it." Dom also looked at the person in front of him with some shock. Zio calmly replied, "I merely blocked your attack. Is that so surprising?" Then he punched Dom. Dom was sent flying, crashing through rows of trees before finally stopping. Zio still stood there quietly at this moment. Ink Dragon looked at all this in surprise, secretly sighing. That guy knocked Dom away with one punch. Does Transcendent Rank 4 possess such power? One could see that the spot on Dom's chest where Zio hit him was already caved in. He sneered, looking at Dom. Dom steadied himself and immediately flew back, his voice low. "So that's it. No wonder the ancient tree of life and the elf race are hunting you down. You are indeed not simple." With that he condensed another axe, but this time with his full strength. Meanwhile, Ink Dragon's tail lashed fiercely at the red dragon's body. Bernice, standing at the red dragon's feet, was now struggling to stand due to the aftershock. The red dragon angrily said, "Damn it." Then it looked up at Dom's battle in the sky. Then its gaze full of horror, it said, "The spiritual energy is too strong, Bernice. Stay far away." Bernice quickly replied, "Yes." At this moment Seaver also noticed the red dragon, roaring a reminder, "Red dragon, stay far away." Zio heard this, turned back to glare at them and shouted, "You're the ones who should stay far away." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Dom angrily mocked, "Are you playing house? It's too late to run now." With that he swung his axe at Zio. Zio quickly assumed a defensive stance, preparing to meet it. His eyes at this moment were incredibly sharp. Then an explosion erupted, and Dom still didn't stop, charging directly into the explosion. Suddenly something rushed out of the explosion. It was Zio. Half of his face was now charred, and his remaining eye was filled with murderous intent as he charged at Dom. Dom was then sent flying by Zio's impact, yet he still caught Zio's punch with his hand, completely unharmed. Then he grabbed Zio's hand and slammed him to the ground, shouting, "Stay down." After that, he continuously punched Zio. A series of explosions erupted. Zio at this moment moved behind him, raising his hand to attack his back neck. Suddenly he extended his hand to block Zio's attack. Seeing this, Zio was somewhat surprised. Then he unleashed the spiritual energy on his body, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to collapse. And Zio consequently lost his balance. He roared and the spiritual energy within his body exploded outwards. Zio, being held by his arm, had no choice but to take the hit with his body. His spiritual energy burst towards the sky, and then he quietly looked at Zio. Zio at this moment emerged from behind a rock. Some parts of his body had been blown open, but his tree roots quickly repaired the injured areas. Seaver witnessed all this, exclaiming in surprise, "He blocked it." At this moment the two merely stood there quietly, staring at each other. Dom, after witnessing Zio's true body, angrily asked, "You're not from the elf race, your body. What is your relationship with the ancient tree of life?" Zio replied, "I don't acknowledge any ancient tree of life. If I have to say what the relationship is, it's that I will definitely seize its abilities and replace its position." Hearing this, he burst into laughter as if he had heard an extremely amusing joke. Then he condensed a huge energy orb in his hand. He stared at Zio and said, "This is the most interesting thing I've heard this year. I've had a lot of fun today." The dragon race members felt the aura emanating from that energy orb, saying in horror, "This raging spiritual energy, is Dom going to destroy Dragon Island?" Bernice at this moment stood numbly before the oppressive force emanating from that energy orb. Her eyes filled with terror, she cried out unwillingly, "Am I going to die here today?" At this moment, Dom angrily cursed, "Damn it, Dragon Island will be mine from now on." Seaver heard this, roared, and then quickly came to his senses, ordering that attack must not land on Dragon Island. No sooner had he spoken than Zio suddenly flew towards Dom and the energy orb. The red dragon cried out in horror, "That kid is crazy." At the same time, Bernice also showed a worried expression, shouting, "Master?" Dom saw Zio charging towards him, so he threw the energy orb in his hand and said, "Let your arrogance disappear with you." At this moment tree roots were gradually growing from Zio's body. He controlled those tree roots and rushed directly towards the energy orb, muttering to himself, "Can this body withstand this attack? I'll just have to try." Immediately after, the energy orb and his tree roots collided. He tried his best to resist that attack, continuously shouting. They were locked in a stalemate for a long time. At this moment the energy orb had already touched Zio's body, and he said unwillingly, "Spiritual energy is being consumed too quickly." Then his entire body was swallowed by the energy orb. At this moment Zio was being pushed back by the energy orb shot by Dom. He frowned, angrily cursing, "Damn it." Suddenly a huge foot appeared, supporting the ground. That was the Sea Beast King's move. One could see that it was now pouncing on that energy orb. Dom laughed when he saw this. There's still a grand finale. But then the smile on his face immediately froze as he saw that the Sea Beast King had truly blocked his attack. At this moment that energy orb expanded and the surrounding earth and rocks were incinerated into fragments. Seaver and the red dragon merely lay there quietly waiting for the outcome. After a while, the dust settled, and a long huge crack appeared after the impact. Dom was stunned, only to see Zio lying unharmed inside the Sea Beast King's body. Seeing this, Bernice exclaimed in surprise, "He really blocked it, Master. You're too strong." Zio turned to look at her, smiling. "I'm not doing so well either." She ignored what he said, continuously praising him. That move must have exhausted all his spiritual energy. Now they can defeat him by relying on the dragon race's power, but Zayu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Hearing this, she was stunned, asking back in disbelief, such a powerful move wasn't his full strength? At this moment, Dom suddenly let out a burst of laughter, and a series of energy orbs identical to the previous one appeared in the air. He said, "This meager power, I can wield it at any time." Seaver said nothing at this moment, merely looking at him silently. Bernice was also like this. She was stunned by the scene before her, and a look of despair reappeared on her face. This spiritual energy has changed the magnetic field. Meanwhile, the red dragon walked towards the golden dragon, reminding it, "Golden dragon, stop entangling with them. Take everyone and leave first. He wants to destroy Dragon Island. If we don't leave, everyone will die." Ink Dragon also seemed to have had enough, walking forward, and angrily said, "Dom, do you really want to destroy this place?" He shouted back. "Of course, unnecessary places must be destroyed." At this moment, Zayo slowly stood up, muttering to himself, "Rank 4 against rank 5 is indeed very difficult. There's no choice." The connection with the main body is also cut off again, but even so, he still roared furiously, "Dom, I won't let you destroy this place." Suddenly, Seaver interrupted him. "This barrier isolates all spiritual energy from inside and out, unable to leave and unable to enter." It opened a spatial rift large enough for Bernice and Zayo to enter. Then it continued, "You two hurry and hide in there. This is a space unique to the dragon race. They cannot pursue you there." Last time the dragon race also relied on this move, and most of the dragon race escaped the pursuit. Hearing this, the frustration on Bernice's face immediately disappeared. She happily said, "Great old Dragon King, run fast." Seaver replied, "I've lived for hundreds of years and only took over Dragon Island from my elders. Now that Dragon Island has come to this, I am solely responsible, and I must stay and fight to the last moment." Zayo replied, "Don't worry, I will also stay here and fight with you." But before he could finish, a huge tail fiercely whipped Zayo. Both Bernice and Zayo were flung into the spatial rift by Seaver. Zayo frantically shouted, "Old bastard, what are you doing?" It replied, "Don't worry, I won't die." Watching the rift gradually close, Zayo could only curse helplessly. "Damn it, back outside." Dom contemptuously said to Seaver, "What's the point of you doing all this? After Dragon Island is shattered, after the dragon race is fragmented, defeating them one by one, the result will still be the same." It replied, "It's different. The seed of hope still remains, and when it sprouts, everything can start anew." He said, "Old man, you're still bragging even on your deathbed." But then it suddenly stomped its foot fiercely on the ground, and then the ground beneath its feet gradually rose, and the entire island at this moment also gradually left the water. Ink Dragon saw this, seemed to realize something, and said in fear, "The entire Dragon Island is shaking. Could it be using its last bit of strength?" It said fiercely, "Old man, let's fight together one last time." One could see that the entire island had now transformed into a giant dragon, 10,000 times larger than Seaver's original body. Dom merely glanced at it, frowning contemptuously, useless. Meanwhile, in a certain place an explosion erupted. Zayu's expression at this moment was very weary. He instructed Bernice, "Bernice, get away." Then he unleashed the huge spiritual energy on his body. She hurriedly replied, "Okay." Then, a palm force shot through that space, opening a path to the outside. Bernice walked out relieved, saying, "Finally out." Seaver softly said, "Don't worry, I won't die." But at this moment outside, Dragon Island had been razed to the ground, its fragments floating everywhere. Meanwhile, a dragon's whisker fluttered in the wind, and Seaver's eyes were now tightly closed, his head hanging on a long pillar. Zayo watched silently, softly saying, "Old man, you lied to me again." Bernice was also looking around at this moment, secretly thinking, Dragon Island has been razed to the ground. Then she turned to look at Zayo, worriedly saying, "Ma, master." But then her eyes suddenly showed horror. Zayu's killing intent at this moment seemed to have solidified into a tangible form. He roared furiously, "Dom!" At this moment, spatial rifts gradually appeared around. The red dragon, golden dragon, and other dragon race members rushed out one after another. They landed on Seaver's dragon head. The red dragon's face was grim, calling out to it with a choked voice, but at this moment the only response was Seaver's silence, unable to hold back any longer. The golden dragon cried out, "Damn Dom, even if I die, I'll get revenge." The other dragon race members also couldn't hold back any longer, roaring furiously. The red dragon, fearing the situation would get out of control, quickly reminded, "Wait, golden dragon, there's no point in going now." The golden dragon angrily replied, "Even if there's no point, I'll still go." Suddenly Zayo interrupted them, asking, "Golden dragon, do you know where Dom lives?" Bernice immediately sensed his intention and then asked worriedly, "Master, are you?" Zayo at this moment could no longer hide his anger, roaring back, "That's right, it's time for revenge." Hearing this, the red dragon and golden dragon were both momentarily stunned. Bernice quickly tried to dissuade him. "If we go to war with Dom, the remaining two main gods won't stand idly by. And the elf race, dwarf race, and demonic beast race will all go to war with you under the command of the gods, not to mention the ancient tree of life. Going to war with a god means going to war with the entire world, and even the dragon race was defeated like this. What can we do? Even if we were lucky enough to kill Dom, what then? A world without gods would be in chaos." No sooner had she finished speaking than Zayo calmly replied, "A world without gods? No, that's not right." The words had barely left his mouth when Bernice and the red dragon simultaneously stared in astonishment at the scene before them. As Zayu's main body emerged, he replied with composure, "I will be this god. The white dragon king is gone, and now I am the de facto ruler of the dragon race. Red Dragon, gather all the remaining dragons. I will leave Bernice here and I will notify you of the battle location through her. Bernice, be careful. She replied, yes. Then he ordered the Golden Dragon, let's go. Meanwhile, at the location of the ancient tree of life, the ancient tree now reprimanded. Dom, who permitted you to destroy Dragon Island? Dom replied. They refused to submit. Leaving them would only create uncertain factors. The ancient tree was displeased with his answer and released its oppressive aura, angrily questioning, so you took matters into your own hands, giving us another enemy? Dom immediately knelt, his face looking very grim at this moment. The ancient tree continued, if it weren't for the war being imminent, I would kill you right now. Upon hearing this, Dom also said angrily, bastard, at a time like this, the god of nature wisely stepped forward to mediate. Divine tree, if Dragon Island no longer exists, and the dragon race is now scattered, what needs to be done now is to quickly eliminate all the dragons outside. The ancient tree was satisfied with its suggestion and replied, God of illusion, I leave this matter to you. It responded. Then the ancient tree turned back to Dom and said coldly, Dom, return to your territory. You are not to leave without my summons. He also replied with fear at this moment. Yes. It then asked, did you discover anything on your trip to Dragon Island this time? To the ancient tree's question, he hesitated for a moment, then replied, no. The scene shifts to a small bird looking up at the sky. Suddenly a dragon flew by, leaving it dumbfounded. That dragon was the Golden Dragon. On its head, Zio asked, Golden Dragon, how long will it take to reach Dom's territory? It replied, approximately 15 days if we don't rest. After asking, he fell silent, having already decided to put an end to Dom. Dom, clean your neck and wait for me. On the way to Dom's territory, Zio felt it was a waste of time. Thinking 15 days was too long to reach Dom's territory. Thinking this, he took out a drop of life essence and said to the Golden Dragon, this is life essence, drink it. As soon as the life essence entered its mouth, the Golden Dragon's body immediately shone, and then its speed suddenly increased, saying excitedly, what kind of magic potion is this? I'm filled with power. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, another dragon was also flying in the sky at this moment, with Bernice sitting on its head. Bernice asked the Red Dragon curiously, Red Dragon, where are we going now? It replied, to the place where the dragon race used to live, a place that can block the god of illusion's detection. Suddenly a ray of light flashed, shooting towards the forest. That light grazed the Red Dragon, making it groan in pain, and then it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Seeing it continuously coughing, Bernice called out to the Red Dragon with concern, but then a dangerous aura suddenly erupted from behind her. She turned to look at what was behind her, thinking this oppressive feeling. At this moment, a certain creature was slowly approaching the two of them. It was the god of nature. As soon as she saw it, she widened her eyes in astonishment. The scene shifts to the god of nature. On a tall rock, Dom secretly conversed with the god of nature. God of nature, I found it. That powerful spiritual energy, but it's only rank 4, yet its strength is more than that. I originally wanted to find it and study it slowly, but now I cannot leave my territory, so I can only leave it to you. Thinking this, the god of nature asked, where is that dark elf? Where is it? She secretly pondered. The dark elf said, my master, but she denied it aloud. Who knows? Suddenly, the Red Dragon pounced and bit it. The Red Dragon hastily reminded her, Bernice, run, and she called out anxiously, Red Dragon. At this moment, the god of nature said, no one will escape. 7 days later, the Golden Dragon was still flying at high speed. It reported, we have already entered Dom's territory. At this speed, we will reach Dom's location in 2 days. As soon as the words fell, Zio saw something, he said. There's a city ahead, the Golden Dragon replied. That's a city managed by Dom. Hearing this, he continued, go into the city and capture a tongue. A tall monster was sitting there quietly. Before it were piles of crystals. Looking at the spoils, it smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, goblins were guarding humans who were lining up to offer tribute. At this moment, a man put down a crystal which appeared smaller than the others. As soon as it landed, it collided with other crystals, then stopped. But the commotion here had already attracted the monster's attention. He angrily questioned the man. Why is this crystal so small this time? The man replied. Because the nearby exotic beasts have almost all been killed. It's hard to hunt large exotic beasts anymore. There's really no other way. He repeated the phrase in a mocking tone. There's really no other way, I see. As soon as the words fell, the man's arm was cut off and he knelt in pain. Meanwhile, the monster righteously said, we collect crystals precisely to attack Blue Star for you, to give you a better future. Just now you told me there was no other way. Next. But as soon as this elf stepped forward, he presented an even smaller crystal while begging for mercy. Presenting low-quality tribute twice in a row made him say with extreme anger, it seems I've been too lenient with you all. No one takes Lord Dom seriously. How detestable. Hearing this, the monster extended its long tongue towards the elf and said, still daring to doubt, more talk is useless, die. But just then a colossal hand descended from the sky, unexpectedly landing on it. The residents now looked at the situation before them with horrified expressions. One of the elves fainted from fear. It was the Golden Dragon staring at them with sharp eyes. Someone shouted, a dragon, it's a dragon. Immediately after, the Golden Dragon sprayed energy from its mouth at the goblins. Meanwhile, Zio was hovering in the sky, with one tree root suppressing the city lord below. At this moment, the Golden Dragon stood quietly, observing the entire city. Meanwhile, Zio had already lifted the city lord into the air. Despite having lost the ability to resist, it showed no fear but instead threatened him. How dare you threaten me? Lord Dom will not let you off. As soon as the words fell, a punch immediately struck its face. He replied, I will settle accounts with him sooner or later. Tell me everything you know and I can spare your life. Meanwhile, in another place, earth and rocks shattered into fragments and smoke filled the air as if a battle had just taken place here. The god of nature was carrying Bernice, returning to the city. The golden dragon was standing there, its open mouth exerting immense pressure on the residents. Meanwhile, the city lord's face was covered in blood at this moment. It said fearfully, Stop hitting me. Lord Dom only ordered me to speed up the collection of crystals, nothing else. Zio then asked, Then perhaps you know why the crystals are being collected? It replied, Yes, to invade Blue Star, which requires vast amounts of supplies. He then asked, How many more such strongholds are there ahead? It replied, 3. I truly don't know about the others. I've told you everything I know, please spare me. He stared at it with wide eyes and replied coldly, I will spare you, but I don't know about them. Hearing this, it was stunned, not understanding. After they finished speaking, he put it down. Due to its enormous size, it crushed piles of houses as soon as it landed. A knife was placed on the ground, and then the golden dragon continued to take Zio away. It asked, Patriarch, are we going directly to Dom now? He replied, No, to the remaining 3 strongholds. Meanwhile, in the city, the city lord was still arrogantly giving orders, completely oblivious to the current situation. You damn commoners, hurry up and smile for your old man. One of the residents picked up the knife Zio had just left, and then everyone stared fixedly at the city lord. It was so angry its face flushed red and it blurted out, You? The scene shifts to a castle where a mutated spider rushed in to report, Lord Dom, it's bad. 3 of the 4 magic crystal collection points have been destroyed, 3 city lords have been killed, and the magic crystals have all been stolen. Dom asked upon hearing this. Is the slave city lord all right? It replied, Currently he's fine, but judging from the enemy's movements, the next target is him. To continuously break through 3 cities in a short time, the enemy army must be large. Could it be that guy always appears when I can't leave? Hearing this, Dom ordered 3 guard teams to go together and ensure that city does not fall. One could see Dom angrily crushing rocks in a corner. The scene shifts to the slave kingdom. Everywhere were numb corpses. Complaints echoed constantly, so hungry. Suddenly an urgent cry, another person died. How many people are there now? I can't remember anymore. All the food has been taken by the city lord. We can only wait to die. Quickly bring the food, we'll die if you delay any longer. Wine, don't forget the wine. Set the table. Hurry, he's been eating continuously for a whole month. That's right. How much longer can we keep this up? The city is running out of food. Shut up if you don't want to die. The speaker was a fat man, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. He ordered more wine, and a chef continuously poured from 10 times sized wine bottles. Suddenly a drop of wine accidentally spilled, scaring the chef pale. Oh no! In the very next second, Kessia easily smashed the chef to pieces. She roared angrily, You spilled the wine. Do you know how precious food is? The city residents don't even have anything to eat, a bunch of useless people. Do you know my son is Lord Dom? As soon as the words fell, Kessia ordered her subordinates to bring the food and they obediently complied. Yes, an elven chef rushed in. He was holding a letter. Lady Kessia, you have a letter from Lord Dom. She took the letter and read it carefully. Beware of rebellion. As soon as the words fell, the earth began to tremble and withered tree roots sprouted everywhere. Everyone immediately fell into a panic. What's happening? The entire castle is surrounded by tree roots. It quickly created violent tremors. Amidst the fierce shaking, Kessia said in a deep voice, Don't panic, I'm still here, even if a few cockroaches manage to sneak in. It's not a problem. In a certain place, an ugly old woman held a hammer in her hand, and around her was a scene of ruins. Opposite her, Zio was hovering in the air, looking down at her. Seeing him, she said happily, It seems you are the enemy my son spoke of. In stark contrast to her excitement, Zio said with immense horror, As expected of mother and son, you're equally ugly, she replied without weakness. Are you even considered an enemy, your tiny body? What can it do? That's why I say you'll always be a brat. With that, she swung her hammer at Zio's head. He remained completely calm in the face of this attack. Meanwhile, a horse was galloping on the road. The goblin rider urged, Hurry. Seeing his haste, another goblin comforted him. Lady Kessia is also very powerful, no need to worry too much. Besides, I really can't figure out who would offend Lord Dom. Despite hearing him say this, the leading goblin still had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, the place was already in ruins, and he cried out in panic, Oh no! Then tree roots suddenly appeared, completely surrounding them. He was stunned and said, Roots, tree roots, this is bad. Seeing them hanging in the air, he was shocked and then shouted, Lady Kessia? At this moment his cry also attracted Zio's attention. He gently clenched his hand and then the goblin was enveloped by tree roots. He said fearfully, Wait! But before he could say anything, all the goblins were strangled by the tree roots. Then Zio ordered, Golden Dragon, take her away. This is a gift for Dom. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared. In that light, Dom's image emerged. Zio glanced at him, softly calling out Dom, while recalling all these scenes in his heart. Seeing the newcomer, Dom said with some surprise, It's really you? You're quite persistent, he said. This time I've also brought you a gift. With that, Kessia loudly called out to her son for help. Save me, he then said. How about I kill her right in front of you? He replied. I advise you not to do that. I've also prepared some gifts for you. With that, he showed pictures of Bernice and the red dragon being captured. Seeing this, his face darkened. The golden dragon and Zio simultaneously shouted, Bernice, red dragon. Then Dom said in a deep voice, As an exchange, release my mother. I will wait for you in the city." As soon as the words fell, Zayu's image immediately disappeared. Returning to Zayo, he said to Kessia, "You have a good son." She'd only continue to complain, "Stop hanging me upside down, it's really uncomfortable." But before she could complain further, the golden dragon dragged her away the next second. "Let's go." Suddenly, Bernice spat out blood in agony, only to see Dom still leisurely sitting in his chair giving orders, having her hung in the most conspicuous spot on the city wall. The next second he crushed a stone and a mysterious killing aura emanated from Dom's entire body. He spoke dangerously, "The whole city must be prepared for this battle." At this moment Bernice was trembling, covered in wounds, thinking that the king couldn't possibly come here. After a while, Dom suddenly appeared outside the city walls, and the surrounding monstrous beasts all went mad, roaring with high fighting spirit. At this moment Dom solemnly declared, "I will definitely kill you here." The scene shifts to the kingdom, which was peaceful. A figure completely wrapped in a cloak walked over and suddenly broke the atmosphere, quietly saying, "You did well." The god of nature responded in surprise, "It's you, god of illusion." The god of illusion suddenly asked, "Did you reveal the location of Dragon Island where the Dark Elves live to Dom? You knew that with Dom's power, Dragon Island would be destroyed. Why did you do that?" The god of nature simply replied calmly, "Why? Because it wasn't my island that was destroyed. I hoped the Tree of Life, who had tried to recruit the White Dragon King, would kill Dom because of it. But instead, Dom only received restrictions. Now all I can do is find a new enemy for him. The dazzling Dark Elf will be a perfect wild card." Hearing it say this, the god of illusion looked slightly surprised, only to see the god of nature's gaze become even more serious. It announced, "Let them fight until both are severely injured. Then I will kill the Dark Elf myself, and after that I will occupy Dom's territory." At this moment, in Dom's castle, the Golden Dragon and Zayo were standing in the air overlooking the area below with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Dom stood there leisurely, composed. The monstrous beasts around him continuously cheered, their morale high. He spoke first. "You mongrel, we meet so soon." As soon as she saw Dom, Kessia immediately called out to her son for help. "Son, save me, kill him." At this moment Zayo said, "Bernice and the Red Dragon." As soon as the words fell, two goblins tightened ropes connected to something. As the ropes were tightened, they tightly wrapped around the Red Dragon and Bernice. At this moment the Red Dragon was covered in wounds and seemed to have lost consciousness. Seeing this, the Golden Dragon roared furiously, "Red Dragon!" Meanwhile, the nearby Bernice had also fallen into a coma. Zayo looked at her with a grim face, his eyes full of disgust. At this moment Dom threatened, "Release my mother or they will all die." After saying this, the ropes wrapped around Bernice tightened further. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Kessia couldn't help but mock, "Kid, why don't you hurry and release me if you want this girl to live?" But as soon as the words fell, she was slapped hard. Dom hadn't expected him to dare to do such a thing. He said with a grim face, "Don't play these little tricks on me, release them. Your mother will die. I'll only give you 5 seconds. 1. As soon as she heard his voice, Bernice seemed to be stimulated and woke up. Her first thought was his safety, saying, "Master, run." 2. Kessia was also a little scared at this moment, asking, "Kid, are you serious?" 3. Dom began to hesitate, secretly sighing, "Damn it." 4. The Red Dragon also seemed to wake up. It was confused and didn't understand what was happening, but immediately began to spew fire at the nearby goblin guards. Its dragon's breath fiercely sprayed towards Dom's subordinates. Then, seizing the opportunity of the fire, it broke free from the ropes that bound it. It then rolled up the dying Bernice beside it, throwing her far away, shouting, "Bernice, run." On the other side, Dom's face looked very ugly at this moment. Meanwhile, Zayo had already reacted quickly, extending his tree roots towards her while shouting, "Bernice!" Bernice had already been swept away by the vines at some unknown point. She struggled to use her last bit of strength to remind Zayo, "King, avoid it, this is a trap. My body has been planted with a bomb." As soon as the words fell, a stone behind Bernice glittered. Zayu's gaze was filled with astonishment, and suddenly it exploded, thick smoke billowing. All the animals present observed intently. Transition: the Red Dragon suddenly coughed violently. The Golden Dragon flew close to it, urging, "Red Dragon, let's go." It only stammered the Golden Dragon's name after hearing it. From the tightly closed bundle of vines, water droplets dripped little by little. When it opened, Zayu's figure holding Bernice gradually appeared, his face grim. She had lost consciousness, and was covered in wounds large and small. Zayu's eyes were angry, bloodshot, emanating killing intent. Kessia's broken body was hanging behind Zayo. She shrieked, "Wait, this has nothing to do with me, don't kill anyone." As soon as the words fell, the vines tightened further. The next second she was thrown directly to the ground. Kessia looked up at Dom, struggling to call out, "My son." Then her gaze gradually blurred and she soon fainted. Seeing this scene, Dom immediately flew into a rage and Zayo immediately felt something was amiss, only to see a destructive beam of light flash, destroying all the nearby tree roots. Zayo also shot out a similar beam of light. The two destructive beams of light collided, causing a huge explosion. Zayo and Dom had already crashed into each other at some unknown point, neither giving an inch. Dom roared furiously. "Dark Elf!" Zayo also responded angrily. "Dom!" A dazzling light illuminated the sky and the scenery seemed to become even darker. On the cliff, the god of nature laughed gleefully, shouting excitedly, "Fight!" in a nearby forest. The Golden Dragon was holding a drop of life essence in its hand at this moment. With the energy it emitted, the Red Dragon and Bernice's condition gradually improved. Meanwhile, Zayo was hiding behind a stone with smoke billowing behind him. Dom commanded the monstrous beast to attack while contemptuously saying, "A transcendent rank 4 dares to fight me, everyone attack." Suddenly, the golden dragon appeared from somewhere, spewing flames and roaring, "Don't touch the patriarch." Its flames quickly engulfed the entire nearby area. Suddenly 2 monstrous beasts appeared beside it. But before they could do anything, they were already struck flying. It was Zio who made the move, his face grim, saying, "Golden dragon, stand back." It hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Subsequently, Dom and Zio engaged in a fierce struggle. He said contemptuously, "A stinking elf of transcendent rank 4, what makes you think you can hate me?" As soon as the words fell, his speed seemed to double, and he charged directly towards him. Zio asked defiantly, "Are the weak meant to be bullied?" Dom replied, "That's right, I will trap you in a protective barrier again. This time there's no White Dragon King. Let's see who can save you." As soon as the words fell, a fist suddenly smashed into his face and he quickly retreated, then shouted in horror, "What?" Only to see rows of tree roots breaking through space and drilling out from the sky. At this moment, Zayu's spiritual energy also gradually expanded, and he said, "Throughout your territory there is nothing but suffering and death. Dom, you are not worthy of being the god of this world." As soon as the words fell, a huge rift appeared and then quickly spread in all directions. Seeing this, the golden dragon said in disbelief, "No, space is tearing apart." At this moment, rows of tree roots were gradually converging with Zio at the center. Only then did he shout somewhat frantically, "What are you doing?" He replied, "Let me show you my true form." As soon as the words fell, his life tree main body suddenly appeared from the spatial rift, and at the same time a powerful oppressive force made everyone breathless. The golden dragon asked incredulously, What kind of spiritual energy is this? It's like a tsunami." Dom also felt his power at this moment, stammering. This guy, meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, the god of nature was also standing there observing the situation. It cried out in horror, "Impossible, that dark elf actually possesses transcendent rank 5 strength." Back to the battlefield. At this moment, Zayu's body erupted with an incredibly powerful aura. Dom couldn't help but shout, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am the life form of Earth, the god of Misty Mountain." As if he had heard a joke, he mocked, "God, you, a creature like you, dare to call yourself a god? Stop joking." After saying this, he rushed directly towards Zio, refusing to believe. From the vines on his body, energy orbs were gradually forming at this moment, and then he shot them at Dom with a loud bang, only to see Dom's face looking rather uncomfortable at this moment. After a strenuous resistance, he was already struck flying onto the stones below. The golden dragon looked at him, saying in disbelief, "Dom was struck flying." At this moment, Zio said calmly, "See clearly now, Dom, this is my true strength." As soon as the words fell, a ray of light suddenly flashed from his mouth. Subsequently, a huge spiritual energy shot from his body towards the sky. Dom was also struggling to support himself at this moment, to avoid being blown away, only to see a hand emerge from the smoke at this moment, then a dragon head. Dom was stunned at this, then quickly created an axe intending to chop him. But before he could do anything, the smoke dispersed, revealing Zayu's terrifying face, making him lose his composure. Then a punch landed on him. Zayu's hand thus passed through the dense smoke, striking directly at Dom. However, he still managed to dodge, and even managed to swing the huge axe in his hand, arrogantly saying, "Die?" Zayu's hand easily blocked that strike, then swung his fist again to attack. It fiercely slammed into the ground, and Dom was crushed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, his body already covered in blood. However, Zio gave Dom no time to breathe. His figure appeared behind the smoke, his size completely overwhelming Dom below. The golden dragon observed silently from the side, but the scale of this battle made it unable to help but exclaim, "This is the patriarch's true form, transcendent rank 5 strength." Zio shouted loudly, "Dom!" Dom staggered to his feet and commented, "That form, it's exactly like the ancient tree of life." Zio ignored this, continuing his attack. "How would I know such a thing? Summoning light." Seeing this strike, Dom quickly erected a shield of flames. Even so, it was useless, and he was completely blown away like that. Dom cried out in pain, then gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, growling, "Whether it's you or it, your attitudes really make me uncomfortable." Dom rushed forward desperately. The air around him already engulfed in flames. Dom's eyes faintly appeared under the smoke, his body now displaying a brand new appearance, the divine body. Dom looked at Zio contemptuously, saying, "It is your great honor to see my true form." Hearing this, it retorted without hesitation, "Divine body, it looks more like an evil god." Dom said nothing more, but swung his fist. Zio also retaliated on the other side, and the two fists thus collided, the pressure raising dust. The other few around were blown away, and the commotion reached the tree of life. It looked in one direction, murmuring, "It has appeared, you have indeed come to this world." Zio shouted at this moment, "Tree spirit of Azure Star," followed by the attack of 1,000 years of ice. Dom, holding a flaming axe, swung a strike, cleaving the ice in front of him, then rushed forward again. Zio had already stretched out his hand to block, and Dom struck a blow, but at this moment several branches and energy orbs wrapped around him. They simultaneously struck Dom, forcing him to retreat to save his life. Dom and Zio looked at each other in silence, his foot on a rock. Dom grumbled unhappily, "Damn it." Then the spiritual energy of his entire body uncontrollably erupted. The threatening voice continued, "This axe is more powerful than the one that struck the White Dragon King." As he spoke, the axe in his hand had already grown enormous, almost glowing with immense power. Dom declared loudly, "Die under this axe," then swung the weapon towards Zio. Blazing great axe, it did not waver at all. Then only to see a ray of light shoot straight, and the matter in its path was affected. Grass and trees burned to ashes. The golden dragon called out worriedly in a low voice, "Pa Patriarch." Meanwhile, Dom floated in the air opposite, observing, his expression still very wary of the situation ahead. A dense smoke now filled the area in front of Dom, but soon Zio appeared and he had no injuries on his body. Seeing him, Dom almost looked at him in astonishment. He wasted no time, directly summoning another energy orb in his hand, then continuously threw them at Zio. Dom couldn't believe that he actually used his hand to catch them. He grew more and more astonished, only able to stammer, "Damn it, impossible." On the other side, Zio widened his eyes, angrily questioning, "You used this move to destroy Dragon Island, didn't you?" In response to Dom's kindness, Zio began to unleash the dance of flames. He was continuously injured, coughing weakly. Dom exerted all his strength, creating more energy orbs. His expression at this moment was of extreme rage, and he spoke again. "Bastard, you wounded me so badly. Now you must be very pleased with yourself, right?" Zio did not back down. It was also launching Willow Leaf Flying Blade, Galaxy Twinkle. Dom rushed straight towards Zio. Die! Zio calmly retaliated with its own moves. The two forces collided. Dom was surprised to see several sword auras heading straight for it. One of its legs was broken, and it sustained several more cuts, with blood continuously gushing out. Dom's face showed astonishment, and a painful cry rang out as dozens of blades shot out from Zio, attacked it. Now it was its turn to be surprised. It saw Dom still alive, despite its lower body having disappeared. Zio observed and assessed. Only half a body left. Can it still live? Dom, even while spitting blood, loudly declared, "I am a god and gods are invincible." As soon as the words fell, a group of alien species appeared behind Zio. They entangled Zio's body, hindering its movements. Meanwhile, Dom spread its wings and charged with full force toward Zio, who was restrained by the alien species. Zio furiously continued, "Dom, you destroyed Dragon Island, killed the old man, and even the city-states you ruled are in ruins. You are not worthy of being this god." These curses had no effect on Dom. "So what?" Seaver's dying words were recalled. "I won't die." Zio immediately unleashed its spiritual energy, summoning light, and began to counterattack. Zio's eyes were now filled with the flames of hatred, and a cry followed. Dom looked on in horror. As Zio's fist pierced through its body, its expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, Dom continuously spat blood. Several of Zio's branches followed closely. "You are not worthy of being this god, I will take your place." With that, all the tree roots simultaneously struck Dom. It was continuously pushed back and violently crashed into a distant wall. Zio still didn't stop, its branches forming a cluster. Dom was now pressed firmly against the wall, and Zio decided on a final blow with a huge fist. Dom could only watch with wide eyes as a full-force punch landed on its head. Afterwards, there was lingering smoke and a Dom that was almost completely annihilated. Golden Dragon exclaimed in surprise. It won. It actually defeated a god. The scene at this moment was Zio standing there observing the defeated Dom, who unexpectedly coughed a few more times. Golden Dragon continued to think cautiously. A god's vitality is indeed powerful. Give it one last blow. Just then, a ray of light shot towards Zio. It was somewhat surprised watching the light strike Zio, destroying everything around with a single blow. Golden Dragon cried out, "Patriarch!" That attack plowed the ground into shattered pieces, leaving a massive explosion in its wake. The one who launched that attack was none other than the god of nature. Red Dragon saw that the true enemy was her and struggled to describe all of it. "They are all looking there." Golden Dragon appeared before the god of nature, questioning, "God of nature, why is she here?" However, it only responded with an eerie smile. Meanwhile, God of nature arrogantly commented, "Now all of Dom's possessions are mine." Ultimately, both Dom and this intruder died. The god of nature laughed heartily, utterly confident in its victory. However, the next second it was struck by a fierce punch from Zio. The god of nature's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Zio extended its long branches, lengthening its fist, its eyes glinting golden through the smoke. Zio slowly sat up, then pulled the god of nature back towards itself. Its hand here was already clenched into a fist. "You really hurt me with that punch just now." Zio continued with another strike. The god of nature flew out like a toy. Zio immediately pursued it, while the god of nature, having been knocked to the ground and continuously coughing, spat out a mouthful of blood and thought in surprise, a full power strike, and it couldn't kill it. Red Dragon at this moment continued to accuse Patriarch. It was she who used the curse on Bernice to make Dom destroy Dragon Island. It was also her plan. She is the mastermind. The god of nature immediately felt killing intent. Things were not looking good. Its eyes widened further, looking upwards. Zio's massive body completely overshadowed it, and its deep voice resonated. "So all of this was your doing? You damn creature." The god of nature tried to escape, but couldn't evade Zio's next attack. Its entire body was struck flying and crashed into rocks. The god of nature staggered to its feet, continuously reminding itself, "No, this is bad, I'm going to be killed." Zio entangled it with tree roots, closing the distance. The god of nature decided to make a desperate stand. "I am the god of nature, the god who controls all of nature." The surrounding scenery was all under its control. The god of nature triumphantly declared, "No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight against nature." However, Zio's branches had already extended, directly sweeping through the air, dispersing the mist the god of nature had just created. It could only watch in surprise. It was then that Zio scoffed, Is this the power of the god of nature? How utterly insignificant. Enraged, the god of nature continued to summon more volcanoes, and scorching lava entwined Zio, attempting to engulf it. The god of nature poured all its power into this move, yet before it could do anything, Zio had easily grabbed it, then unleashed thunder control. Bernice's suffering will be repaid by you. The god of nature was knocked unconscious, its entire body landing with a thud on a rock below. Zio continued to use summon light, and several energy orbs appeared consecutively at its command. This is the final blow. They simultaneously shot towards the god of nature, which screamed frantically, "No, no!" However, what followed was only an explosion, but Zio became even more vigilant. As lava shot towards the sky, that strange tree appeared before it. That tree murmured, "I finally meet you." Everything that happened before it was too fast. Golden Dragon was sweating in surprise. That is, Zio finished its sentence, its expression equally surprised. Ancient tree of life, that strange tree stared intently at Zio. "I finally meet you, intruder." It merely listened silently to the other party's words. Golden Dragon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ancient tree of life, however, just then a group of alien species tore through space and appeared again. The Elf King had already brought troops into the battle. The affected exotic beasts also rushed over. Even the land exotic beasts swarmed in. They were all influenced by the god of illusion, and an army quickly assembled to confront Zio. It observed all of this, muttering, "I have been so careful in this world not to attract your attention, yet this is the outcome. I really can't break this stalemate this time." That strange tree just listened, not saying another word. Domination had also appeared. "Alien species, you Zio, you still came." Zio frowned, completely disregarding those guys. "It seems this world has truly been infiltrated by you." The Emperor's pawns. Domination was not swayed by its words. "After causing chaos on Earth, you went to Venus, and now you've come here. You just can't stop, can you?" Zio retorted in the same tone. "Perhaps those words should be said by me instead. Wherever I go, you're like flies, endlessly buzzing around. Now you want to wage all-out war with me. Do you know the consequences of being my enemy?" The war of words between the two major forces made the Golden Dragon nearby break out in a cold sweat. The Patriarch still dares to provoke them in this situation. Those guys are on the verge of death, yet still speak so defiantly. The Elf King frowned, thinking to herself, "He is the mysterious creature we have been desperately searching for." That strange tree then spoke again. "Next we will also invade Blue Star. Your existence will only hinder us, so you must die here." Upon receiving the command, the controlled exotic beasts simultaneously charged forward. Zio's side also ordered, "Golden Dragon, prepare for the final battle." Golden Dragon responded enthusiastically, loudly declaring, "Let's fight. No matter how many there are." Unexpectedly, another attack shot from behind, a jet of flames. Zio quickly turned back, thinking in surprise. This sound, Golden Dragon also had to look back, and what it saw was 9 tails. It was the one who launched that attack. The fox, enveloped in flames, joined the battlefield majestically. Zio couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after seeing it. Nine tails," the god of nature muttered in confusion. "Where did it come from?" The answer was soon revealed. The god of illusion exclaimed in surprise, "Sky, the sky!" A spatial gate was opened. The Elf King exclaimed in surprise, "Magic array!" A spaceship emerged from the spatial gate. The Elf King frowned on high alert. "No, it's a teleportation array." Zio's army also appeared. That strange tree immediately became vigilant. "This aura is human." Its exotic beasts roared menacingly, yet they were all cleared with a single blow. The armored column easily blew those guys away. Not only that, all the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain had assembled. The god of nature cried out in panic, "More creatures have arrived." They attacked simultaneously, no longer wasting any words. A golden attack tore through space, directly striking that strange tree. It was Flash who unhappily questioned, "How dare you call yourself master?" That strange tree became increasingly surprised, seeing it brandish its branches to push back Flash. Flash returned to Zio's side. "Master, I'm here too," Zio briefly replied. Flash, a familiar figure, appeared next to the Golden Dragon. It was so surprised that it mistook the person, continuously calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." White Snake unhappily snapped, "What? This old lady is female." Golden Dragon was still in a daze, humming, and White Snake had already attacked those exotic beasts. Golden Dragon could only stare with wide eyes, dumbfounded, as the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain gathered their spiritual energy. Their move was never miss. The Elf King hastily redeployed its forces to dodge the escalating attacks. Why have so many powerful individuals suddenly descended from the sky? The elves then noticed something else. 3 figures were speeding down from the sky. The Elf King unhappily endured their attacks while questioning, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling? I am your king." Those elves did not reply. Linghua observed from above. She directly controlled them with her spiritual energy. Several exotic beasts were simultaneously lifted, continuously screaming in fear, "I can't control myself, I'm flying." Then they all fell into the Ox Demon's attack range and were thus crushed to death by it. Several warships also began to load ammunition. They unleashed a barrage of fire. The exotic beasts were like meat targets attracted by the ammunition, followed by several large bombs capable of destroying an entire area. An alien species tried to ambush, and a dragon next to it was doing the same. The people in the warship watched as 2 attacks were converged, striking simultaneously, yet they were swallowed by an even more powerful force. Those 2 guys thus fell. Little Blue successfully protected the warship, her expression icy, glaring at the enemy. Golden Dragon at this moment exclaimed in panic, "Are these all the Patriarch's reinforcements? We won't die here." However, just then White Tiger appeared with its catchphrase, "Everyone will die." Golden Dragon immediately became confused. "Everyone will die, everyone will die. Do you mean the outcome is already decided?" "That's right, the ancient tree of life hasn't made a move yet, and the elf clan and the two main gods still retain their fighting strength, not to mention the mastermind hasn't appeared yet. The Patriarch's companions are indeed unfathomably powerful." White Tiger repeated the phrase, "Everyone will die." However, Little Blue handed over a giant cake. "Hungry, eat this cake." All the handsomeness vanished. White Tiger chewed happily, smiling. Zio and that strange tree stood face to face. It scoffed. "How about it? Are we evenly matched now?" In response, Zio received a clear laugh from that strange tree. Domination then said, "As expected, you are more interesting." Golden Dragon continued to observe the elves' movements. The leader was the Elf King. Her expression was extremely grim. Golden Dragon shouted, "Elf Queen, it was you. You led the elves to invade Dragon Island. I will kill you." However, a sharp branch shot out from the strange tree, intending to attack it. Fortunately, Zio stopped it in time. "Watch out," Zio questioned the strange tree. "Are you very concerned about the Elf Queen just helping her?" What followed was a dragon's breath attack which blew a large hole in the strange tree. Zio thought in surprise, distraction. That strange tree looked at Zio and declared, "The strange tree should bear more of your attacks. I will devour everything you are proud of." Domination then continued its words, "Our final battle is coming soon." That strange tree entangled Dom while continuing to speak. "Dom, I have to take him with me." Zio responded to them seriously, "Listen, no matter what happens, one thing won't change. This planet will be mine sooner or later. This challenge was accepted by those guys, then let's wait together." That strange tree thus left, leaving only Domination here. Several hooded figures suddenly appeared from the magic array. "Now it's your turn to play." They all had strange expressions. These three guys, then three more, then three more. Domination watched the situation intently. The exotic tree flew through the air and the god of nature curiously asked, "Divine tree, why don't you directly summon your main body to fight that exotic tree?" The exotic tree truthfully replied, "I don't think I can definitely win." The god of illusion, commanded by the divine tree, ordered all creatures on Azure Star to attack them at all costs. The god of illusion received the order and briefly replied, "Yes." Then it began its actions. "All creatures of Azure Star, our world is under invasion. The evil demon tree from another world has extended its claws to this land. Please fight with me. Drive the enemy from this land." The call spread to all races. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, one of the 7 deadly lands, a dragon raised its head upon hearing these words, thinking, "Divine tree, it's finally time to fight." Summoned by the Oracle, Azure Star's dormant powerhouses chose to awaken, automatically gathered and began to prepare for the true battle. The entire planet was on the verge of war. Conversely, a shout echoed on Dragon Island. "Found it?" Honey Badger excitedly handed over an egg. "Red Dragon, is this it?" The Red Dragon responded, "Excellent, it's not damaged." The Golden Dragon interjected, "I also found several spots and there are many more dragon eggs." Honey Badger excitedly carried the egg, urging, "Quickly put them in the spirit pool." Bernice observed from the side, thinking to herself, "About 5 days have passed since the battle with Dom, and we've returned to Dragon Island, bringing a large number of creatures I've never seen before. Master says they are our companions. There are 8 giant snakes and sea beasts that are a combination of turtles and snakes, as well as Shadow Tiger, which is completely different from what I imagined. But the one that bothers me the most is this never-before-seen black and white creature." Zixian laughed and chimed in, "As a beauty, how do you wipe your butt after using the restroom?" Spirit Flower quickly followed up, "Indeed, a handsome man's perspective is unique, thoroughly seeing the essence of things." This scene only made Bernice feel doubly disgusted, yet normal creatures still existed. Little Blue approached, gave each of them a slap, then said to Spirit Flower and Zixian, "Come on, this is troublesome." According to the Red Dragon, Dragon Island is an island composed of a gigantic dragon-shaped creature. Although it survived the battle with Dom, it suffered heavy losses and still needs time to recover. Nowadays, Dragon Island can still be considered a vibrant land. Zio listened to the report from the side. "So that's how it is. It seems the elven invasion caused you considerable losses. I didn't expect you to have developed wormholes so quickly." Yor held up a stone and explained, "This is a teleportation stone worn by elves. I based my research on it to strengthen my study of wormholes. Without my abilities, it would have been impossible to open such a huge teleportation wormhole." Hearing this, Zio continued to ask, "Who is the human commander this time?" Yor slowly replied, "The Free Federation is me, and the Washa Alliance is—" Little Blue then said, "Ah." Zio was somewhat surprised. "Little Blue, it's you." Then it was Little Blue's turn to state, "This time Washa is leading 30 Transcendent Rank 4 powerhouses, 400 Transcendent Rank 3 powerhouses, 300,000 Transcendent Rank 2 powerhouses, and the 2 Ghostbane warships Master mentioned before." Yor continued her statement, "The Free Federation has 50 Transcendent Rank 4s and 500,000 Legionnaires. Following them is the 9 Tails exotic beast, which is jointly governed by me, Giant Wild Boar, and Spirit Flower, in addition to all the exotic beasts of Misty Mountain." Zio listened quietly, and Ninetails continued. "The sea race is led by the 7 kings of the deep sea, and the Barbarian Legion numbers 600,000. Zio heard this and began to ponder again. "Has the Barbarian Legion also joined us?" Ninetales did not forget to explain their condition. If they succeed, the suppressed barbarian king will be released. Zio briefly replied, that's a minor matter, but who leads the barbarians now? It gravely stated. Master also knows it's the kangaroo that commanded the light armor legion before. Zio couldn't help but be surprised, murmuring, I didn't expect you could persuade it to join us. That's good, the more strong individuals the better, however. Ninetales' statement didn't stop there. There was one last thing. The monkey population is less than 50, and the white ape's body has not fully recovered, so I didn't let them accompany us this time. The golden-haired monkey sat bored on a branch, and Ninetales continued. This time, only the golden monkey is participating alone. Zio gravely reminded, watch over it, don't let it do anything foolish, don't be like the ninth. Ninetales responded with equally grave expression, yes, Zixian is also doing big things here. Spirit Flower observed it with a flushed face, curiously asking, what's wrong, handsome? Zixian frowned and explained, there's a very unpleasant evil aura behind him. His brother's figure quietly appeared. I'm still owed 1,000 bamboos. Zixian hastily tried to escape but was already caught. Qinggang was the next to speak. Master, what should we do next? Zio answered its intelligent question. This planet is different from Earth. All creatures are controlled, so we must not be careless. This planet has many unknown creatures, and I'm not sure how long it will take to conquer it. With war, death will come. So if we want to win, it's to ensure our companions don't die in vain. Next, we will fully take over Dom's territory, and anyone who defies us will be killed. Zayu's order was widely spread by his followers to seize all of Dom's territory, and then engage in a decisive battle with the ancient tree of life. Those exotic beasts advanced together from low tier to high tier. Zio himself was at this moment murmuring and calculating, the time is 1 year from now. Emperor, you will not succeed then. On the other side, the exotic tree was taking root, protecting something on its body. Dom was slowly recovering, his eyes suddenly opening. Dom looked at his perfectly intact body in disbelief, exclaiming, I'm alive. The god of illusion explained from the side, it was the ancient tree of life that gave you a second life. Dom's gaze now collided with that of the god of nature, and in an instant he gripped its neck. Dom roared furiously, you bastard, you tried to kill me again? The god of nature strenuously argued. That was just a mistake. Hearing this, Dom. He waved his hand directly, then I'll make a mistake too. Domination interjected, stopping the two of them. Enough, as gods, you both look really undignified right now. Dom exclaimed in surprise. Domination continued to summon several magic circles. From within, several eerie figures began to appear on both sides. Sima spoke mockingly. Dom, you were actually beaten so badly by that exotic species. I always thought you weren't fit to be one of the three great main gods. You simply don't have the power. Dom roared loudly from below. Shut up, Sima. Even if I'm weak, I'm stronger than you. You're just a small-time character hiding in the shadows. Another individual next to Sima continued. That exotic tree's strength is no less than the ancient tree of life, so it's normal that Dom lost. Subsequently, this group of monsters also commented, this time, with the Emperor God making an all-out move, it proves that the opponent is not to be underestimated. Most importantly, there's still a fool fighting against their own kind. The god of nature was collectively reprimanded, and Domination finally decreed to divide half of the god of nature's territory to Dom. The matter ended there. The god of nature, feeling aggrieved, tried to argue Domination. This, however, its eyes now grew even angrier, and the god of nature understood, immediately falling silent. It was then that Domination suggested again, let's put an end to this farce. At this moment, Dom suddenly stopped. The god of illusion saw his unusual expression and briefly asked, what's wrong? Dom, surprised and stammering, explained, my territory is being devoured. On the other side, flames blazed, human warships flew across the sky, then all stopped simultaneously above a camp. Cannons began to load. They rained down shells. The monsters here scattered everywhere, desperately trying to save their lives. However, the shells continued to fall and they wanted to resist, roaring and threatening. A suicidal creature hit a shell with its weapon, which directly detonated it, ending its own life. Another creature cast magic to counterattack, targeting the human warship, but it was blocked by another spiritual force. This creature gnashed its teeth, looking utterly astonished as Little Blue landed in front of it. She coldly commented, finally found your main base. You've been constantly ambushing us these past few days. One last question, are you willing to surrender to us? Those creatures stood their ground. We only follow Lord Dom. Little Blue seemed to have been waiting for this moment, coldly declaring, then die. A stone also cracked. The leader was caught in Little Blue's hand. This creature was already covered in wounds. She slowly ordered, advance and seize all the beastmen's territory. Little Blue issued commands amidst the sea of fire and corpses, advance and seize all the beastmen's territory. Her strong subordinates responded in unison, yes. Then followed continuous battles, with the locals desperately fighting back. However, the barbarians were also not to be outdone, always ready to charge. The kangaroo loudly ordered from the back, kill them all. Beast Mountain City was also under attack, and thunder pacified one city, then cautiously surveyed its surroundings. In One-Eyed City, shouts of battle echoed as the two sides clashed and the ground cracked, immediately attracting the attention of this group of people. An armored column emerged from underground. The locals looked down through the hole and exclaimed in surprise, the king has been defeated. The armored column, with a grim expression, spat out flames sweeping across these locals. The survivors could only stare blankly and comment, can't fight at all, too strong. Similar things were happening in other places. As the Emperor Crocodile's foot stepped on the tributes, the humans below tremblingly offered items. However, the Emperor Crocodile waved them all away. From now on, no more tributes, just live your lives well. Ice Dragon, accept my rule. You can stay. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. You can decide your own fate. In the slave city, miserable moans echoed. So hungry. Suddenly, an urgent cry. Another person died. How many people are there now? I can't remember anymore. All the food has been taken by the city lord. We can only wait to die. Quickly bring the food. We'll die if you delay any longer. Wine? Don't forget the wine. Set the table. Hurry. He's been eating continuously for a whole month. That's right. How much longer can we keep this up? The city is running out of food. Shut up if you don't want to die. The speaker was a fat man, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. He ordered more wine, and a chef continuously poured from 10 times sized wine bottles. Suddenly a drop of wine accidentally spilled, scaring the chef pale. Oh no! In the very next second, Kessia easily smashed the chef to pieces. She roared angrily. You spilled the wine. Do you know how precious food is? The city residents don't even have anything to eat, a bunch of useless people. Do you know my son is Lord Dom? As soon as the words fell, Kessia ordered her subordinates to bring the food and they obediently complied. Yes, an elven chef rushed in. He was holding a letter. Lady Kessia, you have a letter from Lord Dom. She took the letter and read it carefully. Beware of rebellion. As soon as the words fell, the earth began to tremble and withered tree roots sprouted everywhere. Everyone immediately fell into a panic. What's happening? The entire castle is surrounded by tree roots. It quickly created violent tremors. Amidst the fierce shaking, Kessia said in a deep voice, Don't panic, I'm still here, even if a few cockroaches manage to sneak in. It's not a problem. In a certain place, an ugly old woman held a hammer in her hand, and around her was a scene of ruins. Opposite her, Zio was hovering in the air, looking down at her. Seeing him, she said happily, It seems you are the enemy my son spoke of. In stark contrast to her excitement, Zio said with immense horror, As expected of mother and son, you're equally ugly, she replied without weakness. Are you even considered an enemy, your tiny body? What can it do? That's why I say you'll always be a brat. With that, she swung her hammer at Zayu's head. He remained completely calm in the face of this attack. Meanwhile, a horse was galloping on the road. The goblin rider urged, Hurry. Seeing his haste, another goblin comforted him. Lady Kessia is also very powerful, no need to worry too much. Besides, I really can't figure out who would offend Lord Dom. Despite hearing him say this, the leading goblin still had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, the place was already in ruins, and he cried out in panic, Oh no! Then tree roots suddenly appeared, completely surrounding them. He was stunned and said, Roots, tree roots, this is bad. Seeing them hanging in the air, he was shocked and then shouted, Lady Kessia? At this moment his cry also attracted Zayu's attention. He gently clenched his hand and then the goblin was enveloped by tree roots. He said fearfully, Wait! But before he could say anything, all the goblins were strangled by the tree roots. Then Zio ordered, Golden Dragon, take her away. This is a gift for Dom. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared. In that light, Dom's image emerged. Zio glanced at him, softly calling out Dom, while recalling all these scenes in his heart. Seeing the newcomer, Dom said with some surprise, It's really you? You're quite persistent, he said. This time I've also brought you a gift. With that, Kessia loudly called out to her son for help. Leave it to me. It calmly advanced and charged towards the metal block. With 5 times its strength, the shining blade sliced through the metal. The massive metal blocks plummeted. Several workers desperately fled, scrambling to get out of the way. Some falling metal crushed a crane while another piece targeted a person. Fortunately, Ox Demon used anti-gravity at this moment. The worker covered his head, accepting his fate, but seeing Ox Demon control matter, they were all astonished. Amazing! Ox Demon then landed a heavy punch on Flash's head. Idiot, are you trying to kill them? In the 6th city, everyone watched in astonishment as Steel controlled the earth element, and a statue of him was erected. Steel's mouth curved upwards and he commented with satisfaction, Perfect. Several staff members here gathered around him, inviting, Young man, come work for our company, come to our company. We offer you the highest level benefits including death insurance. It's not impossible to list me as the beneficiary. Cold Rain excitedly commented, Brother Steel is amazing. You're also very practical, caring and a great cook. Truly a good marriage prospect. Hearing this, Cold Wind was already fuming with anger. What? The patrol team was working at this moment, and the wind wolves below were playing. They immediately stopped. When they saw 2 beams of light appear out of nowhere in this space, they quickly descended and something appeared in a cloud of smoke. 2 figures thus emerged, one complaining, Can't it be a bit bigger? The companion next to the teleportation array simply replied, Your head is too big. The companion continued, This teleportation location can't be wrong, there's nothing here. He muttered an explanation, The location isn't wrong, it's just a bit off. Slave City is ahead, there's still time to get there slowly. The golden-haired monkey leisurely sitting on a branch immediately sensed something. The golden-haired monkey stood up, gripping its staff tightly, then without wasting any time immediately rushed out. Returning to Dragon Island, Glacier stomped heavily on the ground. It was actually defeated. Its opponent, the Golden Dragon, observed quietly. A comment immediately followed, Too weak, are you really one of the 10 great fierce beasts? Glacier was affected by these words. Another exotic beast after Glacier continued to engage the golden dragon. It's my turn next. It swiftly rushed forward. The golden dragon responded with interest. You're still far from it. The exotic beast roared in response. I am the land battle king. The battle raged fiercely in the arena. Meanwhile, Glacier left in humiliation. All of this was observed by Nine Tails. Several ravens circled in the sky, their eyes wide and vigilant, aiming at the place where the outsiders landed. Here, the companion began to complain. How much longer until we arrive? So annoying, Seema continued. He'll be here soon. But no sooner had the words fallen than they all stopped, because before them were several wind wolves growling menacingly, demanding, Stop, don't go any further. Seema couldn't help but laugh heartily upon hearing this. Finally, some fun. In the Silent City, Emperor Crocodile had already sensed their presence and secretly commented, Strange spiritual energy, very powerful. However, those wind wolves were no match for the outsiders, and they were beaten until they spat blood. Seema at this moment urged, Hurry up and deal with it, we still have to rush. But the big guy hadn't had time to do anything when he was attracted by the commotion on the other side. Several ravens flew over simultaneously to attack this big guy. He exclaimed in surprise, and the wind wolf in his hand was also snatched away. The ravens spread their wings, grabbing the wind wolf and fleeing. Seema watched, commenting with interest, Rare to see such high-speed flying birds. The companion next to him continued, Never before seen creatures, looks like we can roast one to taste. The raven let out another cry as a signal and two immediately charged forward to attack. Ravens were among the first exotic beasts subdued by Zio. Their speed had long reached supersonic levels. With a flight speed exceeding Mach 15, they were the fastest flying creatures in Misty Mountain. However, the enemy's strike tore through the sky. The raven, as fast as a bullet, was easily stopped by the big guy and even sent flying, its entire body crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, the remaining ravens were stunned by this sight. However, it hadn't had time to react when it was grabbed by the big guy. He lifted it high, asking darkly, Trying to ambush me? Then he continued to squeeze the raven. The raven cried out in pain, What? I'm going to die. The last raven, weeping for its companion, quickly fled with the wind wolf. However, Seema behind it had already condensed power, determined to stop it. Trying to escape? Dream on. The attack shot straight at the raven, which saw it but couldn't dodge. The sky was instantly covered in a layer of white smoke. The big guy looked up vigilantly. At this moment before them was the Monkey King. Its eyes flashed with extreme anger. The raven used its companion's appearance to accelerate and flee even further with the wind wolf. Seema watched it, again commenting, This demon beast has strong spiritual energy, need to be careful. However, the big guy was excited. A powerful opponent, another one. This time I can have a good fight. The Monkey King directly charged forward to attack. A spiritual energy attack quickly approached Seema, then fiercely destroyed a section of space in front of it. A question immediately arose, Hey, what are you doing? The Monkey King closed the distance to its opponent, preparing to attack again. An explosion was triggered by that attack. The Monkey King stood quietly in front of the smoke while the big guy wore an indifferent expression. The Monkey King saw him attack again, and that guy was thus kicked away. The Monkey King seriously observed this guy's movements, who, far from being angry, laughed heartily. The fun here truly exceeds my imagination. You stinky ape, let me. This guy's gaze was fixed on the Monkey King, accompanied by a promise, Pluck all the hair off your body one by one. The space they were in was already scarred by the battle. The big guy underwent a transformation, standing tall before the Monkey King, arrogantly challenging, Come on, continue. With that, he threw another punch, sending the Monkey King flying far away. It was severely injured with just one strike. The big guy showed no intention of stopping, immediately rushing towards it. Several spikes now appeared on his hand, all aimed at the Monkey King. Space cracked due to the vibration. The Monkey King managed to kick this guy in the face. These two guys pulled apart, maintaining their distance. The Monkey King gasped for breath, uncomfortably looking at the enemy before it. However, the opponent didn't give it any time to breathe, instantly closing in and landing another punch on the Monkey King. The big guy was very excited. Is this power really what a transcendent rank 4 should possess? Give me more fun. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King agreed, directly ramming its head into the opponent's head while also unleashing a move. A beam of light shot straight at the big guy's head, making him scream, So hot, so hot. The Monkey King was already kneeling on one knee, supporting itself, yet its opponent remained unfazed. Not even at the activation stage yet. You can't defeat me like this. Get up and continue. At this moment, the Monkey King became even more annoyed. Seema stood by, observing, and casually reminded, Stop playing, finish it quickly. That white ape isn't the target. However, the big guy loudly refuted this statement. Whether it's the target or not doesn't matter, just kill them all. The Monkey King was looking at the ring on its finger, recalling Zai's instructions. This spiritual realm was brought by you. It can help you calm down and, most importantly, prevent you from losing control. It thus directly destroyed the ring, and surges of spiritual energy surged out from the Monkey King. The big guy immediately became interested in this. The Monkey King roared and charged forward to attack, its fist heavily smashing into the big guy. He watched, unable to hide his surprise, and was thus repelled. The Monkey King retreated to maintain distance after this strike, seriously observing its opponent. However, the big guy still loudly responded, Just a shake back. Is that all the strength you have after going all out? The Monkey King was provoked into even greater anger by these words. It continued to attack, yet even while being enveloped by the attacks, the big guy was still able to speak. Your attacks like this only make me feel very bored. The Monkey King was sent flying with just one strike, and not only that, it continued to unleash spiritual energy, growing crazier and crazier. The big guy's eyes were fixed on the Monkey King. Sima observed from the side, again muttering with interest. The spiritual energy is still escalating, and its opponent has decided to get serious, so I too must show some strength to impress you. The Monkey King immediately rushed up, its movements cutting a bright line through the air. The big guy continued to laugh, his fists already clenched, and the two collided, creating an earth-shattering tremor. Sima still stood there, calmly observing his friend's battle. A figure appeared in the smoke. The big guy felt surprised for the first time, looking at his blood-stained hand, and commented, "That last strike had some power, didn't it? Too bad you didn't hear my praise." The big guy watched the Monkey King lying in the crater created by the attack, its eyes white, semi-conscious, and the big guy condensed power in his hand. He intended to unleash a killing blow. "So this is all the strength you have." However, at this moment, a beam of light had already shot towards him, large enough to cover both invaders. The big guy looked up in astonishment, yet the beam of light was even faster, shooting straight down. Emperor Crocodile spread its wings, its eyes flashing with hatred. As it landed before the enemy, Emperor Crocodile was now transcendent rank 4, near rank 5. Sima's face showed an excited expression upon seeing the target come to him, while the big guy angrily cursed, "Damn it, are you all aiming for my face?" Emperor Crocodile appeared here, full of menace. Sima muttered its characteristics: crocodile head, dragon wings, snake body. "It's him, the target." Emperor Crocodile slowly asked, "Are you subordinates of the ancient tree of life?" The big guy loudly retorted, "Subordinate sounds too harsh, we're colleagues. You guys are just low-level creatures, mere transcendent rank 4. The core position of the Emperor Crocodile is held by the Son of Heaven of the Free Federation, who possesses the ability to develop wormholes and controls everything from the very core." The report was quickly delivered. Two huge spiritual energies appeared in the fourth city. Yor exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" However, the person still had news. "The report is transcendent rank 5. Two transcendent rank 5 creatures appeared at once." Yor calmly commanded, "Open the wormhole, prepare for support. We've been trying to contact them since earlier. The wormhole equipment over there seems not fully ready due to lack of personnel. It can only teleport away but not receive. The spaceship is still refueling and will take at least 3 hours. Other warships are still fighting the orcs and cannot be mobilized. Exotic beasts from the nearest city-state have been notified to go as support. Little Blue, White Tiger and other exotic beasts are moving at high speed." She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "I must make it." Yor's side, a battle had already begun for some time. The big guy continuously fired blades at Emperor Crocodile. It used its wings to block, allowing these attacks to pierce, even splashing blood. Both sides charged forward to attack each other. Emperor Crocodile actually bit that guy. The big guy muttered a comment. "Your biting force is indeed extraordinary. I'll take your head." Emperor Crocodile's eyes widened, surprised that he actually counterattacked. It reluctantly retreated. However, that guy had already condensed dozens of spiritual energy spheres, simultaneously striking Emperor Crocodile. The big guy continued to loudly question, "Is this the kind of trash that defeated Dom? Truly incompetent." However, Emperor Crocodile fiercely burst out from the smoke. One of its teeth flew into the sky, then pierced directly into the ground before Sima. Sima looked at this thing, muttering with a sigh, "I didn't expect its teeth to be so much taller than a human. How interesting." Emperor Crocodile grew increasingly angry as it fought, loudly questioning, "Who exactly are you?" It looked down at these two outsiders, and at this moment an eerie thing appeared again. It emanated from Sima, directly devouring Emperor Crocodile's tooth. This guy finally showed his true colors. "We are two of the 12 gods of this world, fusing all things and simultaneously creating new ones. Sima, god of creation, transcendent rank 5, the big guy also introduced himself. "I am the one who disassembles, terminates life, and god of destruction, transcendent rank 5. They raised their hands simultaneously, continuing to say, "Our purpose is simple." Emperor Crocodile's eyes widened, surprised to find a rift appearing in space, and everyone's attention turned to it. Sima unleashed spiritual energy, declaring, "It's to kill all of you." No sooner had the words fallen than he snapped his fingers and a large number of alien species poured out from the rift. Domination at this moment observed darkly, yet the exotic tree opened its mouth and asked, "Domination, I don't understand, is it really okay to let these two guys in?" It didn't answer, but slowly explained, "They are among the gods, the god of destruction and the god of creation. No creature can be their match, but they like to toy with their opponents." Emperor Crocodile was strenuously fighting the two powerful beings. Meanwhile, the desolate village had been destroyed by the soldiers. The people by the portal were anxious, asking how much longer it would take. A researcher reported frantically, "It was supposed to take a month to install, but now, no matter how much we rush, it won't be ready in time. And why are there so many civilians? They were oppressed by Dom, but thanks to us, if we don't take them, Dom's army will kill everyone. Give me 5 more hours and I can handle it." A giant exotic beast landed at this moment, letting out a threatening roar, then charging towards the crowd. People began to panic. "Dom's army is here, run." More exotic beasts followed, some spewing fire, killing countless people with a single strike. In another place, dinosaurs appeared and countless of Dom's soldiers surged onto the main city gates. Researchers frantically ordered to protect the teleportation equipment. Human firepower was concentrated and shells began to rain down on the city walls, targeting the exotic beasts. Explosions erupted one after another. Seema observed, muttering, "It seems the rear forces have also arrived in time. You're done for. A crucial condition for creating a world is to reduce everything to nothingness, and you are those unnecessary existences." He paused, looking at the Emperor Crocodile before him, and added, "I don't know if it's your race's tenacious vitality or if you're truly stronger." Emperor Crocodile rudely interrupted the rhetoric. "Of course I'm strong enough, and you got one thing wrong. We're not done for yet." The enemy's exotic beasts continued to approach, and the researchers desperately activated the portal. "Buy me some time." However, at this moment the fat bird had already landed beside them. It let out a piercing roar, but before it could do anything it was punched away by the ape. Emperor Crocodile's reinforcements arrived in time, and several researchers were scared pale. On the other side, a beast was still threatening civilians, and something appeared in the wall. It thus entangled the beast, and Chameleon would fight it. Chameleon violently slammed the creature to the ground. The alien species sensed something amiss, and several dinosaurs appeared to block them. Several apes also roared, ready for battle, and they wasted no time in charging forward. Emperor Crocodile then announced, "We are very powerful." Even though the city was attacked, it didn't fall. The spiritual energy within Emperor Crocodile directly erupted, fighting beyond its rank. "We've fought like this before." The god of creation and the god of destruction were alerted by this pressure. "This time it's my turn." Emperor Crocodile used its rock dragon claws. The god of destruction watched with wide eyes, instantly possessing power comparable to Transcendent Rank 5. That white ape earlier was also like this. What magic did they use? Emperor Crocodile spewed an attack from its mouth, firing at these two guys, and the powerful beam hit the ground. However, they blocked it. And they also had a third form whose strength was not to be underestimated, at least stronger than the one just now. Emperor Crocodile roared a warning, but Seema didn't stop there, instead continuing to reveal its third form. "We also have one." Seema started talking nonsense again. "Gods also have a second form, I call it apotheosis." The beam shot directly at their heads. Emperor Crocodile merely observed silently, and an extremely dazzling orb of light was created. Emperor Crocodile stared with wide eyes. Before it was a row of sharp teeth. Seema transformed using its divine body. Emperor Crocodile was startled by this sudden action. Seema continued to provoke, "Come and feel it." The power of a god has increased significantly. The city was engulfed in flames, and several exotic beasts were still holding back the enemy. One was struck down by an alien species, and they looked up in surprise. As alien species continuously surged out from the spatial rift, fortunately, the portal had already activated, and the researchers urgently shouted, "Great, it's done, everyone hurry and leave." That exotic beast ordered the residents here to retreat first. They briefly replied, "Understood." Then people flocked in, quickly rushing inside. "Hurry up and leave." Those behind also quickly followed. The faint blue portal, though huge, still seemed insignificant compared to the scale of the battlefield behind it. Qingqi was already immersed in mourning. At this moment, Emperor Crocodile also reached the portal. The researchers were scared witless. This person looked at it and called out Emperor Crocodile's name. His eyes became even more confused. When he saw the unconscious Monkey King in Emperor Crocodile's hand, he thought, it was originally very strong, yet it suffered such injuries. How powerful are its enemies? Emperor Crocodile put down the Monkey King, then quickly ordered King Kong to leave first. "Are all the mid-level preparations complete?" the doctor replied, reporting as detailed as possible. "Yes. Residents here have all been evacuated, and other exotic beasts are still preparing for battle." Emperor Crocodile continued to remind, "No, not just the residents, but even our companions have been taken away." It cast its gaze towards the enemy, observing. The doctor at this moment also secretly mused. Even Emperor Crocodile was covered in wounds large and small. The enemy's power made even it uneasy. "With your size you cannot leave here." However, Emperor Crocodile directly refused. "I won't leave. I will hold back the enemy and cover your safe departure." No sooner had it finished speaking than the enemy appeared behind it. Seema roared, shouting loudly, "I thought you would run away, although it's all the same wherever you go. Hand over the special teleportation array. That's our purpose for coming this time." The pressure before him made the doctor's mouth hang open in fear, frozen in place for a moment. Terrifying spiritual energy. Emperor Crocodile loudly reminded him to leave quickly, and he ran off holding the Monkey King. However, Seema chased from behind. "Don't think you can leave." His hand was grabbed by Emperor Crocodile. It sternly warned, "Don't even think about getting past." These words made Seema laugh heartily. "Do you think you can survive?" Emperor Crocodile loudly announced to all exotic beasts. "All exotic beasts retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. Seek revenge for me after retreating." They wasted no time, flocking back, a group swiftly rushing through the portal. However, in the air another guy appeared at this moment, the god of destruction, and smirked. "Do you think you can escape? Watch me kill everything here." Emperor Crocodile didn't let him have his way. It suddenly swung its body, and the opponent was knocked to the ground. Emperor Crocodile simply declared, "I absolutely cannot let you pass." The god of destruction muttered in response, "I guessed you'd say that." Emperor Crocodile vigilantly observed its opponent, and Zixian couldn't help but come to its mind. "Ninth, what would you do if it were you?" The portal had already stopped glowing. Emperor Crocodile was not lightly injured, yet before it was a dense army of exotic beasts. One of them roared, but before it could be too imposing, it was grabbed by Emperor Crocodile's neck. It attacked this exotic beast with negative energy. This strike also greatly affected Emperor Crocodile. The god of destruction rushed over to deliver a heavy blow. Sema chose an angle to attack, then used its soul-devouring claws. Emperor Crocodile's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as it simultaneously fought these two guys. Light flickered on and off. A large-scale power orb was struck down, forcing the two gods back. The god of destruction asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Did I attract its attention for you?" Sema rudely replied, "How should I know there was something behind it?" Emperor Crocodile was again surprised by that scene. It secretly thought, "They're chatting so happily, while I'm already giving my all, and they're so composed." Sema observed, somewhat interested, and a comment slipped out, "Its form is changing." Emperor Crocodile's eyes were brighter than ever, and it couldn't help but think of Zixian again. Ninth, what were you thinking at the time? They had once talked during the battle with Aoguang. What were you thinking then? Zixian seriously explained, "If I couldn't find a way forward nor a way back, that battle filled me with the fear of death. My heart couldn't support what I had always believed, but on the other hand, drums continuously beat in the depths of my soul, pounding my heart. A mere desire to win is not enough. One must have the ability to give up everything, not to long for miracles, not to believe in hope." Emperor Crocodile's actions made them worried. "What is happening?" Emperor Crocodile secretly mused during its transformation, "fighting like a beast from the very beginning." Sema exclaimed in surprise. Twice atavistic evolution is something only a very few races can achieve, not only retaining existing power, but also gaining some ancient special abilities and forms, and twice atavistic is even rarer. So rare that its existence is almost forgotten. His eyes flickered with worry, because this was a power beyond gods, an existence on par with the ancient tree of life and ancient species, an existence beyond everything. "Stop holding back, kill it with full force." The god of destruction acknowledged the order, briefly replying, "Yes." Emperor Crocodile, all crimson like lava, roared. The exotic beast, following Sema's command, attacked to kill it. Emperor Crocodile's footsteps carried endless heat, and the ground cracked and collapsed, sending those exotic beasts falling. Emperor Crocodile continued to roar, and the light of the explosion engulfed the entire space. From inside, the god of destruction flew out, but Emperor Crocodile's hand had already stopped him, and flames enveloped the space. The god of destruction was knocked to the ground, and Sema immediately became more vigilant. He looked around, calculating everything, and struck the building in front of him. Sema narrowed his eyes, calculating. Emperor Crocodile opened its mouth to attack. Earth breath, but it was unexpectedly bitten. That guy's eyes were fixed on it, and the god of destruction also used its divine body. Emperor Crocodile didn't let itself be restrained for too long. It forced its opponent back to maintain distance. Taking advantage of this timing, Sema attacked with its soul-devouring claws, hitting Emperor Crocodile, causing its appearance to change again. Both gods used their divine bodies to confront Emperor Crocodile. Emperor Crocodile's entire body seemed to be melting, and Sema observed with wide eyes, secretly commenting, "It's starting to lose its previous form." Emperor Crocodile spewed an attack at them. It was Sema who bore the brunt of this attack. He was shocked by its power, pushed backward, and exclaimed loudly, "Such a powerful move, damn it." Emperor Crocodile reached out and grabbed him. It glared at Sema, who roared, "Let me go." Sema launched another attack from its mouth. However, Emperor Crocodile had already gripped him with both hands. It thus tore Sema's entire body in half, then let him drop to the ground. The god of destruction also quickly rushed over at this moment. A scream rang out, and the battle became Emperor Crocodile versus the god of destruction. This guy loudly announced, "It's not over yet." He struck Emperor Crocodile with a blow, and light seemed to cover the entire space. The god of destruction laughed triumphantly. "I won." However, he immediately regretted it, because he saw Emperor Crocodile appear, attacking this guy with lava and flames, then successfully grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. The god of destruction thought in surprise, "He's a god, yet his power was suppressed from beginning to end." Truly, Emperor Crocodile attacked with negative energy. He was still sighing in his heart. How embarrassing! The god of destruction's divine body was shattered into pieces. Emperor Crocodile still stood here, surrounded by a sea of fire. Sema was still alive somehow, he observed with calculating eyes. "Damn it, well it's dead, I can't fight it anymore." I didn't expect it to have two atavistic transformations. Thinking this, Sema flew away. He didn't forget to turn back and mock, "I'm leaving, you can't stop me." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Emperor Crocodile sent a fireball from behind. The flames struck Sema, and he fell. Sema landed heavily, his entire body disheveled, but his eyes widened in surprise as a hand reached out from this body. Sema left that blue outer shell, slowly descending to the ground. He looked at the object before him, secretly thinking, "This is the teleportation device. With it, one can bypass the limitations of time and instantly arrive here. I must take it." Emperor Crocodile here knelt on the ground, its lava form gradually dissipating, leaving an Emperor Crocodile collapsed in the center of the city. It secretly thought with displeasure, "One got away. Their goal is the wormhole device. I must notify them quickly." Its eyes gradually blurred and its consciousness slowly faded. Even so, Emperor Crocodile still remembered its master Zio. and in its eyes life force slowly ebbed away. Space fell silent, and Little Blue and the others were still moving at high speed. However, she stopped at this moment, and Little Blue's face turned pale. Emperor Crocodile's aura, and not just her, Zio also felt the same sensation. It vanished. Emperor Crocodile had completed its mission, giving up its life to hold back the enemy. A faint voice echoed in the darkness. Emperor Crocodile, Emperor Crocodile. Blurred eyes opened, and Little Blue was shouting, Old Fourth, wake up. She kept shouting, quick, life essence. A blue stream of power flowed out, and Red Spider injected the viscous liquid into Emperor Crocodile's body. Its eyes gradually blurred. Little Blue gritted her teeth, showing displeasure. Emperor Crocodile's body is too large, and the life essence isn't enough. I thought I brought enough, but I didn't expect the injuries to be so severe, Little Blue then said to her companion. Head nail. Electric shock, the crowd exclaimed. Good, Honey Badger swiftly dashed away as ordered. Emperor Crocodile had lost consciousness, its pupils gradually dimming. Little Blue bit her lip, worried. Emperor Crocodile is dying. A current passed through its body. Other exotic beasts also put in their effort trying to save Emperor Crocodile. Little Blue was in despair. It's too late. Honey Badger was already in tears, continuously crying out, No, don't die. Emperor Crocodile's eyes, having exhausted their strength, closed tightly. Honey Badger wailed, Who can save it? Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled violently. Even Little Blue couldn't help but turn to look. A red ribbon fluttered, beautiful and dazzling, accompanied by a few faint bone chains. White Crane and Egret appeared like saviors. Little Blue's gaze filled with hope as she looked towards the sky, and even Honey Badger was stunned. Little Blue clasped her hands, murmuring, Zixian, son of God. At the same time, Zixian jumped down from White Crane, excitedly greeting, Long time no see. Little Blue's face immediately fell when she saw it, and White Crane mercilessly threw it to the ground. However, Zixian still smiled radiantly, looking up. I have a lot of experience. First, save the person. No. Save Emperor Crocodile quickly. Use my life essence. The scene here instantly became unusually desolate. All the creatures gathered around, jointly saving Emperor Crocodile. It spoke gratefully, Thank you very much for everyone's help. But Little Blue, hearing its words, immediately guessed, Wormhole device, it wants to rely on this technology to come to Earth. Emperor Crocodile responded with firm eyes, That's right, after all, last time it took them a month to reach Earth, and a large-scale invasion requires more time. It looked up at the sky, firm in its goal. So they are determined to get this technology. Emperor Crocodile bowed to Zixian in thanks. Ninth, thank you for this time. Hearing this, Zixian looked triumphant and said happily, See, you can't do without me. Little Blue suddenly reacted, pointing at it and questioning, By the way, how did you end up here? Zixian stood in the corner, pondering, muttering to itself as it walked, right, someone seems to have sent me here. It was a white pig, I think. White Crane, hiding behind, couldn't help but smile wryly. Hearing Zixian's words, it hadn't remembered at all. It's no big deal. Only then did Little Blue notice below and asked, Where are Headnail and Piggy? Zixian shrugged, looking bewildered. I don't know why they suddenly disappeared. Golden Monkey is also different from usual. Weren't they always together? Just then, golden-haired monkey suddenly rushed over, its eyes slightly open, and it softly asked Zio, Master, what's wrong? Zio silently replied, Un is dead. The atmosphere around them instantly turned silent. Sima for some reason stopped moving. Just then Sima suddenly woke up. He looked down at his hand, bloody and severely injured, unable to open the void gate. Sima tried to release a trace of power to test. He was beneath a giant spaceship, unable to rest, and after running so far it was probably impossible to catch up. Just then, golden-haired monkey sensed a force. Black smoke was gradually coiling around it. This evil intent is too strong. Golden Monkey is running further and further, and the spiritual energy ahead is also getting stronger. Suddenly, it unconsciously looked back. Honey Badger happened to see it and exclaimed, Brother Monkey, but before it could do anything, Honey Badger was knocked flying. A message reached them. Emperor Crocodile woke up and is fine. Golden Monkey was so excited that tears of joy flowed. In another space, the sky was covered in dark clouds. A figure stood at a high vantage point, having completed the slaughter. Then several exotic beasts followed and left. Golden-haired monkey looked at its companion, smiling happily without a word. 5/10 recovered, we can go. Suddenly, a strange black shadow appeared behind Sima. Just then, the spaceship suddenly exploded. Sima steadied himself. As the white smoke gradually dispersed, golden-haired monkey appeared before him, filled with hatred. Sima cried out in alarm, Golden Monkey. After an explosion, the spaceship was surprisingly intact. Golden-haired monkey's eyes became increasingly sharp. Sima threatened in a low voice, You stinking monkey, get out of here. It fearlessly attacked Sima with the fastest speed, blocking furiously, not giving an inch. Sima was slightly stunned and another cloud of white smoke billowed. Golden-haired monkey's eyes saw a blur. Sima seemed to have lost a part of its body. Golden-haired monkey's lips curved into a confident smile, saying, I came here to kill you. Now it's time for you to be proud of your strength. Sima opened one eye to observe its opponent, and he flung out several long dark limbs. Golden-spotted butterfly had also noticed something. This aura, could it be? Everyone exclaimed. Master, Yu Zayu's body is enveloped in light. He's about to break through, undergoing a special upgrade. Yu Zayu's eyes flickered with thought. Having absorbed the White Dragon King's dragon soul and the evolution points from Little Meow's mother this time, he merely broke through slightly. Before he finished speaking, Yu Zayu reached a new realm, Transcendent Rank 6. Blue light illuminated the entire space. Sima shot a powerful force at its opponent, causing golden-haired monkey serious injuries. It lightly supported itself with its staff. Sima stood there, observing and contemplating for a long time. I clearly inflicted such heavy damage, any other creature would have given up, whether in strength or speed I am superior to it. Golden-haired monkey's eyes were sharp and then it suddenly leapt up, making Seema wonder if it doesn't have great strength, nor the bloodline of an alligator. Why does it still stand up? He didn't have much time to delay. He couldn't torment it any longer. Countless spiritual energy converged around the light spheres everywhere. Seema raised his clawed hand and decided, I'll kill it with the next move. Seema created thousands of sharp saw-like blades. He desperately shouted, Die! Golden-haired monkey was fearless, rushing straight forward to confront them. The saw-like blades pierced its body, blood gushed out, but a significant change occurred within it. Seema's eyes widened. Just then, golden-haired monkey charged forward furiously, poking its face directly with its staff. It plunged the staff in mercilessly, filled with hatred. The small golden-haired monkey completely suppressed Seema, and then it decided to deliver a fatal blow. With one move it sent parts of Seema's body flying. Golden-haired monkey's eyes filled with resentment. It successfully suppressed Seema. Golden-haired monkey knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, proud of this great achievement. Seema was now just a pile of wreckage. Golden-haired monkey stood tall like a victor, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Golden-haired monkey looked slightly down. Its body had been pierced. Seema, with its last breath, pierced golden-haired monkey. Not just you, but you too exceeded my expectations. He dragged his weary steps, thinking to himself, when you grow up you will definitely become a big problem. Seema was reconstituting itself, its tone filled with hatred. I must kill you today. However, golden-haired monkey did not give up so easily. It smiled slyly. Seema shouted angrily, Don't pull it out. Golden-haired monkey ran around it until its body was completely pierced. Tears mixed with blood streamed from its eyes. Golden-haired monkey once again gripped its staff and with one move cut Seema's restraints. It roared furiously, launching an attack. Golden-haired monkey closed in on it, delivering a fatal blow to Seema's head. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it said tremblingly, You are still so stubborn and don't give up. You truly have guts. If I could, I truly wish all my subordinates were like you. Golden-haired monkey unleashed a series of sword moves, annihilating its opponent, causing Seema immense pain. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that he had only recovered 30 of his strength, yet couldn't even dodge its attacks. Its palm gradually shattered, and a claw emerged. Just as that claw was about to strike golden-haired monkey, it was about to deliver a fatal blow. Golden-haired monkey was severely injured. Seema, seeing its condition, was very pleased. That rotten stick is finally gone. At this moment, golden-haired monkey revealed 5 claws, and it frantically clawed at Seema. It even bit Seema, and Seema was not to be outdone, diving down from high in the sky, chopping at golden-haired monkey. Golden-haired monkey grinned, counterattacking Seema. Seeing this, he screamed frantically, Damn it! The two guys fought evenly. Seema rushed over and slashed golden-haired monkey. It raised its golden claws, preparing to attack. That hand lunged directly forward. Seema cried out in pain. Damn it! Golden-haired monkey's eyes widened. Seema lunged directly at the huge light orb. Golden-haired monkey was also severely wounded. Golden-haired monkey fell to the ground in pain, spitting blood, its injuries very serious. Seema transformed into a higher form again. Golden-haired monkey stomped its foot violently, assuming a ready stance. It said with a trembling voice, Even if it takes a long time, I won't fall. Seema spoke in a certain language, and its claws began to stand erect. Macrophage teeth. Seema muttered to itself, Using this move will put me in an extremely weak state, but it must end. He began to mock. This move will consume my life. It wasn't even effective against that giant alligator, so you should be proud. He is gradually accumulating power because this is your most spectacular death. Seema clenched his fist and shouted. Die! Long claws enveloped golden-haired monkey when suddenly several exotic beasts walked over. Seema saw this scene and felt extremely panicked. What? A cloud of white smoke billowed, and in the vast sandy sea and wind, Seth's lonely figure wandered in the desert. Suddenly he stopped, frowning, and said, So it was you emitting such a strong scent of blood. It turned out he saw a golden-haired monkey lying on the ground covered in blood but still smiling. Seth coldly commented, But you are also very powerful. You alone took care of this group of savage exotic beasts. Before him the corpses of exotic beasts were piled high. Seth said unhurriedly, Becoming stronger for revenge, that's a reason. He and golden-haired monkey sat by a bonfire, chatting. After revenge you will have nothing. Golden-haired monkey replied in a deep voice, I will. Its eyes gazed in one direction, and it continued. After revenge succeeds, other creatures will fear you, no longer bully you. Your tribe can live in the treetops. Seth asked curiously, Won't they retaliate? He hypothesized. If you retaliate against them, they will retaliate against you, and in the end, whether it ends or not, both races could face extinction. Golden-haired monkey's gaze was firm. It endured and replied, In the first revenge I will exterminate the opposing race. Seth was somewhat surprised by this answer, but still calmly asked, Aren't you afraid of moral decay? Golden-haired monkey was unfazed by this, replying bluntly, That's human morality. Speaking of this, its eyes became very firm. Its tone was broken but filled with longing. All I want to do is create a space for my people to survive. Seth suddenly stood up upon hearing this and said, I understand, follow me. Golden-haired monkey looked at him seriously. Seeing that it still had doubts, Seth slowly added, I'll take you somewhere. Only then did golden-haired monkey stand up. A moment later only a blue light was seen quickly passing through the forest, and upon closer inspection it was a red and blue stone with strange markings. Meanwhile on the other side the ground shook with a loud bang and dust flew everywhere. The next second, honey badger was seen flying out of that cloud of dust. Nearby, mutated wild boar lay on the ground, covered in blood. Honey badger, meanwhile, was held in the air by Seema, who had it by the neck. Its entire body was also covered in wounds, its hands hanging limply. At this moment Honey Badger raised its hand again, gripping his wrist tightly, then opened its mouth and roared loudly. Instantly a burst of power erupted, scattering the surrounding earth and rocks. However, Sema was completely unaffected. He said contemptuously, "This level of attack is meaningless, you three will all die together, you're the first." Meanwhile on the other side, golden-haired monkey was sitting on a stone in a deep pit. Here, Sema's tone was gloomy and heavy as he said, "Soon they will all join you." Golden-haired monkey opened its eyes as if something horrifying had appeared before them. Honey Badger lay motionless on the ground, and mutated wild boar was also severely wounded and unconscious. Finally, Monkey King was about to be dealt with. A spark of fire flashed in golden-haired monkey's eyes, and the next second a golden light was seen flying out of the spiky pit. At this moment, Sema slowly raised his hand, shouting, "Next, only you are left." His sharp claws prepared to pierce Honey Badger. And just then the two-colored strange stone flew quickly, rushing straight to the ground with a loud bang. This successfully attracted Sema's attention. It was still Honey Badger, and the next second a huge palm was seen reaching out from the forest. Sema cried out in alarm, "This?" And Honey Badger seemed to see a ray of hope, tears suddenly welling up in its eyes. Just now in a deep and bright pit, Seth introduced Desert Domain, one of the third spiritual energy outbreak locations. So this was the place he wanted to take golden-haired monkey. His calm voice sounded, "All exotic beasts, including humans, want to obtain this powerful spiritual energy and continuously rush in. As a result, their bodies are torn apart by the spiritual energy inside. So inside there is not only powerful spiritual energy, but also countless souls who have lost their physical bodies. Your iron-devouring beast of Misty Mountain has a very powerful ability to absorb all spirit stone mines and convert them into its own power. Most importantly, there are no side effects, but you will definitely be stronger than it. It can only absorb spirit stone mines, and your absorption limit is to absorb all substances beneficial to you. And perhaps you can even conquer this abyss." Hearing this, the golden-haired monkey's expression remained unchanged, but there seemed to be a ripple deep within its heart. Talking about this, Seth was sweating profusely with tension. The power in the abyss continuously strengthened and absorbed. "Use the crystals behind you to purify the souls here," he kindly reminded. "Don't take a wrong step. Once you fail, you will be completely devoured by the souls here." Returning to the present, the golden-haired monkey's colossal body suddenly appeared before Sema and Honey Badger. It stared at him, seemingly confirming its target. The next second, the golden-haired monkey shot out a beam of light. Instantly the beam erupted, pushing aside a large area. Back in the vast desert, only Seth remained. He frowned, muttering incredulously to himself, "I originally thought it could only absorb a portion of spiritual energy, at most 1/1, but I didn't expect." He looked at the empty deep pit, mumbling, "Everything was taken, even the souls here." Far away, dense smoke and dust filled half the sky. Suddenly a pair of bright eyes flashed, followed by bared fangs, radiating several streams of power. The golden-haired monkey appeared in an entirely new form, letting out a long howl. Honey Badger, holding Sema's severed arm, shouted, "I'm about to fall." Fortunately, the mutated wild boar flew over and caught it. Just then, some things flew out of the sand dunes. Sema looked up and cried out in horror. "What on earth happened? Why is it spiritual power suddenly?" Before he could finish, he was struck by a rushing beam of light. The powerful beam pushed Sema through several mountains. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could react, the golden-haired monkey had already raised its colossal palm and forcefully pressed him to the ground. Meanwhile, the mutated wild boar was flying away with Honey Badger on its back. Sema was already covered in wounds. He couldn't suppress his anger, shouting unwillingly repeatedly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it." The next second, the sand pile in front of the golden-haired monkey suddenly glowed, and in a flash Sema had transformed into another form. He cursed angrily, "You stinking monkey, I will kill you today." The golden-haired monkey bared its fangs, ready to fight. The mutated wild boar and Honey Badger landed on a nearby rock. Seeing the golden-haired monkey's new form, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide, exclaiming in surprise, "It's so big." At this moment, the golden-haired monkey enlarged its tail. Sema wondered what it intended to do, and soon the tail extended into the tunnel. Only then did he realize its intention, his eyes bloodshot, shouting angrily to stop it. "Stop!" However, the golden-haired monkey completely ignored him and directly smashed the tunnel. Sema charged over, shouting with murderous intent, "I will come and kill you." The golden-haired monkey clenched its fists, ready to battle. Then it slammed a fierce punch into Sema's stomach. This punch seemed to shake heaven and earth, sending him flying into the sky. A hole appeared in Sema's stomach and blood splattered. He let out a roar in midair. The next second, countless sharp fragments suddenly appeared, instantly filling the sky. The golden-haired monkey was somewhat surprised by this strange move. Sema spoke, reminding it, "You better pray your bones are hard enough. Otherwise I'll pierce you like a honeycomb." The mutated wild boar and Honey Badger, watching from the side, also worried for it. Soon, Sema began to exert force to control the attack. Instantly, the sharp fragments rushed towards the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey opened its mouth and let out a long howl. A pair of wings slowly grew on its back. Soon, the golden-haired monkey enveloped its body with its wings as a shield. Sema hadn't expected it to block this move, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" At this moment, the golden-haired monkey suddenly flapped its wings, deflecting the fragments. Sema was pierced and exploded in midair. The fragments fell to the ground, and the mutated wild boar and Honey Badger quickly ran away. They urged each other, "Run." A moment later they saw Seema's body falling. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before Seema could sit up, something pressed down on him. The golden-haired monkey glared fiercely at him. At this moment it had completely gained the upper hand, stepping on Seema on the ground. Only then did he feel fear, but still stubbornly threatened. "You can't kill me, I am a god." "Stinking monkey, you damned creature." The golden-haired monkey didn't respond. It opened its large mouth, allowing an exotic beast's soul to emerge. Seema also desperately spewed red light to resist with its last bit of strength. The golden-haired monkey in turn shot golden light, fearlessly responding, "Even a god will die here today." As soon as the words fell, the golden light had completely overwhelmed, shooting directly towards Seema. Seema's entire body was enveloped in golden light. His body seemed to be burning from the beam. In a flash, Seema was torn to pieces and fell. The golden-haired monkey retracted its energy upon seeing this. Who knew that the next second Seema's foot suddenly moved again? His body was no longer complete, disheveled all over, and he kept coughing violently. Seema suddenly raised his sharp claws and then rushed over like lightning. He successfully inflicted several cuts on the golden-haired monkey in an instant. The golden-haired monkey's hand bled rapidly, and it let out a painful roar. At the same time, Seema had just landed. Before he could do more, he took a punch to the face. Seema's eyes suddenly flashed with a light as if he had discovered something. The next second he turned and bit fiercely at the golden-haired monkey. His body grew another segment in a few seconds. Seema successfully entangled its opponent with its body. At this moment he released the golden-haired monkey again, looking at it and saying loudly, "It's not over yet." Then Seema unleashed the myriad fangs devouring bone move. Countless sharp spikes protruded, and the spikes on his body all pierced into the golden-haired monkey's body. Then Seema pulled out the blood-stained spikes, shouting again, "It's not over yet." As soon as the words fell, he spewed a force. That force burned fiercely, spreading out and occupying a large area. Its power even affected the mutated wild boar and honey badger. It was thought that victory was already Seema's, but who knew that at this moment the golden-haired monkey's hand reached out and covered his mouth. Its eyes were bright and fierce, appearing within his spiraling body. Seema's eyes were bloodshot, and he asked with wide eyes, "Why are you immortal?" The next second the golden-haired monkey easily loosened its restraint. It put a part of Seema's body into its mouth, then took a fierce bite. The next second Seema's entire body had completely exploded, and the golden-haired monkey had now transformed into a composite exotic beast, fused with many other exotic beasts. Seema lay shattered on the ground, thinking to himself, "Regeneration ability can't regenerate again. Spiritual energy has been exhausted." He looked at the countless exotic beast heads on the golden-haired monkey's neck, struggling in his heart. "As a god, am I going to die here?" At this moment the golden-haired monkey's head was mixed among the exotic beasts. It spoke, "I absorbed countless souls in the depths of the desert, and 72 of the most powerful souls could not be fully absorbed. Now they are still inside my body, eager to devour you." Then a wide-open mouth slowly approached Seema's body. Although he was afraid, he still stubbornly laughed loudly. "Even killing me is meaningless. The living gods will only become stronger and stronger." Countless greedy exotic beasts rushed over. In the last few seconds of his life, he still laughed triumphantly. "Despair covers all of you." Soon, Seema's body was torn to shreds by them. The exotic beasts enjoyed the delicious food with relish, blood splattering everywhere. The mutated wild boar and honey badger stood aside, witnessing this chilling scene. Seeing their brethren like this, they couldn't help but shiver. Meanwhile, an exotic beast within the golden-haired monkey's body was still devouring voraciously. At this moment, the stone with strange markings suddenly glowed. The light emanated, enveloping the golden-haired monkey's entire body. Then it suddenly spun rapidly, forming a circle in the air a moment later. As the speed gradually slowed, the golden-haired monkey was seen to have returned to its normal form, covered in wounds. Then it uncontrollably crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, on Venus, the alien species calmly announced, "An and Seema are dead." Seema, hearing that his two clones had been defeated, cried out in surprise. "What?" the Venus alien species solemnly explained. "The source of our power all comes from the Master. He divided his power into 12 parts, which are your 12 gods. If one of us unfortunately dies in battle, the power will return to the remaining deities." As expected, as soon as the words fell, countless purple fragments fell from the sky, and all the deities began to absorb power, just as the Venus alien species had said. A deity looked at its evolved spiky palm, muttering to itself, "It seems their deaths also had meaning, at least allowing us to become stronger." Then he vigilantly added, "But this also proves the enemy's strength. We cannot underestimate them. I didn't expect the exotic tree's subordinates to be so powerful." Meanwhile, the mutated wild boar and honey badger worriedly looked at the still unconscious golden-haired monkey, and here, the Venus alien species began to formulate a plan to deal with Zio. "The teleportation array didn't send them here this time. We can't wait any longer." All deities bowed their heads, waiting for orders. The Venus alien species solemnly reminded, "We must accelerate the completion of our tasks. We will quickly attack." At this moment, the ancient tree spoke. "Currently, the entire planet's situation is set, except for Dom's territory, which is now imprisoned by the exotic tree. The magic crystals previously collected have also been taken by the exotic tree's subordinates." The Son of Heaven and Dom were somewhat surprised to hear this. After listening, the Master offered his suggestion, saying, "Gather a large army and attack the exotic beast's territory. Even if the entire army is annihilated, it's not a pity. If the magic crystals are insufficient, transport them from elsewhere. It added with determined eyes, the transfer ritual must be completed. We must welcome the great emperor's arrival as soon as possible. The surrounding deities all responded in unison, good. The next day in the third city, White Tiger City, a golden light shimmered in the heart of the old tree, enveloping the golden-haired monkey's wounded body. The mutated wild boar looked on worriedly. Thunder saw their anxious expressions and comforted them. Don't worry, it's not in mortal danger. It will recover in another day. Although she said this, her expression was somewhat heavy, thinking, I didn't expect the golden-haired monkey to possess such powerful strength capable of defeating a god of this world, but the power within its body is very chaotic. She looked at the golden-haired monkey's wounded face, resolved. I still need to have Master take a look. On the other side, a spatial gate had already been constructed. The doctor looked at the parameters and shouted, everything is ready. Activate the transfer order. As soon as the words fell, the teleportation gate emitted a blue light. Another doctor and 2 exotic beasts emerged from the gate. That doctor couldn't believe his eyes, saying, finally out, I thought I'd be lost in there forever. Yor looked at them and instructed the person next to him. Arrange these victims in the first city, Nine-Tails City. Send them to the 4th city after it's rebuilt. The person next to him immediately responded, understood. Suddenly something fell nearby, smashing the ground to pieces, and dust flew, forming a small tornado, blocking the invasion of the planet's demonic beasts. In the tornado, Flash and Ox Demon were battling. Ox Demon gripped its axe, continuously wielding deadly attacks against the demonic beasts. Flash, on the other hand, with its extraordinary speed, was like lightning, eliminating the demonic beasts all the way. It was like a hero standing proudly on the battlefield. At this moment, the demonic beast leader roared angrily, commanding, stop them, don't let them break through this line of defense. It bared its sharp teeth, saying fiercely, kill them. The ox demons were not to be trifled with, roaring, crush them. The demonic beast leader's eyes were bloodshot, staring angrily at the ox demons. Explosions continuously erupted and corpses scattered. The leader was now covered in blood, saying weakly, don't. Flash stood on it, its pincers pressed tightly against its lower jaw, forcing it to beg for mercy. Don't kill me, Flash then questioned. Then answer my question, why do you keep attacking here? The leader hesitated for a moment, then replied, I cannot say. Flash, upon hearing this, did not hesitate, coldly replying, then die. At this moment another person suddenly appeared behind Ox Demon and Flash. As if sensing something, they simultaneously turned to look at the newcomer. Upon turning back, they also saw a gigantic exotic beast. They irritably said to each other, enemies again, they're endless. Another chaotic battle was happening elsewhere, with demonic beasts rushing towards the city gate. This is the 6th city. From above, a demonic beast legion can be clearly seen. Chingung asked loudly, somewhat confused, why are so many demonic beasts suddenly attacking this city? At this moment a black rift suddenly appeared in the sky. The black rift grew larger and larger, forming a spatial black hole. Unlike the 2 sides previously, the vast island was unusually quiet. In the sky, a chick hurried away. It flew to Nine-Tails, chirping, cheep. Nine-Tails understood its meaning, its expression becoming tense. It immediately opened its mouth and shouted, Glacier. Armor Column. Glacier and Armor Column heard the call and quickly turned around. Nine-Tails had already arrived before them, saying, you two come with me. Something has happened at Emperor Crocodile City. As Nine-Tails prepared to leave, another cry came, wait, it's Zishin's subordinate. It suggested, I'll go with you. Returning to the 6th city, the black hole rift grew larger and larger. Chingung said somewhat doubtfully, is that master? Transitioning to the 1st city, the central city, the architecture here was full of modern style. In the central city, Emperor Crocodile asked Yor, are they here to install the wormhole? It cautiously added, it would take them a lot of time to reach Earth, and this installation would save them all sorts of trouble. I believe they will definitely come again. After hearing what Emperor Crocodile said, Yor replied, but you have already repelled a god of this world. He recalled the golden-haired monkey who was still recovering from its injuries, and added, this is enough to prove that they are not invincible. Even that golden-haired monkey was able to kill a god on its own. The hidden strength of Misty Mountain's exotic beasts is indeed quite terrifying. As he spoke, he secretly pondered. Must be fully prepared and cannot solely rely on Master and the 10 great fierce beasts. Finally, Yor made up his mind and said, I understand. I will arrange everything next. Yor looked at Emperor Crocodile and added, I understand. I will arrange everything. In the observation room, 2 doctors sensed something was wrong and exclaimed, The 2 observers in the observation room quickly shouted, my lord. Images came from the 6th city. The screen showed a black hole, a void in the sky. Yor saw the familiar scene and recalled, just like the void that appeared above the Free Federation. When the elf race invaded, Emperor Crocodile, who was nearby, saw this scene and said in horror, it's them. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. The observer in the observation room anxiously shouted, it's not just the 6th city. More and more rifts are appearing in the sky. The 2nd city, the rifts are getting larger. The 3rd city, the sky seems to be torn apart by spatial cracks. The 5th city, at this point his face was filled with fear and he stammered. It turns out that a cosmic rift had already appeared above their heads right where he was standing. From that rift an eye suddenly appeared, staring intently at them. Yor looked up at the eye and said in a deep voice, it seems they want to wipe us out, don't they? The people in the observation room were extremely flustered at this moment and said, News has come from both the Washa Alliance and the Free Federation. Currently, people are gathering on the Free Federation side to observe that rift. The Washa Alliance is also highly vigilant about that rift. Little Blue unconsciously sensed something at this moment. From the spatial rift, a black shadow slowly climbed downwards. The Federation people, seeing this scene, all cried out in great surprise. It fell like mud, and a stream of black mist flowed down from above like a waterfall. It churned like a torrent trying to occupy the city. They gradually gathered, forming another shape. Soon it was fully formed. Little Blue, seeing this scene, showed no emotion on her face and watched it with cold eyes. The god of procreation opened the orifices on its body and shouted, "Are these creatures from another planet? Come everyone to Mother's embrace." From those orifices, demonic beasts began to rush out, charging forward to attack under the command of the god of procreation. Capture them all. Meanwhile, Son of Heaven, radiating killing intent, quietly watched the city before him. In the sixth city, soldiers guarded within the city walls. Qinggong stood opposite her, gritting his teeth, pondering with worry. What kind of creature is that? Its spiritual energy is truly terrifying. Before he could recover, a beam of light suddenly shot towards him. Fortunately, Rat King rushed forward and blocked the exotic beast's attack. Rat King was covered in wounds after this attack. Cold Wind rushed forward, shouting to remind Qinggong, "Qinggong, concentrate." Below the city, the exotic beast army was getting closer and closer to the city. Cold Wind, seeing this scene, was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and thinking, this guy's aura is exactly the same as the creature Master fought when we first arrived on this planet. He looked at Son of Heaven standing motionless before him and affirmed, "This is a god of this world." Qingjing looked up at the tearing sky and said to Qinggong, "Qinggong, look at the sky." Another creature appeared in the sky. The one who just appeared was none other than Sima. Cold Wind cried out in panic, "Another god has appeared," but Sima flew away as soon as he appeared. Shouts came from below. It ran away. Cold Rain rushed to Cold Wind to report. Everyone just contacted other cities. Now other cities. She was extremely terrified at this moment and shouted, "Gods have appeared in all of them." White Tiger had already flown to the third city at this moment, confronting a guy in a black robe. Sima had now appeared in the Free Federation. In the second city, while the surroundings had turned into ruins, someone was standing on the tallest building, observing. Its gaze was fervent, a hint of curiosity flashing through it. Moving to the fifth city, everything here was already desolate. Looking at the scattered corpses, the god of matter said in disappointment, "I brought so many demonic beasts in vain. It turns out there isn't even a single powerful exotic beast here." Suddenly, several barrier halos appeared in the air. It cried out in surprise, "That's..." Then the god of matter began to spread its arms and chant an ancient incantation. Those halos immediately transformed into pyramids inscribed with ancient runes. Only then did it say with satisfaction, "All right, now it's up to the others." No sooner had it finished speaking than a force rushed over and struck it. The one who launched the attack was Zillion. Unexpectedly, Zillion's claw was tightly gripped by it. Witnessing its previous attack, the god of matter pondered. "This creature's speed is too fast," it said. "Where are our subordinates? Couldn't they stop you?" Zillion replied disdainfully upon hearing this. "Subordinates? I didn't notice any." The demonic beast below had been completely annihilated, leaving only its cold voice. "Perhaps they've all been killed." In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts lay motionless and scattered on the ground, the voice echoing in its ears. "Subordinates? I didn't notice any. Perhaps they've all been wiped out." Before the god of matter, Zillion spoke proudly. In the blink of an eye, Zillion's entire body seemed to erupt with power, adding, "But you don't need to worry." After hearing these words, the god of matter's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, Zillion had already broken through, becoming a second-form combat body. It coldly looked at its opponent and roared, "You're going to die anyway." On the other side, Flash and Ox Demon were battling the demonic beasts in the sky. Yu Zun's anxious voice urged, "Flash, Ox Demon, hurry back to your own cities to defend. The God Elder has already attacked." Flash, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, "What? Where's my city?" Yu Zun replied from the sky, "Zillion is fighting in your city, but now the second city has been completely occupied." Ox Demon hastily asked, "If we retreat, what about here?" At this moment, more and more demonic beasts appeared. Yu Zun reassured it, saying, "Don't worry." Behind it, a fierce polar bear legion appeared. "They will take over." Yu Zun looked at the demonic beasts, his eyes firmly promising, "I will not let them break through this line of defense." In the second city, the surroundings were eerily silent. Dom stood before the demonic beast horde and announced, "There's an enemy attack." The demonic beast below followed his instructions. "You must stop those low-level creatures for me." Not far away, war drums continuously sounded. Beneath the drum formation were elite soldiers and exotic beasts. Exotic beasts cautiously looked at the enemies before them. Confronting them was a horde of demonic beasts ready to pounce and tear. A demonic beast said in a hoarse and contemptuous voice, "You low-level creatures will lose sooner or later." Hearing this, a tiger let out a furious roar, and the Tiger Clan immediately charged forward to attack. The demonic beasts were above White Tiger's head. White Tiger led Little Blue around the tall tower. Observing the situation, the little girl's eyes lit up and she immediately used the Eye of Secret Treasure. Little Blue scanned the tall tower, secretly assessing that pillar transmits energy from underground. Little Blue frowned, thinking cautiously, and the energy is transmitted to two places. White Tiger circled the tall tower and the city, and the little girl silently assessed, "Although I don't know what they're trying to do, it's definitely nothing good." Just then White Tiger opened its mouth, preparing to fire energy at the tall tower. As soon as Little Blue gave the order, Little White destroyed it. Little White immediately shot that power towards the tall tower. After this attack, the tall tower remained completely unharmed. Intact, Little Blue commanded White Tiger again. This time, the power Little White shot towards the tall tower was even more fierce. Son of Heaven, seeing this, said disdainfully, "I won't let you destroy it, you two white cats." Little Blue, seeing that the tall tower was still not destroyed, bit her lip and let out a huff. The map showed the various city regions: 5th City, 3rd City, 4th City, 2nd City, 6th City, Central Region, Washa, Free. Furthermore, except for Dragon Island and Dom's territory, Azure Star had been occupied by Yu Ziyu's forces. Dom's territory, on the other hand, was divided into 8 parts, all currently under direct attack from the gods. At this moment, in a central tower under attack within the central region, the Elf King loudly ordered, "Keep firing arrows." The elf warriors rushed forward, firing arrows at the central tower. The central tower had to endure this rain of arrows. Seeing the tower begin to show unusual movements, the Elf King loudly ordered, "The large buildings in the central region have been severely damaged. Continue firing spiritual energy arrows and prepare the ballistas." Upon receiving the command, the elf race quickly pulled out 2 colossal ballista carts, directly destroying that building. No sooner had the words fallen than 2 colossal arrows shot out. Carrying immense destructive power, they rushed straight towards that building. Suddenly a hand reached out, stopping the attack of those 2 colossal arrows. It was Yor. He used his ability to command, "Come back." Immediately, those 2 arrows changed direction and flew towards the elf race. The arrows rushed over, destroying 2 of the elf race's ballista carts. The Elf King, seeing this scene, said in surprise, "What?" The dwarf race witnessed all this and sighed. "The elf race is indeed unreliable. Let's go." From above, Yor could see the dwarf army approaching, and he blurted out in some surprise, "Dwarves?" The dwarves, riding demonic beasts, charged up menacingly, but they hadn't gone far before they were stopped by a colossal claw. Emperor Crocodile rushed over, brandishing its sharp claws, striking the dwarf race to the ground. After this sudden attack, the leader of the dwarf race fell to the ground, continuously coughing, cough, cough, cough. The Elf King on this side was also restless. Zixian rushed over from behind the Elf King and said, "Why don't you play with me?" Zixian confronted her, the Elf Queen. It gritted its teeth and charged forward. "Let me play with you." The Elf King's eyes widened and she roared, "Take your dirty hands off me." Zixian violently punched her in the stomach, sending her falling backward. Its pupils shone with rage and it growled, "Take your dirty hands off me, are you kidding? You're the one who started this fight, you want to kill my companions." The Elf King spat out a large mouthful of blood and Zixian's face turned ashen. "I came with the determination to kill you, don't expect me to show mercy." Suddenly, hidden weapons from the side shot towards it. Zixian turned to dodge the attacks of the Flying Bird Legion, then attacked the Queen again. "Prepare to die." A huge explosion occurred behind it, with flames raging. Columns of fire shot up into the sky, sending the bird-riding elves flying. Zixian coldly jumped down and the elves' corpses also fell to the ground. The Elf King muttered angrily, an orange-red flame igniting in her palm. Zixian was slightly startled as columns of fire rained down, converging. The Elf King roared, "Be burned to ashes, you damned black and white creature." Zixian was engulfed by the flames, crying out in pain. The columns of fire grew larger and larger, and its body gradually floated into the air. The Elf King, riding a bird, flew over, laughing loudly. "Damn it, I'll tear off your charred skin and trample it underfoot later." Suddenly, a stream of fire flew over, entangling her and making her panic. Zixian emerged from the swirling flames and charged straight at her. "Don't think that just because I'm delicate and handsome and tall that I'm weak." Watching her, Zixian landed 2 punches directly on the Elf King's face. Her eyes rolled back and she shouted in rage, "How dare you hit my face, you disrespectful wretch!" Zixian delivered another kick, sending her falling from the large bird. A massed flying kick. Crash! The Elf King fell heavily to the ground, causing a violent tremor. Zixian leaned back, his eyes wide. "It doesn't feel good to be kicked down from a height, does it?" The bird she was riding opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar. Another explosion erupted in the air. Zixian stood on the bird's motionless body, glaring. "I command fire and ice. This level of fire cannot harm me." It turned and left in the smoke and dust. "Your subordinates just now desperately protected you, but to kill me you even attacked them too." Zixian's eyes widened and he shouted in rage, "You truly are merciless." The Elf King staggered to her feet in the ruins. "Your title, let me be the one to strip it from you." Zixian's palm ignited with a red flame. "And also I'm not some dirty thing." The Elf King's eyes widened, gritting her teeth, consumed by rage. Zixian charged straight at her stomach, delivering a heavy blow. "I am a national first-class protected animal." Raging flames enveloped both of them. She was sent flying by its punch, crashing onto rocks. Zixian clenched his fists, looking at the fallen Elf King below. This was the best outcome. Suddenly, a light projectile struck its left chest. Zixian spat out a mouthful of blood, turning to look with difficulty. Having been attacked from within, it fell weakly to the ground, and a 4-legged exotic beast with a long tail and many craggy horns flew over. In the air, an ice pillar flew past with a group of exotic beasts. Zixian's brother widened his eyes and anxiously asked, "Huali, how long until we arrive?" Ninetails remained silent. "Master usually took 15 days back then. Now with the help of the void we can get there in an hour." Zixian's brother roared in rage. "What, an hour? The battle would have already ended by then." It growled impatiently. "I must get to my brother first, I have a bad feeling." Zhangfeng Yinyu followed closely. "I'll go with you." Ninetails frowned, turned its head and ordered, Glacier armored column, you two go to the 6th city, Glacier asked doubtfully. Big sis, are you going to the 4th city? Ninetail's red pupils lit up. That place is already in ruins. He was going to find Little Spirit. A massive explosion occurred in Arid Spring City in the central area. A group of exotic beasts roared with open mouths in the courtyard. Yor floated in the air enveloped by turbulent wind. What happened to that panda? Its aura was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and empty medicine bottles lay scattered on the ground. Had it fallen? Zixian suddenly stood up, looking around, having almost died. You are indeed as Master said. It looked up at the exotic beast on the rock, despicable and shameless. A sharp vertical eye appeared on its face. Words are just void. The result is what matters most. A red-eyed gaze opened. As long as victory could be achieved, any price was acceptable. Behind the god of nature, a cylindrical statue rose, carved with peculiar circular patterns, and a dark shadow hovered on tall pillars behind the god of nature and the god of illusion. A figure plunged from the sky, raising a cloud of smoke and dust, its enormous exotic beast claws incredibly sharp. Zixian stood between the god of illusion and the exotic beasts. Yor lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "There are 3 gods. We are not so weak as to be slaughtered by you." The god of illusion laughed loudly and charged towards them with the god of nature. Then let's see. Zixian laughed and launched an attack simultaneously with Yor and the exotic beasts. Inside the city, a giant pillar towered into the clouds emblazoned with striking circular patterns, and the exotic beast's scarred tail swayed. The Australian exotic beast roared, "It seems we were still a step too late." It folded its arms across its chest, gritting its teeth. "To think such a creature has occupied this place." Dom's pupils glinted with a fierce light. HMPH, it stretched its neck and shouted loudly. "How boring, I'll play with you." At the base of the pillar, a group of alien species were released. They received orders to quickly rush and deal with these enemies. The Australian exotic beast furiously demonstrated the power of earth creatures to them. It straightened its body, extended its sharp claws, and appeared in the air in the blink of an eye. The top of the pillar erupted with a fierce explosion. Smoke and dust billowed, gradually dispersing to reveal 2 figures locked in combat. Dom and the Australian exotic beast clung tightly to each other, their arm muscles tense. Its eyes were bloodshot, pupils wide. "You don't have that special spiritual energy on you," on the exotic beast. "Are you really his subordinate?" The Australian exotic beast gnashed its teeth in anger. "Of course not." The ground at the top of the rock pillar stirred up smoke and dust from the fierce impact. Dom and the Australian exotic beast leapt apart to maintain distance. It lowered its head, its eyes filled with disdain. "The creatures of your planet all have extraordinary destinies." It arched its back, spread its arms, and a pillar of energy shot into the sky. Divine body, Dom transformed, its abdomen and shoulders turning into red flames. The Australian exotic beast widened its eyes and roared loudly, "I've never killed a god before. This time I'll give it a try." It spread its legs to stand firm, arched its back, its claws curled, and emitted a peculiar blue-black spiritual energy throughout its dark body. Dom laughed loudly and hurled a magic fireball forward. "Interesting." The Australian exotic beast roared and charged out, its right arm enveloped in dark magic. The power of God and darkness collided simultaneously in the air. The Australian exotic beast's eyes darkened. The god's fireball created a powerful tremor and the ground cracked accordingly. The dark tiger fiercely roared with an open mouth. The exotic tiger pack also charged forward simultaneously to attack the invading exotic beasts. In the air, White Tiger flapped its wings and soared, carrying a small girl. "Little White, fly as high as you can." Little Blue pursed her lips, frowning with worry. "Rather than thin air, there's no air left at all, but I can still hold on." The little girl and the exotic beast broke through the pure white clouds. Little Blue looked back, her red pupils widening in terror. A hazy blue-green layer with peculiar triangular patterns enveloped everything from the outside. Magic array, magic array." Little Blue's brows furrowed tightly, and she gritted her teeth. "What's more, the destination is the city where other companions are. Although I don't know what it's for, it's definitely nothing good." That tall pillar still stood majestically in the city center and had to be destroyed first. An exotic sandbird flapped its wings and flew towards the little girl. "What are you doing flying so high?" Little Blue glanced at it, her face filled with anxiety. "Yuzun, you've come at just the right time." Jingji gnashed her teeth, surrounded by a group of ferocious exotic beasts. Several gophers bared their teeth and rushed over, whimpering. They gnawed and suppressed several exotic crocodiles until they bled and fell. The ground around Jingji vibrated as exotic insect beasts crawled towards her. A giant sandman appeared, quickly waving its hand to grab the exotic insect beast body. Not far away, a figure completely wrapped in a black robe hovered in the air. Jingji pursed her lips, looking at it with hatred in her eyes. "God!" She charged out amidst her teammates' surprise. "Qinggong, I'll leave this to you." Jingji brandished a vine and shot it towards Son of Heaven. The vine wrapped tightly, constricting her body. Son of Heaven was knocked to the ground, Jingji's brows tightly furrowed with worry, her eyelids trembling slightly. Defeated, suddenly a pillar of light shot up in front of her. She gently retreated, bending down to look. Below, Son of Heaven spread 6 golden shimmering wings on her back. "Praise me, sing my praises." Jingji, the sinner, clenched her hands, her long hair swaying to conceal her expression. Son of Heaven murmured softly, "Praise my beauty." Jingji, the sinner, widened her eyes and roared, extending her hand to control the vines to shoot out, putting on airs. The tip of the vine grew sharp teeth and bit Son of Heaven's face. Jingji's brows furrowed tightly and she shouted to suck her blood dry. Son of Heaven turned her head. Extending her hand to grab the vine, Son of Heaven said, "I have no blood." She lowered her head, her voice still steady. Why won't you praise my beauty? Am I so pure that I am unworthy of your faith? Jinji gnashed her teeth again, a furious red light flashing in her eyes. There is only one whose beauty I deem worthy of praise. She hovered in the air, her body releasing dozens of entwined vines. You are not beautiful at all, Son of Heaven said in a deep voice. The 5 purple scars on my face are deeper than before. Let me bring you death, because next through my hood I will reveal a pair of triple pupil eyes. I will crush you underfoot. At the space gate beneath the hero statue, a blue light emanated and exotic beasts surged out. Falcons circled in the air. Qinggong, Cold Wind, Little Blue wants you to destroy that stone pillar. He looked up in surprise. All attention is focused on the stone pillar not far away, which is activating a magic array. Although I don't know what the consequences will be, it must be destroyed. Yu Zun turned and quickly rushed out. I cannot stay here to help. I still need to notify others. A blue light suddenly shot down rapidly from the sky. It grazed Yu Zun and shot towards the teleportation gate. The ground cracked and the teleportation gate was destroyed. Qinggong and Cold Wind shouted anxiously, the teleportation array has also been destroyed. The god stood at the top of the stone pillar, the blue light on its face gradually fading. Informants cannot live, everything must be pure. Flames still raged fiercely. The elements under the black robe were the same, and the sandmen and exotic beasts rushed towards it simultaneously. 2 magical lights flashed, striking the top of the stone pillar simultaneously. Qinggong leapt up. Cold Wind, that person quickly cooperated, understanding. He roared, clasping his arms together, and dark magic surged into the sky. Watch me utterly destroy it, Dark Blade. Cold Wind's face was deeply furrowed, his eyes twisted. Here dark magic was released at the top of the stone pillar, scattering in all directions. The smoke and dust suddenly cleared, and he knelt on the ground, the tip of his dark weapon piercing towards the top of the stone pillar, yet it remained motionless. Cold Wind gnashed his teeth, his face grim, no trace left. A blue light suddenly shot out from the smoke and dust, penetrating him, and Qinggong 3 golden pupils glowed. Elements cannot be destroyed by physical attacks. I am like this, and so is this tower. Qinggong and Cold Wind's faces were ashen, their bodies broken in 2. This is terrible. We also have elemental abilities. Their bodies gradually healed under the god's gaze, and a 7-eyed crimson monstrosity appeared. Which number are you? Qinggong and Cold Wind pursed their lips, gritting their teeth upon hearing its words. You seem to be listed among the 10 great fierce beasts. Sigma and An were killed by you, ranked 8th and 9th respectively. Its eyes flashed with madness. Which number are you? The veins on its head pulsed, that person said loudly. Then you'll be disappointed. You're not worthy of them dealing with you. The elemental god revealed its true form, a 4-limbed beast with a large mouth and 7 eyes on its upper body. I am ranked 3rd among the gods, and now I will tear you to shreds. Feathers flew in the air, and segments of vines intertwined, wrapping tightly around Son of Heaven. The vine suddenly tightened, leaving no gap. Purple light shot out from Son of Heaven's exposed wings. Jinji gnashed her teeth and looked up, dodging the attack. One of her eyes struck, her pupils revealing pain. Bleeding. The vines gradually loosened, revealing Son of Heaven's head. Your attack had no effect. Another vine quickly shot out, landing on Son of Heaven's head. Jinji's face was grim, and she charged over with fierce eyes. She hovered in the air, watching Son of Heaven's head fall from its body, her tattered hood revealing 3 mouths and 2 ugly triple pupil eyes. Look what you've done. You're so disrespectful to a god. You must not speak such rude words. God, please forgive me, Jinji frowned, secretly thinking. She was bleeding just now, so her head must be her weakness. She controlled the vines to wrap around Son of Heaven's head. Take this opportunity to finish her. The vines tightly enveloped her head. I must drain her blood. Son of Heaven's eyes emerged, 3 golden pupils squirming downwards. You're too naive. A white light shot out and Jinji was sent flying. She gnashed her teeth, her eyes twisted, raising her hand to block the white magical light. The magic power grew stronger and the light sphere expanded, destroying the ground. Son of Heaven's head gradually formed its true shape, a round mouth with fangs and 2 snail-like eyes. Its lower body consisted of dozens of pupils and a huge mouth, divine body. Son of Heaven transformed from a human form into a deformed monster. Suddenly countless red vines shot out fiercely, entangling her body. Son of Heaven screamed frantically, do you think I will be ambushed by you again and again? You are too naive. Jinji approached her, sneering, then you will probably be disappointed. No sooner had she spoken than she continuously shot out countless winding vines, aiming at the opponent's body. Son of Heaven gently opened its disgusting giant mouth, completely swallowing them, then laughed triumphantly. Is that your only trick? Suddenly countless flickering eyes appeared on her body, and streams of light inadvertently penetrated Jinji's body from there. This attack made her cough incessantly, spitting blood on the spot, and red vines seemed to completely lose control one by one. Jinji tried to tightly wrap around Son of Heaven's entire body, not allowing a single patch of skin to be exposed, as she continuously twisted and struggled to break free from this control. In an instant what passed through those red vines were scattering lights. Jinji, disregarding these lights penetrating her body, still tried to maintain her posture. Her eyes were filled with determination. I must drain you dry here. Space seemed to fall into chaos. The lights grew denser and denser, accompanied by an eerie laugh. Although Son of Heaven's eyes were entwined below, the opponent's grim voice rang out. So is that your only trick? Jinji still exerted all her strength to continuously attack, but her opponent laughed loudly. Then, you won't survive. No sooner had she spoken than huge amounts of viscous fluid continuously poured out from Son of Heaven's mouth. It instantly enveloped Jinji, tightly wrapping around her body, holding her in its embrace. Son of Heaven's eyes were unblinking, surrounded by divine light. That glowing cocoon was like an egg hovering before her. Finally, in the illusory and endless space, this light sphere gradually shrunk. A ray of light passing through Son of Heaven's eyes, turning into nothingness. That tiny light sphere gradually extinguished, and immediately after, Son of Heaven seemed to fall into a state of agitation. She screamed hysterically, her eyes looking as if something had torn them to shreds. Her other eyes were no exception. She coughed incessantly in pain. Son of Heaven's scalding hot blood continuously gushed out from within. Why? Ah, my blood is boiling. Jingji's image appeared in her mind. What did that woman do to me? My spiritual energy is constantly draining. The eyes on top of Son of Heaven's head continuously sprayed blood in all directions. Too careless. If this continues, I will die here. Her entire body seemed immersed in a pool of blood. Continuously expanding, I must abandon this body. In an instant, that terrified eye shattered into fragments, floating in the blood-red space, then falling to the ground, lying there powerlessly. Her weak and tiny body still remained in that viscous fluid, almost completely drained of spiritual energy by her. That damned woman is still restless even in death. Son of Heaven looked up. If those guys find out, wouldn't I be ridiculed? Son of Heaven flew up with effort, revealing a strange smile. But a win is a win. Next I will go and kill. She was about to make her move when something suddenly pierced her throat. Son of Heaven's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. It was Jingji's familiar red rope, and Jingji had already appeared, completely unharmed. Son of Heaven couldn't believe what she was seeing for a moment. You're not dead. How are you still alive? Around her were 3 corpses identical to Jingji. Son of Heaven recognized the technique. Blood shadow clone art. When did the blood flow from her eyes? Jingji on this side spoke expressionlessly. From the start, I wasn't draining your blood. Instead, I injected my own blood into your body, destroying you from within. Her expression was exceptionally stern. You're strong, unreasonably strong, but you underestimated me. What if you're transcendent rank 5? You're not invincible. Son of Heaven opened its mouth wide, its tone full of challenge. Then come on. Son of Heaven suddenly snapped its jaws shut, biting through its opponent's ropes with its teeth. Not only that, a massive loophole appeared, making Son of Heaven even more agitated. What did it matter if it lost its body? I still possessed transcendent rank 5 strength. The red rope suddenly coiled around the rampaging Son of Heaven, slowly binding and imprisoning her. Son of Heaven remained defiant in the face of death. My death is useless. It will only make the other gods stronger. Subsequently, she let out a burst of mad laughter, making Jingji frown and feel uneasy. Faced with this grating laughter, Jingji decisively destroyed it, causing Son of Heaven's body to explode. The ropes that bound Son of Heaven remained, and blood continuously flowed from within. Jingji seemed to have suffered significant spiritual energy loss after this battle. Holding the wound on her shoulder, gasping for breath, her gaze gradually blurred. So tired, not much blood left in my body. I really want to rest, but Jingji retrieved the red ropes one by one. She had to hurry and help. Meanwhile, an explosion occurred where Cold Wind was, and the demonic beast below continuously roared. He was in a sorry state, thrown far away. Cold Wind continuously coughed blood and kept coughing. The elemental god and another giant entity were sandwiching him. Qinggang let out a scream, lunged forward fiercely, and resisted with all his might. He was the one controlling the giant entity, his hand gripping the elemental god's tooth-filled mouth. He didn't hesitate, directly controlled this entity and slammed it hard into the ground. Strange energy bubbles continuously shot from its body, penetrating Qinggang's body and causing him immense pain. As he struggled, Qinggang was suddenly startled because the elemental god was standing right in front of him at close range. The next second, a dark power surged from above, accompanied by the elemental god's harsh, violent sound. Not only that, it continuously fired massive energy attacks from its mouth. Cold Wind was currently inside Qinggang's body. He gnashed his teeth, a hint of horror flashing across his face. It's too strong, its power is unfathomable. No sooner had the words fallen than the two suddenly noticed an object flying from high in the sky at an extremely fast speed. That strange object continuously transmitted a terrifying power into the elemental god's body. It seemed to recognize this state. This is the power of number 12. He was killed. It laughed triumphantly. Excellent. Cold Wind and Qinggang also seemed to notice the anomaly. What's wrong with it? Its spiritual energy is rapidly soaring. The elemental god roared confidently. I tell you, no matter who we are, as long as one of us gods dies, his power will be distributed among the other gods. Our strength will only grow stronger and stronger. Hearing this, the two became even more terrified. One of its eyes narrowed. It's not like before now. This is my evolved version. Meanwhile, in the second city, the town here suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. An Australian exotic beast moved through the chaos of this bomb rain. Dom stood in the black smoke. Seems you're about to get a few more scars. It narrowed its eyes, its entire body radiating irritation. Too bad, except for that fox, all the other guys are dead. Suddenly, a terrifying spell descended from the sky, shooting towards Dom. This spell seemed to fully integrate into his body, making him feel completely refreshed. This made the Australian exotic beast gnash its teeth. Its power had increased again. That power was so strong that the rock Dom stood on shattered. Before it could get a clear look, he had already leaped fiercely onto the Australian exotic beast back at some unknown point. Just as it reacted, the opponent's power had already been summoned. Dom struck it with all his might. The Australian exotic beast's eyes seemed about to explode. Dom, with quick eyes and hands, grabbed its tail again. He mercilessly flung the Australian exotic beast away. Dom's voice was low, his gaze cunning and sharp. Once I'm done here, I'll go find that exotic beast and avenge my previous humiliation. Although the Australian exotic beast's eyes continuously bled, it defiantly grunted, it roared, concentrating a series of dark powers. Bastard! This left Dom perplexed, a huge question mark appearing above his head. The Australian exotic beast reached out its black hand and pounced. As it gradually approached its opponent, it suddenly found its hand involuntarily restrained. Dom stared intently at that hand, letting out a soft sneer. His hand formed a fist. That time I couldn't leave a hole on the exotic beast. This time I'll make a hole. No sooner had the words fallen than Dom's sharp claws pierced the Australian exotic beast's body. On your body, it was caught by surprise. Continuously coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, it struggled with both hands to grab the opponent's hand that was rampaging inside its body. Dom seemed to sense something amiss. The Australian exotic beast raised its head and shouted towards the sky. It's up to you. As he looked up, he saw a figure carrying a giant axe charging over. Ox Demon, with a sharp glint in its eyes, charged fiercely. Go to hell. The next scene was an earth-shattering explosion. It stood amidst that rampaging space. Suddenly, dense smoke erupted from the massive black city wall. The Australian exotic beast was flung far away, gasping for breath and gnashing its teeth as it looked forward. This was a fierce, evenly matched contest. Dom simply couldn't believe his eyes. Ox Demon's face showed displeasure. It's you again. My master couldn't kill you last time. You should have cherished that. He laughed arrogantly. This time I've come for revenge. As the breeze swept by, Dom's resolute voice rang out. The first step is to turn this place into ruins. What I cannot have, none of you shall have either. Then I'll bring your heads before the exotic tree. Faced with his contemptuous gaze, Ox Demon gently extended its hand. Dom couldn't help but be startled. Everything around him seemed to vibrate violently. He seemed to sense something unusual. Gravity, he whispered with a peculiar sharpness. You want to cut off our heads, then defeat me first, Dom simply replied. That's precisely my intention. Then he charged forward directly at an extremely high speed. The Australian exotic beast witnessed all of this from the side, sighing inwardly. He can actually move so fast under this gravity. Its king immediately increased the gravity by 30. The surrounding gravity was also gradually strengthening, throwing space into chaos. Dom had to move with difficulty. The gravity continued to increase. Seeing its opponent struggling to move, it roared confidently. Even my subordinates would move like ghosts? Dom glanced sharply, letting out a cold grunt. Before he could even make a move, Ox Demon slapped him across the face. The area around them seemed to fall into an even more urgent state. The wind began to blow fiercely. It was so strong that the Australian exotic beast instinctively had to cover itself with its hands. At the same time, its king raised its giant axe, then, shouting loudly, it swung it with all its might, delivering an extremely violent attack directly to Dom. Just as it thought it was over, it was suddenly startled to find that Dom was emitting a light of life and death. That light grew larger and larger under the opponent's gaze, then continuously shot out rays of light, forming countless giant orbs of light that were gradually approaching. Under Dom's control, they rubbed against each other, creating an extremely magnificent spectacle. Ox Demon no longer hesitated, immediately unleashing its weapon skill. His hand pointed directly downwards, shouting loudly. Ox Demon was no exception. It fought alone. It dodged and blocked giant light orbs several times larger than its own body. It fiercely hacked its weapon this way, then that way. Dom was horrified to discover that his own power was attacking him in reverse, having been deflected back. Each axe blade fiercely collided with the light orbs on this side. Then alone it sent most of the remaining light orbs flying with a single move and then repeatedly attacked with the same move. Every giant light orb collided tightly, vibrating violently. The Australian exotic beast was astonished, too strong. Harsh explosions came from the black city wall, shaking the silent space. Dense smoke billowed, making it impossible to even see where the opponent was standing. Truly powerful. To actually leave such deep wounds on me. Dom emerged from the billowing smoke, continuing his words. You're stronger than the trash next to you. Seeing him unharmed, the Australian exotic beast gnashed its teeth. He's still alive. Ox Demon unhesitatingly pointed its axe blade at him, saying confidently, I am the second-ranked fierce beast in Misty Mountain. Ox Demon, Dom's sharp fingernails suddenly mutated. I am the god of this world. His appearance changed again. Ranked 7th among the gods, my strength now approaches that of the 6th-ranked god. Ox Demon showed no fear upon seeing this. Its form had changed again. Not only that, a gleaming weapon appeared in Dom's hand. You and I have something in common. He took out his weapon, saying firmly, Our weapons are both axes. Come on, round 2. Ox Demon no longer hesitated, directly swinging its arm. Enough talk. The two quickly charged at each other. Tearing and biting, it immediately increased gravity by another 40. Immediately, when the two weapons collided, the surrounding rocks became heavy. Dom unhesitatingly delivered a powerful provocative move to its opponent. Ox Demon quickly reacted to block, thinking to itself, does gravity have no effect on him? It had no choice but to release its hand, saying softly, Your strength is transcendent rank 5 initial stage, but your ability is so powerful. Dom extended his hand as if politely inviting, Would you consider becoming my subordinate? At this moment both sides were in a state of extreme tension. Ox Demon spoke first. Are you insulting me? Don't say such things. All right, Ox Demon emphasized. If 40 gravity has no effect on you. Dom was startled to hear this. Realizing it reacted to his words, Ox Demon immediately increased the gravity many times over. Then I'll use stronger gravity. Gravity increased from 70, gradually pressing Dom into the ground. Then Ox Demon shouted angrily, I'll crush you. A memory suddenly flooded his mind. That time Honey Badger used leaves to inject life essence into the golden-haired monkey's body, making its injuries heal rapidly at a visible speed. Subsequently, as if gaining new power, they charged forward again. Meanwhile, the Black Continent Exotic Beast and Emperor Crocodile stood observing from a high vantage point. The Black Continent Exotic Beast spoke first. In the Great War with humans, all three of them died. That battle was truly dangerous. The Emperor Crocodile next to it immediately said, "Everyone desperately stayed here. After all, this is where everyone lives. If even this place is taken from us," its words caught in its throat, "then where will be our sanctuary?" The Black Continent Exotic Beast suddenly replied, "Emperor Crocodile, you are like a sharp blade in Misty Mountain." After speaking, it then mentioned its own kin. "Big Sis, I am the leader here." After speaking, it asked itself, "Then what am I?" Returning to the battle, an extremely heavy oppressive feeling enveloped both sides. It was then that Dom exclaimed, "Damn it, he's also starting to feel the effects of gravity on his body. The gravity is getting stronger and stronger, and it's still increasing." Another mutated creature observed the situation between the two sides, exclaiming in a low voice, "Truly, truly powerful. Even I can feel this intense pressure from outside." It suddenly remembered Ox Demon from Misty Mountain. Looking at the power Ox Demon was radiating, it asked itself, to what extent is his power unfathomable? On the other side, humans were taking up weapons to fight another mutated creature. Observing the magic tower, they also noticed a change, and the atmosphere became very heavy. At this moment, Dom muttered to himself, "I must leave its attack range, but even moving is difficult." As he pondered a solution, a huge rock suddenly descended from the sky, casting him under its shadow. Dom, with his keen reflexes, shouted, "This is bad." Just then, the rock fell, pressing down fiercely. Subsequently, a violent slash appeared, changing the situation. Ox Demon charged frantically. The axe in its hand seemingly infused with immense power, transforming into a massive ray of light. It seemed its power was too great, so much so that Ox Demon's axe cracked from being unable to withstand it. Unexpectedly, that ray of light shot directly towards the magic tower. A magical force shot out from both sides, blocking each other. It turned out that when the rock fell, Dom wasn't crushed. He had already dealt with it quickly with his axe, not forgetting to accuse Ox Demon. "It seems your power isn't enough to affect the light. Look at you, using such immense power." Ox Demon retorted with sarcasm, "You're not having an easy time either, are you?" After speaking, Ox Demon launched an attack. "Let me see if you can crush me first, or if I can kill you first." Without hesitation, it decisively threw the axe in its hand towards him. The axe seemed to have its attack power increased by 100, rapidly cleaving that majestic light in half. At this moment, Ox Demon let out a roar, preparing to unleash its beast body. It was then that Ox Demon made a bold decision. To charge directly towards that light. With a gravity impact, it swiftly rushed towards Dom, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Speed combined with gravity. When they collided, Ox Demon's power grew even stronger. Dom no longer wanted to delay, so he charged over. It must end. Then Dom suddenly noticed an anomaly ahead. He ran through the hazy smoke. Ox Demon's face was revealed. It immediately retorted, assertively saying, "I am the guardian of all." Dom, not to be outdone, held his weapon with determination. "So what?" No sooner had the words fallen than his axe enlarged and attacked it. He confidently introduced, "This is the move that slayed the White Dragon King, and it is also the strongest blow against your master." The mutated creature was even more astonished by that scene. Ox Demon's gravity was affected by that move, and the gravity had already begun to dissipate. Thinking of this, it loudly warned, "Ox Demon, dodge quickly." Just then, the attack had already appeared behind it, but Ox Demon, with its agility, had already seen everything. It immediately used its ultimate move, Black Hole, of course, remaining completely unharmed. The attack seemed to dissipate into the void, turning into smoke, then swirling around Ox Demon. Seeing this, Dom shouted in panic, "My spiritual energy is being absorbed." Ox Demon scoffed, "My gravity didn't dissipate, rather the black hole's gravity absorbed everything, including your abilities." At this moment, Ox Demon kicked its leg back, instantly appearing before Dom. A punch pierced its chest. This blow, carrying gravitational pressure, penetrated the body, oppressing both. From the pierced spot, blood dripped continuously, and blood also began to gush from its back. Dom, full of questions, absorbed all the moves. Unwilling to accept the current reality, it immediately shouted, "If we only fight with our physical bodies, I won't lose." Immediately after, Dom punched Ox Demon in the face. Provoked like this, Ox Demon roared and raised its fist. Dom was immediately struck hard by Ox Demon again. This blow aimed at its vital spot, and blood gushed from Dom's mouth. Even so, Dom refused to be outdone, retaliating with a powerful divine punch, making Ox Demon spit blood. The two released each other and entered a gravity-wielding state. Because this was Dom's gravity, Ox Demon had to grit its teeth and endure. Dom meanwhile laughed loudly, "Haha, you've been going all out continuously. If you want my life, you'll have to use even greater power." Subsequently, it said proudly that only then would it be worthy of the title of second among the 10 great fierce beasts. As for Ox Demon, it also noticed that the entire area was enveloped by 80 gravity, but it had little effect on it, and the black hole could only seal some moves. Thoughts began to surge. How could it possibly defeat it? With so little spiritual energy left, how much longer could it last? Just as the saying goes, when pushed to a desperate situation, one will fight for their life. It clenched its fists, deciding there was no more time for idle thoughts. Ox Demon erupted at this moment, shouting, Dom, let's fight to the death. Dom seemed provoked, roaring in response to Ox Demon's call. Come on, the two immediately lunged at each other. Tearing and biting, their power was so terrifying that it formed a whirlwind of fury. The mutated creature outside reminded Ox Demon defeat him. After speaking, Ox Demon spat out a mouthful of blood due to Dom's attack. The gravity had now increased to 90. In an instant, Dom discovered in horror that it had lost an arm, and it immediately roared loudly. Ox Demon spoke, "Battle should be like this. I became a god of war to obtain." Before it could finish speaking, Dom slammed a punch into its stomach. Immediately, one side of its waist was torn open with a large hole, but Ox Demon didn't care at all. It seemed to be enjoying the thrill of the battle at this moment. Seeing the opponent's state, Dom became even more agitated, gnashing its teeth, seemingly unable to comprehend. Could it still counterattack? Was it immortal? Then both sides continued to lunge at each other. Ox Demon knew itself to be a guardian, and this was its motivation to continue. "I won't let everyone experience separation and death again." Subsequently, Ox Demon, with a 110 gravity punch, pierced Dom's abdomen, making it spit out a mouthful of blood. Without giving the opponent a chance to breathe, it continued to attack with 120 gravity. At this moment, Ox Demon laughed loudly, power concentrated in its fist supergravity punch. Taking advantage of Dom being disoriented by the shock, Ox Demon leaped into the air, shouting, "I won't let you leave alive. As long as you live, you'll continuously slaughter them." Ox Demon's eyes were filled with hatred and determination. "So I cannot let you continue to live like this." After speaking, the final blow slammed violently onto Dom's body. At this moment, it gradually lost consciousness, spitting blood, while Ox Demon continuously reminded itself, "I must protect everyone." Dom was immediately knocked to the ground. Due to the excessive power, the surrounding ground cracked, and the dust gradually dispersed. Only then could the mutated creature see clearly. It waited intently, gazing at the dense smoke ahead. Finally, it clearly saw Ox Demon holding Dom by the neck, lifting it into midair while its body had a massive hole in the center. Seeing this, it quickly rejoiced. He won. Ox Demon heard this and chuckled, hee hee. Suddenly Dom spoke, "You can't defeat me. Your life force has already begun to burn." But Ox Demon simply replied, "So what?" A change immediately appeared on Dom's body. It found its body suppressed, and its healing arm snapped, unable to recover. Ox Demon said, "Every creature will have an end to its life. Gods are no exception." At this moment, Dom's entire body began to dissipate, and it still struggled to say, "I never expected to die at the hands of creatures like you." Its consciousness also faded. Immediately after, only a trace like a blood-red withered branch remained. Seeing this, Ox Demon was also stunned for a moment. At this moment it sighed in relief, having finally defeated a god, and that magical artifact had also cracked. The surroundings were now calm. The sky was clear. Night fell, leaving only Ox Demon and the cracked axe. Only then did it lift its head and stretch its body. Suddenly the mutated creature appeared beside it, nudging its stomach with an elbow as if to make it more alert. It said, "You finally won after such difficulty. Don't collapse now." Suddenly a flash of light shot out from a spatial rift. It flew past the already cracked artifact wall, and Yuzun unexpectedly appeared, but one of its wings was no longer intact. Seeing its friend in this state, Ox Demon asked, "What happened to your wing?" Yuzun reassured, "I'm fine, I can still go on. You stay here to stabilize the situation and prevent any unforeseen changes." After speaking, it turned and flapped its wings, flying away, leaving the message, "I still need to notify the other companions." At this moment, Ox Demon gripped the axe handle, raised its weapon and swung it high to chop. On the other side, the ant colony detected an anomaly and panicked. Other ants had similar reactions. Before them was the artifact wall, but at this moment an unusual light mark appeared at its top. The people there began to panic. They were rushing towards the tower. Ox Demon pushed it down with one hand, reminding, "Get out of here, it will affect you." The mutated creature immediately fell silent, then it quickly decided to turn and leave, saying, "You must survive." The ant colony roared loudly at this moment. They charged in swarms to attack Ox Demon, targeting the lone Ox Demon. Despite the numerous enemies, it calmly said, "Fall with this tower." A smile with hidden meaning immediately appeared at the corner of its mouth, and a dazzling light shot directly into their eyes. The tower was now completely destroyed, and the mutated creature seized the opportunity to rush out. A huge sound accompanied the collapse of the tower, and shattered stones flew everywhere. It fell like a landslide. Houses bore the brunt of everything. Suddenly a burst of power erupted, and Ox Demon knelt on the ground. Before it lay the weapon that had accompanied it for a long time. Surrounded by scattered tower fragments, it closed its eyes, leaned back, and let go of everything. "The rest is up to you all." At this moment, all areas were affected by the massive falling rocks from the collapsing tower. Suddenly a beam of light fell, and a blue creature landed. Before it was a giant octopus. It opened its mouth, power converged, and then it shot an attack at the octopus. The attack quickly struck it. Unexpectedly, the octopus was unharmed, while its moves shattered. Around it at this moment were its own fragments. It immediately wondered, "What's different about this thing compared to before?" The octopus began to explain. "My entire body is composed of the hardest material on this planet." Then it continued, "I am the strongest defensive existence among the 12 gods." Suddenly, its entire body glowed as if power was being injected into it. It emphasized the name God of Matter, but the other creature ignored it, replying, "Cut the crap. No sooner had the words fallen than its attack was repelled before it could even be launched, and it was sent flying, its body now cracked. The octopus secretly scoffed. "How could you possibly keep up with the speed of light?" it roared unwillingly. "I've grown stronger, I'm no longer weak." Immediately after, its body underwent a transformation. It said nothing, directly launching its next attack at the octopus. The octopus now perceived that spiritual energy was intensifying. The mutated creature before it seemed to be charging to attack with all its might, utterly reckless. Seeing this, the octopus realized the situation was bad. Due to its negligence, it was hit hard and sent flying. Due to the immense power, it was thrown very far, and one of its tentacles was severed. It was in horrified disbelief. With a loud bang, the octopus fell, while the creature stood there watching the enemy severely wounded. Zillion had severed 2 of its tentacles with its sharp claws. This astonished it. "My body was cut," it roared in anger. Then it shouted, "It seems your blade is very sharp." Saying this, it aimed its tentacles at Zillion, but Zillion had already dodged through every gap at supersonic speed. It perceived this as phasing into the void. Subsequently, Zillion rushed from behind as fast as sand, and Zillion struck its body with a slash, making it fall to the ground groaning. "My leg," not letting it continue to guard, Zillion continued to move beside it, then delivered another slash. Continuous slashes appeared around it, making it spit blood, and unable to resist. At this moment, Zillion lunged directly at it. Suddenly Zillion cried out, "Ah!" Its eyes now changed color, and it whispered, "Just a few severed tentacles and you're so pleased with yourself?" Then it used that power that enveloped the surroundings in brilliant light, sending Zillion flying. A patch of land was swept away by that blue light. Its tentacles now shot out from there, directly piercing Zillion's body. Only now did it speak. "I originally thought I could kill you in my normal state. I do have some strength, but only a little," Zillion growled defiantly. "I haven't lost yet." But no sooner had the words fallen than a flash of light shot out and Zillion's 2 hands were severed. It then said, "To be able to see my body, your death is worth it." As soon as it finished speaking, it shot that blue light at Zillion. Zillion muttered, "Damn it." That blow swept across that land, sending it flying far away. That land was left with only debris. Suddenly heavy footsteps echoed. It turned its head in a daze, seeing a cloak fluttering in the air. Zillion was somehow saved and resting on the other side. It was Flash who had come to save Zillion. Flash majestically confronted it. With its crimson eyes it stared intently at Flash, exclaiming in admiration, "Golden form, ant-like creature, are you one of the 10 great fierce beasts?" Flash was unfazed, instead asking, "A god?" However, its gaze suddenly filled with killing intent. In an instant Flash delivered a slash, causing it to burst into raging flames. It roared loudly, but this was merely an illusion. Its entire body was completely unharmed. This made it wonder, thinking, "What was that just now? An illusion making me hallucinate with just killing intent." But it didn't let it remain idle. Flash leapt into the air. It charged directly at it but was blocked by its tentacles. Flash paused slightly, then took a running start and charged toward that large eye. Meanwhile it mused thoughtfully, "Its speed is even faster than a praying mantis." Flash now used a power boost, a 6-fold slash. This blow split everything around into 2. Zillion, seeing this, widened its eyes in astonishment. Smoke filled the air, obscuring everything. Zillion looked at these moves, praising them sincerely. Too strong, the power of a single blow, yet it remained unharmed, which made Flash even more excited to display its full strength. The God of Matter's previous attack caused the rock wall to collapse. Zillion narrowly dodged, but was still slightly affected. Too strong, Flash unexpectedly appeared before it, walking forward step by step. "Zillion, do your wounds hurt?" Zillion hadn't expected Flash to be there. It exclaimed, and Flash began to unleash its power, its entire body glowing. It growled, "I've come to avenge you." The God of Matter swung a tentacle forward, its speed astonishing. It created a whirlwind with its long arm. The God of Matter laughed heartily, full of amusement. As expected of one of the 10 great fierce beasts, its strength is indeed extraordinary. Flash looked up, observing the enemy carefully, thinking to itself, "Its spiritual energy is surging too fiercely." Just then, the God of Matter had already begun to attack it. Seeing this, Zillion, worried from behind, hurriedly shouted a warning, "Flash, be careful." The God of Matter drew closer to Flash, scoffing and retorting, "Careful, can that win?" The tip of its tentacles pierced the ground like sharp iron nails. Amidst the dense smoke, Flash shot forward like an arrow, lunging directly at the God of Matter. Flash's entire body was enveloped in powerful spiritual energy, its speed unmatched. It intended to directly attack the enemy's red eye, which was believed to be the brain controlling everything. When Flash was only a short distance from the God of Matter had already timely used its ability to unleash a counterattack. That blow seemed to repel Flash, its power boundless. Zillion stood on the ground, knocked down at its feet by that attack. It exclaimed in surprise. The ground shook violently. Some areas cracked and dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. Zillion was both shocked and worried, thinking, "Too strong, is this its true strength?" At the same time, Flash unexpectedly rushed in from the God of Matter's flank. It slashed at the God of Matter with its pincers, but it timely blocked with a tentacle, deflecting that blow. Its eyes rotated. Tone was very confident. "I sacrifice speed only for the pursuit of defense and strength. I am the fifth-ranked being among the infinite gods. Flash easily dodged the god of matter's tentacles, then leaped into the air. It firmly retorted, strongest defense, then I'm even more determined to kill you. With that, it charged towards the god of matter like a drill, performing a sevenfold slash. The god of matter blocked the slash with its hard, frozen tentacles, but it seemed unable to withstand it. A very deep gash appeared on its tentacle, and the god of matter couldn't believe its eyes. You're kidding, right? My body, Zillion excitedly shouted from below. It cut through, there's a hole. The god of wisdom was still shocked by Flash's power. To be cut in this state, even that guy had never left a wound on me. Flash, however, had already discovered the god of matter's weakness and how to harm it. With one hand it concentrated power on its blade, and with the impact of speed it was enough to cut a hole in your body. It seemed even more confident. I'm already used to the hardness of your body, the god of matter began to rage. Just cutting a hole and you're so proud, is that so? Flash began to unleash its power. A powerful energy emanated from its entire body. If it had already cut through, then everything would be simple. It fought with spiritual energy transformed into a sword, performing an eightfold slash. Immediately after, Flash moved through the air like a beam of light charging straight ahead. It aimed at the god of matter's eye again. Flash used all its strength, cutting in a straight line, then stepped back. Its slash severely wounded the god of matter and blood began to spray. Flash didn't stop there. It turned and attacked again. Facing the danger, the god of matter tried to block its advance with tentacles. Flash was fearless, moving agilely, cutting at those tentacles. Those tentacles were completely severed. Pressing its advantage, Flash quickly charged towards the enemy. It cleaved towards the god of matter like a beam of light descending from the sky, blood splattering on it, and its spiritual energy was almost exhausted. The god of matter was split in two by Flash, its entire body crashing to the ground. Flash also leaped onto a nearby stone, feeling somewhat uncomfortable itself. A sevenfold slash was its limit. Its body still couldn't fully control this power. After defeating the god of matter, it walked to Zillion's side, asking concernedly, "Zillion, are you alright?" Suddenly, Zillion grunted, its eyes fixed on Flash's back. It urgently shouted a warning, "Flash, it's not dead yet." Flash looked up to see a tentacle descending from the sky, ready to strike fiercely. It violently pierced the spot where Flash had just been standing. Fragments of rock splattered from Flash's previous position. Fortunately, it dodged in time. It ran back to stand beside Zillion. Those tentacles began to bulge, slamming violently into the ground. The god of matter had healed itself, its body gradually recovering, its regeneration speed astonishing. "You tortured me so badly. During that peaceful time, everything was wonderful." At that time, Flash confided its thoughts to Zillion. "I want to leave here, to play around in the arcane continent." Zillion asked in surprise how long it would be gone. Flash looked up at the blue sky, its tone filled with anticipation and hope. "I'm not sure. I want to know if I can become stronger after leaving Master, and how much I can grow just by using everything I currently possess. Perhaps I'll only return to Master's side when I can control that power." But all the peace was broken in an instant. Returning to the battlefield, the god of matter was continuously launching consecutive attacks, and Flash had to dodge again and again, white smoke billowing, obscuring the view ahead. Zillion behind it suddenly spoke with worry, "Flash." At this moment, several cracks had appeared on Flash's body, and fragments of its outer shell fell to the ground. A question arose in its mind. "I clearly avoided his attack just now, but now I'm injured." In the blink of an eye, the god of matter had appeared before it. The god of matter became ferocious, its entire body enveloped in a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy. "Do you think I can't hit you just because your speed is faster than mine?" Its body suddenly underwent a strange transformation, its body rapidly regenerating, and its tentacles grew back. The god of matter transformed into another form. Its tentacles now became its legs. Zillion shouted upon seeing this. "It changed form again," the god of matter responded with a contemptuous laugh. "This is just shedding my outer shell. Do you think you can kill me?" With that, it extended its arm, its sharp claws aiming at where Flash stood, striking down fiercely. As soon as its arm slammed into the ground, Flash agilely dodged to the side. It leaped up, appearing directly beneath the god of matter's jaw, taking advantage of the enemy's restricted vision. It used its ultimate technique again. Flash charged forward, launching a frontal attack on the enemy's face, performing an eightfold slash. Suddenly, its body paused in midair, seemingly sensing something amiss. Seeing this, the god of matter revealed a cunning and pleased smile. It began to use its power. Those long tentacle-like legs were gradually freezing the surrounding air. Flash was already distracted, lacking vigilance. It was counterattacked by the god of matter, fully enduring the enemy's attack. Flash had to desperately resist, trying its best not to be knocked down. A long beam of light shone in the dim sky. That beam of light shot straight into Earth's atmosphere. White smoke billowed. Zillion cried out anxiously, "Flash!" At this moment, Flash was suspended in the swirling smoke. Both its left arms were broken. The god of matter roared triumphantly at it. "You underestimated me too much, and that's why you lost both your arms." A silence enveloped, and the thick dust gradually dispersed. Flash stared at the god of matter, secretly thinking, it seems not only its appearance has changed, but its moves have as well. Despite its severe injuries, it didn't give up, flying straight towards the god of matter. Suddenly, its entire body stiffened and blood splattered. Flash looked at its hand, asking itself in confusion, "What's wrong with my body?" The god of matter provided the answer. That's radiation. I've already said my entire body is composed of this world's matter, and these materials contain various elements, one of which is radiation. In this world, radiation exceeding 400 is enough to claim the life of any creature. The radiation I released, a hint of cruelty flashed in the god of matter's eyes, is 8,900. As soon as it finished speaking, Zillion also started coughing incessantly. Its body swaying as if it would collapse at any moment, blood gushing from its mouth, feeling immense surprise in its heart. Even me, taking advantage of Flash's disadvantage, the god of matter charged fiercely to attack. Your end is here. Its tentacles struck Flash's face directly, pushing it backward. The god of matter laughed triumphantly, attacking with all its tentacles. The Flash from just now, there's no reason it couldn't dodge this slow attack, right? Flash was continuously pushed back, its body growing more exhausted and covered in wounds. Its carapace was gradually cracking and falling off, completely lacking the strength to resist. However, the god of matter held back. That last blow, I didn't even use my full power. I don't want to kill you now, I want to torment you slowly. Seeing the unfavorable and dangerous situation before them, Zillion anxiously suggested. But Flash stopped him. Flash, let's hide in the void together, it replied, coughing. No need, I'm fine. The god of matter was very puzzled upon hearing this. What do you mean? It looked contemptuously at the heavily wounded Flash opposite, its tone filled with mockery. What, do you think you can defeat me? That's not what you mean, is it? Flash suddenly knelt on one knee, lowering its center of gravity, then concentrated its power in one leg. Its entire body exuded a firm and imposing aura, responding. No, that's exactly what I mean. Flash's power seemed to erupt, and it shouted furiously, what do you think I relied on to survive in the arcane continent? If you're a god, open your dog eyes and see clearly. The god of matter was also stunned by the powerful spiritual energy emanating from it. My true strength. Recalling a few months ago in the arcane continent, a foot stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to collapse. Flash stood before other mutated exotic beasts, training alone against 3 exotic beasts. It shouted at them, come on, keep fighting. I won't stop until I successfully master that ability. Flash leaped up, charging towards the 3 exotic beasts to attack. If I can't master that power, then kill me here. Returning to reality, a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and the god of matter could no longer laugh. Smoke and dust billowed again, and Flash's figure was vaguely visible within the tall light pillar. The light of its spiritual energy illuminated the entire space. Its immense power forced the god of matter to retreat, using its tentacles to surround itself for protection. Flash had already transformed into another form at that time, its arms fully regrown and intact, its entire body covered in a special carapace. Its eyes were incredibly sharp and firm. Flash's change made the god of matter vigilant. Its aura was completely different from before. Zillion curiously turned to ask Flash, is this the power you used when you teamed up with me to fight against humans? Flash explained. If I had used this power from the beginning, my body would have been destroyed by the backlash, so I never used this power until I almost died several times in the arcane continent. Only then did I fully control it. Subsequently, it stared directly at the god of matter, issuing a challenge. Come on, this time we can go all out. The god of matter still greatly underestimated Flash, loudly mocking, just a little stronger? Are you that arrogant? Flash said no more. It charged forward, using action to intimidate the god of matter, delivering a powerful slash to the god of matter. The god of matter took the attack, its body losing balance, gradually falling. It spat blood, seemingly unable to believe any of this. Flash was still affected by radiation. It murmured with a sigh, blood flowing. No matter how I evolve, I cannot escape the biological fact of being a flesh and blood creature. The god of matter began to rage again. It opened its mouth and spat an attack at Flash. Don't you dare get proud even if you become stronger. The radiation in your body won't be eliminated. Before you can kill me, you'll collapse before me first. Flash showed no fear. It decided to end the battle quickly. It flew closer to the god of matter, performing a ranged slash. That slash hit the god of matter's right arm, its speed too fast for it to dodge. Flash continued to push forward, its tone filled with determination. This time I'm not just cutting your outer shell, I'm going to shatter your core. The god of matter immediately tried to counter with its regeneration ability. You wish. It violently swung its tentacles forward. A sonic boom, a dazzling light enveloped Flash. It once again fully endured the god of matter's attack. However, Flash was not repelled this time. It immediately launched a fierce counterattack. This kind of attack is useless against me now. Flash unleashed a massive slash, completely overwhelming the god of matter's power, performing a 9-fold slash. The god of matter, overly confident and arrogant, had no time to react, and Flash's slash cleaved straight into it. Its body once again split in two. This time it was more severe than before, even it hadn't expected it. Zillion was astonished behind it. Its body was cut in half. Flash still continued to charge forward, its 2 sharp pincers like swords. The god of matter was gradually recovering its body. It wouldn't be easily defeated. In that case, your speed is indeed very fast, so I'll seal your speed. Immediately after, it used its tentacles to erect stone walls, restricting Flash's abilities. The god of matter laughed loudly. Shrink your range of movement, let's see how you can maneuver now. In just a few seconds, Flash was completely enveloped by the stone layers it erected, like a cocoon. Then in the next second, a powerful slash split that stone cocoon in two. Flash shot out like an arrow, crashing directly into the God of Matter. The God of Matter was sent flying very far, slamming heavily to the ground with only its eyes and a few short tentacles remaining. Its injuries not light from the impact just now. Flash hovered before it. Your defense is useless against me now. You are the strongest defensive being among the gods, perhaps other exotic beasts would struggle against you. It charged forward, raising its sharp pincers to attack, but you met me. During that time, its body still gradually ran out of energy due to radiation. Blood continuously flowed from its joints, and its outer shell continued to fall off, the radiation situation worsening. Its internal organs began to crack, yet it still endured only to truly finish off the God of Matter. But this was also its final blow. It violently slashed at the God of Matter, using almost all its remaining power. Suddenly its body froze, and an incredulous, astonished expression appeared on its face. Before it could deliver the final blow, the God of Matter had already frozen itself, protecting itself. It seems you're not having an easy time either. Gods aren't so easily killed. Just when it seemed there was no other way, Zillion appeared beside it, raising its pincer and pointing it at the God of Matter. Flash looked at its side in surprise. Zillion, Zillion shouted to it. Flash, concentrate. The powers of the two resonated, causing cracks to appear in the God of Matter's defensive layer. Both poured all their strength into this final blow. The God of Matter was completely panicked. It yelled as if begging, "Stop, stop." Flash and Zillion of course did not stop. Eventually the God of Matter's defense was crushed. Flash and Zillion's two sharp pincers pierced the God of Matter's eyes. Its eyes wide open, its body gradually lost signs of life and fell. I didn't expect to. In an instant it completely vanished into thin air. Both landed on the ground where nothing was left intact. Flash and Zillion were both severely wounded. Flash panted, "I finally defeated it." Its voice trembled and its blades were shattered. Zillion lowered its head and replied, "Clearing the remaining demonic beasts below will be a great success." Suddenly the ground vibrated violently. The tip of that stone pillar had been struck off and a huge light was enveloping it. Zillion looked up and shouted, "The stone pillar is glowing." Just then Yuzun flew over from afar, also wounded. It cried out in panic, "Oh no, the energy from the stone pillar is getting stronger and stronger. Flash, Zillion, quickly destroy it." Flash looked up at Yuzun and shouted, "Yuzun," Yuzun explained while urging, "That stone pillar is a part of the magic array. Although I don't know what will happen, it must not be allowed to exist." After listening, Flash concentrated its power on its remaining blades. "I understand. Surrounding land has been cut into circles. I will destroy it immediately." Due to the effects of radiation, before it could do anything, its body was already overloaded. It was bounced back, its outer carapace almost completely shattered. Zillion quickly supported it from behind. Zillion carefully set its companion down, calling out worriedly. "Flash," Flash spoke weakly. "The power was reflected and my body is filled with a large amount of radiation again. I don't have much strength left to stand up." Zillion followed Flash's gaze, "But I must destroy that stone pillar." After a few seconds of thought, Zillion threw Flash to Yuzun in the sky. "Yuzun, catch," Flash asked it worriedly. "Zillion, what are you doing?" Zillion had already made up its mind. It couldn't always leave things to it. "You rest, leave the rest to me." After assessing the situation, it figured out a way. It would be difficult to destroy it with its current strength alone. "I must move this tower." Its eyes flickered with determination, gazing into the void. A voice suddenly echoed in its mind, "What right do you think you have to stand at the same height as Flash? You'll only drag it down." Zillion stomped heavily on the ground, thinking to itself, "Master, you're wrong." It released all the energy in its body and shouted, "I can absolutely fight alongside Flash. I am definitely not its burden." Ultimately, Zillion would put an end to all of this. Zillion unleashed a powerful slash. A dazzling light pierced the stone pillar as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Flash broke free from Yuzun and rushed down. Qingfeng Yuzun couldn't stop it in time and could only shout a warning, "Flash, come back, you'll be affected." Flash shot down like a rocket, directly colliding with the light pillar. That huge stone pillar was completely enveloped by the light. Yuzun cried out in pain in the air, calling out the names of its two friends. Zillion. Flash, amidst the swirling white smoke, a pillar of smoke shot into the sky. That smoke pillar rolled onto the ground, bounced up again, and finally stopped after hitting a rock. That stone pillar had been destroyed, leaving a huge crater in the ground. Zillion was now sitting next to Flash, which had lost its lower body. It trembled as it said to Zillion, "I won't let you die again, never." It looked at Flash's missing lower body and the hole in its chest. Zillion could no longer hold back its tears, only muttering to itself, "Don't die, don't." Flash, it suddenly remembered something, turned sharply and called Yuzun. "Yuzun, life essence." Yuzun was also helpless, only shedding tears. Flash held no hope either. It said calmly, "Forget it. Qingfeng still sounds better." With that, Flash closed its eyes, losing all signs of life. Zillion couldn't accept it, shouting, "Flash, wake up, Flash." It held Flash's gradually cooling body, weeping bitterly. "Save me, someone save me." Suddenly wings unfurled violently. Even Little Blue couldn't help but turn to look. A red ribbon fluttered, beautiful and dazzling, accompanied by a few faint bone chains. White Crane and Egret appeared like saviors. Little Blue's gaze filled with hope as she looked towards the sky, and even Honey Badger was stunned. Little Blue clasped her hands, murmuring, "Zixian, son of God." At the same time, Zixian jumped down from White Crane, excitedly greeting, "Long time no see." Little Blue's face immediately fell when she saw it. and White Crane mercilessly threw it to the ground. However, Zixian still smiled radiantly, looking up. I have a lot of experience. First, save the person. No. Save Emperor Crocodile quickly. Use my life essence. The scene here instantly became unusually desolate. All the creatures gathered around jointly saving Emperor Crocodile. It spoke gratefully, "Thank you very much for everyone's help." But Little Blue, hearing its words, immediately guessed, "Wormhole device, it wants to rely on this technology to come to Earth." Emperor Crocodile responded with firm eyes, "That's right, after all, last time it took them a month to reach Earth, and a large-scale invasion requires more time." It looked up at the sky, firm in its goal. Zixian was fighting fiercely. It created a vortex of flames, preparing to attack the enemy. Red Lotus Flame bed, it pierced through the flames and charged straight ahead. Zixian punched the god of nature in the face, making it scream. Suddenly, many huge beans appeared in the air, puzzling Zixian. They grew naturally into giant vines that entangled Zixian's limbs. It sensed something and shouted through gritted teeth, "My spiritual energy is being absorbed." Those bean vines wrapped tightly, preventing it from moving, then delivered it to the god of nature's mouth. In such a critical moment, Zixian had to petrify those bean vines to stop them from moving. Only then could it escape. "Frozen punch," it shouted angrily, provoking the god of nature. "Despicable god, to ambush me, is this all the strength a god has?" The god of nature's eyes widened. "Are all you earth creatures so arrogant?" Immediately after, it created a huge vortex that could suck in everything. When the vortex dispersed, the god of nature had changed form. Divine body. Zixian became exceptionally excited, finally going all out. On the other side, Yor was also confronting a god. That god looked at it and commented, "Your spiritual energy is not as strong as I imagined." Yor replied coldly, "You'd best maintain that thought. You'll regret it after you die." The god heard this as if it were a joke, confidently declaring, "I will not die." Dark magic enveloped it. "I control death in this world." The god transformed into its divine body form. "I am the god of death." Even so, Yor showed no fear or hesitation. It opened its palm, creating a huge electric field. Ridiculous. It lifted all the surrounding weapons, aiming at the enemy. Even a god, Yor used the electric field to control those weapons and hurled them at the god of death, would eventually die. With a loud bang, flames blazed before its eyes. Parts of the god of death's body were missing, but it still recovered as before, holding its death scythe. Death is not a choice. It raised its scythe, a powerful energy surged out, and then countless undead appeared. Death cannot be refused. They all rushed towards Yor, each undead holding a different weapon. It was fearless, instead remarkably confident, and knew their weaknesses inside out. 70 of a creature's bones are minerals, including iron. The moment it clasped its hands, those undead were completely struck down. Broken bones scattered everywhere. The god of death looked at Yor with some surprise, not expecting it to defeat the undead army in the blink of an eye. Yor spoke confidently, "Your fate is not yours to decide." The god of death summoned another giant demonic beast shaped like a shark. "Interesting. Let me see how powerful your race is." Yor did not retreat, beginning to unleash its power. Magnetic enhancement, using magnetism to enhance strength, endurance, and even shorten its own reaction time to 1/5 of a normal person's. Meanwhile, that demonic beast charged over, opening its gaping maw, trying to devour it. Yor raised its hand and used magnetism to smash that demonic beast to pieces. The god of death was also somewhat affected. It swayed slightly, taking a few steps back. Yor kindly explained to it, "All things in the universe are composed of atoms, and so is spiritual energy. I can change the structure of spiritual energy through a magnetic field, but you might not understand. I'll make you understand through battle." The god of death was angered by Yor. "What's there to not understand? Isn't it just that you can nullify my spiritual energy?" Yor said nothing, leaping forward at extremely high speed to stop it. The god of death wielded its scythe, creating a death spell. It was very confident in its ability. The death spell is a magic that condenses the resentment of dead souls. Anyone who comes into contact with it will die. But then Yor's palm was about to touch its face. Yor tightly squeezed the god of death's face with great force and deliberately mocked its enemy. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." A huge magnetic explosion erupted, the shockwave spreading and blowing away earth and rocks. After the explosion, the god of death had been pushed far away. One of its arms was broken, and one of its eyes was shattered, revealing the muscles of its face. Its gaze fixed on Yor, it asked itself, "What just happened?" It recalled the moment just now. It directly ignored the death spell and charged straight over. At this moment, Yor had landed on the opposite side. It held up the god of death's broken arm, provoking, "This is your spirit body." Then it crushed the bones, turning them into dust right before its master. Currently, 4 gods have died in battle. In the early stages of the spiritual energy outbreak, smoke and dust filled the air everywhere. Houses were severely damaged and demonic beasts were ubiquitous. Destroyed infrastructure and massacred humans, finding pleasure in all of it completely irrational. Peaceful life was instantly overturned. Cries for help echoed all around. A lucky survivor was trying to escape with many wounds on his body. What on earth happened to this world? Demonic beasts had invaded human homes, turning everything back to its primitive state. Why did it become like this? That man was the former Yor. It rushed home, praying silently in its heart. You must be safe, but reality was cruel. Before reaching home, Yor encountered a demonic beast. Its body was enormous and it held a person in its mouth. The person's arm was exposed, wearing a bracelet on the wrist. Yor stared intently at that bracelet. Perhaps it was familiar to it. Its eyes were wide then, its whole body stiff. The demonic beast finally swallowed the person with a satisfied expression on its face. Seeing this, it screamed like a madman. That agonizing cry seemed to rip its heart apart. Back in reality, Yor was unleashing its power. It used magnetism to lift giant rockets into the air and hurled them at the god of death. The god of death summoned a series of undead demonic beasts, their roars shaking the ground. Those rockets began to explode, flames raging, creating a huge explosion. The god of death stood in the sea of fire, wielding its scythe, spinning once to block the flames. Then Yor rushed over, cutting through the fierce flames. The god of death created a huge vortex as a barrier, blocking Yor's attack. Absolute defense. Even so, Yor still punched through that barrier, its fist directly striking the god of death in the face. The god of death showed no panic. It glanced at Yor, snorted coldly. It had long set a trap, luring Yor to fall for it. Two giant undead demonic beasts stood on either side, opening their mouths to accumulate energy, aiming at Yor. That energy was incredibly powerful, their light exceptionally dazzling, making it impossible to see the situation there clearly. After this sudden fierce counterattack, smoke and dust filled the air, but the god of death did not see Yor. Dead? No, its spiritual energy is still there. From the smoke, Yor appeared, its body still intact. It was then that the god of death realized that Yor's clone was now suspended in the air, its cloak fluttering in the wind, its tone exceptionally confident. If it were other exotic beasts, they might be helpless. It raised its hand to control the rockets, aiming at the enemy below. But perhaps I can defeat you. The god of death suddenly laughed out loud upon hearing this. Yor looked at it in confusion, asking, "What are you laughing at?" The god of death replied mockingly, "You are truly amusing." Yor was provoked by it. Its eyes filled with killing intent. "Do you think I can't kill you?" The god of death didn't respond. It raised its scythe and dark magic surged out, an undead created from that energy. Yor loudly shouted at the god of death, "I told you that move is useless." A cunning glint flashed in the god of death's eyes. "I advise you not to make a move." After the dark magic dispersed, an ordinary-looking body appeared, a blonde little girl. The girl looked about 7 or 8 years old. Yor suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Was that girl his daughter Annie? Memories flooded Yor's mind. Back then, the demon beast had just swallowed his daughter. Though just an ordinary man, he fought with all his might, killing the beast and cutting open its belly to rescue his daughter. She had already completely lost all signs of life, covered in blood. Yor held his daughter and wept silently. And now his long-deceased daughter stood before him. He stepped forward in disbelief. Annie, the god of death, was very interested in his reaction. "How is it? A reunion? A meeting with your daughter?" Yor ignored her, unleashing his power once more. He would not be easily deceived by the god of death. "Do you think a mere illusion can stop me with a little girl? What's fake can never be real." His eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. The rage of playing with the dead. "I will not let you get away with this." But the god of death showed no fear, instead provoking him. "I forgot to tell you, this isn't an illusion. I have fully restored her flesh and soul. She is alive now." Yor stopped again. "If you don't believe me," the god of death challenged, "then kill her." Yor thought back to the past, to the scene of burying a small dog with his daughter. Little Annie had buried it herself, sprinkling handful after handful of earth. Seeing his daughter's sadness, Yor tried to cheer her up, wanting to make it up to her. "Daddy will buy you another one later." But the little girl flatly refused. "I don't need one." The little girl's face held a hint of sadness. No matter how much they cared for them, they would eventually have to say goodbye. "Their lives are too short. I don't want to raise any more." Her beloved puppy was slowly buried in the earth. To comfort Annie, Yor patiently explained that the lifespans of creatures on this planet varied. Some creatures could live for hundreds of years, while others only had a fleeting 7 days. "Annie, you are still young now, but one day your life will also come to an end. The essence of life is not how long you live, but whether you live each day to the fullest." Little girl looked up at her father. "When my life comes to an end, then I'll be mentally prepared." Annie didn't say anything more then, and it was unclear if her sadness had lessened. But now in the fierce battle, seeing his long-lost daughter appear again, Yor found it difficult to remain calm. He hesitated and asked the god of death, "You said Annie is resurrected?" The god of death replied calmly, "That is very simple for me, a god. Not only that," and he created 2 more giant pillars of smoke with dark energy. 2 figures gradually formed from within. These 2 were Connor and Edward, both astonished. "Where is this? Have the antelopes mutated too?" Captain Yor was equally surprised. Former members of his squad, he loudly called out their names. "Connor, Edward." Yor clenched his fists and rushed forward. "Bastard!" Connor and Edward, controlled by the god of death, simultaneously charged at Yor. Connor struggled to maintain his consciousness, shouting a warning, "Captain, get out of the way!" Both simultaneously attacked Yor with their mutated abilities. He had no choice but to dodge. Returning to his spot, one side of his helmet was shattered and blood flowed into his eyes. The god of death was triumphant at this moment. He could resurrect anyone he wished. He used dark energy to further mutate Connor and Edward. "Not only that, I can also grant them even greater power." He commanded the 2, "Kill him." Their speed was extremely fast, forcing Yor to retreat repeatedly. Edward opened his mouth, extending long tentacles, aiming at Yor. It directly pierced his chest, pushing him back. Not only that, Connor's mutated arm, covered in sharp claws, also targeted Yor. He didn't dodge, but forcefully endured the blow. The god of death stood aside, enjoying the battle with relish. "Because they're your old comrades, you dare not strike?" Yor was already severely wounded and fell to the ground with a thud, as if dozens of arms were reaching out from below to drag him into the dark abyss. Yor seemed to no longer want to fight, letting them defeat him. Seeing this, Connor struggled to regain control of his consciousness. "Captain," he began to cry, shouting loudly. "Yor, kill me." Edward also tried to persuade Yor, "I don't want to attack you." Yor covered the wound on his chest and replied bluntly, "This is what I owe you. If it weren't for covering me, you wouldn't have died. Connor, your son has grown up and is married with a lovely child. Edward, your brother, is now working in logistics. He no longer needs to fight on the battlefield." Both were deeply moved upon hearing this, tears streaming down their faces. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you." The god of death was very pleased with Yor's predicament. "You can use a magnetic field to change the structure of spiritual energy, but now what's dragging you into the abyss are all walking corpses. Your abilities won't work on them. You'll enter the abyss of the dead with them." Suddenly, he felt the ground shake violently, and a dazzling light erupted from underground. Yor shot into the air and giant rocks flew with him. The god of volcano on the other side naturally also felt the anomaly. The stone pillar behind him suddenly rose from the ground. He felt bewildered and shouted loudly. This flying demon beast in the sky loudly announced that all the stone pillars flew into the air. The god of death began to feel confused and asked Yor, "What are you trying to do?" Yor's eyes lit up. "You are called the god of immortality, so I'll take you to a place." At this moment the god of death and Yor had already transferred to another location. There was something behind Yor emitting a dazzling light, and that was the sun, he confidently said to his enemy. "The sun, you will love the light it emits." The god of death quickly unfolded a formation. "Do you think I'll let you succeed?" he roared arrogantly. "I am an immortal and indestructible god. It's impossible for me to be eliminated." No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a powerful attack with his scythe, aiming at Yor, performing the great magic instant death curse. Yor showed no concern, creating a shield to protect himself. Not only that, he was gradually closing the distance with the god of death. Giant rocks flew towards the god of death, catching him off guard. A loud explosion erupted in the air. The god of death roared at Yor in disbelief. "You can do this to me? If you kill me, your child will die too." Annie, created by the god of death's dark energy, stood silently by, her expression sorrowful. Yor glanced at the little girl, his heart wavering. He remembered his daughter's words after burying the puppy. "The lives of creatures are truly too fragile. I will live each day seriously. And when my life comes to an end." At this moment the little girl suddenly spoke. "Daddy," Annie showed a brilliant smile. "I'm ready." Yor immediately understood the little girl's meaning. His pupils constricted as the scene of his daughter's death before him flashed in his mind. At that time he was heartbroken, tears flowing uncontrollably. Only now did he dare to step forward and embrace Annie one last time. This was also the last time. Yor couldn't help but cry. Annie gradually faded into the air. Before leaving, she truly spoke her mind. "I will always love Daddy." Finally, she completely dissipated in her father's arms. After that, Yor composed himself and flew into the air, ready for battle. The god of nature on the volcano could also see the cosmic rift in the sky. It wondered with concern, what kind of magic is that? Taking advantage of its distraction, Zixian rushed over again at an extremely high speed. It combined the power of ice and fire, frozen punch, deluge. Zixian slammed a punch into the god of nature's face, making it scream. Suddenly, many huge beans appeared in the air, puzzling Zixian. They grew naturally into giant vines that entangled Zixian's limbs. It sensed something and shouted through gritted teeth, "My spiritual energy is being absorbed." Those bean vines wrapped tightly, preventing it from moving, then delivered it to the god of nature's mouth. In such a critical moment, Zixian had to petrify those bean vines to stop them from moving. Only then could it escape. "Frozen punch," it shouted angrily, provoking the god of nature. "Despicable god, to ambush me! Is this all the strength a god has?" The god of nature's eyes widened. "Are all you earth creatures so arrogant?" Immediately after, it created a huge vortex that could suck in everything. When the vortex dispersed, the god of nature had changed form. Divine body. Zixian became exceptionally excited, finally going all out. On the other side, Yor was also confronting a god. That god looked at him and commented, "Your spiritual energy is not as strong as I imagined." Yor replied coldly, "You'd best maintain that thought. You'll regret it after you die." The god heard this as if it were a joke, confidently declaring, "I will not die." Dark magic enveloped it. "I control death in this world." The god transformed into its divine body form. "I am the god of death." Even so, Yor showed no fear or hesitation. He opened his palm, creating a huge electric field. Ridiculous! He lifted all the surrounding weapons, aiming at the enemy. Even a god, Yor used the electric field to control those weapons and hurled them at the god of death, would eventually die. With a loud bang, flames blazed before his eyes. Parts of the god of death's body were missing, but he still recovered as before, holding his death scythe. Death is not a choice. He raised his scythe, a powerful energy surged out, and then countless undead appeared. Death cannot be refused. They all rushed towards Yor, each undead holding a different weapon. He was fearless, instead remarkably confident, and knew their weaknesses inside out. 70 of a creature's bones are minerals, including iron. The moment he clasped his hands, those undead were completely struck down. Broken bones scattered everywhere. The god of death looked at Yor with some surprise, not expecting him to defeat the undead army in the blink of an eye. Yor spoke confidently, "Your fate is not yours to decide." The god of death summoned another giant demonic beast shaped like a shark. "Interesting. Let me see how powerful your race is." Yor did not retreat, beginning to unleash his power. Magnetic enhancement, using magnetism to enhance strength, endurance, and even shorten his own reaction time to 1/5 of a normal person's. Meanwhile, that demonic beast charged over, opening its gaping maw, trying to devour him. Yor raised his hand and used magnetism to smash that demonic beast to pieces. The god of death also suffered some impact. Swayed slightly, taking a few steps back, Yor kindly explained to him, "All things in the universe are composed of atoms, and so is spiritual energy. I can change the structure of spiritual energy through a magnetic field, but you might not understand. I'll make you understand through battle." The god of death was angered by Yor. "What's there to not understand? Isn't it just that you can nullify my spiritual energy?" Yor said nothing, leaping forward at extremely high speed to stop him. The god of death wielded his scythe, creating a death spell. He was very confident in his ability. The death spell is a magic that condenses the resentment of dead souls. Anyone who comes into contact with it will die. But then Yor's palm was about to touch his face. Yor tightly squeezed the god of death's face with great force and deliberately mocked his enemy. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." A huge magnetic explosion erupted, the shockwave spreading and blowing away earth and rocks. After the explosion, the god of death had been pushed far away. One of his arms was broken and one of his eyes was shattered, revealing the muscles of his face. His gaze fixed on Yor, he asked himself, what just happened? He recalled the moment just now. He directly ignored the death spell and charged straight over. At this moment Yor had landed on the opposite side. He held up the god of death's broken arm, provoking, "This is your spirit body." Then he crushed the bones, turning them into dust right before its master. Currently 4 gods have died in battle. In the early stages of the spiritual energy outbreak, smoke and dust filled the air everywhere. Houses were severely damaged and demonic beasts were ubiquitous. They destroyed infrastructure and massacred humans, finding pleasure in all of it completely irrational. Peaceful life was instantly overturned. Cries for help echoed all around. A lucky survivor was trying to escape with many wounds on his body. What on earth happened to this world? Demonic beasts had invaded human homes, turning everything back to its primitive state. Why did it become like this? That man was the former Yor. He rushed home, praying silently in his heart. You must be safe, but reality was cruel. Before reaching home, Yor encountered a demonic beast. Its body was enormous, and it held a person in its mouth. The person's arm was exposed, wearing a bracelet on the wrist. Yor stared intently at that bracelet. Perhaps it was familiar to him. His eyes were wide then, his whole body stiff. The demonic beast finally swallowed the person with a satisfied expression on its face. Seeing this, he screamed like a madman. That agonizing cry seemed to rip his heart apart. The god of nature was somewhat flustered. Not only had its appearance changed, but its spiritual energy had also significantly increased. Zixian clenched its fists, issuing a challenge. "Let's see whose full power is stronger, yours or mine." The god of nature struck first, preventing Zixian from getting close. The massive thunder almost blew Zixian backward. It puffed out its cheeks, struggling to stand firm. It let out an earth-shattering roar, using its own energy to break through the enemy's attack. The god of nature's massive thunder indeed failed. It stared with wide eyes, disbelievingly, saying it was shattered. Just then, Zixian raised its hand and created a bolt of lightning. Lightning spear. Its eyes were bloodshot. "You made a hole in me from the start, didn't you?" It threw the lightning spear at the god of nature, returning the favor. The energy of the lightning spear was incredibly immense, forcing the god of nature to quickly dodge. Oh no, Zixian's move narrowly missed, but its destructive power was not to be underestimated. The empty ground behind it exploded from the lightning, and dust filled the air. The god of nature's body suddenly trembled continuously. It was truly afraid if it had been hit by that last move. Zixian gnashed its teeth in front. Unwilling to accept, "You dodged it." It fired a series of lightning spears directly at the god of nature. "Then have a few more shots." Zixian revealed a triumphant smile. The lightning spears it created were infinite. To block its attack, the god of nature had to erect a defensive barrier. Zixian didn't hesitate to shoot the lightning spears at the enemy. Go! All the lightning spears pierced through the god of nature's barrier, directly entering its body. The god of nature was heavily wounded by the lightning spears, spewing blood from its mouth. In such a dangerous situation, it immediately used its tentacles to block Zixian. This move was no longer effective against Zixian. It easily sent those tentacles flying. Zixian pursed its lips and snorted coldly. Seeing its arrogant demeanor, the god of nature, of course, couldn't stand by. "Don't underestimate me." As soon as the words fell, it controlled the water currents below. All the water surged into tsunami-like giant waves, then froze into a massive ice sphere suspended in the air, swallowing Zixian within it. Extreme frost. The god of nature regained its confidence at this moment. Only a god can. "Not disdain this world," it triumphantly shouted. "You're dead for sure." However, a powerful energy shattered that spherical ice block, sending it crashing to the ground, crushed by a massive thunderbolt. Zixian easily escaped. Lightning and thunder descended from the sky, and the god of nature gasped for breath, not understanding what had happened. When it looked up, its face showed extreme surprise. Zixian was right before its eyes. It roared in disbelief. "Why impossible?" The god of nature continued its attack unwillingly, throwing out beans that naturally grew into thick vines, tightly entangling Zixian's body. The vines pierced Zixian's body, absorbing spiritual energy which Zixian could also feel. The spiritual energy was being absorbed faster and more fiercely than before. The god of nature's killing intent didn't stop there. It roared, causing the ground to crack and shake violently. Earth tremor. The ground had just cracked and then closed again. Zixian was buried within, struggling to break free, and the god of nature trembled all over. "Exotic beast, die like this. Die, die, die." Zixian, however, showed no panic. "Don't think this is enough to defeat me." Created a massive energy sphere, broke free from its restraints, and flew into the air. Crimson Lotus Thunderflame Orb. 2 areas of land exploded from it, and the fireball grew larger and larger. Zixian clenched its fist. I am the most powerful exotic beast. How could I? It shot towards the god of nature like a rocket dying by your hand. The god of nature still stubbornly provoked. Come, let's have a decisive battle with a god. Zixian gritted its teeth and replied with all its might, no need anymore. This world no longer needs you. Both poured all their spiritual energy into this confrontation. However, this time Zixian gained the upper hand. Its fireball shattered the armor on the god of nature's head. In an instant the god of nature was pierced through the heart by Zixian. It immediately dissipated but still refused to admit defeat. I am a god, I am a god. It never expected to be completely annihilated. I don't want to die. After the god of nature completely disappeared, Zixian also nearly exhausted all its strength, falling freely. It lay motionless. Zixian too was exhausted. It spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking to itself, after using this move, I'm too tired, a little. Immediately after, its eyes closed and it let out a faint snore, wanting to sleep for a while. On the other hand, White Tiger was roaring and charging forward. Little Blue, riding on its back, shouted commands, attack its lower left. White Tiger immediately complied, opening its mouth and spewing a huge energy beam at the enemy. Suddenly Little Blue sensed something. Machinery? The enemy was unharmed. It introduced itself. I am the 4th-ranked god in this world, the god of knowledge. Its body began to change. The god of knowledge had transformed into another form, erudition. Little Blue did not retreat. She ordered White Tiger to continue attacking. Its aura has grown stronger again. Little White, the god of knowledge, also launched a counterattack. A child's attack. The two energies collided. But White Tiger's power seemed to be shattered and swallowed. White Tiger froze there. The dazzling energy light emitted by the god of knowledge reflected on its face. From the stone pillar a ray of light streaked across the sky. White smoke billowed and visibility was obscured. At this moment White Tiger rushed over, headbutting the god of knowledge fiercely. The god of knowledge showed no fear. Its physical body is strong, but no matter how strong the physical body, it cannot compare to the thought body. It began to unleash its ability, all-seeing eye. The god of knowledge clawed at White Tiger, its face triumphant. Because I just completed a full body modification. It directly plunged its hand into White Tiger's body, causing White Tiger to immediately spit blood. The god of knowledge's arm was like a sharp blade, chopping towards White Tiger's waist. Despite severe injuries, White Tiger still tried to wrap its tail around the god of knowledge's head tail. The god of knowledge was still attacking it, but it stubbornly refused to let go. It tightly gripped the enemy's head. From behind, Little Blue swiftly rushed over, catching the god of knowledge off guard. She clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with determination. Just hold it like that. The god of knowledge never expected this to happen. Secretly wondering, when did she get behind me? Little Blue punched with all her might, delivering a considerable blow. She showed no mercy, punching off one of the enemy's hands. White Tiger was also stunned by her. One of the god of knowledge's hands was gone. It glanced at White Tiger and Little Blue. Do you think you've won? Immediately after, the shattered parts seemed to be pulled by a force and they were reabsorbed. Those parts returned to the god of knowledge's body, fitting back together perfectly. I modified my body, it can change at will. This is the power of knowledge. As soon as the words fell, it began to unleash the energy within its body. Those spiritual energy insects were targeting Little Blue. The insects plunged directly into the ground, causing dust and smoke to billow. White Tiger had already flown down, covering and protecting Little Blue with its wings. Only after the attack did it dare to retract its wings. The god of knowledge never expected its attack to cause no harm to White Tiger. I know this White Tiger's physical body is strong, but I never expected it to be this strong. One of its hands turned crimson and its sharp claws transformed into a massive sharp blade. I don't like prolonged battles, I'll turn you to ashes with my next move. It chopped down at White Tiger, forcing White Tiger to duck its head to dodge. The energy light emitted by the god of knowledge illuminated the stone pillar. After a frenzy of chopping and slashing, the surrounding smoke and dust had blurred visibility. The god of knowledge, thinking it had defeated White Tiger and Little Blue, laughed triumphantly. You're too weak. It looked at its palm, still stained with a few drops of blood. The god of knowledge communicated remotely with other gods. The situation here is resolved. Do I need to move to the next location? Just as it let down its guard, White Tiger pounced out from the smoke. It violently clawed at the god of knowledge, causing the enemy to recoil. The god of knowledge was startled by the sudden attack. Why is it unharmed? I clearly hit it. It felt disbelieving. Even if its physical body was strong, that blow should have been enough to cleave it in two. As the god of knowledge was continuously distracted, Little Blue seized another opportunity, suddenly appearing before it, ready to kick. She kicked it to the ground. You go down. The god of knowledge thus fell freely. Immediately after, White Tiger charged up again, biting its head with its sharp teeth. White Tiger bit with all its might, trying to crush the god of knowledge's head carapace. The god of knowledge was truly panicked at this moment. It was afraid if it bit any further at this spot, my core would be damaged. To escape the dangerous situation, it activated the spikes on its body, piercing into White Tiger. Pain immediately struck, but White Tiger still refused to let go. It slowly retreated a short distance, then spewed a massive stream of spiritual energy directly at the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge was not so easily defeated. It extended its arm and violently struck White Tiger, sending it flying. It was knocked back, spewing a considerable amount of blood. Little Blue anxiously shouted its name. Little White, the god of knowledge, had already straightened up. Its confidence returned. The power of this body is stronger than you imagine. Your moves are useless against me. Its gaze locked onto Little Blue, a question in its mind. The problem lies with this woman. Why can a human possess such powerful strength? Thinking this, it suddenly rushed towards Little Blue, extending its hand to eliminate her. I'll deal with you first. Little Blue tried desperately to dodge, but it was too late. Seeing this, White Tiger could only roar helplessly. The god of knowledge firmly gripped Little Blue in its palm, its arm stretched several times longer, preparing to smash her to the ground. A hint of cruelty flashed in the god of knowledge's eyes as it roared, "Go down." Little Blue gritted her teeth, struggling to break free. White Tiger was also rushing over, its face filled with worry. Everyone would die, but it was all too late. The god of knowledge violently slammed Little Blue to the ground. It floated in the air, laughing triumphantly. Little Blue lay there motionless, her life or death unknown. White Tiger's eyes dimmed, unable to accept this fact. The god of knowledge still didn't stop. Its entire body was enveloped in powerful energy. Only you are left. Prepare to die. White Tiger was enraged by it, and its entire body erupted with true power. It transformed into its strongest mutated form, its eyes filled with rage. Meanwhile, the black tiger below emanated powerful energy, dark corruption. Its dark energy entwined around the small demonic beasts, paralyzing them. Those demonic beasts were cut in half, revealing their internal structures. It was then that Black Tiger suddenly realized, is the enemy's body structure mechanical? In the sky, rifts continued to appear. More demonic beasts surged out from within, and Black Tiger charged forward, thinking impatiently, will more enemies appear? It seems I must kill the god above. Suddenly its body froze in midair. It looked up, an incredulous expression on its face. This aura, it was White Tiger, an astonishing aura emanating from below the stone pillar above. What exactly was up there? At this moment, White Tiger's transformation was complete. Its eyes were crimson, filled with hatred, and its body was stronger than before. Its spiritual energy had increased many times over. The god of knowledge stood opposite, staring intently at White Tiger, assessing it. It cried out in surprise. Its aura and appearance are completely different from before. White Tiger roared furiously. The ground it passed over caved in, leaving clear footprints. In an instant, White Tiger had appeared before the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge was incredibly surprised. Such speed! White Tiger didn't hesitate, raising its sharp claws and slashing at it. The god of knowledge was cleaved in half at this moment. Its hardened body was easily torn apart. It unwillingly launched an immediate attack laser cannon. White Tiger showed no fear. It flew into the air, creating a massive spiritual energy sphere. It shot that energy sphere at the enemy with all its might. Tiger roar. The god of knowledge's energy was repelled and swallowed by White Tiger's power. The dazzling red light emitted by White Tiger's spiritual energy illuminated half the sky, and the god of knowledge was left with only half a body. Such amazing destructive power! White Tiger stood in front, emanating killing intent. The god of knowledge had not yet been defeated. However, its body changed again, its torso and arms elongated. This is the power of my combined knowledge. This is my strongest form, White Tiger whispered to it. Unforgivable! The god of knowledge was stunned to hear this. White Tiger's eyes were crimson. It roared furiously, "You hurt Little Blue, unforgivable." Immediately after, it used all its spiritual energy to create a spirit body, preparing to attack the god of knowledge. The god of knowledge also refused to be outdone, gathering energy, preparing to fire. Two powerful auras shot straight into the sky. White Tiger charged forward, its roar shaking the ground, and the god of knowledge also launched its ultimate move. White Tiger directly confronted its power. The two fiercely clashed, a loud bang erupted, and the stone pillar seemed about to be completely destroyed. The shockwave spread to the surrounding vast area. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, dust filled the air, and the god of knowledge stopped. It suddenly fell to the ground while White Tiger still stood firmly before it. White Tiger's third eye on its forehead slightly opened, emanating immense spiritual energy. The god of knowledge was too weak to stand up again. Bad, my spiritual energy is used up. Wait. Just as it thought it was about to be annihilated, White Tiger suddenly stopped. It spewed a large mouthful of blood, coughing incessantly. Its body almost at its limit, blood continuously gushing out, the chance of victory slipping away. Meanwhile, the god of knowledge had regained some of its strength. It struggled to stand up, a triumphant expression on its face. Your body is strong, but unfortunately you're not yet accustomed to that form. I've won this battle. The god of knowledge prepared to deliver a final blow to defeat White Tiger. With that final strike, the attack rushed towards White Tiger like an arrow. Just then, a figure appeared behind the god of knowledge, holding a weapon fragment and piercing its head. That person was Little Blue. She was still alive. The god of knowledge was ambushed, unable to defend itself in time. It widened its eyes in disbelief. You're not dead? Little Blue's voice dropped. Don't underestimate me just because I'm weak. Her ice blade pierced its core. Immediately after, the god of knowledge truly fell, its entire body crashing to the ground. Before the battle erupted, Uzio had handed Little Blue an ice pick. Take this, he carefully instructed the little girl. You and White Tiger will fight side by side, and you will definitely encounter enemies stronger than you. This piece of wood contains a large amount of my spiritual energy. Combined with your abilities, it will guarantee a single-strike victory. Little Blue took it out at the critical moment and utterly defeated the God of Knowledge. She leaped onto it, punched down and reached her hand into its body. Little Blue fiercely pulled out the God of Knowledge's core. She sternly questioned it. "What is the purpose of you building black stone pillars everywhere?" The God of Knowledge weakly replied, "It's teleportation magic," Little Blue secretly thought. Emperor Crocodile also mentioned before that they wanted to seize the wormhole, then continued to ask, "You want to rely on this teleportation array to come to Earth?" The God of Knowledge scoffed after hearing this. "Foolish creatures, it was also dying with nothing to regret. I'll tell you, this planet is nothing but food for the Great Emperor, and the teleportation array is just to let the Great Emperor arrive sooner and fully enjoy this planet." These words stunned Little Blue. The God of Knowledge continued, "This planet is merely food for the Great Emperor. Even if you die, you won't escape being eaten." Little Blue gradually calmed down, her tone firm and decisive. "We won't let you succeed. We will destroy all the black stone pillars." The God of Knowledge laughed wildly again like a madman. "All the gods' territories have hexagram arrays, and each array has 6 stone pillars." The information it revealed made Little Blue widen her eyes in disbelief. "This planet has 72 stone pillars. Do you know where they are hidden? Ridiculous. Why do you think we constantly send demonic beasts to attack Dom's many territories? Do you really naively believe we want to drive you away? We are doing it to prevent you from discovering this." The God of Knowledge kept laughing, and finally the light in its eyes extinguished. Little Blue quietly pursed her lips. She stopped thinking and threw the God of Knowledge's head away. Its head slammed heavily onto the rocks below. The pupils in Little Blue's eyes suddenly lit up. Meanwhile on Dragon Island, Uzio was erupting with power. The Red Dragon and Golden Dragon stood observing from a distance. "Master has been like this for 5 days now. His aura is getting stronger and stronger, almost breaking through." At this moment, Uzio was continuously cultivating. It secretly thought to itself, "Has a battle broken out outside? Why are everyone's auras so weak?" Its gaze sharpened. Have they attacked? In the Washaw Alliance, abandoned buildings were collapsing. Little Spirit was fighting fiercely at this moment. She held a fire spear, attacking the enemy. She fiercely slashed at the God of Procreation, blood splattering, and it tried to counterattack. Great magic. Little Spirit moved agilely, her long spear circling in the air, fire shield. This strike of hers overwhelmed the God of Procreation's power. The leader of the Federation defense team slowly stood up on the ground. He exclaimed in surprise, Is it over?" No sooner had he spoken than the God of Procreation moved again. It created a huge vortex. The captain was affected, spitting blood from his mouth, unsure how to defeat it. He looked at Little Spirit, secretly thinking if Little Spirit wasn't holding the front line, the surroundings would have long been engulfed in flames, and this place would have been completely destroyed. The God of Procreation was not lightly wounded just now. Everyone says humans are the weakest creatures on Azure Star, but that's a lie. Little Spirit stood opposite, spitting a mouthful of blood. She released spiritual energy in response to the enemy. "It's not entirely wrong. Humans are indeed the weakest." Her eyes flickered with determination. "You're very unlucky you've met the strongest human." The God of Procreation was furious upon hearing this, veins bulging on its neck, retorting, "I'm unlucky? Nonsense, I am the strongest god." Little Spirit's face fell. The God of Procreation was the strongest god. She leapt from the ground, rushing straight forward. "You're truly unlucky to have met me," Little Spirit snorted coldly. Her body suddenly became scorching hot and the temperature continuously rose. The God of Procreation hadn't figured out what was happening. It paused for a moment. The other members of the defense team felt something amiss. The air became dry and hot. The ground where Little Spirit stood was deeply indented. Her entire body was enveloped in raging flames. Her eyes flickered with light, filled with killing intent, and the heat radiating from the flames intensified. Only now did the God of Procreation sense Little Spirit's anomaly. She had now erupted with all her power, a formidable force soaring into the sky. Little Spirit's body seemed to be transforming into scorching magma. Everyone else who saw her current state was astonished. Her entire body was enveloped in flames. Little Spirit's lips curved into a triumphant smile, startling the God of Procreation. The flames spread at an extremely fast speed. The captain loudly warned the people behind him, "Everyone retreat, whatever you're doing now, stop. If you don't want to die here." He scanned the surroundings, then run quickly. Subsequently, they all avoided it together. Seeing this scene, the God of Procreation began to undermine Little Spirit's sanity. "Your teammates have all run away. They're all afraid of dying here." "Afraid of dying at my hands?" Little Spirit seemed completely unconcerned. A member of the defense team anxiously asked the captain, "Captain, are we really powerless against that god?" He immediately replied, "No." His voice was very serious. "It's Little Spirit. Little Spirit is really powerful now. Her strength is continuously growing." The captain recalled past events. "I've seen her like that before. At that time we were on a mission in the west. We suddenly encountered a beast tide and our squad was almost completely wiped out after I had prepared for death. At that time there was one more squad member with me, and that was he Xiaoling. I don't know how she won." The captain's mind replayed the scene. The flames created by Little Spirit incinerated the exotic beast, turning it into a skeleton before his eyes. He involuntarily shivered. At that time, in that state, she defeated a transcendent rank 4 exotic beast while only being transcendent rank 3. I also spent a year in the hospital because of her flames. Her activated fire mode made no distinction between friend and foe. The captain's eyes darkened. He loudly warned, "Never go near her or you will die." At this moment Little Spirit had completely transformed, and her sanity was also temporarily lost. Suddenly a dragon appeared before her. A dragon, it charged straight at Little Spirit to attack. Before it reached her, it let out a piercing roar. The next second, Little Spirit cleanly decapitated it with her bare hands. The god of procreation was completely stunned by her actions. Killing Silver and Black Dragon Zhao suddenly appeared. They would cooperate with Little Spirit to defeat the god of procreation. Seeing this scene, it once again exclaimed in surprise, "A dragon and a centipede." Then it laughed loudly. "No wonder, is this why you're so powerful? So am I." Killing Silver and Black Dragon Zhao charged forward simultaneously, engaging in battle. Both attacked the god of procreation with their power, creating a deafening roar. The god of procreation was caught off guard and wounded by them. Blood flowed from its head and its soul was almost injured from such an impact. Black Dragon Zhao then spewed a powerful burst of spiritual energy rushing straight towards it. Killing Silver was not to be outdone. Both attacked simultaneously, and the god of procreation had no choice but to endure the full force. This time it timely summoned demonic beasts to shield itself from damage. It secretly calculated that being unable to move freely, it could only use the newly born creatures to withstand this strike. While it lowered its guard, Little Spirit quickly circled behind it, launching a surprise attack. Her eyes were filled with deep hatred. She fiercely severed one side of the enemy's head. Not only that, Little Spirit continued to concentrate her power to attack. Next, she slashed at the other side of its head. God of procreation only managed to slightly turn sideways. That slash only hit its shoulder. It hadn't expected that slash to possess such terrifying power. Half of its body was severed. That slash flew straight into the sky. Its golden light was incredibly dazzling. The captain noticed it and looked back. There, the dim sky was gradually brightening. Light shone directly from above onto where Little Spirit stood. Rolling dark clouds had been cleaved, allowing light to penetrate to the ground. Human lands were once again illuminated. The captain took in this magnificent scene. Everyone else looked up, their faces filled with surprise. The sky had been split in half, and the god of procreation's body had also been cleaved in half by Little Spirit. However, it was regenerating itself. Bloody tendrils were emerging, trying to reconnect. Although reconnected, the god of procreation was not lightly wounded. It gasped for breath as if it had just survived a life or death struggle. The god of procreation began to be wary of Little Spirit's soul-shattering power. The power of that last blow was too strong. Even its own body had been split in half. Immediately after, she rushed forward again like an arrow. Her body emitted immense heat. From within the god of procreation's swelling body, demonic beasts were continuously emerging. They simultaneously opened their mouths, launching attacks at Little Spirit. She did not retreat, creating a swirling ring of fire to block the incoming attacks. Fire tornado, all the energy streams shot at her by the demonic beasts were blocked, and they were even drawn into the vortex. The god of procreation was very surprised. The attacks had been drawn in. Immediately after, Little Spirit shouted loudly, "Giving them back to you." She stopped the vortex. Those energy streams rebounded back towards the god of procreation due to inertia. The demonic beasts that had poked their heads out from its body were all obliterated by their own power. Seeing the situation become unfavorable, the god of procreation opened its mouth, preparing to personally launch an attack. Little Spirit still rushed forward without hesitation. She fiercely unleashed a flame slash. Little Spirit's attack did not stop there. It wasn't over yet. She continuously launched slashes at the enemy. The god of procreation did not easily give up. It summoned other demonic beasts. "Go!" They all rushed forward like moths to a flame. The god of procreation roared, commanding, "Pull her down from the air." Little Spirit calmly and slowly clenched her hands. The flame she created spread forward, blocking the demonic beast's advance. They were engulfed by the flames, unable to escape. Little Spirit burst out from the inferno, catching the god of procreation off guard. She pierced its body, making it howl in pain. A large hole now appeared in its body, and it spat blood from its mouth, but it still stubbornly insisted, "This alone can't kill me." Little Spirit hovered above it. She raised her hand, preparing to deliver the next blow. I know she created a fiercely burning fireball suspended in the air. It grew larger and larger, completely suppressing the god of procreation. "Since when?" Little Spirit angrily shouted. "This is the purest fire. The undying flame will not extinguish until it has burned you to ashes." The god of procreation still tried to resist. Demonic beasts poked their heads out again. "I won't let you succeed," it howled furiously. "You stinking woman!" Then it commanded all demonic beasts to charge forward simultaneously. Little Spirit's eyes were bloodshot. She waved her hand, throwing the fireball at the god of procreation. Everyone else stood watching from a distance, observing this fierce battle. The entire sky was illuminated, and the fireball emitted immense heat. It rushed straight towards the demonic beast horde and the god of procreation. They struggled to resist but seemed to fail. The fireball landed on the ground and a deafening explosion erupted. Although those people were already far away, they were still shaken by the shockwave. The fireball grew redder and redder. It was incinerating the demonic beasts, and their miserable screams echoed across the vast area. Little Spirit remained suspended in the air, looking down below. The demonic beasts gradually vanished in the flames. A clawed arm was trying to reach out from the fireball. It paused before Little Spirit. The next second it gradually shattered into fragments. That arm was turning to ashes. Ah no, before the god of procreation could finish speaking it was completely engulfed and obliterated by the flames. The captain had been observing all of this from afar. Finally we won, little spirit had also landed. The sky no longer seemed as gloomy as before. In another place, the second god was wreaking havoc in the Free Federation region. It was rampaging, slaughtering resistors. Thick smoke billowed. One person was still alive but severely wounded. The second god scanned its surroundings. Everyone here is dead. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot towards its face. The second god glanced at where the energy came from. That person was called Oil Prospector. He had exerted all his strength to unleash that blow. Damn it, the second god began to rage. It opened its mouth and launched an attack at him. Someone is still alive. That energy was too powerful for Oil Prospector. He was also powerless to escape, only able to utter a few final words before death. Goodbye, Mom. Just then, someone ran over. The giant panda forcefully endured the second god's attack, saving the Oil Prospector's life. It even bounced the attack back. The second god was somewhat surprised to see it. The giant panda stomped fiercely on the ground, enveloped in spiritual energy. That giant panda was none other than Zishan's brother. It placed its hands on its hips and then burst out laughing. Its cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. It had arrived just in time. Its expression then turned serious. Rest well, I'll handle things from here. He froze. Brother, feeling something was off, it turned its head to look behind him. Their eyes met, and the Oil Prospector didn't understand what was happening. Zishan's brother pointed at his face and questioned, Who are you? Where's my brother? He jumped in fright, waving his hands and shouting, Don't kill me. I'm a member of the Free Federation's 1st Marine Corps named Oil Prospector. The dragon suddenly appeared beside Zishan's brother. This seems to be the Free Federation's territory. Hearing this, it cried out in surprise, What? Immediately after, it jumped onto the dragon's head and tightly squeezed its neck. What kind of path did you take? The dragon struggled desperately, wailing. It hurt so much, it retorted loudly. You can't blame me for this. You rushed out in a fiery hurry. This place is only 300 kilometers from Washa territory. A 12-minute full-speed journey. Zishan's brother had no patience, pointing at the dragon ahead. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, 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 go. Seeing this scene, the Oil Prospector quickly tried to stop them. Wait, aren't you going to help? Meanwhile, the second god was already annoyed by them. You think you can just come and go as you please? Who do you take me for? Immediately after, it spewed a stream of energy towards the three of them. Zishan's brother clenched its fists, ready to counterattack. So noisy, the dragon sneered after hearing this. You still say that, huh? Immediately after, Zishan's brother charged towards the fire tornado. Its attack seemed to control the second god's power. The second god hadn't expected this to happen. It widened its eyes and roared loudly. Zishan's brother's fire tornado repelled it. It staggered, kicking up dust with its feet. It secretly thought, its fire can burn away my emotional bonds, but excitedly said aloud, Finally, a worthy opponent. Zishan's brother and the dragon both swept past it, intending to leave. Who cares about you? I'm busy. Just then, two demonic beasts resembling the second god suddenly rushed out from somewhere, blocking their path. They attacked simultaneously. The entire sky lit up and the ground before them was blasted away, forming a huge crater. Zishan's brother quickly dodged, stopping on a nearby rock. It shouted angrily, Damn it, there are two more? The second god laughed wildly, beginning to introduce. They are my wives, they both possess my power. Zishan's brother was surprised to hear this. Oh, yours? The second god affirmed. That's right, they are both my wives upon receiving the answer. Zishan's brother muttered, You ugly thing can get married? This world has truly gone mad. The second god didn't understand its meaning, eagerly retorting, What exactly are you trying to say? Zishan's brother seemed to explode. I'm a nationally protected animal, so handsome and still single. How dare you have two wives? Bigamy is illegal. Its rage made it unleash its power. It infuriates me. The second god was immediately startled by it. This spiritual energy, the dragon behind had already pulled the Oil Prospector to safety. Not good. The ground cracked and shook violently. Zishan's brother let out a roar. Its spiritual energy was incredibly powerful, startling the second god. Zishan's brother now clenched its fists, having transformed into its strongest mutated form. Today they will all become widows. Zishan's brother unleashed all its spiritual energy. Preparing to confront that horde of demonic beasts, its power grew stronger and stronger. Although the dragon was already far from there, it still felt its influence. Its spiritual energy pressed down on the second god. Immediately after, the second god's two demonic beast wives simultaneously attacked it again. It roared viciously, Today your wives are doomed. Zishan's brother began to fly. My hands don't touch women. It brought its legs together, jumped, and kicked one of the demonic beasts in the face. Centuries of solitude kicked. The Oil Prospector hovered in the air, intently observing the battle. He was somewhat confused. Didn't it say it doesn't hit women? The dragon calmly replied. It didn't use its hands. The other demonic beast saw this and spewed threads at Zishan's brother, surprising it somewhat. The next second it easily blocked the attack with its hand. It flew past the demonic beast's attack, ramming its head directly into the enemy. Rocket, that demonic beast was no threat to Zishan's brother at all. It stumbled backward, spitting blood from its mouth. It seemed to have been knocked out of the fight. Zishan's brother didn't stop. It stomped fiercely on the ground, launching an attack. It jumped into the air, shouting at the second god, It's your turn. The second god blocked the attack with its pincers, then spewed many thick threads. They wrapped around Zishan's brother's hands and feet, firmly binding its spiritual energy, preventing it from moving. Seizing this opportunity, the second god spewed a large amount of green venom. "Don't think it will only harm your body," the second god said triumphantly. "Even your spiritual energy will be infiltrated by the poison gas, making you unable to continue using spiritual energy." A hint of determination flashed in Zishan's brother's eyes. It didn't dodge, but forcefully endured all of the enemy's venomous attacks. Its venom surged towards Zishan's brother like a giant wave. It looked up, seemingly having thought of something. It sneered. The dragon was flying high in the sky and had to quickly dodge elsewhere. "Not good, hurry and leave." The second god's venom had already caused widespread disaster. The city was submerged by it, with a large volume of venom rising several stories high. The oil prospector anxiously shouted, "The city is flooded. What happened to that bastard?" Seeing this scene before it, the second god was utterly triumphant. "This is the strongest poison on this planet. It will rot every one of your nerves." It laughed wildly, when suddenly its venom began to churn strangely. The venom gathered towards a single point. The second god didn't understand what was happening, a puzzled expression on its face. Its venom seemed to be sucked in, and a giant, swollen, ball-like object floated amidst the blue liquid. After only a moment, all the venom was completely absorbed. It was Zishan's brother who had done this. It had absorbed all the venom into its stomach, so its belly was now like a giant ball. The second god seemed unable to believe its eyes. "It absorbed my venom." The dragon felt extremely nauseous. It swallowed while the oil prospector tried hard to cover his mouth, preventing himself from vomiting. Zishan's brother was also trying to keep the venom from surging out of its belly. "Swallowing so much at once, I really want to throw up." It let out a and tried to explain. "Unlike my useless brother, I can absorb anything, but I don't need this kind of poison." Then it jumped up, forcefully pushing all the venom towards the second god. "Here, have it back." The second god stood motionless in place. Zishan's brother seized the opportunity to rush forward. It extended its claws, preparing to attack the enemy, the poison god. Zishan's brother clenched its fist, striking a fierce punch to the second god's face. Arhat fist, it widened its eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, Zishan's brother also grabbed its pincer. The giant panda violently lifted it into the air. Zishan's brother shouted, "I'll kill you." With that, it violently slammed the enemy to the ground. Still not satisfied, it unleashed a barrage of punches on the second god. The ground was deeply cratered and dust flew, obscuring the view below. Finally, the second god was knocked down. Zishan's brother immediately retreated, grinning triumphantly. The second god lay completely motionless. The dragon gritted its teeth, secretly thinking, "We finally won." The oil prospector also breathed a sigh of relief. Zishan's brother immediately turned its head and shouted, "Let's go." The dragon flew over, responding, "Okay." The second god lay on its back on the ground, covered in wounds. The dragon and the oil prospector flew nearby, observing carefully. The dragon cried out in surprise, "We won, that was fast." The oil prospector was equally astonished. The enemy we couldn't defeat even fighting to the death, it actually defeated in just a few minutes. Seeing them dawdling, Zishan's brother urged loudly, "Let's go, let's go." Suddenly, the second god, having recovered its strength at some unknown point, rushed from behind to attack it. Zishan's brother quickly left the spot, immediately counterattacking and piercing a large hole in the second god's body. It coughed incessantly, blood continuously gushing from its mouth. Zishan's brother continued to charge forward, raising its fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. It struck another fierce punch to the second god's face, repelling the enemy. Another large hole appeared on the second god's body. It had almost exhausted its energy. It crashed heavily to the ground. Zishan's brother grinned triumphantly. "You're too weak, you've completely shamed yourself in front of your wives." It exhausted itself in humiliation and mockery. "Serves you right, you trash, how dare you have wives? Trash." Seeing this scene, the second god's two demonic beast wives quickly rushed over. "Husband, are you all right? We're here to help you." Although they had taken several blows from Zishan's brother, they were still not afraid. "This charcoal head is too arrogant, let's fight him. Even if we die, I'll die with you. We'll be together forever." Zishan's brother heard these words and suddenly unleashed power again. It cried out in rage, "You dare to show affection in front of me? Damn you, I'll kill you." The second god still had a trace of breath at this moment. It struggled to ask, "What did you just say? Even if we die, we'll die together? Does that mean I'm going to lose?" The two demonic beasts hesitated, unsure how to answer. "No, we." Immediately after, a flash of light appeared and the second god, now resurrected, cruelly slashed towards its two demonic beast wives. Zishan's brother watched this scene dumbfounded. The dragon also hadn't expected this to happen. The two demonic beasts fell to the ground, their life signs gradually fading. The second god loudly declared, "I can defeat you just as well without them." Zishan's brother jumped up and lunged at it. The giant panda with bloodshot eyes shouted, "What kind of thing are you?" It struck another fierce punch to the second god's face. This time its rage had reached its peak. Another large hole was broken in the second god's body. Its belly seemed to have completely exploded. The second god now only had a few pincers left. The dragon and the oil prospector were both stunned, letting out a cry. Zishan's brother immediately felt strange. Why hasn't it fallen yet? Suddenly, the second god's shattered body fragments wrapped around it again. They seemed to be regenerating, binding Zishan's brother, preventing it from moving. All the fragments flew towards it, yet it understood nothing. What's happening? It's being entangled by those flesh-like masses, then swallowed. What the hell is wrapping around me? Air couldn't enter, making Zishan's brother suffocate. The oil prospector shouted worriedly. Not good. Once you get that liquid on you, your body will be controlled. At this moment, Zishan's brother had been completely swallowed by that thing. The second god seemed resurrected, though it still appeared quite weak. Zishan's brother was struggling to break free, but it was useless. Damn it, I can't hold on. It extended its arm. Main bone, the second god shouted confidently. I want to trap you. How could I let you escape? Immediately, Zishan's brother's extended arm was tightly wrapped by the flesh-like masses. It used all its strength to break the flesh-like masses surrounding it. It was already seriously wounded, spitting blood from its mouth. The second god seized this opportunity to accumulate energy, preparing to launch an attack. Not yet. It opened its mouth wide, releasing an extremely massive burst of energy. It's over. That attack aimed directly at Zishan's brother's face, giving it no time to dodge. The dragon anxiously shouted a warning. It was hit head-on. Zishan's brother was sent flying far away. It slammed heavily to the ground and the surrounding ground cracked. The second god's eyes lit up. It had transformed into another form, appearing much stronger. Spider floated entirely in the air, its belly distended. The panda was panting exhaustedly. Before it could recover, sharp spider legs pierced down, surrounding the panda. The spider continuously jumped onto it with its 1-ton body. The panda had no time to react and could only stand there enduring the attacks. Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. At this moment, the oil prospector was somewhat scared and wanted to retreat. It's over. That panda is dead. Let's run too. On the panda's side, it was already entangled by several ropes. 3 shining spheres formed a triangle with the panda at its center. It didn't want to miss this opportunity, shouting, "This is my strongest killing move. Be annihilated." The 3 spheres gradually moved with the spider's words. They slowly approached, closing in on it. A pillar of light suddenly appeared due to the intense collision. Seeing this, it laughed triumphantly. The spider here calmly admired everything it had created. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared within the blazing flames. What are you laughing at? Soon its posture froze, and the terrifying power also affected the dragon. The panda had grown stronger after facing death. This attack. It's useless against me. It concentrated power in its fist and charged towards the enemy. A true attack should be like this. No sooner had the words fallen than a beam of light appeared in the air before it. The spider's eyes were wide and shining. Then the little panda directly pierced its abdomen. It was knocked to the ground but still stubbornly denied. No, impossible. I am the second-ranked god, able to absorb the power of other gods. I am invincible. Why is this ugly creature so strong? With a dazzling light, it leaped directly into the spider's belly. A fierce face suddenly appeared in the white smoke. You killed your wives for victory. You are unfaithful and unworthy of pure love. Its power erupted violently. I must kill you, unfaithful wretch. As for the spider, it was so desperate it couldn't utter a word. It could only watch helplessly as the little panda attacked wantonly within its abdomen. The spider spat out a mouthful of blood but still defiantly roared, "Even if I die, I'll take you with me as a cushion." The dragon, seeing this scene from afar, suddenly panicked, asking itself worriedly, "What is it trying to do? Oh no, it's going to self-destruct." The spider suddenly spoke in the silence. "Even if you beg for mercy, I won't spare you." Its laughter made the little panda's face fall. The spider, seeing this, questioned, "What kind of look is that?" The little panda exposed it without hesitation in public. "Winning a battle by suicide, are you proud? Can a god only win in such a way?" The more the spider argued, the more agitated it became, roaring, "So what? Gods don't need to be taught. Gods must win. It is your greatest glory in this life that an ugly creature like you can push me to this point. Take this glory, and stay on this planet forever." The second god's body seemed about to explode. A hurricane suddenly swept through, startling the dragon. Oh no, a spherical light ball shot straight to the ground, colliding with the city. Everything seemed to be swallowed by the light, only managing to reveal their black silhouettes. The rocks on the ground gradually shattered, and even the dragon was affected by some magic. Its face was contorted and varied. The glowing light ball was still slowly devouring the city. After a while, everything disappeared, leaving only 2 figures, and the spider's head still emerged from the smoke. The dragon, seeing this scene, paused slightly. A foot unceremoniously stomped heavily on the ground. The little panda's eyes were already shining brightly, and it straightened its body, walking over with the spider's chelicerae in its hand. Only then could it smile happily. However, in the end, the city's deep and vast underground still remained, and part of the shield had been shattered. Seeing this, it laughed excitedly. "You can't hold on, can you?" Before it were 2 battered figures. At this moment, its eyes suddenly connected with 2 large light orbs. "I'll send you on your final journey." No sooner had the words fallen than the 2 were pierced through their bodies. 2 incomplete figures, their limbs still motionless. It watched this scene, somewhat confused. Their entire bodies were gradually disappearing, which made it involuntarily waver. Only shadows and dust remained. Soon, Cold Wind flew to its side. He cooperated with Qinggong, forming 2 forces to surround it. Although Cold Wind's mouth was already full of blood, he still stubbornly shouted, "Knight's Blade." No sooner had the words fallen than Cold Wind summoned the beast within him and charged forward. Qinggong was not to be outdone. Roaring loudly, "Raging Giant!" The monster within him soon let out a deafening roar and appeared. The 2 simultaneously aimed at it and charged forward. However, Qinggong's face soon lost its smile. Did it block it? Cold Wind opened his mouth in disbelief. "Damn it." After it finished teasing them, it remarked sarcastically in a good mood, "These 2 moves are much stronger than the previous ones." He was so angry at hearing this that he spat blood. This guy actually looked down on him so much. In that case, Cold Wind immediately used Shadow Wisdom Knight, his entire body gradually merging with the beast behind him. After returning to its monster form, Cold Wind directly confronted it. It was somewhat overwhelmed by this huge change. While it was distracted, Cold Wind jumped up and kicked it. Cold Wind seemed to have lost his mind, gnashing his teeth. This series of actions, however, brought it pleasure. That guy's life force is decreasing, finally willing to help. This kind of battle is meaningful. Battle should be a gamble with one's life. He still charged at it again without hesitation, while it talked incessantly. I will devour you. In the blink of an eye, Cold Wind created a new collision full of excitement. He yelled until his voice was hoarse, but his momentum could not be extinguished. Absolute Shadow Rip. A purple mist flew to its mouth, then suddenly veered away. It was uncomfortable with the mist and coughed a few times. Nevertheless, Cold Wind was still not satisfied. Still not enough. Its life force hasn't decreased at all. He created thousands of spikes again, piercing its body. Cold Wind seized the opportunity to pick up another rock. He brought this massive rock before it. Cold Wind directly threw down that rock, and a purple trace suddenly flashed before his eyes, intensifying Cold Wind's killing intent. You die. A current of air rushed towards it like lightning. As soon as it looked up, it was already facing a powerful energy stream. However, Cold Wind was already out of breath over here. No, still not enough. Immediately after, Qinggong. It was utterly confused by Cold Wind's words, and when it looked up it only then realized how much dust had gathered in the sky. Qinggong created a sandstorm and rushed towards it. I've been waiting for this moment. The tornado rushed towards its target like a drill, and in an instant it had approached the powerful god, continuously spinning. On the tall rocks the tornado looked even more like a drill, burrowing deep into its body. A moment later, only swirling dust remained around the two of them. By this point, Cold Wind was utterly exhausted. Did we win? No sooner had the words fallen than it let out another colossal roar. It fired a beam of light without hesitation, piercing his body. One of his arms disappeared in the blink of an eye and red blood splattered towards Qinggong. When Cold Wind fell, Qinggong only then came to his senses and rushed over. Cold Wind and Qinggong, rushing forward, continuously questioned in their hearts why he hadn't activated his shadow ability. Logically, even if it was a surprise attack, his dark power should have automatically protected him. As if reading his thoughts, it then said, "Why can't I activate elemental power, you ask? I am the god of elements, and I want to devour your abilities. Your teamwork is seamless, but unfortunately it's just mediocre to me." After speaking, it transformed into an even larger sphere. Just as it was shooting towards the two, Glacier appeared in time, shielding them. It was somewhat surprised by the newly appeared figure, and even Qinggong was shocked by that figure. Cold Wind was battered, only able to cough with his hand over his mouth. The third god transformed into a red light entwining around it. Glacier's eyes turned crimson with that light. Elsewhere, two thieves seemed to light up with excitement as if they had found treasure. Wielding sharp weapons, they rushed forward with wide eyes to stab. However, with just one tail, the two were sent flying. Juggernaut was very angry at these two reckless humans. Nevertheless, the two still had the upper hand, inserting a sharp object into its head to extract its magic crystal, otherwise it would still revive. Only scattered corpses remained in the surrounding space and from above. The god of illusion observed all this, still somewhat unable to believe its eyes. How is that possible? Were two gods killed? At this moment, a blue rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and the god of illusion's pupils immediately constricted. A giant foot stomped on the ground, causing tremors, and a dinosaur appeared before it. The god of illusion was immediately startled, and the dinosaur had opened its mouth at some unknown point, aiming to devour it. The camera shifted to this recently attacked land, and it looked at Glacier's appearance somewhat dazed. It still hadn't given up its despicable nature, sneering, "Another one. Spiritual energy not weak." Before it was a transcendent rank 4 peak. Glacier and Qinggong, seeing it about to step forward, immediately stopped it. Glacier watched it cautiously, and Glacier's eyes gradually turned crimson. It continuously assessed the god opposite it. Transcendent rank 5 mid-stage god of elements, covered in layers of powerful spiritual energy. This bastard is stronger than the other gods. At this moment, Glacier suddenly remembered what Golden Dragon said. "Too weak. Are you really one of the 10 great fierce beasts?" It suddenly fell silent. "Can I win?" It saw Glacier's dazed expression and immediately became furious. "Aren't you going to make a move? Then I will." No sooner had the words fallen than the third god quickly rushed over. It too had been waiting for this moment, using a brutal charge. Both exerted their strength simultaneously, colliding fiercely. The atmosphere between the two gradually became tense. Suddenly, Glacier's foot slightly retreated backward, and it, filled with killing intent, also sensed an anomaly. It openly insulted Glacier without reservation. "Are you really one of the 10 great fierce beasts? Your power is inferior to those two." Saying this, the third god fired several more beams of light towards it. Glacier was flustered by the continuous attacks. In an instant it lost its footing and fell. Qinggong suddenly rushed to Glacier, anxiously shouting, "Glacier!" However, it directly drove Qinggong away. "Get lost!" Qinggong was hit so hard his face was contorted and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't take it and fainted, falling face down. The third god had the upper hand, shouting without reservation, "Stop hindering me. I'm tired of playing with you. Now I only have eyes for this new toy." After being humiliated, its eyes immediately turned crimson. Glacier lifted its massive foot and unleashed giant stomp of savagery, charging towards it. In a flash, the third god disappeared under its foot. However, Glacier was not happy. That god used an elemental shield to block its attack. It even pierced Glacier's body. The light beams emitted from its mouth became even harder. Glacier's wound was too large to heal. Even so, the third god was even more startled. It avoided the heart, not directly dealing a fatal blow, so it directly attacked Glacier with soul-devouring curse. It was not to be outdone, retaliating with thick fur. All attacks aimed at Glacier quickly bounced back, which made it even more excited. What kind of power is this? Defending with fur, all strange moves. The third god's eyes lit up. Interesting. I'm very gluttonous. I've eaten all kinds of meat. Glacier had already consumed a considerable amount of stamina, but I haven't eaten elephant meat yet. The third god opened its tooth-filled maw. Let me have a taste. No sooner had the words fallen than the third god pierced its teeth into Glacier's ear. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson with rage. A spray of red blood suddenly splattered. It successfully ripped a piece of flesh from Glacier. Sharp conical rocks rose from the ground, piercing through the emerald forest. Glacier's steps slowly moved forward. Zio hovered in the air, looking at it in surprise. It and Glacier stood opposite each other, the atmosphere unusually oppressive. It remained silent for a short while. Glacier raised its head, its eyes suddenly emitting dazzling light, looking at Zio before it. Glacier, what's wrong? Its face stiffened, intently observing Glacier's strange expression. Its eyes widened, looking extremely terrified, and it pleaded with difficulty. Master, I want to withdraw from the ranks of the 10 great fierce beasts. Glacier silently watched the ferocious god of elements tear another monster apart in its mouth. Please cross out my name. It raised its neck high, continuously tearing at the monster. Ah, too weak. Subsequently, the god of elements directly swallowed the monster. After eating it, laughed triumphantly, its sarcastic tone ringing out, as expected, the taste of the weak. The god of elements opened its mouth, creating a shining magical energy, greedily roaring, "Truly delicious, let me take another bite." Glacier also unleashed its moves at this moment, a green halo surrounding its body. It charged towards the celestial tower. It resolutely rushed towards the god of elements, Glacier's face covered in red liquid, sweat pouring down, its eyes wide with pain. The god of elements extended its sharp teeth and bit it fiercely. Useless. A stream of bright red blood poured out like a waterfall, and Glacier was sent flying far back, dragging a dusty path. The god of elements proudly raised its head, swallowing its skin, and after enjoying it, commented with extreme excitement, "Delicious indeed, I can't wait for the next bite." Glacier's entire body erupted with a powerful green magical current, and rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The god of elements froze there, silently observing it. Glacier's eyes flickered with clear determination. The god of elements watched its energy grow stronger and couldn't help but ask itself in confusion, "This guy's spiritual energy has been increasing. Was it hiding its strength before?" Glacier stood in the magical current, staring at it firmly. It widened its eyes, blaming itself in its heart. "Master, I'm really too weak." Glacier, facing Zio, weakly enumerated its shortcomings, possessing neither Emperor Crocodile's talent, nor Flash's speed and strength, nor Jingji's extraordinary observation ability. It cursed several sentences in one breath. "I'm too foolish. In future battles I'll definitely drag everyone down. No matter how hard I try, I can't compare to them." Zio disliked Glacier's self-pity, and loudly shouted to stop him, "Enough, old 8. The 10 great fierce beasts are unique and irreplaceable." It didn't avert its gaze, cold sweat breaking out on its forehead, its voice somewhat hesitant. "But he looked down at Glacier from above, speaking in a low voice, trying to reignite its fighting spirit. "Are you not embarrassed because your status is too high but your skills are inferior to others? And if you withdraw from the 10 great fierce beasts, will you no longer strive to become stronger?" It silently opened its eyes wide, seeming to have understood Zio's words. "I understand your confusion, but retreating like this truly harms the friends who trust you." Glacier still asked with some doubt, "Can I really become stronger?" Zio feigned anger, excitedly shouting, "Are you ready to die?" His words at that time made Glacier's power even greater. Merging into the magical current, its eyes filled with determination, it roared, "I will not die here." Glacier's eyes widened in a furious roar, crimson pupils blazing. "I will defeat you and bring Qinggong and Cold Wind back." The elemental god, not to be outdone, retorted with an open mouth, "Do you think I'll let you have your way?" Suddenly, it was enveloped by a surge of green energy. The elemental god surprisingly recognized this move. "This is the power of number 12. Its eyes filled with disbelief, it muttered to itself, "Has even it died? Now only number 1 and number 6 are left alive." Qinggong lay on the ground, coughing violently in the billowing smoke. Its power had grown stronger again. Qinggong frowned, gritting his teeth, his face etched with indignation. Glacier roared loudly, looking up, and magical energy spread with it. The elemental god looked at it, mockingly unafraid. "It seems your companions are all weaklings, so how can you defeat me?" Hearing this, Glacier grew even more furious, its power becoming more ferocious. The elemental god was somewhat dazed by the magic it released. It immediately sensed danger and quickly created an elemental shield. Glacier charged forward, completely shattering the shield. This scene left the elemental god astonished, wondering in its heart, "It was so weak just now, why?" Glacier stomped the ground furiously, charging towards it. Its eyes gleamed with fierce and resolute light. Glacier's power split the rocks before it in two. The rock layers cracked under the force of the magic. Subsequently they shattered completely, sending fragments flying everywhere. The massive shield was flung aside, crushing countless houses and raising a thick cloud of smoke obscuring visibility. The elemental god emerged from the white smoke. Before its eyes was a tall and imposing figure, and countless boulders rained down, with Qinggong and cold wind powerlessly falling along with them. Both remained motionless, falling completely. Two long vines shot out from the air, tightly entangling cold wind and Qinggong. Jingji frowned, her eyes wide, red liquid dripping from her mouth, and said wearily, "Just in time." On the other side, Glacier and the elemental god confronted each other tensely, the latter opening its mouth and letting out an earth-shattering roar. The elemental god, not to be outdone, raised its head and loudly roared a challenge. "Come, now the real battle begins." Glacier's tusks were enveloped in shimmering magic. It swung down fiercely, drawing two streaks of light that shot directly towards the elemental god. Statue, it watched Glacier's move approach it intently. At this moment, the elemental god extended its arms, casting a spell. Divine light. Glacier and its two immense powers collided violently. It and Glacier also charged at each other fiercely, like lightning. The space between them grew unusually tense. Glacier and the elemental god barbarically clashed, neither yielding, determined to defeat the other. It was repelled, stumbling backward in alarm. The elemental god lay on its back, mouth agape, astonished in its heart. "My body has been shattered." Glacier seized the opportunity, charging directly at it, stomping barbarically. Its stomping kicked up thick smoke from the ground. The elemental god's entire body was torn apart, leaving only incomplete fragments. Glacier stood motionless, covered in countless red liquids, when suddenly an area on its head began to glow. Before Glacier could react, a massive explosion erupted. It stood in the smoke, letting out a painful roar. The elemental god appeared, looking at Glacier's disheveled state, and laughed loudly. "Not only did I blast you, I also injected corrosive power into your body." It stared intently at the elemental god before it, coughing in pain. It stopped, its gaze fixed on Glacier, falling into brief contemplation. The elemental god's body couldn't self-heal. Those few moves had already caused it considerable damage. It grimly assessed the situation, thinking that if the fight continued it might lose its life. The elemental god hoarsely declared, "It's time to end this." It began to cast a move, creating many circular halos around itself. Elemental light. The elemental god's eyes widened excitedly, introducing, "This is a power formed by the fusion of 8 elemental forces. I will use this move to shatter you." Glacier did not give up, charging fiercely towards it. Glacier slammed into the elemental god. It was utterly surprised by Glacier's actions. This guy actually didn't run but charged towards it instead. The elemental god made an undisguised sound of astonishment. "Are you throwing your life away? Do you want to fight me to the death?" It looked at Glacier, now within striking distance, thinking that a close-range attack would affect even itself. But if it didn't act, it would be worn down and killed here. The elemental god no longer stood still but began to act. "Then let's see whose life is tougher." Glacier was stunned by the dazzling light before its eyes. The spot where it had just stood exploded 5 times consecutively. On the other side, Jingji was trapped in a cage formed by countless vines. She raised a hand to cover her nose, shielding herself from the rising dust. Glacier, the entire city was enveloped in thick gray smoke, and the elemental god appeared, coughing violently. It stopped, its eyes wide, its face showing astonishment. It was Glacier's tall and imposing figure, still standing amidst the recent explosion. Its crimson eyes were tightly narrowed, full of determination, and it asked itself in its heart, "Master, can I really do this?" Zio took out the glowing tree heart, speaking grimly. "This is the tree heart, and it is also my heart. I will use it to replace yours." It stared intently at Glacier, solemnly reminding it, "Before that I will drain your blood. The tree heart will provide you with new blood, but this process will be extremely painful." Zio directly explained the risks to Glacier. "If you can't endure it, you might even die." It said nothing, only listening intently to Zio's every word. "If you endure, you will gain new life." Glacier stood in the smoke, resolutely declaring, "It's not over yet." It cast magic, allowing green magical energy to surround its body. "I want to become stronger and keep winning." The elemental god was stunned before it could even react. Glacier gathered its strength and leaped high into the sky. No matter who the enemy was, it charged directly at the elemental god, resolutely saying, "I will not lose again." It watched Glacier's figure charging towards it with wide eyes. The elemental god laughed excitedly, full of anticipation. "This is how it should be. This is exciting." The energy beneath Glacier's feet intensified fiercely, its eyes tightly narrowed, roaring with crimson fury. When Glacier slammed to the ground, a loud bang erupted and green magical energy shot into the sky. Smoke billowed, obscuring all visibility. After the explosion, Jingji stood at a high vantage point, looking down at the thick smoke below. She widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "We won!" Glacier's figure gradually emerged from the dust and smoke, its eyes crimson in a resolute and unyielding posture before its entire body collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. It opened its eyes, a trace of emotion flickering within, feeling relieved in its heart. "We won." Finally, Glacier recalled Zayu's figure, softly calling out, "Master." A faint light gradually pierced through the smoke, shining upon it. "I did not disgrace you." A demonic beast stomped the ground fiercely, and a group of mutated dragons ferociously charged towards the fallen Glacier. Seeing this, Jingji frantically waved her hand and shouted, Glacier powerless to resist, without even a shred of strength. Oh no, my body can't move. Jingji helplessly watched those zombie demons charging towards it step by step. They bared their sharp teeth, but before the zombie demons could touch Glacier, they were struck by a slash. They fell one after another. Jingji's eyes widened, astonished by the rapidly changing scene before her. Flash stomped the ground fiercely. She looked at it excitedly, shouting, "Flash!" A white golden beak vaguely appeared. It and other demonic beasts flew in the air, approaching Glacier. Emperor Crocodile bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite its opponent at any moment. It bit at empty air, then froze, hearing all of its opponent's mockery. "It's not that easy to eat me." The god of illusion cast an illusion, its eyes filled with killing intent. Emperor Crocodile looked up in alarm, its entire body enveloped by a barrier, when suddenly a powerful magical force shot directly towards the god of illusion. Here, it turned its eyes upwards, its face showing astonishment, thinking to itself, "Has the elemental god died too? Now only number 1 and number 6 are left alive." The god of illusion observed the light spheres split in two and the scattered earth and rocks, contemplating. "This place is already in chaos, I must end all of this." It furiously narrowed its eyes, roaring with hatred. "I will settle things here in one go, I will avenge everyone." Just then, Black Dragon appeared aggressively from behind, decisively opening its mouth and biting the god of illusion. The god of illusion cried out in alarm in Black Dragon's mouth. "Black Dragon, what are you trying to do?" It stared at the god of illusion with crimson eyes, speaking slowly and grimly. "Your consecutive failures," Black Dragon nervously added, "have angered the master." No sooner had it spoken than it directly pulled the god of illusion into a spatial rift. Zixian bowed its body, having witnessed everything that just happened. It fell to the ground, hands propped on the earth, whispering. They retreated. Zixian felt a dark aura approaching. It frowned uneasily and shouted loudly, "There's also a very powerful evil aura." Zixian turned, and before its eyes was the tall figure of its brother. It frantically tried to escape in panic, but was quickly caught by its brother. Zixian's brother let out an angry roar. "Now let's see where you'll run." Zixian immediately lowered its stance, earnestly admitting its mistake. "I was wrong, just give me a little more time and I'll return it with interest." The brother no longer believed Zixian's words, scolding loudly. "You still dare to lie to me?" In the air, the dragon held the person below tightly, unsure when it could put him down. The oil prospector also thought helplessly. When would it put him down? On the other side, that man was sitting on a fallen rock, regulating his breath. He observed with sharp eyes, falling into contemplation. The enemy just retreated. Things won't be that simple. On the Washoe battlefield, the god of procreation was consumed by raging flames. It struggled painfully, howling. The strong men outside anxiously asked, "This fire has been burning for an hour, but the god of procreation continues to howl in the flames, yet it hasn't fallen. It's still alive, how can we burn it to death?" Little Spirit watched the scene before her in silence when suddenly a black dragon galloped out from a barrier in the sky. The captain heard the commotion and looked up. He widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Dragon!" The god of illusion stood beside Black Dragon, saying in shock, "The one in the center of the flames is number 1. It gently closed its eyes, continuing to speak with disbelief. Even it, Little Spirit, also looked up to observe the god of illusion at this moment, thinking that pink creature was one of the gods that lived alongside the ancient tree of life before. Suddenly, the massive body of the Venusian exotic beast drilled out of space, tearing a large hole in the air. The Venusian exotic beast appeared with soaring, killing intent, its colossal body clearly visible in the air. Its eyes were wide, looking very terrifying. The Venusian exotic beast's entire body charged directly into the raging fire that was burning the god of procreation. The orange-haired man frowned, gritting his teeth and roaring. "This size," the Venusian exotic beast waved its hand, making the flames weaken. The captain immediately sensed its intention and shouted loudly, "It wants to save that god?" The Venusian exotic beast continued to cast a move, extinguishing the flames. "Little Spirit, look, it's gradually putting out the flames." She widened her eyes, thinking in surprise, "Have the flames been put out?" The fire completely extinguished, revealing the disheveled body of the god of procreation. Cold sweat seeped from the captain's forehead as he thought to himself, "This is big trouble now." Black Dragon and the god of illusion stood in the air, observing the chaos below. It was already difficult enough with just one god at first. It glared at the crowd. Now there was another god. Black Dragon opened its mouth wide, its face showing excitement. And that dragon, the power emanating from the Venusian exotic beast, was formidable, not to mention this powerful spiritual energy. Below, branches continuously emerged from the ground, making the earth tremble. The captain looked up at it and said, "Exotic tree." Little Spirit gravely looked at each branch of the ancient tree, grimly remarking, "No, it's not the master's spiritual energy." Its massive body quickly appeared in the billowing smoke. The atmosphere between humans and monsters was exceptionally tense at this moment. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He quickly turned and fled in fear. "I don't want to die," the man cried out tearfully. "I want to go back to Earth." The ancient tree gathered a surge of magical power in the center of its trunk. In an instant, that power shot directly towards the man. A long mark was left on the ground, the spot where the move had just passed. The captain looked back in alarm. The god of procreation hesitantly called out, "Ma Master." The Venusian exotic beast grimly reprimanded, "I bestowed upon you the strongest power, yet you are so unsightly." It quickly bowed its head in fear, pleading, "Master, please give me one more chance." The Venusian exotic beast didn't even glance at the god of procreation. Coldly saying no need, it controlled 3 sharp claws to pierce directly into the god of procreation's body. Little Spirit's eyes widened in astonishment, and the god of procreation cried out in pain. "No," the Venusian exotic beast slowly and grimly declared. "I will reclaim the power I bestowed upon you." The god of procreation was deeply pierced by claw after claw, its energy completely drained. After absorbing all the god of procreation's magic, it quirked its lips. The Venusian exotic beast spoke grimly. "Black dragon." Black dragon immediately understood, opening its mouth and biting the god of illusion. It screamed hysterically in panic. "Wait, master, I'm still useful." Black dragon stared at the god of illusion in its mouth, saying indifferently, "Life and death are fated, don't blame me." No sooner had it spoken than it swallowed the god of illusion whole. Little Spirit faced this cruel scene, silently saying nothing as two gods were instantly eliminated. The Venusian exotic beast scoffed, "Fighting against weak creatures like humans to such an extent. What a waste of the name of a god." The ancient tree suddenly brandished branches to attack, grabbing everyone and pulling them into the air. "Quickly dodge!" Everyone in the Federation was constricted, screaming simultaneously. A strong branch decisively shot towards Little Spirit. She quickly unleashed flames, burning through that branch. The captain's gaze gradually became dull. He clearly felt his energy being absorbed by the branches. Spiritual energy is being absorbed. The captain secretly perceived the ancient tree's purpose. It wants to devour us. Its entire body is reclaiming the spiritual energy absorbed from the Federation members. Black Dragon opened its mouth and shot a magic orb. Little Spirit stared blankly as the magic approached her. Black Dragon's attack swiftly hit Little Spirit. Little Spirit created a shield, blocking the attack. The ancient tree also slammed its branches hard into the shield. She widened her eyes, watching its sudden attack. Both moves simultaneously rushed towards the shield Little Spirit had created. Little Spirit struggled to resist both attacks. The ancient tree and Black Dragon's moves quickly made her shield crack, followed by an explosion and thick smoke billowed. The Venusian exotic beast quietly observed Little Spirit rushing towards it with all her might, her face covered in red liquid. She roared with hatred in her eyes. "You are the root of all problems. As long as you are eliminated, everything will end." Just as Little Spirit approached the Venusian exotic beast, the ancient tree extended a branch to block her. It glared at her with red eyes, shouting, "You dare not lay a hand on the master." Black Dragon, taking advantage of Little Spirit's daze, opened its mouth and approached her, yelling, "Die!" It swiftly swallowed her whole. Little Spirit immediately created fire butterflies to counter Black Dragon. Her flames blazed fiercely, scorching its mouth. No sooner had Little Spirit escaped Black Dragon's mouth than she was attacked by the ancient tree's branches. Sensing danger, she quickly turned around. Not good. The ancient tree looked at Little Spirit with red eyes, commanding, "Hand over your soul." Suddenly, a flame shot towards it from afar. The ancient tree's branches were burned away by that flame. Little Spirit looked at the spot where the magic had been shot from, blurting out in surprise, "This flame." Ninetail's tail swayed in the sea of fire. She watched it walk over menacingly, shouting, "Ninetails." Black Dragon's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. The ancient tree looked at Ninetails, grimly saying, "Another helper has come." Black Dragon appraised Ninetails, commenting, "Its spiritual energy is not weak, at least stronger than those guys, stronger than that being called a god." It roared furiously, making the surrounding flames burn violently. "Get away from her!" Ninetails was enveloped by fire magic, standing amidst the Black Dragon horde. Those ancient trees were somewhat wary of this creature's spiritual energy. Ninetails remained imposing, facing the Black Dragon horde without flinching. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that echoed through the sky. The Venusian exotic beast, sensing Ninetails' power, commanded the two creatures beside it, "Retreat, you are no match for it." Its foot slammed violently onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ninetails shot a massive flame from its mouth, rushing towards the Venusian exotic beast. It quickly created a purple shield to block. Ninetails' magic violently struck the shield, followed by a huge explosion in front of the Venusian exotic beast. The shield it had cast gradually developed cracks. The Venusian exotic beast let out a soft cry. It was surprised by the magic that had just shattered its shield. Ninetails' flames directly engulfed the Venusian exotic beast. The ancient tree's eyes widened in disbelief, blurting out, "The master's magic was broken." Little Spirit frowned, her gaze resolute as she rushed towards it, shouting, "You were very arrogant just now." The flames enveloping her rushed directly towards the ancient tree. Little Spirit looked at its unharmed body in the smoke in surprise, her heart filled with powerlessness, unable to cut through it. The ancient tree furiously rushed towards her with its branches roaring loudly. On the other side, Ninetails was mercilessly charging towards the Venusian exotic beast. Ninetails, enveloped in flames, directly slammed into it. The Venusian exotic beast, after receiving that attack, widened its eyes. Ninetails, and it stood in the swirling smoke, the atmosphere exceptionally tense. It and the Venusian exotic beast were in a standoff, neither willing to yield. It was soon repelled a few steps by Ninetails. Black Dragon cried out in horror, "The master is retreating." Ninetails focused on observing the Venusian exotic beast opposite. It looked at Ninetails with interest, saying, "You are indeed strong. How easy my life would be if you were my subordinate." Subsequently, the Venusian exotic beast shouted, "Black Dragon, ancient tree, come over." Nearby, the ancient tree was attacking Little Spirit. It and Black Dragon gathered before the Venusian exotic beast. Its eyes were wide, looking fierce and dangerous, and it said, "Fighting with this body is inconvenient after all. Now let me show you my combat form." It began to absorb the energy of Black Dragon and the ancient tree into its own body. Ninetales watched the scene before it with a tense expression, while Little Spirit's eyes were fixed on the group of Venusian exotic beasts in surprise. Now a massive dark purple magic enveloped its body. Its sharp eyes appeared in the thick smoke. Ninetales stood calmly before the Venusian exotic beast's dark magic. Dust billowed from the ground, obscuring visibility. It deftly cast flames around itself to dodge attacks. In the dust, the Venusian exotic beast's sharp eyes revealed its new appearance, its pupils glaring at Ninetales as if to devour it alive. Little Spirit was stunned, retreating a few steps to avoid the Venusian exotic beast's pressure. She frowned and shouted, "It fused again?" It looked at Ninetales and Little Spirit, its voice dangerously saying, "To commend your spirit of resistance, I will use 1/3 of my strength to fight against you." The Venusian exotic beast swung its branches and rushed towards Little Spirit. Ninetales looked at Little Spirit, calling out worriedly. Little Spirit looked at the situation before her in surprise. The Venusian exotic beast's attack slammed violently into the ground. Ninetales opened its mouth and summoned magic to shoot towards it. It swiftly spat out flames, rushing directly towards where the Venusian exotic beast was. Ninetales floated in the air, looking at the explosion that had just occurred. Suddenly 3 of the Venusian exotic beast branches had approached its body at some unknown point. Countless branches continuously rushed towards Ninetales to attack. The Venusian exotic beast unleashed its move, brutally striking its body with a divine power strike. Ninetales spat out a mouthful of red liquid in pain. The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened, looking at it in surprise, thinking to itself, enveloped in flames. Ninetales, unwilling to yield, continued to cast its fire magic, Flame Bati. The Venusian exotic beast was surprised by its aura. Ninetales, enveloped in flames, rushed towards it. A huge fireball blazed in the air. This massive explosion caused the ground to shake violently. The Venusian exotic beast was thrown back, its mind reeling. It thought the flames were too strong. It was perplexed by Ninetales' power, assessing that even its body couldn't fully withstand it. It took advantage and swiftly rushed towards the Venusian exotic beast. Ninetales unleashed another attack, Flame Claws. The Venusian exotic beast lost its advantage and plummeted from high in the sky to the ground. It stood below, letting out a painful roar before the Venusian exotic beast was the fiercely burning Ninetales, looking incredibly ferocious. It mercilessly attacked the Venusian exotic beast with flames. It fully absorbed that attack and fell backward. Ninetales opened its mouth, creating another fireball, roaring, "It's not over yet." It shot another flame, rushing towards the Venusian exotic beast. Ninetales' flames violently shook the ground. The Venusian exotic beast roared with difficulty in the flames. The flames surged fiercely into the sky until they extinguished, leaving a bottomless hole in the ground like magma. Ninetales suddenly froze, and a stream of green magic shot out from the bottom of the pit. Its eyes widened in surprise. The Venusian exotic beast's incomplete body appeared in the air, its body gradually recovering. The Venusian exotic beast stood at the edge of the pit, looking at the surrounding scene, commenting, "This place has become a sea of fire." It looked around and asked, "Where's that girl? Did she run away?" A wise choice. The Venusian exotic beast raised its hand and cast magic, grimly praising. "I really like your ability." Ninetales felt uneasy about its words. "I'll give you something." The Venusian exotic beast erected a huge rectangular magic tablet, mocking, "Your tombstone." A massive hand emerged from within and a floating eye mumbled. Ninetales seemed exhausted, its entire body limp. The Venusian exotic beast let out a grating roar, its eyes glinting. At this moment Ninetales' eyes also gleamed. The Venusian exotic beast brandished sharp claws. Ninetales stood motionless, pierced by that sharp object. It looked at Ninetales in this state, snorting coldly, full of disdain. Ninetales was fiercely pierced by the sharp claws. It raised its head, its eyes wide, thinking in confusion. "My body was hit, but no blood flowed. Why couldn't I move just now?" The Venusian exotic beast suddenly froze. Ninetales used all its strength to fling the sharp object off its body. The Venusian exotic beast looked at its disheveled state, disdainfully saying, "It will suck your soul, then seal you inside the door, and you will become a walking corpse, completely under my control. I will grant you a new soul, making you a new god." Ninetales firmly retorted, "You wish." It tried to create a magic circle, spiritual energy blockade. The Venusian exotic beast assessed the situation before it. Is the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to dissipate? The claws in its hand shattered. Ninetales triumphantly declared within the magic, "Flame Claws, my body is not controlled by you." It ferociously smashed the rectangular tablet created by the Venusian exotic beast with its hand. Its eyes widened in surprise. Successfully escaped. Ninetales regained its composure, shouting, "Under my spiritual energy blockade you cannot use any spiritual energy. Let's see what tricks you can pull this time." It continued to unleash fire moves. The Venusian exotic beast grew increasingly desirous of it, excitedly saying, "I want you more and more." It grabbed Ninetales with rows of vines. It opened its mouth wide as it was tightly gripped. Ninetales did not retreat, but used its own magic to counter the Venusian exotic beast. It let out a roar, breaking free from all the vines that had entangled it. Ninetales spat out a mouthful of red liquid. Why? It still didn't give up, rushing towards the Venusian exotic beast with its magic flame claws. Ninetales and it fiercely clashed, its eyes widened, drops of red liquid falling. The Venusian exotic beast was utterly surprised. It realized this bastard was its body's defense meant to counter itself. It rushed towards Ninetales with its claws. It endured a painful attack from the Venusian exotic beast. Ninetales plummeted from high in the sky to the ground. At this moment the Venusian exotic beast created countless branches rushing towards where it had just fallen. It manipulated the branches to violently strike Ninetales. The smoke dispersed, revealing Ninetales' motionless body. The Venusian exotic beast again raised its branches, summoned a magic circle, and mockingly said, "You had a good time fighting just now. Now it's my turn to have fun." It directly shot that power towards Ninetales. Dragon Roar Bomb. It lay on the ground facing the approaching magic source. Ninetales tried to get up but couldn't. It opened its eyes weakly, waiting for the pain. The Venusian exotic beast's massive magic directly rushed towards Ninetales. Its figure was vaguely visible in the torrent of power. Ninetales suddenly rushed forward amidst the Venusian exotic beast's surprise. It gritted its teeth, revealing an unyielding expression. Ninetales opened its mouth wide, spitting flames towards the Venusian exotic beast. Flame vortex it blocked with magic, mocking, "These attacks are useless against me now." Suddenly, Ninetales' figure disappeared, leaving the Venusian exotic beast confused. "No, it's gone." It suddenly appeared behind the Venusian exotic beast, wrapping its tail around it. It roared in surprise. "What's the point of entangling me like this?" Ninetales didn't rush to answer, but said meaningfully, "We've delayed long enough." It raised its head and shouted, "Little spirit." The Venusian exotic beast knew it had fallen into a trap, so it widened its eyes, blurting out, "What?" Little spirit floated in the air with her head down, her hands gently swaying, summoning magic in response. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Ninetales." A fierce flame erupted from where Little Spirit stood. The Venusian exotic beast vaguely realized, "Up in the sky, no wonder I didn't notice." It turned its eyes in confusion, looking at Ninetales and asking, "Won't you also be affected by this?" It glared at the Venusian exotic beast with sharp eyes, explaining, "Flames can't hurt me." It began to struggle violently, trying to break free from Ninetales' tail. "Let me go." It used all its strength to tightly embrace the Venusian exotic beast, roaring, "You wish?" Little Spirit swiftly waved her hand, shooting flames towards it. The Venusian exotic beast struggled with difficulty as the powerful magic approached it. Its eyes widened, filled with fear. The fire dragon created by Little Spirit violently slammed into the Venusian exotic beast, and the flames rushed directly to the ground, causing a violent explosion. Little Spirit raised her hands high, standing before the powerful fire magic she had created. The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened, thinking in terror. "Not good if I'm hit, I'll..." She frowned, waved her hand and rushed towards it, sternly saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Ninetales, go." Little Spirit's massive magic stream rushed directly towards the Venusian exotic beast. Its entire body was engulfed in fierce flames. The fire magic stream violently slammed into the ground, followed by a huge explosion, scattering objects everywhere. Nearby houses were also affected, turning into ruins. Flames shot into the sky, and Little Spirit gently landed on the ground. She leaned forward, hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Little Spirit observed in the thick smoke. The ground was now covered in flames like magma. Her eyes gradually blurred, her entire body exhausted, all her spiritual energy depleted, no longer able to stand. Little Spirit helplessly fell from the high rock. Ninetales stepped forward and caught her with its tail. Little Spirit turned to look at it, worriedly saying, "Ninetales, you're also badly wounded." Ninetales, sensing her concern, reassured her. "I'm fine. After we go back, Master will heal me quickly." Little Spirit continued with pain and powerlessness. "But my teammates have sacrificed themselves." Ninetales raised its head, silently uttering a sentence, "Life and death are fated, no one can be blamed." She and it stood on the rock looking back at the battlefield. Ninetales looked at Little Spirit, softly suggesting, "Let's go." Suddenly, the Venusian exotic beast's fierce eyes appeared in the flames. "No one is leaving." Little Spirit and Ninetales both turned, filled with surprise. The Venusian exotic beast suddenly shot out branches. Little Spirit scanned the branches, gradually approaching her. Ninetales shouted worriedly, "Be careful." It unhesitatingly jumped out to block the attack for Little Spirit. Little Spirit widened her eyes, watching red liquid spray from Ninetales. She held its head in her lap, crying out in pain. Ninetales weakly struggled, trying to convey, "Little Spirit, go." From high in the sky, streams of fire magic shot down. The massive Venusian exotic beast stood menacingly opposite Little Spirit, declaring, "Everyone must die here." It opened its mouth, gradually casting magic and also observing the streams of magic converging before it. A dazzling light flashed and Zayu's white hair appeared. Little Spirit stared blankly at the person before her, and the Venusian exotic beast was also stunned. Zayu stood opposite it, a dreadful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Little Spirit, overwhelmed with emotion, tears in her eyes, called out to her master. The Venusian exotic beast looked at Zayu, guessing dark elf. It continued, confused. "No." Zayu used magic to summon life essence for her and Ninetales, rapidly healing their wounds, and they stood up. Zayu landed, turned around, and cast a sharp glance at Ninetales. Ninetales. The Venusian exotic beast felt uneasy, and immediately summoned a magic circle, intending to retreat and escape. Zayu looked at it with icy eyes and reprimanded, "Don't even think about leaving." A blue magic current shot from the Venusian exotic beast towards the sky, its eyes wide with panic. Little Spirit, riding on Ninetales, left in the opposite direction. The Venusian exotic beast struggled to remain calm, greeting, "Long time no see." Zayu looked up, glaring at it and saying, "I just got out not long ago and you've already made such a mess here." It mocked fearlessly, "This is just an appetizer." Just then a powerful magic erupted from Zayu, his tone exceptionally serious. "Next I'm going to pry your mouth open and make you tell me everything about the great emperor." The Venusian exotic beast was somewhat wary of Zayu's aura, but still struggled and roared, "You're dreaming." Flames ignited around Zayu. The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened and its mouth gaped open. Zayu frowned, staring at its every move with sharp eyes, grimly introducing, "This is Liuyue 100. Now they all appear around me. Zio summoned willow trees and a group of dragons to stand around him, his expression serious as he glared at the Venusian exotic beast. A hint of fear crept into its heart, this spiritual energy. The Venusian exotic beast couldn't help but blurt out, "Could it be?" Zio looked at it with a dreadful smile. The red dragon and golden dragon circled in the air, and Longmu Dragon Mother excitedly shouted. The clan leader succeeded. The red dragon, seeing Zayu's entire body radiating magic, happily continued, "He's finally stepped into transcendent rank 6. The Venusian exotic beast looked at him in disbelief, thinking in such a short time it created a powerful source of magic before itself, grimly praising, "I deeply admire your ability to grow to this extent in such a short time." The Venusian exotic beast murmured mockingly, "But that's all it is." The dragons around Zio let out earth-shattering roars, and Zayu's eyes gleamed as he coldly commanded, "Tear it apart." The dragons obeyed Zayu's command and charged directly at the Venusian exotic beast. It opened its mouth, creating a powerful source of magic. Then the dragons shot their attacks directly at the Venusian exotic beast. It was violently pushed to the ground by the magic. Zio stood still, observing the situation. The Venusian exotic beast's entire body was torn to shreds, and it froze upon hearing Zayu's words, "Show your true strength." It growled menacingly, "Otherwise you won't get another chance in a moment." In an instant the Venusian exotic beast's body completely recovered. It laughed madly upon hearing Zayu's provocation. "Even if you didn't say it, I would still do it." The Venusian exotic beast lowered its head, preparing to gather strength. "Slowly, feel how powerful I become at my peak." As soon as the words fell, its entire body ignited in huge flames. Nine Tails and Little Spirit, far away, also clearly felt that immense power. She turned to glance, then immediately turned back. Little Spirit gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed forward, assessing. The spiritual energy is too strong, completely different from before. She softly called out, "Master." The Venusian exotic beast arrogantly said, "Killing you here is a warning to all your subordinates, and then I will take over all your subordinates." Zio looked up, retorting without weakness, "I've heard similar words countless times, but they all died." It opened its mouth and roared, "That's because they were too weak." Suddenly, the Venusian exotic beast's entire body was enveloped in spiritual energy, while Zio still stood calmly in the swirling dust before him. He frowned as he saw the Venusian exotic beast's new form, which had grown 7 eyes from head to toe, looking very terrifying. All of the Venusian exotic beast's eyes stared at Zio contemptuously, saying, "This is my strongest form. How long can you last?" Nine Tails and Little Spirit looked at the rising smoke in the distance. She frowned and said with determination, "Nine Tails, let's go. This is the final battle." Nine Tails immediately agreed, "Okay." The Venusian exotic beast's hand retracted, revealing sharp claws. It raised its flame-wielding arm, then swung it down fiercely. Venusian exotic beast's hand shot straight towards Zio, and in an instant a violent explosion erupted. The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened, filled with surprise. It panicked, realizing that what it held in its hand was another giant hand. Zio, in another form, tightly gripped the Venusian exotic beast's hand. Zio and it clashed fiercely. The Venusian exotic beast asked him in surprise, "How many clones do you have?" Zio calmly and casually replied, "You'll find out in a moment." It was annoyed by Zio's answer, growling, "No need." The Venusian exotic beast unleashed flame magic, pushing Zio backward. He stood still, resisting the energy. The Venusian exotic beast's overwhelming flames continued to shoot out. Zio waved his hand, extinguishing the Venusian exotic beast's magic, and it stared with wide eyes at Zio's strike. He clenched his fist, raising it towards the Venusian exotic beast. It quickly created a shield, easily blocking the attack. Zio shot straight through the shield, and to the Venusian exotic beast's horrified gaze a large hole was punched through its abdomen by Zio. His gaze was sharp, not leaving the Venusian exotic beast for a moment, and Zio quickly landed another punch, causing the Venusian exotic beast's body to shatter. The Venusian exotic beast suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of warm blood. In its agony, its body gradually melted into liquid under the erosion of the lava below its feet. Meanwhile, Zio calmly walked step by step towards the prostrate Venusian exotic beast. Suddenly, the Venusian exotic beast's pupils shattered into fragments. Zio's blue claws appeared in the air, radiating light. Zio's body suddenly grew larger, with weapons suspended around it. Then Zio resolutely extended his palm, pointing opposite. "Go." Those claws immediately rushed towards the Venusian exotic beast opposite, attacking. Its body was continuously cut by those weapons, emitting piercing sounds, and blue liquid splattered in the air. A roaring explosion erupted on a layer of scorching magma, and white smoke billowed. Giant tree roots drilled out from underground, tightly entwining the Venusian exotic beast and lifting it high into the air. The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened, filled with surprise, secretly thinking, "This is." Before Zio, a fierce fire blazed. Meanwhile, the Venusian exotic beast was being burned by the flames, falling and being swallowed by the magma. Nine Tails silently observed the white smoke rising from the explosion. It watched with astonished eyes, and Nine Tails' voice rang out, "The situation is one-sided. Master's overwhelming power is too strong." Little Spirit, on the other hand, was sweating all over from the shock, her voice trembling. "I always feel that Master hasn't even used his full strength yet." Zio pursed his lips, coldly staring opposite, his eyes gleaming. Just then he straightened up, arrogantly mocking the Venusian exotic beast. "Get up, I'm not done playing yet." The Venusian exotic beast's body seemed to tremble, its eyes wide as it reprimanded. "What did you say?" Several thick tails wrapped in light suddenly appeared. The Venusian exotic beast transformed into a multi-tailed giant monster, baring its ferocious teeth, its mouth wide open, as if to devour Zio in its rage. "I'm not your toy." Dark green tree roots immediately wrapped around the Venusian exotic beast's neck, but it struggled violently. "Don't stop me." Then the Venusian exotic beast angrily reached out and broke the tree roots. It raised its head high, looking opposite. Immediately after, the Venusian exotic beast spewed a huge ball of fire. The flames rushed far, and a red light quickly enveloped Zayu's surroundings, and the Venusian exotic beast's voice was filled with rage. Its slanted eyes glowed red. "I possess the abilities of all gods." The Venusian exotic beast bent down, its hands on the ground, erupting with immense power. Dark green tree roots drilled out from the bottom of the magma, coiling in the air. They immediately wrapped tightly around the Venusian exotic beast's body again. It opened its mouth and roared. This made the Venusian exotic beast's eyes widen in shock, only murmuring to itself. Plants grew on the magma. Zio cast a contemptuous glance below. "This war has dragged on for too long." He frowned, as if suppressing the anger in his heart. Zio's voice was cold. "It's time to end this." The Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened. It roared unwillingly. "Don't talk as if you've already won." As soon as the words fell, it broke free from the tree root's control. As soon as the Venusian exotic beast broke free, it immediately created a clone and quickly rushed opposite, while Zio remained calmly observing from the palm of the giant tree. At this moment, the Venusian exotic beast opened its mouth, roaring furiously. "I will not lose." A flash of light emanated from Zio, and at the very moment it spoke, time stopped. Then Zio rushed towards the Venusian exotic beast, which was frozen in midair. He launched a series of fatal attacks as swift as a gale. The Venusian exotic beast's body was sliced into fragments. At this moment it fell onto the scorching magma and white smoke billowed. Zio let out a colossal roar, making the surroundings reverberate. 2 tree roots pierced into the Venusian exotic beast's body, making it open its mouth in pain. Flames immediately burned with astonishing heat, as if to incinerate the Venusian exotic beast. Little Spirit raised her hand to shield herself, and at the same time she gritted her teeth and took a step back. The swirling dust obscured Zio's vision, yet he still gazed intently. Gradually the dust cleared, revealing a black object in the center. The Venusian exotic beast's body appeared, a single isolated eye lying on the ground, emitting a sobbing heel from within. Zio, excited, rushed forward, simultaneously kicking the Venusian exotic beast away. It rolled along the cliff, crashing into a large rock, raising a puff of white smoke. Several rocks pressed on the Venusian exotic beast, its eyes swollen, coughing incessantly. Zio did not give up, stomping on the Venusian exotic beast several more times to vent his anger. Zio's voice was exceptionally furious. He frowned, trying to suppress the tumultuous emotions in his heart. "I ask you answer. If I'm not satisfied, I'll pluck out your eyes right here." Zio's foot pressed on the Venusian exotic beast's eye, forcing it to lie still obediently. From above, Zio's foot was on the Venusian exotic beast's eye, and a crack spread across its pupil. The Venusian exotic beast secretly wondered, "He can defeat me so easily. How unfathomable is his true strength?" A hint of impatience flashed across Zio's face, and he frowned, demanding, "What is the purpose of your great emperor coming to Earth?" Suddenly, the Venusian exotic beast let out a sinister laugh, then mocked. "Are you scared?" In an instant, a tree root pierced into its body and blood splattered. Although the Venusian exotic beast continued to howl, Zio coldly stomped on it. "Let's see how long you can last." Venusian exotic beast's injuries grew more severe, and it pleaded, "Truly, truly." Zio's icy figure was reflected in the Venusian exotic beast's eye. Azure Star and Earth are both the great emperor's fruits. Earth is GGG's food, and not just this Earth. At this moment, it thought of images of planets in the universe. All planets in the universe are GGG's food. Everything belongs to GGG. The more Zio listened to the Venusian exotic beast's explanation, the tighter his brows furrowed, and his anger grew. Earth has only 1 year left to live, but Azure Star is also on the verge of demise. The great emperor will arrive soon. Iron pillars carved with magic spells appeared. We have received countless magic teleportation arrays on this Earth. The Venusian exotic beast remembered the planet covered in beautiful green, precisely to allow the great emperor to arrive here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the air. Zio immediately turned to look behind him, his eyes narrowed in anger. Conversely, the Venusian exotic beast cheered excitedly. "He's here, the great emperor." Ninetails flew in the air, nervously observing the sky, which was split in two. Little Spirit frowned tightly, blurting out in horror, "A void channel has appeared in the sky." Ninetail's eyes widened in panic, then it rushed over hastily. No, not the sky. It seemed to see the rift appearing in the universe, a void channel opening again in the void. And the Venusian exotic beast was as excited as if it had seen a savior. "So what if I told you everything?" "You can't change anything." Zio calmly watched the sky, his thoughts racing. It seems Azure Star was also teleported here through this black pillar magic array in the void, and then this array is being used to continue teleporting the great emperor here. the Great Emperor gradually manifested, a long red trail appearing in the sky, finally revealing its red rhomboid body with a white stripe down the middle. Seeing this, Zio frowned in surprise, sweat trickling down his cheeks. The Great Emperor seemed to be observing Zio, who stood below with wide eyes. We meet again. Little Spirit, sitting on 9 tails, stared at the Great Emperor, her eyes wide with surprise and fear, stammering, "That giant eye." 9 tails, on the other hand, bared its teeth, trying to suppress the trembling in its heart. Its pupils gradually constricted. I actually felt fear. Its eyes seemed to turn red, and the thought that flashed in its mind was not fear of the enemy, but fear of recognizing the truth of this universe. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed from the Great Emperor's blood-red pupil. At this moment, Zio roared at the opponent with immense hatred. "You won't destroy this place." As soon as the words fell, Zio's tough tentacles appeared. Its giant foot with sharp claws stomped violently on the forest. Zio transformed into a massive and strong Trent. In the air, the Great Emperor emitted a dazzling light. Meanwhile, 9 tails hastily unleashed flames in self-defense, and at the same time it instructed, "Little Spirit, hold on tight to 9 tails." The Venusian exotic beast, on the other hand, looked up excitedly, anticipating Great Emperor. Devour this planet. Before Zio was the scene of the Great Emperor transforming into a massive light, its body expanding, striking the ground, causing the earth to crack. Beams of light destroyed everything around them. Even the Venusian exotic beast was attacked. Little Spirit clung tightly to 9 tails, both enveloped in a golden orb of light, while Zio countered the Great Emperor with both hands. It roared, furiously attacking the Great Emperor as if to tear it to shreds. Another new beam of light shot down from high above towards Zio, the Great Emperor's blood-red eyes in the cosmos observing everything. Through the rift, the Great Emperor gazed at the tiny Zio below. Zio's mouth pulsed with golden light, and it furiously roared, "I am not who I once was." Even the Venusian exotic beast sprawled against the cliff couldn't help but be astonished. The Great Emperor's attack was actually deflected. Meanwhile, the Great Emperor calmly swayed its long tentacles. The Great Emperor's colossal body and tentacles seemed poised to instantly crush Zio. It suddenly showed a surprised expression, then affirmed, "You've grown stronger." The more Zio heard, the angrier he became, glaring furiously at his opponent. "Last time on the moon you gave me a grand gift. This time I'm returning it to you." A voice emanated from the white stripe in the middle of the Great Emperor's red body. "My body is too large, it's inconvenient for combat." Subsequently, its tentacles stirred the magma below. The Great Emperor's body gradually materialized, its appearance identical to Zio's, which made Little Spirit break out in a cold sweat in astonishment. The Great Emperor's form was an exact replica of Zio's, the only difference being its blood-red eyes. At this moment it calmed down, then provocatively said, "Let's see how much you've grown fighting with your own size." Seeing this, the Venusian exotic beast trembled in fear, muttering, "The Great Emperor is going to fight personally." Zio's deep voice resonated with coldness as he swayed his tentacles. "Then I should use my true strength as well." Light flickered from Zio's chest, and at the same time his claws emitted a blue glow. Zio stood calmly before the Great Emperor, who was writhing its tentacles. Seeing this scene, both Little Spirit and 9 tails simultaneously cried out in astonishment, "That's Master's appearance." Sweat seeped from 9 tails' thick fur, and it murmured in horror. "Not just the appearance, but even the spiritual energy and aura are identical." The Great Emperor opened its blood-red eyes wide. Its appearance was identical to Zio's. At this moment, Zio slowly raised his golden claws, while the Venusian exotic beast shrieked in excitement. It struggled to move its body, wanting to get a clear view of the battle. This time, the exotic tree is doomed. The spiritual energy emanating from the Great Emperor is several times stronger than the exotic trees. This made Little Spirit clench her jaw in worry. "Can Master win?" Just then, the Great Emperor spoke, baring its sharp fangs, then mocked Zio. "Let me see." It clenched its fists, its aura extraordinarily powerful, capable of defeating the Venusian exotic beast. The sight before him greatly surprised Zio, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed an extraordinary presence." A long lightning-like rift appeared before him, suspended in the air. Zio spoke. Then a light emanated from Zio's face, and he excitedly said, "I should also use my true strength now." Seeing this, the Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened in horror. This guy was still hiding a power, charging towards the opponent with lightning. The Great Emperor pursed its lips in slight surprise, while it looked up ahead. Zio was growing enormous. Zio glared furiously at his opponent. Little Spirit's voice trembled as she felt Zio's immense power. This spiritual energy was considerably stronger than the Great Emperor's. Suddenly, Little Spirit lowered her head, clenching her teeth in endurance. Her hands gripped 9 tails tightly. "I can barely breathe." Seeing this, 9 tails immediately spoke with concern, "Let's retreat." Meanwhile, Zio placed his hand on his glowing chest. Golden rays of light flickered, accompanied by his whispered voice, "Every time I break through, my body can withstand stronger spiritual energy, and thus it responds." And now, Zio's body was twisting and growing colossal. He excitedly extended his branches. "This is my brand new form." Hatred was clearly evident in Zio's eyes. "This is how I fight next." The Great Emperor's mouth hung open in astonishment, unable to speak. Zio seemed to be gritting his teeth, threatening the Great Emperor. "Great Emperor, this planet does not belong to you." In the hazy vortex, Zio's hand suddenly appeared. Then he opened his mouth and roared as he broke free. Zayu's enormous foot emerged from the white smoke, and then he waved his hand to clear the smoke with his powerful body. Zayu coldly warned, "Don't even think about getting Earth." Golden rays flowed over its body. Meanwhile, the Great Emperor furiously extended both hands forward. "Prove it with your strength." Zayu, unwilling to be outdone, controlled lightning to counterattack. An explosion erupted, accompanied by billowing white smoke. The Venusian exotic beast was also affected. It shrieked in pain, and even Little Spirit hugged her body tightly, gritting her teeth in endurance. Beams of light shot from the Great Emperor's fingers. "You seem to have a very interesting move, let me see it." Suddenly, Zayu's body froze, and the Great Emperor immediately extended branches to entangle Zayu. Attacks rained down fiercely on Zayu. Zayu looked up, observing the twisting space. Inadvertently, the Great Emperor saw Zayu approaching. A golden light pierced directly into the Great Emperor's abdomen, sending it flying. The Great Emperor flew a great distance, leaving a long trail of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, the Great Emperor's humiliated smile was revealed. Meanwhile, Zayu spread his arms, unleashing hundreds of claw shadows. The Great Emperor, unwilling to be outdone, swung its fist towards its opponent. Blue light pierced through the Great Emperor's arm, surprising it. And then those claw shadows continuously attacked the Great Emperor. An explosion engulfed the Great Emperor entirely before Zayu. He then rushed forward, simultaneously reaching out and gripping the Great Emperor's face. Zayu exerted even greater force, then grinned excitedly. "This is how to slay a demon." Several black circles appeared beside the two. Fragments scattered everywhere. Zayu clenched his massive hand and raised it high again, while the Great Emperor's eyes widened in horror. Subsequently, Zayu swung his fist with lightning speed. The Great Emperor's face was distorted by the blow, and both Little Spirit and Ninetails gasped in astonishment, drenched in sweat. And the Venusian exotic beast's eyes widened in terror, unable to utter a single word. Both the Great Emperor and Zayu charged at each other, attacking. However, Zayu still held the advantage. He opened his mouth, panting, appearing somewhat fatigued. He then waved his arm while the Great Emperor glared furiously at him, filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, the Great Emperor rushed straight forward, white smoke seemingly coiling around its ankles. Zayu, meanwhile, hastily retreated, his foot stomping hard on the gravel. The situation between the two was exceptionally tense. The Great Emperor and Zayu stood side by side when a thought suddenly flashed through Zayu's mind. Meanwhile, he silently observed, "Slay the demon." Conversely, the Great Emperor roared madly in excitement, full of arrogance. "It seems this is useless against me too." Suddenly it extended its clawed hand, raised it high, and caught a giant red orb of light. The orb of light grew larger and larger, completely enveloping the Great Emperor's body. This sight shocked Zayu. He widened his eyes and furiously roared, "Do you want to destroy this planet?" The Great Emperor, meanwhile, laughed triumphantly, extremely excited. It showed no fear, instead provoking Zayu. "You'll stop it, won't you?" At this moment, white smoke appeared around the Great Emperor, just as it concentrated its power. Its face was grotesquely distorted, and faint red threads vaguely appeared in its eyes. "You are more interesting than I imagined." Meanwhile, the Venusian exotic beast lay on a rock, staring wide-eyed at the massive orb of light, softly begging, "Don't do this, Great Emperor. I don't want to die." Even so, the Great Emperor seemed completely unfazed, still controlling the blood-red light. Immediately after, it waved its hand, flinging the giant fireball straight towards its opponent. Ninetails' protective barrier gradually weakened. It anxiously lowered its head, urging Little Spirit, "Hold on tight." Sweat soaked Ninetails' fur. At the same time, it gritted its teeth, suppressing its inner worry. "This barrier definitely can't stop this attack. It's too late to even run now, damn it." Meanwhile, Zayu still stood calmly before the fireball. This greatly surprised Little Spirit, also mixed with a hint of unease. She looked as if she was about to rush forward. "Master." Zayu, meanwhile, grinned excitedly, simultaneously crossing his arms over his chest. "Indeed a powerful force." Hearing this, the Great Emperor became even more triumphant. It laughed heartily in excitement, then mocked, "I can even earn your praise." Just as the fireball approached, Zayu merely silently swung his arm in a horizontal slash. His hand immediately touched the fireball. Zayu exerted even greater force. Subsequently, Zayu with one hand flung the massive fireball back towards the Great Emperor. This scene reflected in the Venusian exotic beast's eyes, fear clearly etched on its face. Even Ninetails was equally horrified. It widened its eyes, then pursed its lips, unable to speak. A few drops of blood splattered on Little Spirit's cheek. Even so, she still turned to look to the side, unfazed. The Great Emperor's mouth hung open. Even it was surprised. The enormous fireball hovered high in the air, suddenly emitting a terrifying power. Immediately after, the fireball twisted and flew erratically in the air. A colossal beam of light from the cosmos suddenly pierced towards the blue-covered planet, but it struck a hard protective membrane. The planet remained unharmed, while the blue protective membrane gradually shattered into fragments. At this moment, the planet became clearer, surrounded by a protective barrier. The Venusian exotic beast tilted its head back, staring upwards in horror. It seemed to realize something. This planet was released from the void. Suddenly, a strange night unexpectedly appeared in the sky. The Great Emperor turned its head in confusion, looking around just as it was enveloped by darkness. Its tail twisted segment by segment. The Great Emperor thought agitatedly without end. It couldn't see anything and had lost its sensory abilities. Meanwhile, Zayu smiled triumphantly, and at the same time he narrowed his eyes and affirmed, "It seems we won't need another year. Everything can be resolved today." Subsequently, Zayu's tail was enveloped by a hard diamond layer, and he spoke cheerfully. "Right, Great Emperor?" The Great Emperor stared blankly as those powerful weapons rushed towards it. A black orb of light fell from high above into the magma layer, then gradually submerged halfway. Suddenly, many cracks appeared on the massive orb of light spreading across it. Great Emperor was suddenly thrown out from inside at an extremely high speed. It tumbled, then plunged into the magma layer, triggering a fierce explosion. Billows of white smoke rose, and as the dust slowly dispersed, a few of the Great Emperor's still trembling tails were revealed. Meanwhile, the Venusian exotic beast lay silently observing everything around it enveloped in smoke. Sweat drenched its body. At the same time, the Venusian exotic beast stared horrified at its opponent. Before it was half of the Great Emperor's body, suspended in midair. The Venusian exotic beast's pupils seemed to dilate at this moment. It was utterly terrified. Even it couldn't believe that the Great Emperor had been so battered and incomplete. The Great Emperor was sent flying. Suddenly, Zayo walked beside the Venusian exotic beast. Zayo stomped his foot heavily. He was tall and imposing, and he cast a cold glance downwards. Zayu's pupils seemed to spin. He opened his mouth but made no sound. Little Spirit, riding on Ninetail's back, rushed straight forward. Both cheered joyfully in unison. "Master, you won!" From the Great Emperor's blood-red eyes came a mocking tone. "You must be very pleased with yourself now, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Zayo controlled the trees winding in the air. Then he extended his hand, directing the trees straight towards the Great Emperor before him. "You're almost dead, cut the nonsense." Just then, the Venusian exotic beast lay stiffly on a rock floating in the magma. It stared wide-eyed, its mind seemingly shattered. The Venusian exotic beast thought in horror, has the Great Emperor been defeated? How strong is that exotic tree? Inadvertently, Zayu's colossal body raised its foot high, preparing to stomp on the Venusian exotic beast. As Zayo stepped forward, the rock groaned and the Venusian exotic beast was sent flying. Meanwhile, Zayo cast a contemptuous glance downwards, then mocked, "You're too much of a hindrance. Go become nourishment for the life force space." The trees immediately coiled tightly around the Venusian exotic beast's body, then lifted it up. The Venusian exotic beast struggled incessantly, screaming unwillingly, "No, Great Emperor!" A lightning flash echoed in the air, and the Venusian exotic beast disintegrated. Subsequently, Zayo laughed heartily in excitement. Meanwhile, he walked forward. "Had enough fun, Great Emperor. Today I will finish you here." Hearing this, the Great Emperor merely calmly looked at the sharp thorn near its eye. "You can't kill me." Zayo meanwhile frowned, his tone icy. "No one can kill me, and don't even think about escaping here." The Great Emperor silently confronted Zayo surrounded by thick trees. "If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Suddenly, several stone pillars emerged, piercing the ground and raising dust. Strange symbols were carved on those pillars and they shook continuously. The Great Emperor's eyes widened, watching as the massive stone pillars surrounded it. High in the air, Little Blue rode on White Tiger's back, flying swiftly. The wind ruffled her hair. Little Blue gently frowned, observing everything below. All 72 stone pillars had been uprooted. It wasn't too difficult to find them, just a bit time-consuming. White smoke swirled around the black stone pillars carved with strange circular patterns. Ninetails was both surprised and delighted to see Little Blue and White Tiger opposite. "It's Little Blue and them." A blue light appeared in the air, then slowly converged. The Great Emperor hovered in the air, then suddenly looked up in confusion. Its path of arrival was sealed. Despite being entangled by Zayu's winding vines, the Great Emperor still defiantly provoked. "Even so, you can't kill me." Its blood-red pupils seemed to dilate, its voice echoing in all directions. "You are merely fighting one of my clones." This couldn't help but surprise Zayo. He frowned. Just as he was startled, a red aura flew from afar, approaching the Great Emperor. At this moment, it arrogantly spoke. "My true strength." In the Great Emperor's memory appeared a massive ancient tree with a red trunk, 40,000 times stronger than this clone. Suddenly, its body gradually dissipated, emitting dazzling light. It mocked, "I eagerly await our next meeting. I'll leave this planet to you. Next time, I'll send more powerful helpers. You can wait for me." Just then, Yuzun rushed over, angrily baring its teeth. A few drops of sweat rolled down Ninetail's white fur. It cried out in panic, thinking the Great Emperor wanted to self-destruct. Several black-green branches immediately pierced through the light beam, approaching the Great Emperor. Then they coiled around the Great Emperor, forming a spherical shape. A huge explosion erupted, and the powerful light shook the scorching magma layer. Ninetails immediately created a protective circle, engulfing itself in Little Spirit. At this moment, Little Blue and White Tiger were also startled by the impact of the light. The thick white smoke suddenly dispersed, revealing a motionless black silhouette. Yuzun stared coldly at the opposite side, letting the smoke billow. Then it stepped forward, walking on the ground. The stones beneath its feet cracked on the ground. A sunken pit appeared, with smoke rising from its center. Yuzun then emerged from that layer of smoke. A cold light flickered in its eyes. Several thick tree trunks had snapped, and liquid flowed from the wounds as Yuzun's body gradually formed from tiny roots. Suddenly, Little Spirit and Ninetails rushed to Yuzun's side, both speaking simultaneously. "Master." Ninetails looked at Yuzun, confused, its face filled with tension and worry. "What should we do next?" Yuzun slowly raised its head, looking upward. Then it frowned and began to explain. "All the enemies behind this planet have been eliminated. The remaining time will be spent fully controlling this planet, bringing all forces under our command." Ninetails immediately bowed respectfully, obediently replying, "As you command." Suddenly, Little Spirit heard Yuzun's voice, and her eyes widened in confusion. "Little Spirit." Yuzun turned to look at her, calmly instructing Little Spirit, "I will save your friends." You go to the vitality space first. Little Spirit's bright eyes filled with gratitude, and she smiled happily. Okay. Meanwhile, the Venusian exotic beast was sprawled on the cold ground, branches tightly coiled around it and pierced deep into its body, rendering it silent. The Venusian exotic beast flinched as it saw Yuzun walking towards it. Yuzun's white hair fluttered in the wind and it pursed its lips, looking down. At this moment, the Venusian exotic beast eagerly pleaded. Blood flowed from its eyes, adding to its pain. Exotic tree, spare me. I can join your ranks, just spare my life. No sooner had the Venusian exotic beast finished speaking than it was pierced by branches. They seemed to be draining its life force. Golden light emanated, and then the Venusian exotic beast body was torn to shreds by the branches, gradually dissipating. Suddenly, Black Dragon appeared and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Branches swiftly wrapped around Black Dragon, preventing it from struggling. This made Yuzun feel surprised. It stared at Black Dragon. Black Dragon, the one who betrayed Dragon Island. Yuzun's eyes were filled with extreme hatred. At the same time, it gritted its teeth and said word by word, "You go apologize to the ancestors." Black Dragon was severely wounded by Yuzun's branches, spitting blood from its mouth. When its life force left its body, it became stiff, allowing the opponent to control it. Only then did Yuzun's branches slowly release Black Dragon. They placed the dead Black Dragon on the ground, tiny roots still coiling around to secure it. Yuzun then raised itself to be level with the exotic tree's gaze. It frowned, staring directly at the tree before it, then declared loudly, "Next is you, ancient tree of life. It would be a pity to kill you. Let me make use of you." Yuzun's gaze was fixed on the ancient tree's consciousness, and at the same time a few thoughts flashed through its mind. I must destroy its consciousness. So its branches extended, pulling the ancient tree's consciousness from its body, then crushing it. Red liquid splattered in the air. Yuzun continued to transfer a part of itself to that empty spot, and a new body grew from where the consciousness had been lost. Yuzun's gaze remained serious, and it murmured to itself, "Continue to grow in this world, then let me use a few drops of life essence." The life essence flowing from the branches enveloped the recently defeated strong individuals, healing Little Spirit's teammates. Unexpectedly, other entities appeared at this moment, attracting Yuzun's attention. Among those life essence spheres, an anomaly had infiltrated. God of illusion, I haven't decided how to deal with you yet. I'll lock you in the void world for now and bring you out when I need you. This is merely punishment for opposing me. Everything is over. This planet is truly under my control now. Little Blue and White Tiger were also surprised by this scene. Meanwhile, on Dragon Island, Yuzun's main body plunged fiercely into the ground, deforming it. Several golden branches swayed in the wind, its main body currently having its eyes closed, yet in just an instant Yuzun's eyes opened and its entire mountain-like body fully awakened. Yuzun murmured to itself, commenting that after arriving on this planet it had been busy until now, finally able to catch its breath. Let's check the attribute panel. System panel quickly displayed complete information. Species, Immortal Tree, Evolution Points, 98 level, Transcendent rank 6 mid-stage. Talent, Innate Wonder, Ever-flowing life level 5, infinite spiritual energy, endless vitality, broken branches can regenerate, withered wood can bloom again. Seed of vitality level 4, using its own spiritual energy as a source of life, activating seeds to rapidly create an ancient forest on barren land. Instantaneous level 4, absolute evolution level 4, lightning control level 4. Special ability Immortal Bark level 6, increases elemental resistance. Physical defense is Immortal Bark level 6, transparent and illuminating, capable of solidifying souls, can heal all things. Immortal Roots level 6, transforms into a flood dragon, turning all things into nutrients to nourish itself. Immortal Fruit level 6, this fruit requires a large amount of power to nourish, enough to revive the dead and grant ordinary people 10,000 years of lifespan, but consumes immense power. Immortal Mist Beast level 5, white mist is difficult to eradicate, transforming into new life, immortal and indestructible. Spiritual Field level 4, Illusion level 4, River of Earth level 4, Willow Leaf Blade level 5, Blood Contract level 5, Ice Storm level 4, Blood Red Sky Eye level 5. Minor Divine Powers, Crystallization Beginner, Flame Shatter Feather Beginner, Ice Age Beginner, Call of Light Beginner, Lightning Kill Beginner, Size Manipulation Beginner. Major Divine Powers, 9 Heavens Realm Lesser Accomplishment. Square Minor World transforms into a starry sky guarding the host. Yuzun read through all this panel information in one breath and couldn't help but praise. The Immortal Tree is no longer a mutated willow. These two should also be upgraded. River of Earth level 4, Willow Leaf Blade level 5 including this secret weapon cannot be left behind. Blood Red Sky Eye level 5, System enhances Blood Red Sky Eye. A system prompt appeared with two options. Host, are you sure you want to spend 50 million evolution points to enhance Blood Red Sky Eye to level 6? Yuzun pressed confirm, its face tense with sweat, reluctantly parting with its wealth having spent 50 million evolution points. The light of evolution shot directly from Yuzun's body. A strong light pierced through the sky. The Sky Eye activated on Yuzun and it itself grew a third eye. This eye never closed, its pupil blood red. Yuzun murmured to itself while examining its body, now there's an eye here too. The spiritual energy is stronger than before, and the spiritual energy in the 9 great spaces is also richer. The blood red sky eye is closely related to the 9 great spaces. Now the 9 great spaces can store more spiritual energy. This time the 9 great worlds will become my reserve power, supporting me in higher intensity battles. On the other side, thunder roared loudly, galloping across the sky with the dragons. Yu Zun, seeing them below, uttered a questioning sound. "Little Ten, where is it going with so many dragons?" the nearby snake woman explained. "I heard that the undead race was discovered in the dark forest. Their leader is a rank 4 bone dragon, and it wants to challenge that dragon." Yu Zun looked at her with some surprise. "Snake Princess," he said, "this little Ten will definitely become stronger after it returns." Thunder was highly anticipated as it galloped vigorously in the air, and it itself could not relax. "There are also strong individuals like the great emperor." Yu Zun sternly pushed itself. "I must continue to grow stronger." After the battle with the divine beasts, it was already exhausted. A rare tranquility settled, and Emperor Crocodile, White Tiger and Little Blue also returned. On the other side were the remaining members, everyone satisfied with the outcome. However, in one corner 2 panda brothers were still frolicking, where it had already settled down. Time passed quickly, and a month later, under Yu Ziyu's guidance, it began to fully eradicate the remaining divine forces. The commander of the Dark Legion, Black Tiger, Dark Devour Fruit Original Speed Dark Avatar, had already entered rank 4 peak after a month of battle. The commander of the Light Legion, Phoenix Butterfly, also made progress, its body becoming increasingly shiny. The battle before them ended with the enemy's blood and the victory of the Light Legion. The difference was so vast that Phoenix Butterfly's eyes showed no ripples. On the other side, Dung Beetle appeared. The subordinates of the Spider Tribe were gradually approaching, as well as the Bloodfang Tribe. The opponent issued a decisive command. "They're here, prepare for battle." A white dragon had also been defeated, lying sprawled on the ground. On its corpse was the figure of Thunder, emanating an exceptionally powerful aura. Not only them, Nine Tails itself had also evolved, its entire body seemingly enveloped in a layer of red flames. Aya and Panis stood by, both cautious and emotional. Nine Tails had already entered rank 5 peak after that battle. Master's subordinates on Azure Star are truly powerful. Yu Zun still stood observing the movements here, and it itself had to praise Nine Tails. "I really didn't expect her to break through so quickly." Orochi has also been growing stronger recently, having devoured the fear of countless beings, and has now reached rank 4 peak. Flash and White Tiger, needless to say, are invincible at their level. Little Spirit's power in another corner was covering the sky. The snake woman frowned, sweating from the heat. The flames in the sky grew larger and larger, and in the center of that sea of fire was Little Spirit's figure. She herself undergoing evolution. Yu Zun couldn't hide the surprise on its face. Little Spirit was breaking through. Little Spirit's eyes turned white from the firelight. The figure of Fire Butterfly covered her from the outside. Unexpectedly, Little Spirit suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and in an instant all the flames dissipated. She felt very uncomfortable at this moment, still unable to reach rank 5 peak. However, Yu Zun on the side merely observed and evaluated. Little Spirit has also reached rank 5. Little Spirit, she looked at it appearing before her. "Ma Master," Yu Zun grimly reminded, "you are a bit too impatient, relax a little. Sometimes gradual progress is also a good choice." Unexpectedly, a pillar of light suddenly appeared during the conversation, and Emperor Crocodile's entire body instantly turned redder than magma. It roared, half in pain and half in anger, its colossal body leveling an entire space. The snake woman's face turned pale from Emperor Crocodile's pressure. "What's wrong with it? I've never seen it in such a state." At this moment, Emperor Crocodile had already gathered an attack in its mouth, and the other exotic beasts quickly moved away. "It wants to blow up this place, run!" Emperor Crocodile then directly spewed out that attack. The snake woman was stunned as if she would be scared to death by this blow, and the entire space was affected, almost disappeared. Fortunately, branches extended in time wrapping around them. Yu Zun had already appeared beside Emperor Crocodile, cautiously observing the situation before it. The snake woman breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, saved." Yu Zun continued to suppress Emperor Crocodile. "Calm down." Emperor Crocodile roared almost directly. "I'm in so much pain, Master. There are 2 forces in my body." Yu Zun's eyes widened in surprise, and when it saw 2 energy masses appearing simultaneously within Emperor Crocodile's body, it quickly concluded that 2 powerful forces were fighting each other within Emperor Crocodile. If this continued, it would die sooner or later. Yu Zun's branches quickly extended, leaving Emperor Crocodile with a long reminder, "It'll hurt a bit," and then unhesitatingly pierced its body with the branches. Emperor Crocodile flinched violently, spitting blood in pain. Yu Zun assumed a posture, preparing to do something, not forgetting to remind it beforehand. "It'll hurt a bit, you need to endure it." Yu Zun's branches thus directly pierced into Emperor Crocodile's body. They competed to feast within it. Emperor Crocodile's eyes glowed at this moment, and sharp screams continuously echoed. The snake woman commented worriedly from the side, "Master, Emperor Crocodile's aura is getting weaker." However, Yu Zun firmly assured, "Emperor Crocodile, what you are enduring now will be repaid tenfold in the future." Emperor Crocodile, unsteady from the pain, fell directly to the ground. Several forces emanated from its body. Yu Zun also desperately suppressed the dark domain nearby. Darkness began to envelop Emperor Crocodile, and in just an instant its entire body was wrapped in a cocoon. Yu Zun still focused on observing from the side, and the golden-haired monkey appeared at this moment. It, along with the wild boar and honey badger, looked over worriedly. The snake woman exclaimed, "It swallowed it." After a while there was movement within the cocoon. Emperor Crocodile pierced through it with its hand, and golden wings emerged from another corner. Below were Emperor Crocodile's legs, and it let out a majestic roar, breaking free from the cocoon. The golden-haired monkey and the other two animals struggled to resist lest they be blown away. The snake woman and several other exotic beasts couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too hot." Emperor Crocodile's eyes slowly opened, its entire body completely transformed. Yuzun approached it, pondering with great satisfaction. Excellent. Information about Emperor Crocodile appeared before it. Emperor Crocodile, Transcendent Rank 5, Peak Physical Talent, Innate Atavism, constantly tracing ancient bloodlines. The angrier it gets, the more terrifying its power, unrestricted by rank. It relies on its dragon bloodline's instincts in battle. A noble and extraordinary bloodline of ancient dragons, with the special ability to control the earth. It can freely control earth elements and pierce through the earth. Primeval instinct, fully awakened instincts granted a higher level of combat awareness. Muscle undulation. The muscles beneath its dragon scales are enough to make Emperor Crocodile's strength surpass comprehension. The defense of its dragon scales is formidable, and when its dragon scales stand erect, they are also extremely terrifying weapons capable of tearing anything apart. Berserker Rage. It grows stronger the more it fights, enhancing Emperor Crocodile's strength, speed, and reaction time. Only then did they dare to look up, asking in surprise, did it succeed? The golden-haired monkeys also stared wide-eyed, showing astonishment. Zio began to explain everything. The two forces had merged, and now it had far surpassed its previous self. Emperor Crocodile itself felt the progress, power continuously surging out, stronger than when it fought the gods. Zio continued to provide further guidance. You still need to consolidate your current strength. Take a moment to regulate your breath. Then it continued to observe Emperor Crocodile intently. In a corner of a tree there was also an exotic beast observing. This creature just stood there silently, without a word. Emperor Crocodile slowly settled into the water, and Zio sighed silently beside it. I never thought two atavistic transformations could be so strong, provided it can integrate the two different forces within its body. The golden-haired monkeys were somewhat puzzled to see Zio's branches extending towards them. Squeak! They grabbed the golden-haired monkey, making it cry out. Zio brought the golden-haired monkey before him, then scanned it with his eyes again. At this moment the golden-haired monkey contained 72 souls. Zio sighed silently. It actually has 72 souls in its body, a total of 72 forces, and you're fine. Once it fully integrates these 72 forces, it will definitely surpass all exotic beasts here, including the 10 great fierce beasts. It seems everyone has been growing stronger when I wasn't aware, Zio encouraged himself. I must also continue to grow stronger. At this moment, somewhere in the universe beyond the void, a majestic figure sat on a chair. This was the king of the void. Zio transformed into a giant python, appearing by piercing through space. It stopped, cautiously observing its surroundings, then mumbled to itself, estimating the time. Next it would continuously absorb the void power here. The greedy king of the void here commented, "Indeed, my perception wasn't wrong." His gaze cast towards the vast space ahead, affirming, "A transcendent rank 6 powerhouse has already appeared." Beyond the void, Zio's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light at this moment, and then the light enveloped its entire body. A mark appeared on Zio's head. It let out a low growl, and the pressure caused the surrounding space to crack. Zio sighed with satisfaction. "Finally I've broken through," the information panel displayed before it. "The 17th king of the void race, Yuzun," Zio further commented. "It seems this body has absorbed too much void power and has transformed into a void creature. The 17th king, not bad. If the main body were to become a void exotic beast with transcendent rank 6 strength, its ranking would definitely rise, but this body currently only has transcendent rank 4 strength. It still needs to be stronger." When Zio became the 17th king of the void in the vast and boundless void, those unknown creatures were all shaken. The one observing was the Void King, fallen titan, Avarice. Avarice mumbled to himself, "A new king has emerged. The void race is too scarce. Even now there are less than 100 members and they are hunted by myriad races. If he could join us." The 72 kings, the designated powerhouse, quickly responded. He ordered this individual, "Invite the newly ascended king here." The 72 kings bowed. "As you command." With that he transformed into a blue light and departed according to his own movements. Avarice continued to mumble alone. "The new king's spiritual energy must not be simple. He's not just the 17th king. If we can draw him to our side, our void race will surely rise. No matter how many years it takes, we must find him." Here the 72 kings was diligently rushing back to Dragon Island. Zio ordered, "Jingji, restrain Glacier." She quickly responded, "Okay." Jingji's branches then coiled around Glacier's body. Zio observed, silently commenting, "So that giant purple python relied on Titan power to absorb void power. Now it has awakened the power of hunger, which allows it to absorb void power to a greater extent. Titan power is not very useful to me, so I'll give it to you." With that, light continuously shot towards Glacier. Its eyes widened in surprise, and before its body was completely engulfed by the power, Honey Badger lay nonchalantly in the lake, mumbling as if accustomed to it. "Here we go again." After a while, Jingji gradually understood the situation. "Where is this?" Glacier moved in its new form, and she exclaimed in surprise, "It's Glacier so tall." At this moment Glacier himself spoke, "Master, your subordinate has nothing to repay you with." Zio observed it, silently commenting, its body is almost comparable to Emperor Crocodile's. Now that you have the tree heart as your heart and Titan power, you can even absorb void power in the future. Strive to integrate your powers. In your current state, you've only integrated less than 40. Hearing this, Glacier obediently responded. As you command. White Tiger was still sleeping at this moment, even dreaming. But Glacier's single step woke it up. White Tiger then cursed loudly behind it. Feng Wang silently evaluated from the side. The 8th fierce beast has suddenly become so powerful. Indeed, joining the exotic trees faction was the right choice. I will surely surpass all exotic beasts here in the future. Zio also had plans for Glacier, with the tree heart and the iron element heart having been given to Kuiju a few days ago. He hoped he could fully control it. On the other side, several exotic beasts were also restless. A small green dragon was observing everything before it. Kuiju's foot powerfully stomped the ground. Its majestic figure loomed in the smoke, and at this moment Kuiju's mouth held its enemy. Its eyes were wide, glinting with menace, and the small green dragon immediately fled in fear. They scurried away, scattering in panic. This scene made the human powerhouse comment. After he arrived, the battle went much smoother. Yor looked at them grimly. And on the other hand, the panda returned covered in wounds. Zio looked at it in surprise. Old Nine, long time no see, where have you been recently? It replied. I went to hell. On the other side, Zishen's brother was left behind, cursing, damn it, that guy got away. Then Zixian mumbled dejectedly, where do I find money now? Linghua asked curiously in return. Senior brother, what do you want to do? Longzhu was probably the richest, being the heir to a super conglomerate. An evil idea gradually formed in Zishen's mind. Nine Tails was flying in the air at this moment. After a while it stopped and landed on the ground. Then it looked directly at Zio. Nine Tails slowly spoke, Master, now that Azure Star is stable, what are our plans for the future? Zio, hearing this, elaborated. To visit the various superstellar regions. There are many races in these stellar regions that are not yet mature. Nine Tails cautiously presented its idea. With Master's current ability, you could completely sweep another stellar region. Hearing this, Zio resolutely left a guarantee. The stellar regions, I will go there sooner or later. At this moment, fluctuations appeared outside space, which Zio sensed in an instant. It moved as a giant python, contemplating as it moved. That intense hunger came from the void python. Zio let out a deafening roar, then fully absorbed the surrounding energy. Several rays of light continuously flew into its mouth, and after a while Zio finally stopped. It frowned, feeling both uncomfortable and pensive. No, the hunger is not completely gone. It seems I must plan to visit the stellar regions soon. Returning to Dragon Island, Longzhu questioned Zixian at this moment. What did you bring me here for? It simply replied, good food. The two then hid in a bush. The red dragon's pristine white figure appeared in their sight. She gently opened her eyes, exceptionally beautiful. Longzhu beside her was so shaken that his nose bled. This action made the red dragon aware of others' presence. She cried out in alarm, who's there? They immediately grew worried. Oh no, Zixian spoke on their behalf. It's me, I'm just a cute raccoon. Why did you come out? However, it only received a direct punch from the red dragon, she declared angrily. No males are allowed nearby. The red dragon transformed into human form. Longzhu, seeing Zixian being sent flying, hid in terror. At 80 rolls per second just now, a raccoon was beaten so badly. I'm also a dragon. Won't I die a miserable death? Fortunately you're here, Zixian said, pushing his luck. 1,000 spiritual bamboo shoots, otherwise I'll expose you right now. Only then did Longzhu understand, rushing forward to hit Zixian. You actually calculated against me, I have no choice. Your family is so rich. What are 1,000 spiritual bamboo shoots? This commotion made Flash and White Tiger very confused. What are you doing? Flash feigned composure, accusing everyone. So you were peeking at the female dragon. The red dragon cried out in panic, how can there be so many males? So they were all beaten and scurried away holding their heads. The rest of the forest remained calm. Zayu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the red dragon appear. She shyly spoke, Master, please stop looking at me like that. He glanced at her, then commented, the red dragon has transformed into human form. Dragons can actually transform into human form. Linghua and Snake Woman pouted from the side. What's so strange about that? I'm like that too. Yes. Zio continued to observe the red dragon. Although that's what he said, this was after all the ability of another race. Suddenly at this moment thunder landed from somewhere. He had just returned from the battlefield and asked curiously, can I also transform into human form? The red dragon hesitated to explain. Of course, any dragon that masters the secret art can. This made Thunder anxious, grabbing her and shaking her. Quick, teach me. The red dragon's face was pale, speaking breathlessly. I'm so dizzy. Red dragon, transcendent rank 5 talent, innate undying dragon's breath. Transforms into a pillar of fire, incinerating all things. Special ability. Undying Dragon Flame, advanced flames, controllable only by the red dragon race. Dragon's Rage, spiritual energy boils, erupting even more terrifying flames. Flaming Dragon Claws, claws entwined with flames capable of melting anything. Elemental Resistance, reduces elemental damage. Inferno Furnace, body like a furnace, constantly emitting terrifying high temperatures. Dragon's Might, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Race Secret Art, Fire Form, Scorching Purgatory, Dragon Race Forbidden Spell, ignites endless primal fire, burning all things to ashes. After reading these two notifications, Zio couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the dragon race, possessing two great divine secret arts, just the literal description of Scorching Purgatory is already terrifying. Scorching Purgatory, a dragon race forbidden spell, ignites endless primal fire to burn all things to ashes. Zio decided, Red Dragon, later you will go to the flame world to cultivate. She, hearing this, excitedly responded, Okay, the flame world is enveloped in fire elements. The red dragon was momentarily awestruck by the pressure here and couldn't help but exclaim, It's too powerful. Zio continued to mumble here. If it's a divine dragon, I also have several, and it's time to refine them. Then it opened the information panel, and a notification appeared. Integrate several major elements, fusing them into one with light interwoven, making Zio shout in surprise. This is a new ability, they continuously emitted outwards. Zio's entire body was instantly enveloped in powerful light. The light of advancement covered Zio's entire body. Just as Zio was fusing elemental divine abilities, a group of uninvited guests had already arrived outside the stellar void. Several swarms of insectoids flew in the air. The broodmother queen stood majestically observing. At this moment another insectoid knelt and reported, Queen, our patrol found a planet with complete life. The broodmother queen simply listened quietly, and several swarms of insectoids still moved slowly. Currently each victory stronghold on Azure Star is guarded by a powerful exotic beast. Now Azure Star is guarded by the transcendent rank 5 golden-haired monkey, and the next exotic beast to take over will be the Thunder Dragon. It did not take Zio's void path, nor did it pass through Azure Star's exclusive Misty Mountain wormhole. Azure Star's solar system is very far from Azure Star. The Thunder Dragon, it could arrive in half a month, and this was merely a trial for itself. Unexpectedly, Thunder suddenly collided with an insectoid swarm during its flight. It immediately stopped, and insectoids also appeared before it. Returning to Azure Star, Zio had already completed its advancement at this moment. It sensed its surroundings, murmuring and commenting, The old spiritual energy is rotating faster and faster, and the elemental fusion is almost complete. Zio decided to try transmitting void power. The surging power transformed into a colorful whirlwind. Zio felt this power while calculating. After a while longer, it will truly be able to fuse elemental powers, thereby enhancing them into even more terrifying divine abilities. Meanwhile, on Earth's Misty Mountain, the golden-haired monkey asked in surprise, What? Thunder encountered alien life forms on its way here, and it immediately became vigilant. A subordinate continued to report, it discovered life forms it had never seen before, and also felt an extremely ominous aura. Misty Mountain Elf Tribe camp as if enraged. The golden-haired monkey mumbled worriedly, Life forms never seen before, and they even make the transcendent rank 5 Thunder feel ominous. It's probably an interstellar nomadic race. It quickly decided to relay this information to Nine Tails on Azure Star. Additionally, it ordered human satellites to constantly monitor cosmic movements, strengthen defenses around wormholes and the void, and under no circumstances allow enemies to damage these two locations if invaded. Finally, it demanded that everyone be prepared for battle at all times. The elf received the order and replied with a concise yes. Meanwhile, Honeybadger and Wild Boar were completely stunned by its presence. Honeybadger could only remark, Monkey has changed. So powerful, Wild Boar privately commented. That silhouette finally has the semblance of a king beyond the universe. Thunder was preparing to engage the insectoids. The brood-mother queen shouted, That damn dragon, it killed my children. My children, find that giant dragon and tear it to shreds. The insectoids received the order and uniformly responded, Yes, mother. They immediately swarmed out, countless insectoids scrambling forward. This race, this nomadic race in the universe, leaves nothing alive in its wake. They are a race that brings disaster. The leading insectoid commander ordered loudly, Find that giant dragon. On Azure Star in the Divine Hall, an insectoid corpse lay half-bodied on the ground. Ox Demon and Thunder commented from the side, Indeed, it's an unprecedented life form. But I haven't entered those 3 massive meteorites yet. A total of 10 were killed by me. Elegance took over their words. I've arranged for people to analyze their genes. More detailed answers will be available soon, Ox Demon added. According to you, the direction they came from was heading straight for Azure Star. Flash also agreed. Even if they come, they'll become prey. Upon hearing this, Ox Demon's tone suddenly became serious. Global alert. Prepare for battle worldwide. Little Spirit and Nine Tails observed intently from the side, discussing a race from the stellar region. Little Spirit quickly suggested, Let's not tell Master about this for now. Master is currently in the most crucial stage. Phoenix Butterfly volunteered at this moment. I'll go, I can fly in space. Little Spirit asked back, somewhat surprised. Phoenix Butterfly, it continued to explain. Fighting in space is no problem for me. And Emperor Crocodile is also restless, so I'll go too. The 2 exotic beasts before them were already ready. Little Spirit looked at them and began to instruct, Not just you two, we need to gather more helpers. Everyone was heading out of the universe. Several dark figures rushed straight towards the 6 planets as the insectoid army surged forward. They opened their large mouths, gathering light to fire at the planets. One of them ordered loudly, Kill all living beings on this planet. No sooner had the words fallen than the 6 planets responded with a powerful pillar of light. It penetrated the arrogant insectoids and even expanded its range, annihilating the entire swarm. Limbs and wings scattered. The surviving insectoid commander was greatly shocked. On the 6 planets, golden wings were approaching. It was the trio of Emperor Crocodile, Phoenix Butterfly and Thunder. Phoenix Butterfly spoke at this moment. What an uncomfortable aura. Yuzun flew over with wide eyes. From their perspective, our aura was the same. Thunder then added, I didn't expect them to be so close to Azure Star. Emperor Crocodile's gaze sharpened immensely. Judging by the number of enemies, there are probably over 100,000. On the other hand, Vulture commented as it flew, most are Transcendent rank 2. There are only 8 at rank 3 and only 1 at Transcendent rank 4. Bloodfang with red eyes also chimed in. Looks like the Vanguard. At this moment Thunder roared, giving the order, deal with them, then make them into specimens to send to Master. Upon seeing this, everyone shouted, Thunder is charging. The insectoid commander immediately ordered the swarm to eliminate them, but it itself froze after that statement, because before it could do anything that light had already enveloped it. It even implicated several nearby insectoids. Emperor Crocodile's light pillar still had a few streaks of lightning, and a red insect flew to the 5-bodied commander, calling out. Just as it felt a pang of distress, Thunder had already appeared. It opened its eyes in astonishment. Thunder's claws slashed, and that was the last thing it saw. Bloodfang sped like an arrow to provide support. In a flash, they eliminated the nearby insectoids. Phoenix Butterfly fiercely flapped its wings, incinerating. It was suddenly startled by the massive creature before it. Phoenix Butterfly opened its mouth, exclaiming, how can there be such a giant insect? Strange green liquid shot out from the wormhole in its palm, and Thunder quickly flapped its wings to dodge. Not only that, it continued to spray more. The entire space was completely enveloped, and the Bloodfangs frantically flapped their wings to disperse it. Just then, Emperor Crocodile flew over, roaring loudly. Leave it to me. It transformed into a beam of light in the cosmos, enveloped in golden light, and violently slammed into that monster with enough force to make everything explode. The golden red light was scorching and dazzling, and the vultures flew over, scrambling to see what was happening, only to see that the flames had already incinerated the insectoid. Meanwhile, in another place, the insectoid nest was frozen, and White Snake fearlessly faced it head-on, sweeping away all the insects. Its eyes were wide with rage, and the 3-clawed insectoid's foot stomped the ground, its red insectoid body gleaming. It emitted deafening sound waves. Other insectoids followed suit, and Thunder was at a loss. In a predicament, it found that their screams vibrated its soul, and it couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In the distance, a large swarm of black insectoids was gathering. Thunder instinctively gasped, more exotic insects have appeared. The red insect's eyes flickered with faint light. It ordered all insects to be torn to shreds. Other insectoid nests seemed to hear the call. Zio roared in response, and its figure floated away, with the 5-bodied insectoid suspended in the Milky Way. While other living insects still plunged in headfirst, seeking death, they gathered collectively at a central point. When a giant sphere formed, a faint light suddenly pierced through, and Thunder roared, flapping its wings, overturning everything. Lightning entwined, and it regulated its breathing. At this moment, Thunder had to face thousands of space stink bugs. Just then, the Bloodfangs gathered. The differentiated clones engaged in close combat with those stink bugs. Emperor Crocodile looked up at the sky, a trace of emotion in its eyes. Their numbers are like ants, endless. In another place, someone was approaching Zio. Little Spirit, riding on 9 tails, detected an anomaly. So she decided to land and investigate. A red insect hovered before Little Spirit. She frowned, looking at it confused. Is this the exotic insect race? Suddenly, a human voice came. What's happening? Seeing Zio's appearance, she shouted. Master. He glanced at the red insect. They greatly resembled Earth's bee colonies. A massive system panel and many notes appeared simultaneously. Stellar insectoid race, level, Transcendent rank 4, talent. Innate evolution. God body continuously evolves, adapting to various harsh environments, even evolving the race in battle. Special ability, vacuum survival, can survive in space even without breathing. Hunger suppression, can enter long periods of hibernation. The higher the level, the stronger the suppression. Hibernation, can hibernate deep within the insect nest. Consciousness hive, individual consciousness originates from the consciousness aggregate, unconditionally obeying the hive. Elite soldier, natural killing machine, the most suitable soldier for combat. Sharp mandibles, can ignore all defenses, pierce all things, and inject neurotoxins. Zio stroked his chin, contemplating more perfect methods of evolution and combat. Yuzun flew over from somewhere, shouting, Master, this race is very terrifying, especially their screams. Even Thunder and Emperor Crocodile were stunned, as if they were controlled at that moment. Upon hearing this, he judged, it's probably a consciousness hive, a form of condensed consciousness that controls the insectoids. Even Emperor Crocodile was affected. So the opponent's mental power must have reached rank 5 peak, possibly even close to rank 6. Little Spirit looked at Zio with great concern. Master, what are your plans? He stood on the tree, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Azure Star and even Earth, most people have taken the path of individual evolution, which is fine for solo combat, but it's not on the same level when compared to the war with the nearly perfect insectoid coordination and countless specialized troops. Even if they achieve small victories at first, they will eventually be defeated. At this moment, Ninetails questioned, Master, do you already have a plan? Zio's eyes lit up, affirming, that's right. A spatial gate appeared and Hongli Red Dragon emerged. He climbed onto its body, patted it gently a few times, then ordered, "Let's go." Little spirit below was somewhat hesitant. "Master, what about your body here?" Zio replied concisely, "It's fine." Then he gestured for the red dragon to leave, and on one side of the insect nest, they were densely gathered, with insects of various colors swarming like moths to a flame. It can be confirmed that within the stellar insectoid race, the population size has reached hundreds of billions with countless strong individuals. In previous wars with the Titan God realm, the Consciousness Hive deployed 1/10 of its power against the Titans. Now, to confront Misty Mountain, it has deployed 1/3 of its forces at once with over 3 billion strong individuals. A foot gently stepped onto the insect nest. That green insect had another beautiful name, the Insect King, Transcendent Rank 5. It ordered in a low voice, its eyes shining. "Go, my children, hunt them." Soon the minions obediently replied, "Yes, mother." The Insect King didn't stand idle. It violently charged towards an insect nest and dust billowed. The Insect King sped forward and Zio's third eye suddenly opened. He folded his arms, his face deep in thought. Standing on the red dragon's head, Zio secretly thought, "It's terrifying. Such a number of insectoids is truly a disaster for a planet. Even if the 10 great fierce beasts have the ability to protect themselves, it's hard to guarantee the protection of Azure Star and Earth." Because what he saw before him, the system panel displayed detailed information. Insect King, Transcendent Rank 5 Talent, Innate Parasitism, can continuously parasitize and acquire excellent genes cultivating more perfect life forms. Special ability, Deadly Toxin, blood contains toxins that corrode all things. Absolute Perception, can detect malicious prying. Darkstalker, can hide in any blind spot launching a fatal strike. Visceral Bone Spurs, sharp spurs suddenly shoot from its mouth exceeding the speed of light. Dark Tail, a long and narrow ferocious tail capable of unleashing tenfold strength, easily shaking an entire planet. Zio ordered the red dragon to speed off. Insect King, a smile played at his lips and he murmured, "Interesting." On the other hand, White Snake was diligently eliminating small insects. It was exhausted but kept counting. 98th, 376, too many. Suddenly, White Snake looked back and saw something speeding towards it. The Insect King from earlier had quickly launched an attack. It opened its large mouth, revealing ferocious fangs. The Insect King attacked White Snake by surprise. It even coated White Snake with venom. White Snake couldn't endure the pain and spat out a mouthful of blood, but the Insect King didn't stop, emitting a piercing scream. Phoenix Butterfly, seeing this, couldn't help but shout, "Little White Snake!" The vultures trapped by the flames hastily flew away. Squeak, 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 one of them rushed into the trap and suddenly a light pierced through. The vultures opened their mouths wide. It was Thunder's cool support. The Insect King, seeing this, wanted to challenge it to a solo fight, and it instantly flashed behind Thunder. A kick was delivered and a beam of light was sent flying. It crashed with immense force into an insect nest. Thunder struggled to get up, coughing a few times. "This guy is too strong, too agile. It's different from other insects." Suddenly, its pupils constricted sharply because at this moment the Insect King didn't even notice it. Thunder's heart was filled with confusion. What was it looking at? Then the Insect King pressed the D key to teleport. Thunder stared blankly with its mouth agape. Did it run away? Just then, the Brood Mother Queen appeared before it, blocking its path. "What are you doing?" The Insect King returned to the battlefield. Hearing its mother's call, the Insect King obediently went back. It sped through a green mist below. In the instant it rapidly moved through space, something suddenly shot towards the Insect King. It tried to block with its hand, but that light was stronger than it, directly bypassing the Insect King and flying towards the insect nest, piercing the largest one. The surface of the insect nest dented and ignited. Just a few seconds later, a colossal explosion occurred, and the Brood Mother Queen was stunned by the explosion, cold sweat trickling from her head. Looking at the panting Insect King before her, she thought, if not for the Insect King blocking just now, this place. Zio smiled. "Oh, it blocked it. Interesting." At this moment, smoke suddenly billowed from the Insect King's body, and something seemed to mutate from its claws. The Insect King looked at its transformation, roaring softly. Red Dragon and Zio confronted the Insect King, and he summoned another light rod, then fired it straight forward. Zio showed an expression of enjoyment. "Can it dodge even this?" The Insect King was greatly surprised because Zio was continuously attacking with light rods and they had only one target, the Insect King. The intense friction even created sparks. His weapon directly pierced its body, sending it crashing into the planet behind it. Zio jumped down from the tree, then ordered, "Red Dragon, block it, don't let it get near me." It quickly responded, "Yes, master." Dust billowed on the planet's surface. The Insect King stood in the center of the meteorite crater. It let out a deafening roar. A flame vortex swirled on the surface. At this moment, the Insect King realized it was surrounded. Red Dragon was the one who created this flame net. Its eyes widened and it declared, "Your opponent has changed to me. In the name of the refining eye that incinerates the world, this is the Dragon Clan's fire elemental secret art." Flames instantly ignited, and the Red Dragon's entire body transformed, unleashing Inferno Purgatory. The flames rushed straight towards the Insect King, merging with the scorching whirlwind, engulfing the entire planet in a sea of fire. The Red Dragon spewed an ocean of flames from the air. It stood motionless, watching the flames continuously spread. The Insect King struggled helplessly in the sea of fire, letting out pathetic screams. The Red Dragon observed from the side and commented, "You can't escape. This planet has been turned into a sea of fire." However, the Insect King exceeded its expectations. directly breaking through the sea of fire and escaping. The Insect King charged furiously. Their battle thus took place within the flames. Meanwhile, Uzio was flying at high speed, quickly arriving at the insect hive. Uzio looked down from above, then declared loudly, "I am the exotic tree of Azure Star. Who is your leader?" The hive reacted. The brood mother queen arrogantly replied, "Exotic tree. Judging from your spiritual energy, you are the most powerful creature on that planet." Uzio continued, "Your large-scale attack indicates you intend to declare full war," it admitted without hesitation. "So what if we declare war?" Hearing this, Uzio no longer concealed his abilities. It seemed negotiation was no longer necessary. The surging spiritual energy startled the brood mother queen, freezing her instantly. The brood mother queen secretly wondered, the pressure it just emitted even woke up the sleeping children. "Is it stronger than I anticipated? What kind of monster are you?" Space had already been torn in several places. Uzio's branches suddenly appeared, beginning to entangle the insect hive. Emperor Crocodile saw this and said, "Master, do you need me to pull that planet into the 9 great spaces?" At the same time, the brood mother queen was struggling to stop it. The insectoids charged forward as ordered. Uzio merely scoffed, replying, "Mere rank 5s dare to resist." Countless beams of light shot out simultaneously, and the insectoids fell in droves with dense notification messages appearing. Killed rank 3 insectoid, gained 50 evolution points. Killed rank 3 insectoid, gained 40 evolution points. Killed rank 2 insectoid, gained 20 evolution points. Uzio glanced at the notifications, secretly commenting, "The evolution points from killing insectoids are significantly less than from killing other creatures. Is it because most of them have no souls?" However, he continued to attack relentlessly, having already made his calculations. "It doesn't matter. As long as I kill enough, evolution points will keep increasing." After the light attacks, a large number of scythe-shaped objects were created, densely covering an area in red. Uzio continuously created more, even transforming into an exotic beast. However, the stubborn insectoid still did not retreat. He raised his hand high and outstretched it, commanding, "Go." The giant exotic beast confronted countless insectoids which charged straight to their deaths, their bodies pierced by the light emitted by the exotic beast. The insectoids were utterly annihilated before they could do anything. The brood mother queen cried out in alarm because this swarm of insects was eliminated too quickly. Not only that, Uzio's branches still ceaselessly entangled the insect hive. Emperor Crocodile and the others could only lament, "Master is truly amazing." Soon over half of the insect hive was entangled. Uzio was somewhat perplexed at this moment, pondering. As the number of insectoids continuously decreased, the power of the conscious insectoids also began to weaken. With their mental strength almost reaching transcendent rank 4, have they felt fear? Several of his branches continuously elongated, directly causing an insect hive to explode. Not only that, they continued to advance, directly entangling the brood mother queen. Uzio then landed before her. His gaze was exceptionally cold as he looked at the creature before him, and a voice full of menace followed. "Now will you speak?" The brood mother queen was utterly terrified. The brood mother queen was easily captured by Uzio. She still questioned him loudly. "What exactly do you want to do?" Uzio directly offered his proposal. "I want your entire insectoid race to join us." These words made the brood mother queen laugh heartily. "Join? You mean enslave us, don't you? You want to gain mental control over the insectoid race from me. That's your true objective, isn't it?" These provocative words resulted in one of the brood mother queen's legs being severed. She cried out in pain. The move Uzio used was Brilliant Galaxy. Meanwhile, the insect king was still struggling in the red dragon's flames. Even from the battlefield, it could feel its mother was injured, so it had to return. "Get out of my way," the red dragon shouted loudly. "Don't even think about it." Those fearless insectoids still rushed forward to attack Uzio. He merely glanced at them. With a slight movement of his hand, this chaotic swarm of insects was annihilated while other insectoids still charged forward without fear. It was then that the brood mother queen shouted loudly, "Stop!" As soon as the command was given, they stood motionless. Uzio then spoke, "Are you afraid I'll kill all of them?" The brood mother queen remained silent, for she had been cornered. He continued, "If I wanted to do that, I would have killed them all outside just now. I won't enslave you. On the contrary, I want to cooperate with you." These words startled the brood mother queen. "Cooperate?" To prove his intentions, Uzio released her. He began to explain, "In the future we will conquer various superstellar regions. I hope you can join us. We will be responsible for the conquest and you will be responsible for the plunder. We will occupy the cities. Also, the insect king must become my subordinate." The brood mother queen was about to object. However, Uzio did not stop. Not only that, even the one hidden deep inside was the same. A figure had been targeted by him. The brood mother queen cried out loudly, "Not just the insect king but even the queen you want to bring under your command." Uzio continued to assure her, "If you work for me, I won't treat you unfairly. Sign this contract and you won't regret it. Otherwise your entire race will perish." The brood mother queen trembled helplessly. "You hateful creature," Uzio continued to urge her. "This is your last chance." The brood mother queen was still in an internal struggle. However, another person appeared. "Agree to it." The queen mother walked to its side. The brood mother queen exclaimed in surprise, "Sarah?" Uzio then turned to look and commented, "Is she the insect woman?" He carefully observed Sarah. "Insect woman, transcendent rank 4, talent. Innate telepathy can sense others' emotions and thoughts at close range, even directly read memories, controls the opponent, special reading ability. Bone wings greatly increase her speed and can also be used as weapons. Mental shockwave. Mental shockwave erupts with astonishing power, shattering all minds. Mental resonance resonates with other creatures' minds, directly destroying their minds. Reality interference can move mountains and fill seas. Mental shield. A shield always surrounds her body, protecting everything. Super learning. Terrifying mental power grants her super learning ability. Yu Zio secretly evaluated. She has many mental power techniques. Her abilities are good. In the end, the Broodmother Queen had no choice but to surrender. We agree to lead the entire insectoid race under your command. Yu Zio smiled with satisfaction, then bestowed upon them life essence. These were considered introductory gifts, and the light they emitted surprised both of them. The Broodmother Queen secretly sighed. This rich spiritual liquid emits waves of life energy. Sarah also mused worriedly. Giving us something like this, Yu Zio continued to leave a guarantee. Work hard for me and there will be more benefits in the future. The Broodmother Queen obediently replied, yes, perhaps joining the exotic trees faction was a wise choice. Outside, Emperor Crocodile quickly grasped the situation and the insectoids swiftly changed direction. It lamented, the insectoids have retreated. The Insect King on the battlefield also sensed it, then secretly pondered, has Mother surrendered? Emperor Crocodile watched continuously. When the insectoids returned to the hives fell silent. The battle was nearing its end. Yu Zio and Sarah looked down at the panoramic view from above and he declared loudly, everyone retreat to Azure Star first. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Zio confirmed that everything was over. The exotic beasts all responded in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Okay, she stared in horror at Yu Zio's back. Tree God, has your strength truly reached transcendent rank 6? He swept a cold gaze across, his voice low and chilling. What, you don't believe me? Sarah slightly lowered her gaze, showing submission. No, I'm just curious what kind of view one sees standing at such a height. Yu Zio continued to look out at the endless star sea. If you want to know, climb up and see for yourself. She hesitated, filled with doubt. Do I have that ability? He calmly and unequivocally declared. I will take you as my disciple in the future. You must strive to grow desperately. Yu Zio, while looking at the insect hive below, affirmed, then you will lead the insectoid race to become stronger, sweeping across the entire stellar region. Sarah's eyes sparkled and she replied joyfully, yes. Dragon Island's scenery remained grand and peaceful, as if the war outside had not affected it in the slightest. Several exotic beasts quickly gathered, all curiously looking at a peculiar yet unusually familiar structure. The exotic beasts stared blankly at the lost insect hive. Why is there an asteroid floating above Dragon Island? Yu Zio's communicator explained. This is the insect girl's residence I requested from the Broodmother Queen, entirely cast from black crystal. A very rare mineral that can nourish the soul and conduct spiritual energy very well. More importantly, it is a mobile flying fortress in the universe. He was filled with ambition and dreams. Later I'll upgrade it and install some human technology weapons. Through it, Yu Zio's eyes shone with excitement, declaring, an extremely terrifying flying fortress has been born. He showed an extremely cunning smile, and Ninetails shivered all over. Master. Meanwhile, somewhere in the universe a colossal crimson foot descended. Its insane size easily capable of destroying a galaxy. Vein-like patterns were clearly visible on its body. Like nourishing circulatory pathways, its head was dragon-shaped with dragon horns and long whiskers, its entire body crimson and transparent, immensely large. The leaves on its back carried countless memories of exotic beasts. In summary, this creature had the form of an exotic beast with a dragon's head, 10 legs, and a large tree on its back. As it approached a small asteroid, it paused slightly. Its icy gaze swept downwards, and space seemed distorted. Giant tree roots extended, entwining the unfortunate planet, flexibly pulling it into the tree's body. After absorption, the eye sockets on the large tree glowed. That eye frantically mumbled a name, Exotic Tree. It continued to advance while devouring planets. I'm coming, back on Dragon Island. Yu Zio was focused on modifying the insect hive to create a super cool flying fortress. Sarah looked at it with eyes full of admiration, blurting out, Master, is this your true form? It's truly enormous. Yu Zio proudly affirmed. If I wanted, I could be even bigger. Its gaze swept around. On the contrary, you recovered really quickly. Despite almost being burned to ashes by the red dragon earlier, the Insect King calmly stated, as long as I don't die, that level of injury will heal in 2 days. He opened a portal for them. Cultivate in the vitality space these few days. The Insect King immediately sensed it. The life force contained in this space is truly astonishing. These two were completely awestruck. If they could cultivate inside, it was the first to rush in. Go, little sister, Sarah quickly followed. Okay, Yu Zio closed the spatial gate there, then opened another in a different location, seeking opinions. That Insect King, what do you think? Zillion emerged from the rift and it unequivocally affirmed, very strong, terrifyingly strong. Yu Zio began to calculate that Zillion's current strength was also close to breaking through rank 5. Previously, the Insect King's battleground was the vast star field, as well as the Titan God Realm and the angelic stellar region. He could affirm that both the number of battles and opponents far exceeded what Zillion had encountered. Yu Zio offered a suggestion. If you get the chance, go engage the Insect King. I believe you'll soon find an opportunity to evolve again. Zillion responded excitedly, its eyes shining. Thank you, Master. Honey Badger suddenly let out an unwilling howl. Master, you're playing favorites, it frowned, asking in astonishment. Weren't you on Earth? How did you come back? Honey Badger complained. I want to get stronger too. It roared with determination. I want to help the golden-haired monkey fight, and I want to stand by its side in the future, so I want to get stronger. Currently Honey Badger is at Transcendent Rank 4 early stage. Zio was almost moved to tears. You finally have some insight in this area. I'm very pleased. Friendship is truly a beautiful thing. His gaze immediately turned extremely fierce. Then I will personally train you. Honey Badger's survival instinct was triggered. I'm out of here. But how could Zio let it escape? Don't even think about running. A month later, Earth the blue planet remained peaceful. But the golden-haired monkey suddenly shivered all over, sensing a strange aura, and the elves and wild boars also broke out in cold sweat. In the darkness, a pair of dangerous red eyes slowly approached. It froze in place, this powerful spiritual energy, both familiar and unfamiliar. What was going on? 2 feet and sharp claws stomped fiercely, shattering the ground. Honey Badger was covered in wounds, walking with difficulty, leaning on a broken crutch, barely able to move. It had currently reached Transcendent Rank 4 peak. Honey Badger collapsed before the golden-haired monkey's throne, crying out in pain, Finally I'm back. The precious teammates immediately yelled furiously, Who hurt you like this will avenge you. It lay on the ground, disheveled, and replied, Its master. A month ago when the hell training just began, Honey Badger was drained of energy by Zio. Watch out for attacks from the left, don't miss the right or will really kill you. In a very short time it was exhausted. I want to go home, but how can that be so easy? What nonsense are you talking about? Continue. Honey Badger groaned in pain. The divine tree wants to kill me. The others were indignant upon hearing this. Oh, Zio was enraged. It actually ran away. Flash, bring it back to me. It immediately obeyed the command. Golden-haired monkey comforted it. You've grown stronger again. Its soul was almost lost. I desperately ran back. Meanwhile, tons of spiritual energy bamboo shoots fell with a crash. Zixian stood on the mountain pointing at the other and scolding. I've put 1,000 spiritual energy bamboo shoots here. It yelled furiously. You count them clearly yourself, Zixian stated unequivocally. From now on we're even. But Black Bear pulled out a contract and shook its hand, signaling no, no, no. Look closely again. Below, a line of tiny text clearly stated that if overdue, an additional 100 bamboo shoots would be charged daily, then 200, then 500. It knew it had been tricked and roared angrily. What? This is clearly fraud. The text is so small, who would notice? And it's been altered, both sides argued fiercely. I don't care, you have to pay it back anyway. I won't pay even if I die. Black Bear shamelessly proposed a condition. If you don't want to pay you can, as long as you agree to one thing. Zixian frowned. What thing? It clearly demanded. Leave the Great Tree's faction. You are about to face the one known as the Great Emperor. Zishan's face showed a trace of tension. The Great Emperor, Black Bear said indifferently. What's the difference, anyway? That one is also very strong, right? That's right, even I have to be wary of him. It was somewhat dejected, with a melancholic expression on its face. I don't want you to die, you're the only brother I have left. It frowned, moved, and said, Big brother. Black Bear gritted its teeth, pressuring Zixian. Leave there. Without you, they will still fight. But it firmly refused. No, Zixian has made up its mind. I won't leave there again. It flung its cloak, leaving majestically. Even if I die, I'll die by everyone's side. Black Bear failed to persuade its younger brother, roaring angrily. You'd better die outside and never come back. It was so enraged it couldn't bear it. Black Bear's resentful roar echoed throughout the forest. Meanwhile, Cold Wind stood blankly in an empty space. His face was gloomy. Too pained to speak, Cold Wind murmured, My spiritual energy bamboo shoots which I painstakingly grew. Cold Dance stood behind, also stunned. Brother, he roared frantically, his face red with anger. Who is it? I'll dig out his heart. Suddenly a groan came from nearby. Mole was tied up nearby, still with 2 large bumps on its head, crying out aggrievedly. It was that panda, him. He stole all the bamboo shoots and hit me too, Cold Wind said menacingly. I'll kill him. On a nearby tree a figure silently watched the situation. It was Zixian. It knew its luck had run out. Damn it. Zixian immediately rushed back to Zio. Master, give me some life essence. I have to leave for a while. But it was too late. He was already looking for it. Don't run. It was very alarmed. Not good. Seeing the chaotic brawl before it was somewhat speechless. What happens every day? The ancestral insect modified by Zio had become much harder. System prompt. Divine ability, Elemental Tide, summons immeasurable elements to drown enemies. The denser the elements, the stronger the power. Its eyes gleamed with this information. When all elements merge into one, a new ability is born called Elemental Tide. Zio took this seriously. It had to find a place to test this ability. A huge rift suddenly appeared in space and it, taking everything it needed, rushed directly into the cosmos. Zio stood next to the hottest planet in the solar system. The sun of blue power quickly swirled around it. Zio was very satisfied. This place was most suitable. Its gaze was fixed on that fiery red planet. The sun, a place humans can never reach in their lifetime. Zio channeled its energy and the spiritual energy rapidly transformed. That blue light erupted with extreme intensity, enveloping its entire body. Zio's entire true form was enveloped by powerful spiritual energy. It suddenly realized some important things. Zio clearly felt the spiritual energy of the universe merging with starlight available for its use. Its eyes filled with excitement. Since that was the case, Zio began to indulge wildly, using its power without restraint. Immediately after, the spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean. Spreading at an astonishing speed, it went straight for the sun, attempting to envelop this star as well. Two completely opposite colors seemed on the verge of merging, and the sun seemed about to disappear. But immediately after, a red-orange light erupted again, blowing away the blue spiritual energy. It returned to its original state, calm and scorching. Zio was somewhat surprised, blocked by a solar flare, but it wasn't disappointed. Its eyes even held hope. Zio's desire grew stronger and stronger. With only 10 power, it had such immense might, if fully unleashed. Perhaps, it excitedly realized its strength. The entire solar system might be destroyed by me. Zio floated alone in the starry sky, feeling infinite power. People on Earth were excited by this strange phenomenon. The entire sky suddenly became colorful. Quick, take a picture. Meanwhile, in Washa's most luxurious room, someone cast their gaze towards the stars. He immediately realized it was back. Zio was checking its information in the universe. Besides elemental tide, most of my abilities are still at level 4. It's time to enhance them. The system interface displayed text. Vitality Seed Level 4 converts its own spiritual energy into a source of life, activating seeds to rapidly create an ancient forest on barren land. It carefully calculated, this is a creation ability. Let's enhance it first. Anyway, my life talent is infinite. The system confirmed again. Host, are you sure you want to spend 100 million evolution points to enhance Vitality Seed to level 5? Zio widened its eyes and shouted, 100 million? System, are you robbing me? Why don't you go rob a bank? The screen merely coldly repeated, 100 million evolution points. No choice, it cursed as it confirmed, damn it, I can only enhance it. Are you sure you want to spend 100 million evolution points to enhance Vitality Seed to level 5? Powerful energy surged within Zio's body. Its eyes were full of madness. Just this isn't enough. Continue to enhance. The system asked again. Are you sure you want to spend 500 million evolution points to enhance Vitality Seed to level 6? Zio immediately chose confirm. Dazzling green light gradually enveloped its entire body. Raging power surged and the dragon's head roared majestically. System prompt, innate talent Vitality Seed level 6 can take root in the void and summon a vast forest in barren starry space. Zio was slightly surprised. Now it no longer needed ground and could summon a forest in the void, so it immediately used the skill. Branches rapidly grew and spread. Vitality Seed world of trees descends. Flowers and plants also began to grow, a dazzling and vibrant sight, truly incredible. Zio's eyes were filled with astonishment. These trees were not ordinary trees. They were spiritual roots and divine wood. The universe was filled with massive trees floating in the void. It asked itself, what would it be like if the universe were covered with the divine wood and spiritual roots I've planted? Zio continuously adjusted the system. Very good. Continue to enhance other abilities, enhance mind, enhance lightning control, enhance instant kill. Meanwhile, in the vitality space, a powerful pillar of light shot straight towards a small hill. The exotic beasts were forced back by the pressure. No matter how strong they were, they could barely stand. Manhwa slowly walked out, carrying an immense aura. She joyfully clenched her fists, finally breaking through. Phoenix Butterfly flew over to congratulate. That's great, you finally reached Transcendent Rank 5. Manhwa couldn't stop smiling, and Ninetails had to admit, though a bit slow, the spiritual energy emitted is very strong. She jumped around, flaunting her bamboo flute. Handsome, I've gotten stronger again. Zio arrogantly ignored her. In that case, stay away from me too, Sarah exclaimed from afar. Master's exotic beasts are all very powerful. The insect king next to her snorted disdainfully, saying, mere rank 5 early stage, not worth mentioning. Manhwa suddenly had an idea to play the flute to celebrate. Everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone screamed in horror, trying to stop this disaster. Wait, stop! Sarah and the Insect King and other newcomers didn't understand but remained silent. Immediately after, a piercing, destructively powerful sound echoed through the sky. Everyone's hearing was tormented. Zio beyond the universe also suffered considerable damage. It cried out in pain, someone attacked my mind, in another volcanic area filled with boiling magma. Little Spirit was focused on cultivating, her spiritual energy burning and surging, her eyes sharp with a mad pressure. Little Spirit rested contentedly in the scorching magma, a little stronger than before. Suddenly the sky cracked, making strange sounds. She frowned, on alert. A mental attack came from the vitality space. The peaceful people on Earth lay motionless on the ground. Manhwa naively finished playing the flute. Why is everyone asleep? Ninetails was furious, roaring, you almost killed them all. She was bewildered. Ha! Little Spirit and Zio returned. What just happened? It stared coldly at Manhwa. The cause has been found. She gripped her bamboo flute in panic. Master, Manhwa is confused and wants to cause trouble again. Master, would you like to hear me play a tune? Zio desperately stopped her. No, wait a moment, it cautiously commented. Looking at this misery, one can tell how skilled you are. If she stays here, the great emperor hasn't even arrived and we'll all be dead. She probably realized her terrifying strength. Her gaze darted, not daring to look directly. Zio skillfully dispatched someone. Manhwa, since you've broken through, go back to Earth and take over all the mundane affairs of Misty Mountain. I need you to organize everything within half a month. It entrusted this important task to Manhwa. Now there are more and more exotic beasts in Misty Mountain. The territory is vast and boundless. I need you to emulate human empires and establish your own system for Misty Mountain. For peace of mind, Zio also sent someone to assist. Little spirit, you also assist Linghua in this matter. She solemnly carried out the order. Yes, it pondered. Also the name Misty Mountain should be changed. Zio gazed at the distant territory. The dragon race was somewhat expectant. We need to establish a national title. Linghua confidently announced, Master, leave these matters to us. Little spirit also responded, that's right. It nodded gently, relieved. With everything arranged, Zio returned to the universe, resolved, continue cultivating there, and here too, the system displayed 2 skills, moment level 6, lightning control level 6. It was stunned. Now only 30 billion evolution points left, but just now there were over 100 billion. Zio checked the details. Innate talent moment level 6 can stop time. Depending on the degree of development, the main body can accelerate itself or rewind time. It sighed. The gains this time are too astonishing. Zio couldn't help but be surprised. Rewind time? With this ability, future battles could be turned around. However, there was a big problem. But I don't know how much spiritual energy it will consume. Next was the skill Divine Speed Slash. Stops all things, launching an attack instantly. It immediately realized this was a new move developed from moment. Zio carefully analyzed, combined with a barrage of continuous attacks from roots or branches. The enemy won't have time to react. Even if time stops for only 1 second or even 0.01 seconds, it's enough to decide the outcome. It widened its eyes, carefully considering, with 30 billion points left, what should I enhance this time? After some searching, Zio joyfully exclaimed, got it, I'll choose this, innate talent, absolute evolution. It calculated. Can simulate speed, thereby temporarily gaining various different abilities. Zio shed tears of heartache, only 10 billion evolution points left. So sad. Before, tens of thousands of points lasted a long time. Power surged within its body again, shaking the entire space. Meanwhile, on a black planet in the vast universe, Mountain asked, have you found cocoon number 7? The goddess next to him reported. Those creatures have currently fled to a remote star region. The surroundings suddenly vibrated violently and dust flew, obscuring visibility. Several shining eyes approached him. The size is truly insane. He was the 5th pillar god. Mountain god pillar of the Titan god domain. Mountain roared, declaring, insectoid race, I will bury your corpses in the universe. The surrounding pillar gods began to discuss. He went to hunt the insectoid race. Should we inform the 1st pillar god? Someone spoke to stop them. No need. The 1st pillar god is still at a crucial moment and cannot be disturbed. At the same time, he affirmed, with his strength, the insectoid race cannot cause him any harm. Mountain's 4 golden eyes gleamed with infinite determination. Continued to expand his ambition. Insectoids, angels, and those void creatures observing in the shadows, someday I will eradicate all of you. Amidst the clamor of his kin, he appeared softly, landing alone on a small rock in the center. He sighed, a little weary. Really, is this guy the 3rd ancient god of the Titan gods, the Devourer? He felt a touch of regret that the most important thing hadn't been said yet. Before all his kin, he announced a shocking piece of news. The Pantheon had appeared. The Pantheon, the oldest and most fearsome power of the previous era, and also the dwelling place of the gods. Some said its appearance was expected. This was indeed something no one had foreseen, but not so soon. In space, many planets had been gnawed away. It seemed something had happened, forcing it to appear prematurely. Zio had broken through. Evolving into a stronger and more resilient new form, the system confirmed that the innate talent absolute evolution had been upgraded to level 6, allowing him to simulate myriad races through observation and imagination, mastering 80 of that race's power and aura. His gaze followed each line of text. Simply by imagining, he could reproduce its original power, achieving 70 to 80% of its strength. Previously, transformation required some understanding of the creature. Zio frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Now could he transform just by looking and imagining? I've always wanted that guy's abilities, he thought, clearly choosing that target immediately. Let's try it. Zio's body twisted and coiled, rapidly deforming, and a familiar blood-red eye appeared on it. The system confirmed activation of the purchaser's power, and the appearance was indeed very similar. He roared excitedly. It didn't work after all. Zio suddenly stopped, looking around himself, now drenched in cold sweat. It was truly speechless. Not even this system could simulate it. Zio was clearly confused. Becoming dark also had no effect. He immediately had a new idea. Let's try becoming that guy. Again, spiritual energy once more enveloped Zio's body, the vibrant red gradually hardening. He chose to transform into the great emperor's clone. Zio meticulously examined it. The body was indeed colossal, and the abilities were all moves seen in previous battles. Suddenly his eyes widened, his gaze seemingly drawn away. What was that? Unfamiliar images flashed before Zio's eyes, memories pouring into his mind. Observing closely, it was indeed a huge but somewhat strange object. A bell. Someone violently struck it, emitting a deafening clang that caused considerable damage, directly affecting Zio, whose skill was immediately dispelled. After returning to his original form, several cracks appeared on Zio's body. He broke out in a cold sweat in horror. What was that bell just now? Zio felt extremely confused. What exactly was that entity? The ancient god underground looked up at the sky. He could feel the bell ringing. A powerful figure suddenly appeared behind the pillar god, rising with a roar. He turned in shock to look at that colossal form, thousands of feet tall, with the towering mountains at his feet seeming like mere roadside weeds before its eternity. The ancient god was too astonished to speak coherently. "First pillar god, you rascal," he looked into the distance and said. "The eternal emperor's weapon is about to appear." Meanwhile, in the angelic zone, several people gathered before the palace. The angels recognized the bell's sound with awe, certain of that person's identity. The eternal emperor's weapon, Dongwang Palace. On a certain planet in the universe, a magnificent white palace bathed in the setting sun's afterglow. A man with a long sword on his back and a spear in hand stood majestically, gazing into the distance. Behind him, an elder suddenly spoke. A voice that shouldn't have appeared. The captain asked with great concern, "Elder, do you know the source of this bell sound?" he said firmly. "This is not something we should interfere with." The elder frowned, slightly fearful. For several epochs that bell had been silent, never ringing. Could that one have already reincarnated? Returning to Zio, the one who caused the bell to ring, he was somewhat angry, mixed with fear. "No, I must clearly see what that bell was just now." So Zio once again transformed into the great emperor's clone, simultaneously enhancing his focus and using stronger forces. The scene reappeared before his eyes. Zio immediately found the bell. "I saw it," suddenly. An explosion of spiritual energy entwined around it. The bell dissipated, gradually forming a golden body, its gaze sharp as a knife shot directly towards Zio. A rift appeared in the sky, jagged like a beast's fangs. It recoiled in shock, its pupils contracting. The scene changed again. The bell had transformed into a golden figure. Zio made a judgment. Is the surrounding scene a battle? He suddenly laughed heartily. Not far away, the emperor's weapon roared, "Heavenly Tao." Then he charged forward with a laugh. "I lost. But what about you?" Shockingly, the emperor's weapon charged directly towards Zio, resulting in a huge explosion with spiritual energy surging. He panicked, completely bewildered. "What exactly is going on?" he calmly asked. "Did you see it?" The emperor's weapon gently waved his hand and the great emperor's clone was easily destroyed. He stood face to face with Zio, who was terrified. How could he be like this? Zio's eyes widened. "I was clearly in a memory." Looking at the floating red fragments, he confirmed that his simulation had also been dispelled. He stared intently at the emperor's weapon, hoping for an answer. "Why did he appear before me?" The emperor's weapon and Zio faced each other in the vast universe. Zio's eyes were filled with surprise. The language just now was human language. That guy was human. Zio stared fixedly at him, unable to comprehend, and he was clearly in a memory just now. Why did he follow? He trembled with fear. His residual consciousness had existed for several epochs or even longer. The emperor's weapon's gaze looked too real. Completely unlike a distant memory, Zio stared fixedly at him. "Such a phenomenon is the first I've seen, and so powerful." He excitedly exuded a frantic killing intent, wanting to suppress him. Zio loudly questioned, "Jun, are you friend or foe?" He firmly asserted, "I will help you." Zio was wary and didn't immediately believe him. "Help me? Why should I believe you?" The emperor's weapon quickly disappeared, leaving only a few words. "Go find it." The Dongwang bell. Zio was startled, trying to retain him. Wait. But the universe was silent, and he was astonished to find that he had vanished. Zio muttered indistinctly. "Dongwang bell." The system appeared, explaining the origin of the Dongwang bell. The innate emperor's weapon, possessing eternal divine power since its birth, capable of suppressing the nine heavens world, severing time and space, evolving the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, refining the energies of earth, water, wind, and fire. It can lock time, suppress space, deflect attacks, and all types of magic damage from divine weapons and artifacts, combining offensive and defensive capabilities. He focused on the key phrases: lock time, suppress space. Zio understood that if he could obtain the Dongwang bell, his chances of winning against the great emperor would greatly increase. His eyes narrowed slightly, filled with determination. "I must obtain the Dongwang bell." Zio's mood immediately sank. But where to find the Dongwang bell now? He suddenly thought of someone. Right, perhaps it knows. Zio went to find Yaofeng, who was quietly cultivating in its nest. Yaofeng sensed someone approaching and joyfully flapped its wings to greet him. "Master," Zio suddenly asked, "Yaofeng, can you see my future now?" Yaofeng immediately sought an answer. "I'll try." It spread its wings, spiritual energy surging. Zio used his clairvoyant eye, able to see into the future. But no matter what the future held, it must not be revealed. Suddenly Yaofeng spat blood as if suffering a backlash. Zio was very worried. "Are you all right?" Yaofeng reported seriously. "Master, I only saw you searching for something. It saw a dark future, and if you insist on getting it," Yaofeng affirmed, "you will die." Zio used life essence on it, and Yaofeng's body rapidly recovered. He continued to ask, "Did you see which stellar region one came from?" "The things I saw were very blurry, I'm not clear, but it was very desolate there." Zio knew he couldn't find more information. "I understand." Meanwhile on Earth, before the giant teleportation gate, Little Spirit stood observing the construction progress. A subordinate reported, "Master," he firmly said, "that the Void Gate will be completed in half a month." The subordinate reported that 20 have currently been built globally, and the current scale is sufficient to accommodate giant creatures like Emperor Crocodile. She frowned, dissatisfied. Earth was even weaker than Azure Star. Little Spirit carefully calculated that in the future all transcendent rank 4 creatures must be taken to Azure Star or the Vitality Space. Earth could no longer withstand battles involving exotic beasts above transcendent rank 4. In a peaceful coastal town, a large flock of blood-eyed crows circled in the air. People were terrified upon seeing them. "Too many crows," Zhang loudly commanded, "by order of the divine tree. From now on, all humans and creatures on Azure Star of Transcendent rank 4 and above must go to Azure Star." The warning reached everyone's ears. "Any who disobey shall become enemies of Misty Mountain." Everyone's faces changed, and they suddenly looked up at various buildings. Little Spirit appeared on the big screen, immediately drawing the public's attention. Looking at the large screen in the square, Little Spirit coldly looked down on everyone. She spoke solemnly. "People of the world, next I will announce something." The situation was urgent. Little Spirit spoke in a firm yet gentle tone, hoping everyone would listen carefully. Not far away, a giant tornado landed in the forest. Ox King appeared majestically, followed by Rat King, who tore at the ground as it walked, its eyes flashing with bloodthirsty red light. Two creatures with insane power descended upon the blue planet. It threw things while roaring in annoyance. "Damn it, why?" The feeling of betrayal made its anger uncontrollable. After so much difficulty, it had just entered Transcendent rank 4. It said it would leave, and it left. The old man frowned in confusion. "If you don't go, you'll die." "Don't you want to die?" He gritted his teeth and said firmly. "You go if you want, I won't leave anyway." These words were heard by the crows. Suddenly, the surroundings vibrated violently. An earthquake. Every step of the exotic beast destroyed the ground. Simultaneously causing waves of earthquakes, they charged directly towards Senudongmin City. Two powerful exotic beasts rushed in with a roar. They let out eerie, incredibly powerful and terrifying roars. They were terrified. It was Rhino King and Rat King who had appeared during the war with darkness so immense. Rat King and Ox King charged forward in unison, rushing into buildings and roaring loudly, "We won't leave our home." People were extremely tense. They began to destroy the city. Two colossal figures easily pushed over skyscrapers as if playing. Immediately after, a pair of black wings cut through the clouds from high above, and a giant dragon soared past. It condensed spiritual energy into a massive orb of light, then shot it directly at the two exotic beasts, causing havoc. They were greatly surprised, unable to dodge, and both bore the brunt of the attack. This shot not only tore apart the two exotic beasts but also destroyed a large part of the city. Both onlookers were panicked and speechless. After the attack, the city seemed to have become a barren wasteland, terrifying those observing from afar. Little Spirit reminded again that the destructive power of Transcendent rank 4 far exceeded their imagination, let alone Transcendent rank 4 humans with intelligence. To avoid unnecessary war and the danger of Earth potentially being destroyed, all creatures of Transcendent rank 4 and above must go to Azure Star. A crow with blood-red eyes and blood on its beak, she firmly enforced the policy, otherwise they would die on this planet. Indeed, some people lost their lives because of this. Little Spirit coldly ordered, "In 10 days, all creatures of Transcendent rank 4 and above gather at the teleportation gate." Her gaze was firm, not tolerating any resistance. The surrounding residents were stunned for a moment after hearing this, then rushed to prepare in a flurry. "Tickets. I'm leaving. Quickly pack up, I'll take a boat." The insectoid race, after surrendering to Misty Mountain, was settled on the edge of the galaxy. Mountain was already very close. He muttered frantically, "It's closed. The stench of insects is getting stronger." The brood mother queen suddenly sensed a pressure approaching. It easily guessed the identity of the opponent. "The Titans are here. We attacked their territory before." The brood mother queen understood Mountain's purpose. "Are they here for revenge now?" The situation was urgent. It immediately ordered, "The insect king and queen are not here. Go inform Misty Mountain's exotic beasts." The subordinate promptly replied, "Yes." In the star cluster near Azure Star, Golden Dragon was resting when a small exotic insect came to deliver a message. "Titans," Golden Dragon judged. "I haven't truly used my fully integrated rock dragon bloodline yet." The exotic insect listened, completely bewildered, clearly confused. It stood tall, deciding to challenge the 5th Titan pillar god. "Let me try." Golden Dragon galloped, each step shattering the rocks on the planet. Soon after, on Azure Star, Sarah urgently reported, "Master, the brood mother queen just sent word that the Titan pillar god is traversing the stars, pursuing the insectoid race." Zio frowned in confusion. "Titan pillar god?" She quickly explained that the insectoid race had killed thousands of titans before, and for years the 5th pillar god had never stopped hunting the insect hive. He calmly reassured, "Don't worry, Emperor Crocodile has already gone." Meanwhile, in the endless outer space, a beam of light streaked past at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. It was Golden Dragon, arriving as reinforcement. Zio affirmed decisively, "It will not lose." Golden Dragon seemed to sense this conviction, a flicker of surprise passing through its golden eyes. Golden Dragon's opponent Mountain was right ahead. Mountain was still searching for the insectoid nest. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light caught its eye. Golden Dragon had arrived to block him. The two powerful exotic beasts faced each other, speechless. Mountain paused slightly, immediately becoming vigilant. "Why in this remote star region? Is there such a terrifying, fierce beast?" he roared furiously. "Where did this creature come from, daring to enter our defensive line?" Mountain also warned loudly. "I'm here for revenge this time. If you don't want to get involved, you'd best go back." The immense pressure was enough to push Golden Dragon back. Golden Dragon felt extreme shock. This suppressive feeling was as heavy as a mountain. It suddenly roared with excitement. "Blazing golden flames envelop my body. This time I can finally go all out." Mountain couldn't help but feel fear, completely losing its previous majesty. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted, as if the entire universe trembled. Zio, far away, could also sense it, observing everything thoughtfully. Sarah, by Zio's side, also watched from a distance. It started to fight, it calmly judged. This is just the beginning. Golden Dragon attacked furiously, and Mountain would certainly not give up easily. It suddenly grabbed the small asteroid with its claws. When the full scene unfolded, it was clear that Golden Dragon had grabbed something 100 times larger than its own body. Flash commented excitedly. That giant crystal was thrown by it like a small pebble. He tensed his arm, blue spiritual energy shimmering on his body. Mountain blocked the attack with a mere wave of his hand. He was too strong, easily shattering the crystal in an instant. But this seemed to be merely a feint. As a fierce swing immediately slammed down, Mountain had no time to dodge and was severely struck by Golden Dragon's tail. He slammed into a planet, dust flying and obscuring visibility. Ox Demon couldn't help but sigh. Emperor Crocodile's strength is growing stronger and stronger. On White Tiger's back, she asked excitedly, "Little White, can Emperor Crocodile win?" It answered leisurely while eating snacks. "More than enough." Black smoke curled and rose. Mountain stood up from that attack almost unscathed. Unconcealed surprise showed in Golden Dragon's eyes. He roared proudly, "Do you know who I am? I am Mountain, the 5th pillar god of the Titan god race." He loudly announced his name while swinging a punch. Golden Dragon also let out a mighty roar. It charged straight for its target. Ox Demon, watching from the side, was terrified. It didn't dodge but charged directly forward instead. Dazzling light appeared in the cosmos. It bit tightly onto his arm, refusing to let go. After a standoff, Golden Dragon successfully bit through the hard body. Mountain's survival instinct warned him, not good. Mountain immediately swung a punch at its throat. Golden Dragon opened its mouth and released his arm due to the sudden pain. Due to panic, it temporarily retreated, maintaining its distance. Golden Dragon landed, cautiously observing its opponent. Mountain painfully watched his severed arm, but it quickly regenerated. The spiritual energy within Mountain's body erupted fiercely. Sarah frowned tightly, fear rising in her heart. That guy is stronger than before. Zio remained calm and silent, continuing to observe. With each passing second, his power grew stronger. A vast continuous range of snowy mountains appeared behind Mountain. He charged straight forward at astonishing speed as if equipped with rocket engines. Mountain slammed directly into Golden Dragon's chest. Golden Dragon swayed from the pain. Golden Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't stop, continuing his fierce and relentless assault so fast that it was as if Mountain had created clones, punching and kicking. The surface of the planet where they fought was rapidly destroyed. It couldn't withstand the fierce attack and shattered into many small asteroid fragments. Golden Dragon lay on the ground unconscious and motionless. Mountain decisively swung a punch, directly hitting Golden Dragon's abdomen. Golden Dragon roared in pain. The astonishing power pierced through Golden Dragon's body and slammed into the planet, cracking the ground. It was covered in wounds, completely unable to move. He arrogantly glared and declared, "You shouldn't have stood in my way." But unexpectedly, Golden Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with confusion, and then it directly pierced through Mountain's chest. He had no time to react at all. Golden Dragon was filled with murderous intent, its aura completely different from before. It roared triumphantly, "I now have a general understanding of you in my heart." Golden Dragon gripped Mountain tightly with one hand. Spiritual energy gathering in its mouth, preparing to fire, it spat out a surge of energy containing astonishing destructive power. He tried to dodge in panic, not good, but Mountain evidently took the full force of that attack. Unable to escape, the attack pierced through dozens of crystals of various sizes, finally pinning him to a distant planet, dust flying and many new small asteroids forming around it. Zio quietly watched the battle, the image exceptionally clear. Sarah was so surprised she couldn't believe her eyes. "This," he showed an interested expression. "Has it finally started to get serious?" Golden Dragon flew high in the sky, cautiously looking down. When the dust cleared, Mountain could be seen still standing tall. He condensed power to form a massive divine sword. It seemed that was what had blocked the attack just now. A huge crack appeared on the sword's body. Mountain was too astonished to speak. The 12 Titan pillar gods possessed earth-shattering power. Its hardness was beyond question. Yet now it had a crack. Golden Dragon roared majestically. "Now it's my turn to counterattack," he whispered menacingly. "I should have gone all out and killed you from the start," it calmly provoked. "It's not too late to use your killing move now. I won't run away." Mountain raised his divine sword high and roared, "I'd do that even if you didn't say it." He was full of confidence in his strength. "Back when the insectoids invaded, I repelled all of them with this very move." The divine sword suddenly grew larger and berserk power descended fiercely. Golden Dragon blocked the pillar Mountain fist with its head. A dull thunderous roar echoed. It gritted its teeth, resisting desperately. A piece of its skin having fallen off, Mountain swung his sword down with full force. Golden Dragon was greatly surprised, unable to react in time. He concentrated all his power into a final blow, blue spiritual energy shimmering, spreading with astonishing speed and destructive power. Zio's eyes widened, filled with terror. That Titan's strength was already greater than Emperor Crocodile's, and he even possesses such a powerful weapon. But just as Mountain relaxed, believing victory was assured, Golden Dragon counterattacked with a sound blade. Due to his carelessness, he took the full force of the attack. From the white smoke, a figure rapidly ascended. It was Golden Dragon, almost completely unharmed. Mountain could hardly believe his eyes. That full power attack, it charged forward, deeply piercing his head with its claws in the darkness. Golden eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Mountain instinctively felt fear. Golden Dragon tensed its body, concentrated its strength into one hand, then fiercely slashed down, easily piercing his hard body. Mountain lost an arm, unable to regenerate it. Golden Dragon pressed its advantage, fiercely flapping its wings and charging forward, swinging. Steel Feather. Immediately after, his head was also severed from his neck. Unbelievable shock showed in Mountain's eyes. He didn't give up, continuing to control his body to attack. Golden Dragon easily caught his intention. It wrapped tightly around its opponent once more, and spiritual energy continued to gather in Golden Dragon's throat. Zio cheered excitedly. The victor has been decided. Its eyes wide, it declared. You lose. Golden Dragon let out a roar, delivering an earth-shattering attack. The battle was settled. Mountain shattered into countless fragments, and Golden Dragon exhaled a plume of white smoke from its mouth. It cautiously watched Mountain's body fragments floating in the cosmos. It watched with wide, surprised eyes the phenomenon before it. Golden Dragon was alarmed. Mountain's body was reassembling, but it didn't back down, thinking, you are very strong. I feel regret at the thought of having to kill you shortly. He was slowly recovering, offering no response. Suddenly, green fragments appeared around Mountain. Golden Dragon opened its mouth wide, recognizing the newcomer. Zio slowly joined the cleanup. Golden Vine snaked forward, coiling around Mountain's still recovering body. It carefully gathered him, coiling him into a golden sealed cocoon. Golden Dragon shouted with delight. Master, Zio sensed it in surprise. What is this? Spiritual energy is being absorbed, it pondered slightly, thinking carefully. Even so, Zio still brought Mountain back, ensuring it wouldn't be easily dealt with. This is a troublesome fellow. Let's lock him in the void space for now. White Tiger walked over and simply suggested. Pillar God, kill it. Zio impatiently pushed it aside. You'd best stop talking. You're giving me a headache, Insect King said worriedly. The Titan God domain is not to be trifled with. If we kill it, we'll have to go to war with the Titan God race later, it stated frankly. The Titan God race has 12 gods in total, each possessing divine artifacts. Our insectoid race knows a lot about the Titan God race. Sarah immediately suggested, Master, we can trade it with the Titan God race. Zio suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Meanwhile, in the Titan Star region, the Titans began to panic, no longer sensing Titan Mountain's spiritual energy. What happened? They all felt panic and worry one by one. Was it those insects? No, they couldn't possibly defeat him. Everyone began discussing, go investigate Titan Mountain's direction and at the same time investigate the Angelic Star region to see if they were responsible. Someone stepped forward to lead. Second, call back the Star Venerable from the front lines. Have him deduce Titan Mountain's condition. If he met with an accident, that would be the Titan God race's greatest loss. In another place, Mountain's great sword majestically appeared on a patch of green grass. Zixian tried with all his might to move it, but failed. He sat down with a thud, panting. No, it's impossible to move. Flash walked forward menacingly. Let me try. It tensed its body, embracing the object before it. Flash roared majestically while exerting force, but it still didn't budge. It immediately vanished. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Zio, watching, also broke out in a cold sweat. This is a transcendent rank 7 divine weapon. He only dared to look at it from afar. How could he easily move it? A three-fingered hand continued to try. This time it was Ox Demon, a powerful contender. Its feet sank deep into the ground, crushing much of the earth. Finally, someone successfully lifted the object. Flash pointed excitedly. He lifted it. Zixian gnashed his teeth in jealousy, too angry to speak. Zio suddenly widened his eyes. Something's wrong. Ox Demon can't hold on much longer. No, it's too heavy. So the great sword crashed down again. He stood aside, panting. Ox Demon secretly sighed, as expected of a transcendent rank 7 divine artifact. It's truly heavy. Then someone else stepped forward. Leave it to me. Yor walked forward, then promised after some time. I will forge weapons suitable for each of you. Zio lent a hand, easily lifting the object. It decided to give him the great sword. Take it. Then suddenly, Zio threw the object forward with force. The few people who were playing the pull the sword game scattered in fear. Everyone frantically shouted to each other, Run! Yor extended his hand to control it. Blocking it in midair, the great sword stopped before his eyes. Zio generously permitted. It belongs to you. You can do with it as you wish. Yor was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. You're easily left with the great sword. Zishin's expression truly indescribable. Zio couldn't help but marvel. This ability is truly convenient. It suddenly realized a serious problem, saying, It just occurred to me. We don't have a single weapon yet. Zio cast the Brilliant Galaxy skill. A blue crescent arc appeared. It nodded in approval. Brilliant Galaxy is the most weapon-like move. A trace of disappointment flashed in Zio's eyes. If only it could be upgraded to level 7, that would be great. It temporarily put aside these minor matters, but for now let's resolve the Titan issue. Zio called out, Little Blue. She immediately responded. Little Blue quickly ran forward to listen. Master, it went straight to the point. I have something I'd like your help with. Her eyes widened, filled with surprise. In Zio's private space, Mountain floated aimlessly. Zio suddenly tore space and entered it. Zio flew forward to observe carefully. It circled, secretly sighing. Only by looking with this body can one truly feel the Titan's immensity. Zio suddenly asked, How does it feel to be here? He abruptly opened his eyes. Surprise evident on his face, Mountain shot up, asking vigilantly, Who's there? Before it could answer, he sensed this fellow's spiritual energy. Those eyes flickered, filled with fear, extremely terrifying. It slowly approached Mountain, immense pressure suppressing the surroundings. He posed a guess. "You are the master here, aren't you?" Zio denied it effortlessly. "You could interpret it that way," Mountain roared furiously. "Why are you hindering my revenge? The insectoid race has killed countless of our kin," it calmly explained. "Because the insectoid race has already submitted to us, I will seal a portion of your power." Zio directly used brilliant galaxy on his body. A strange small circle appeared on Mountain's abdomen. It generously offered several choices. "I cannot allow you to act recklessly. Now I'll give you a chance." His power dropped from Transcendent Rank 5 to Transcendent Rank 4. Zio brought White Tiger and Ox Demon. "If you can defeat them," the reward it offered was too tempting. "I will hand over the insectoid race for you to deal with," it urged the other party. "Choose, go all out, or die here." Meanwhile, the teleportation gate flashed with a dazzling light. Little Blue, riding on the exotic beast back, observed the situation with satisfaction. She carried herself with a confident demeanor and style, while crows on the branches cawed noisily. Little Blue loudly declared everyone's objective: to depart for Titan Star. Everyone entered the teleportation gate with her, returning to Zayu's space, where planets were closely aligned and vibrantly colored. White Tiger also gathered spiritual energy in its mouth, but it was just a tickle for Mountain as Little Blue led countless exotic beasts towards the Titan Star region. White Tiger and Ox Demon had already been fighting Mountain Titan in the void space for a full 15 days. Although the Titan currently only had Transcendent Rank 5 early stage strength left, it was not an opponent the 10 great fierce beasts could easily defeat. A month later, 3 beams of light streaked through the vast cosmos. Little Blue, riding on the exotic beast's back, was as imposing as a captain. She widened her eyes, thinking in surprise, "I never thought I'd be able to roam the cosmos one day." Little Blue was somewhat at a loss, the distant starry sky now right before her eyes. Her eyes reflected the myriad colors of the endless starry sky. The crow noticed an anomaly and immediately became vigilant. "What's happening?" A huge golden hand suddenly appeared, attempting to grasp it. It punched down, pressing its opponent heavily onto a nearby planet. Phoenix Butterfly struggled to fly away, maintaining a safe distance. Little Blue gritted her teeth, trying to cast her gaze into the distance. "Titans, it seems we've arrived." On that golden face, those long white eyes were as deep as bottomless pits. It slowly moved upwards, its expression completely unchanged. It reached out to grab a small asteroid, preparing to hurl it at everyone like a sun-sized ball, but was stopped by Little Blue. Little Blue simply warned, "Mountain Titan is now in our hands." That Titan froze for a moment, but suddenly another fellow appeared. Now there were 2 tall and powerful Titans before them. Her expression immediately changed. She couldn't believe her eyes. What does this mean? At this moment, the colossal pillar gods were gravely looking at Little Blue and her companions. The little girl showed no retreat or fear. Instead, she looked up at the opponent, thinking to herself, "Another one." Suddenly, the pillar god on this side, still attacking Little Blue and her companions, abruptly spoke. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared. His entire body erupted with a majestic aura. It was the third pillar god. An indescribable sense of suppression emanated from him. The third pillar god clenched his fists as if furious to the extreme, wishing he could swallow Little Blue and her companions alive. He stood towering, demanding, "You captured Mountain Titan?" Little Blue was not intimidated in the slightest by the opponent's oppressive aura. Her gaze was incredibly sharp. "We've allied with the insectoid race. Now they are my masters. You must not offend the exotic beasts under my command." The third pillar god seemed to disbelieve, asking again, "So you intend to wage war with us?" Little Blue replied without hesitation, "We're here to seek cooperation." Her words made him cover his face in surprise, finding it somewhat ludicrous. "You're too arrogant, capturing my kin and then talking about cooperation." However, just a second later, the third pillar god regained his composure, but his eyes were filled with anger. "Are you friend or foe?" Little Blue still pretended not to see his expression, her face remaining calm. "At least not enemies right now." Third pillar god fell silent after hearing the little girl's reply. He seemed to be pondering something. Ultimately, after some hesitation, he could only do as Little Blue said. "Follow me." No sooner had he spoken than the pillar gods collectively opened a barrier with their hands. A rift gradually appeared there. Little Blue couldn't help but marvel at this scene. 2 pillar gods thus pulled open opposite sides of the barrier, forming a completely different passage. They turned to look at Little Blue and her companions, seemingly signaling them to enter. The little girl, standing on Phoenix Butterfly, passed through the barrier, admiring the colossal planets inside. Her eyes were round, looking very surprised. Every planet here was larger than the sun. Little Blue didn't overthink. Her gaze became resolute, and she commanded, "Let's go." No sooner had she spoken than Phoenix Butterfly led the entire team swiftly inside. Their speed was so great that they only left a trail of afterimages in space. Little Blue looked up at everything before her, thinking to herself, "The planets here are all massive. This is the star region where the Titan race resides." At this moment, the entire team flew to a place that was glowing intensely. Little Blue frowned slightly. Her eyes also became serious. This was Titan Star. Meanwhile, in the Vitality Lesser World, Zio looked outside, pondering for a long time. "It's almost half a month. They should have reached the Titan race by now, right?" In stark contrast to the calm scene here, it was not so with Zillion. It was erupting with a terrifying aura, then rushing swiftly forward. The insect king, not to be outdone, opened its mouth wide and roared. The two of them thus charged forward fiercely. Their immense powers collided, triggering a severe explosion. Zillion and the insect king drew close to each other again, fighting fiercely, covered in bruises. Their speed was so great that they only left afterimages in the air. After separating, they rushed towards each other again, their two powers thus tightly entangled. The insect king and Zillion simultaneously opened their mouths wide, letting out deafening roars. Zio was so bothered by their noise that he had to tightly cover his ears. He frowned, very uncomfortable. They've been noisy for almost half a month. If this continues, I'll go crazy. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted and dust billowed violently. The insect king rose in the swirling dust, gasping for breath incessantly. Zillion opposite didn't seem to be doing any better. Meanwhile, Zio also received a new system notification: Void Race King, Transcendent Rank 5 Talent, Innate God of Evolution, capable of ignoring most physical defenses, predatory instinct, can easily scent prey or detect surrounding life auras. Void Pulsation, can continuously jump in the void for instantaneous movement. Afterimage, generates afterimages during high-speed movement. Ocean Aura, Concealment, Dragon Scales, Plunder, Spike, Stealth. Regeneration, Severed Limbs. An expression of surprise appeared on its face. In its battle with the insect king, it continuously broke through its limits. Finally evolving, Zillion stood in the black smoke but still defiantly said, "I'm stronger now." The insect king showed no fear. Instead, it loudly provoked, "Keep going, I won't hold back next time." Upon hearing this, it also gritted its teeth and met the challenge. "Bring it on." Then a series of seemingly very painful sounds came from their positions. Zio could no longer stand it, using its tentacles to stop Zillion and the insect king. "Go fight in another space, you're too noisy." After sending the nuisances away, the entire space became quiet, and Zio finally calmed down, looking at the screen before him. "Let's focus on my own matters first. I still have 200 million evolution points. Where should I use them?" It began to ponder seriously, bit by bit. "My spiritual energy has been continuously increasing, but my physical body has remained at Transcendent Rank 6 early stage." After some deliberation, Zio made a decision for himself. System, consume 100 million evolution points. Consume 100 million evolution points to enhance myself. Enhance self. When the screen displayed this, it eagerly pressed the button. Consume 100 million evolution points to enhance self. Confirm. The next second, Zio's entire body was immediately enveloped in blue light. It felt distinct changes happening within its body. That power was violently boiling. More and more blue light shone on Zio's body. It let out a roar to the sky. The next second, the blue light gradually transformed its body, making it even stronger. The blue light enveloped Zio's entire body, transforming its body little by little. Now only a dazzling light could be seen appearing in the starry sky. Zio closed his eyes, feeling the distinct changes within his body. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had changed, becoming much stronger. Meanwhile, the system screen displayed a notification: Ancient Tree Awakening, can awaken all trees to fight alongside it. The older the trees, the more terrifying their combat power. Zio's eyes gleamed. He had just seen the text on the system screen: New ability. Looking at the text at the top of the system screen, his forehead was sweating, and he kept muttering to himself. The older the ancient trees, the stronger they become. Ancient Tree Awakening, can awaken all trees to fight alongside it. The older the trees, the more terrifying their combat power. Just how strong can it be? Zio gently opened a rift in the spatial passage, then flashed through it, returning to the vitality space. His colossal main body was returning to the vitality world. He thought with some hesitation, "Let's try it." The next second, Zio activated his new skill, Ancient Tree Awakening. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of pale green light. At this moment, a kin of phoenix butterfly was the first to notice. It was somewhat surprised, involuntarily sweating profusely. At this moment, a monkey stood nearby, also widening its eyes in surprise. "What's happening?" Suddenly, a pair of eyes flashing with golden light appeared. The next second, Zio's willow root tendrils suddenly plunged straight down, causing the ground to shake. Upon hearing the sound, the beast immediately flew away. Without time to check the situation, the monkeys in the high places also frantically searched for an escape route. The gray monkey, unable to dodge in time, fell directly to the ground, sitting beside the willow roots. The tree trunks, originally still, were suddenly awakened. They transformed into living entities, their eyes flashing with light, looking at Zio. Then they all moved before him, and collectively bowed their heads respectfully. "Greetings, divine tree." Zio widened his eyes, looking at them in surprise. He began to mumble to himself, counting the trees before him. 1, 2, 3. Over 30 trees have been awakened. Zio glanced at the system screen, deep in thought. At this moment, a new notification was displayed on the system screen. Awakened ancient trees will remain in an awakened state indefinitely and can't even cultivate. His eyes gleamed, and surprise was clearly evident on his face. Awakened ancient trees can even cultivate. In short, I've created a race. Zio cast his gaze upon the tree ants that had just awakened and possessed self-awareness before him. One, he thought, finding it somewhat unbelievable. This race belongs only to me. The tree ants that had just awakened before Zio were living entities capable of movement. Moreover, they could cultivate. The Trent race, a brand new race with branches as their bodies and roots as their legs, their appearance as ugly as monsters. He suddenly pointed at an ancient tree. You, then Zio extended his long tentacle towards a rock not far away and commanded it to smash that rock. The ancient tree, receiving the command, immediately opened its mouth wide, then swiftly rushed towards that rock. Suddenly its foot unexpectedly stepped on a rock blocking its path. Thus the ancient tree lost its balance and painfully fell to the ground. The ancient tree slowly sat up, supporting itself with its hands in the white smoke. It was easy to see red liquid flowing from where its nose would be. Zio frowned, his face gloomy. Nosebleed. Although that ancient tree had suffered a setback, it still refused to give up. It continued to jump into the air, then charged towards the large rock ahead. The next second a loud bang echoed in the air. The ancient tree before him, with sharp eyes, punched and shattered the large rock before it. The aftershock of that punch spread, causing the surrounding ground to crack like a spiderweb. Zio widened his eyes, looking at that ancient tree. He couldn't quite believe his eyes. The ancient tree stood amidst the swirling dust, hands on hips, seemingly very proud. The system immediately notified Transcendent Rank 2. Zio saw this scene, secretly praising in his heart. Good power. What about defense? No sooner had he spoken than he unexpectedly extended a tentacle towards the ancient tree. It was unharmed. A puff of smoke was dispersed by Zio, leaving the ancient tree bewildered and unable to react in time. The ancient tree looked around blankly, its head still full of question marks, as if it hadn't yet realized what had happened. Zio retracted his tentacle, saying with some disdain, "Too slow to react." However, he quickly summarized the ancient tree's strengths and weaknesses. Its defense is very strong, but its speed is lacking and its intelligence is insufficient. Zio looked at the ancient trees before him, sighing. With slow cultivation, they will surely become extraordinary combat forces. No sooner had he spoken than he opened a passage to another planet, then commanded, Go to the misty world. This will be your dwelling place from now on." The ancient trees, having heard, entered one after another. However, just then he reacted, standing there and mumbling to himself, "No, it won't be called Misty World anymore." He watched the ancient trees enter the passage, and Zio also made a decision to rename it the Tree Realm. Meanwhile, in the Flame World, Zio had arrived there at some unknown point. Ninetales, upon seeing him, immediately went to greet him. "Master," Zio went straight to the point, "help me search for various spirit trees. If you can find divine trees, that would be even better." Having said that, he left without the slightest hesitation, like a gust of wind, leaving Ninetales standing dumbfounded. "Wait," it couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. "The divine tree told me to find divine trees." Time passed quickly. 3 days later, a tree shining golden like burning fire and a tree blue like ice and snow appeared floating in the void. Ninetales stood between the two trees, saying, "This one is a fire spirit tree, and this one is an ice spirit tree." It also didn't forget to mention the origin of these two trees, both found on Azure Star. Zio looked at these two trees, praising with satisfaction. "Very good. Step back a bit, I'll show you something." No sooner had he spoken than he immediately used the ancient tree awakening ability. At this moment, Zio's entire body was enveloped in powerful energy. That energy acted upon the fire spirit tree and ice spirit tree that Ninetales had just brought back. The next second, the two trees immediately awakened, transforming into human form. Ninetales stood between the fire spirit tree and ice spirit tree. These two trees were the ones it had just brought back. It couldn't help but look up at Zio, asking, "Master, why are you suddenly looking for spirit trees and divine trees?" Zio didn't rush to answer, merely saying, "You'll know in a moment. Step back." The next second, Zio used the ancient tree awakening skill on the fire spirit tree and ice spirit tree before him. The fire spirit tree instantly changed, bright eyes suddenly appearing on its trunk. A similar situation occurred with the ice spirit tree. Accompanied by a shocking sound, the ice spirit tree was completely covered in a hard layer of ice, and both trees eventually completed their transformation into tree ants. Ninetales was astonished by this sight. "They've come back to life." Zio was not at all surprised by its reaction. "Now you understand, right? Continue searching." Ninetales immediately responded, "Yes." Zio was ecstatic, confidently declaring, "I'm going to form an army of tree ants. Dreams are always beautiful, but reality is often harsh." After evolving into tree ants, the fire spirit tree and ice spirit tree unexpectedly started fighting. Zio couldn't help but shout, "Why are they fighting again on Azure Star?" Here was a lush forest. Jingji stood on a high mound, asking in surprise, "What?" She turned her head coldly. "Master is looking for spirit trees," the exotic beast below immediately replied, "and high-quality spirit trees at that." At their location, several spirit trees were planted, their roots still intact. Most of those found now were rank 1 and rank 2 were rare. Jingji looked at the yellow-leaved tree before her, murmuring, "You are rank 4. Master will definitely need you." She seemed to have made up her mind, her tone very certain. "This dragon blood spirit tree. If Master wants it, take it." On the other side, Zio was still eagerly awaiting the spirit trees. As soon as he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. Before Zio was the dragon blood spirit tree. He could hardly believe his eyes. This tree was cultivated by Jingji. Only then did he notice an exhausted gorilla lying beside it. "What happened to this gorilla?" the exotic beast immediately explained. "It just accidentally touched the tree and lost half its blood." Zio extended a tentacle towards the gorilla, then cast Rain of Life. The gorilla immediately roared as if injected with energy, full of vigor. Zio's gaze fell on the dragon blood spirit tree. This blood tree must have taken Jingji a lot of effort to cultivate. The next second, Zio used Ancient Tree Awakening to awaken it. The vines on the tree trunk suddenly twisted and grew. Then a vine-wrapped foot, shaped exactly like a human, stomped fiercely onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Zio's face flushed with excitement. He stared wide-eyed at this scene. The dragon blood had completely transformed, a stunningly beautiful face and fiery red hair suddenly revealed. It had transformed into a female body, appearing remarkably similar to a human. Zio couldn't help but be surprised, secretly lamenting, as expected of a rank 4 spirit tree absolutely flawless. Dragon blood stood on Zio's trunk, taking the opportunity to carefully observe Zio's appearance, truly very similar to Jingji. Zio looked at the dragon blood spirit tree's emotionless face, its pale eyes flickering with cold light. As expected of one she nurtured, at this moment Zio was overjoyed, unable to conceal his excitement. It seems the higher the rank, the more perfect the evolved form. Perhaps the osmanthus tree could also be tried. Time passed thus. After an unknown period, Dragon Blood respectfully knelt before Zio, thanking Ancestor Tree, "Thank you for helping me awaken." Zio was very surprised by this scene. Does it even possess wisdom now? This is completely different from previous treants. Excellent. Zio then turned to look in another direction. Jingji, from now on the Trent army will be under your management. Jingji appeared beside Dragonblood, her expression calm, looking up at the ancient trees and listening attentively to Zio. From today you are the master of the tree realm, commanding countless treants, Zio secretly thought. Jingji, half human, half plant. With her letting, the tree realm will surely grow even stronger. She did not dare to delay, immediately accepting the order. Yes, afterwards Zio continued to be active there. During this period, Zio had awakened every spirit tree, creating 70 to 80 treants within half a month. Meanwhile, in the Titan Star region, a massive pillar god suddenly appeared. Little Blue still calmly stood there, looking up. This was the most powerful being in the Titan Star region. At this moment, the little girl's team was surrounded by the pillar gods. Like a small boat in a storm, Little Blue's face suddenly turned grim, but she fearlessly looked at the enemy before her. "I come on my master's command to negotiate. A Titan pillar god has been captured by us. If you wish for its safe return, offer appropriate compensation." The strongest Titan then asked, "What if we don't agree?" Little Blue showed no concern, instead becoming even colder. "Then you will never see it again." Hearing such an arrogant reply, he couldn't help but burn with anger. "Do you want to start a war?" Now he stood high above, representing the authority of the leader. The other Titans also wished they could swallow Little Blue and her companions whole. "How dare you threaten us?" One of the 12 Titans, the transcendent rank 5 Thunder Titan, suddenly spoke. "Do you believe I'll kill you all right now?" However, Little Blue remained very calm. "In that case, it would be equivalent to declaring war on us." Seeing this, the surrounding Titans angrily rebuked. "Arrogant, a mere rank 4 dares to speak like this." The little girl bravely held her head high, her aura grand. "So what if I'm transcendent rank 4? If you kill me," Little Blue immediately threatened the other party sternly. "Mountain Titan will die instantly." Little Blue stood proudly on Phoenix Butterfly, her aura not inferior to any powerhouse. Just as the Titans were seething with rage, a figure stopped them. "You are that individual, the strongest in the star region." He pondered the image before him, beginning to reflect. This image cannot possibly be fake. Little Blue still calmly awaited their decision, to be able to capture Mountain Titan alive. Her strength cannot be underestimated. For now we should rescue the Titan. That Titan reluctantly backed down, asking, "What do you want?" In an unknown corner, Bloodfang flew by lightly, its gaze having captured all the images and sounds. In another space, another Bloodfang seemed to have received a signal from its companion. It immediately flew before Zio to report, "Master, Little Blue and the others have reached an agreement with the Titan Star region. The exchange location is at the Titan border." Zio, hearing this news, couldn't help but sigh. Faster than expected. Ox Demon, standing not far away, immediately offered an opinion. "Master, if we release the Titan, will they take the opportunity to counterattack?" Zio nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that point hasn't been considered. After all, they don't know our true strength yet. It's a case of young calves not fearing tigers." Flash also joined the discussion. "For this exchange, let's send the one with the highest combat power." Glacier immediately agreed. "Exactly, strength above all. So what if it leads to war?" Emperor Crocodile volunteered without hesitation. "Let me go personally this time." Just then, Zio's voice came from the golden energy stream. "What you all say makes sense." At this moment, he had fully transformed into human form. "But this time, I will go personally." As soon as Zio finished speaking, the red dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Zio gently stretched his body and stepped onto it. The red dragon allowed him to ride on its head. Then Zio turned back to the crowd and said, "The exotic beasts accompanying me will be you all." All the exotic beasts lined up neatly, ready for battle at any moment. In just 1 second, the entire team transformed into dazzling light, rushing straight into the sky. Zio still stood on the red dragon's head, his sharp gaze making his opponents somewhat wary. At this moment he was full of fighting spirit. "Titan Star region, here I come." Meanwhile, in the angelic star region, in a space filled with holy light, a low voice spoke. Mountain Titan was captured by a small faction. In that space, countless angels with pure white wings floated. The light emanating from their bodies was like stars, though Mountain Titan was not very clever. His strength was not to be underestimated. Raph lowered his head and suddenly said, "This is intelligence leaked from within the Titan race. Its reliability is high, another person with a peculiar face added. Even the transaction location was revealed. At this moment the golden-haired angel pondered. It seems there's someone within the Titan god race who doesn't want Mountain Titan alive. The three-eyed angel, however, smirked, a hint of interest in its eyes. But if that faction dares to oppose the Titan race, it's nothing but good for us, with no downsides. Life has become much too boring since we signed the armistice with them. The pink-haired angel interjected, her tone excited. That unknown faction can actually make the Titan race suffer losses. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Just then, the Queen suddenly decided to send someone to observe. In the vast starry sky, Zayu's team flew at an astonishing speed, leaving dazzling golden trails like shooting stars. The red dragon led the team, riding the wind and waves forward. Zayu stood on its head, observing the distance, beginning to wonder. How much further to the transaction location? Bloodfang flew to his side and immediately replied, "There's a planet ahead, let's rest there." The entire team immediately shot towards that planet like arrows. At their current speed it would take about 8 more hours. When they landed, the ground vibrated under their weight. The terrain here was rugged, with peculiar crescent-shaped hills rising high, creating a desolate and chilling scene. Soon, the entire team arrived one after another, and they began to observe the terrain. Sarah recognized it as a dead planet at a glance. She looked around, her gaze sharp. Her spiritual energy also began to spread, her mental power solidifying. Suddenly, Sarah pointed in a direction, her tone certain. "Master, there are rich fire spirit stones in that direction, with 4 large spirit stone mines." Zayu nodded and shouted, "Emperor Crocodile." It was suddenly called upon, somewhat surprised. "What is it?" However, Emperor Crocodile understood with just a glance. Understood. Sarah's face suddenly turned pale, her voice filled with worry. "There are over 100 unfamiliar spiritual energy signatures. In space, countless rays of light are rushing towards us." Zayu frowned deeply, his eyes sharpening. "Are they here so soon?" Those spiritual energy streams were the Titans arriving aggressively. It seemed the other party was very impatient. The strongest among them, with a physique as vast as a mountain, glanced at Zayu. In just an instant they landed, causing the entire planet to tremble violently, and dust flew everywhere, completely engulfing Zayu's team. Zayu still stood calmly, directly meeting their gaze. That Titan glared at him, then emitted a thunderous voice. At this moment a tall figure immediately appeared before Zayu. The smaller Titan flew closer, bringing its peculiar face close to Zayu, as if wanting to carefully observe this strange creature. On this lifeless, barren planet, the miniature replica of the Titan race knelt on one knee, looking down at Zayu and his team. The Titans arrived in large numbers, their muscular bodies awe-inspiring. Zayu frowned deeply, fearlessly standing opposite them. He observed everyone before him with icy eyes. Zayu narrowed his eyes, beginning to calculate in his mind. Does the opponent have 3 transcendent rank 5s? He shifted his gaze to the rear. Zayu was solemnly evaluating the opponent's strength at that moment. The rest were mostly rank 3 and 4. Suddenly, Phoenix Butterfly appeared and flew towards them. "Master!" Before long it stopped before Zayu and his companions, and at this moment its previously cold face finally revealed a brilliant smile. "Little Blue, you've worked hard this time," the little girl also replied somewhat sheepishly. "I didn't fail the mission." A Titan lost its patience, shouting loudly, "You clowns, how dare you threaten us?" Zayu smirked coldly, clearly expressing his disdain. It's still undecided who the clown is. As both sides were in a standoff, someone suddenly interjected. "I didn't expect the Titan race to actually be controlled by another faction." Zayu and the Titans were both drawn, simultaneously looking up towards the source of the voice. That person's figure became clearer and clearer in the air. Recognizing the figure, the Titan leader immediately identified Raph. At this moment that person had also landed on the ground. Raph stood on the edge of a high cliff not far from there and then spoke. "I'm not here to fight with you all. I'm just curious. What kind of character dares to threaten your Titan race?" A Titan roared angrily. "Are you provoking me?" However, his demeanor remained calm. "I'm merely curious." Suddenly at this moment, Zayu erupted with a powerful force, his entire body enveloped in golden spiritual energy. The commotion here was so great that the Titans who were busy arguing with Raph were also attracted. He couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart at that moment. Raph seemed somewhat surprised, and fear gradually surged within him. This spiritual energy pressure is too terrifying. Zayu frowned, looking at those people angrily. "I'm not here to listen to you quarrel." Raph's face turned pale with fright, and he timidly spoke. "I am Raph, one of the 4 great army commanders of the Angelic Star region. My uninvited visit this time is meant as no offense." Zayu only then glanced at him. "If the terms offered by the Titan race cannot satisfy me, then I can discuss other deals with you all." Hearing this, he immediately gave an awkward laugh. "Oh, of course." Thunder Titan could no longer contain his anger, suddenly punching Zayu. "Don't underestimate us too much." Just then another large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. He tried with all his might but ultimately couldn't advance another step. Thunder glanced at the one who stopped him, and when he saw golden-haired Monkey's face he was startled and extremely confused. "What kind of creature is that?" It didn't respond, instead directly extending its claws to attack. Golden-haired Monkey easily grabbed Thunder's neck with one move, then slammed his head to the ground. At this moment the ground shattered from the impact, but Zayu still stood calmly. Seeing this, the miniature replica of the Titan race couldn't help but shout, "You!" Zillion and Insect King suddenly appeared, blocking the replica's path. Insect King suddenly spoke sharply, "Don't move." Seeing this, Zillion wasn't to be outdone, narrowing his eyes and warning, "Be careful or I'll kill you." A group of titans charged forward in anger. Damn it! Emperor Crocodile suddenly appeared before them from somewhere. Its eyes gleamed coldly, and countless stones began to float under its control. Just then, the titan replica suddenly shouted, "Stop!" It looked directly at Zio and negotiated. "We're here for a trade," Zio coldly warned. "Dare to act again in front of me next time, and it will be a declaration of war." He immediately ordered his subordinate, golden-haired monkey, let go. Golden-haired monkey said nothing more, shrinking in an instant. After an unknown period, the titans laboriously moved several colossal blue blocks, bringing them to the same spot. These enormous blue blocks were stacked together. Zio stood before these blocks, muttering to himself. Like towering skyscrapers, the blue blocks suddenly changed. They looked like stacked colorful mountains. Zio's eyes widened in surprise. As if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, he felt like he was standing among colossal mountain peaks. This was ordinary psychic iron. Finding even one piece was precious, yet here were hundreds of thousands of tons. Just then, golden-haired monkey suddenly approached, carrying something heavy. "Master," it immediately showed off what was in its hand. "Master, a seed was found here." The system immediately displayed information. Innate parasol tree seed, carrying the bloodline of the divine innate parasol tree. Zio was also somewhat surprised to see it. The innate parasol tree, this is the divine wood where phoenixes perch. Entrust it to Yaofeng. Only Yaofeng's phoenix fire can make it sprout, and the phoenix can also grow stronger with this undying fire. The two are indeed a perfect match. No sooner had he finished than the titan replica immediately questioned, "The goods have been brought. Where is Mountain Titan?" The lead titan sternly questioned, "I've brought the goods." "Where is Mountain Titan?" A spatial gate immediately appeared behind Zio, a flash of light in its center. Then Mountain's colossal body slowly emerged from the gate, its enormous head quickly revealed, allowing the two pillar gods to meet. Zio waited until he was released before speaking. "He has been sent back." Facing his kin, the third pillar god coldly remarked, "Mountain Titan, you are truly in a sorry state." He immediately widened his eyes and roared loudly at him. "Shut up," then Mountain whispered secretively. "My divine artifact 100 Peaks is still in their hands." The other pillar gods immediately shuddered in shock upon hearing this news. Raph on the hill smiled happily. "You titans actually lost a divine artifact." Immediately, a force suddenly attacked the base of the hill, making him sway. The third pillar god roared, threatening Raph, "I don't want to hear your voice again." The other party hatefully called his name, but he liked it even more. Raph, then Zio, suddenly looked up, sensing something. At that very instant, something like a meteor was hurtling straight towards this planet. Little Blue was also surprised, blurting out, "That's it." No sooner had she spoken than the mysterious figure made a very grand landing. Zio himself was momentarily stunned by the suddenness. Conversely, the flame giant's laughter emerged from the billowing smoke. "This old man isn't late, am I?" Raph immediately recognized the flame giant, who always showed up where the action was, usually enjoying bathing deep within stars. Just as he said, a part of the star was glowing fiercely from where he had just emerged, and the flame giant's bright eyes began to clearly reveal themselves. One of the 8 elders of the flame giant race. Flame giant rage. At this moment, Zio already had 4 large, brawny individuals by his side. Flame giant rage scrutinized him for a moment longer, then suddenly let out a satisfied cry. Then, looking at Zio, he affirmed, "You have the aura of the elemental race about you." Facing his keen insight, Zio calmly explained, "It might be that we have elemental race members within our faction." Zio merely showed a firm expression with a hint of seriousness, but Flame Giant Rage still insisted, "This aura is absolutely unusual. It's very similar to the aura of our race's most treasured artifact." His eyebrows immediately furrowed in tension. It was best not to mention that he possessed the highest quality elemental condensation fruits and flowers. To change the subject, Zio quickly recalled the Pillar God's divine artifact. The third Pillar God immediately blurted out in surprise upon seeing it, "Only the hilt is left." Zio tightly entangled it with his tree roots, then admitted to him, "The blade of this divine artifact has already been broken by me." Then he coldly looked at the other party and proposed a condition. "I can return it to you, but you must answer a question for me." The third Pillar God immediately fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Raph suddenly interjected curiously at this moment, "What question could be worth a divine artifact? If I can answer it, can it belong to me too?" Zio quickly gave him an answer, "Of course." Seeing something interesting, Flame Giant Rage then happily declared, "Then this old man also has a chance." One Pillar God immediately shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." In contrast, the third Pillar God calmly spoke, "Ask." At this request, Zio slightly frowned and began to question, "How much do you know about the major divine power? 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones." His eyes suddenly widened. He was very surprised. Even Flame Giant Rage was startled upon hearing it. The third Pillar God was stunned, but still couldn't hide his surprise. At that moment, Zio suddenly recalled the scene of the Emperor's weapon searching for the 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. They stood face to face, but only his voice sounded. Only by reaching 7 Zhang the Emperor's weapon's gaze was fixed on him, admonishing, "Then you can find me. Find the Dongwang Bell." These memories made Zio secretly think that if he wanted to break through to 7 Zhang, he must thoroughly understand the principle of 3 births 10,000 things. Evolving the gate of profound mysteries, experiencing tribulations to merge with the Tao, only then can one comprehend the great opportunities within. He frowned slightly, because one chi transforms into 3 pure ones was precisely what he needed most at the moment. But did any race truly know about this question? After a brief pause, Raph was the first to speak. It seems this divine artifact is not destined for me. Flame Giant Rage also lowered his head, a mournful voice sounding, "Me too." Silence continued to shroud the pillar gods. Seeing no results, Zio then announced to them, "It seems no one knows, so I can only take it." But wait! Just then, the third pillar god suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Then he quickly extended his hand. "Here's some information I know." Subsequently, the third pillar god transmitted a force into Zio's body, and that force led him into a space marked with yin-yang symbols. Zio asked in surprise, "Taiji diagram?" But he immediately rejected that idea. "No," the third pillar god affirmed to him. "It's a galaxy." Additionally, he explained further, "This is an eternal emperor's weapon, the Taiji diagram currently awakening. It originates from the same creator as one chi transforms into 3 pure ones." He also implied something. "Perhaps the secrets you wish to know can be found here." The two quickly returned to reality, where many people were waiting. Facing this situation, Little Blue immediately blurted out, "Master, you understand what I mean," and then promptly threw out the treasure. The process went smoothly. The treasure was easily caught by Mountain. Once they confirmed everything, Zio anxiously said, "Now you can tell me, where is that stellar region?" The third pillar god hesitated somewhat, but still slowly revealed, "An extremely remote eastern stellar region." Stellar region. He continued to ask him for more information. "How long would it take to get from here to there?" He soon had his answer. "It took me half a year to travel there back then." Hearing this, Zio paused to ponder for a moment. Even at Titan speed it took half a year. At this moment Flame Giant Rage suddenly complained, "No more fighting, how boring." He glanced at Zio, secretly evaluating. This guy is not only powerful himself, but his subordinates are terrifyingly strong too, every one of them above Transcendent rank 5. His small pupils gradually became visible as he was intently fixated on his target. If the Titans truly went to war with them, looking back at the Pillar Gods, Flame Giant Rage became even more convinced and secretly muttered, "They will surely be annihilated here." Immediately after, Raph gently raised his head and said, "It seems this matter is concluded. Let's go." Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a message for Zio. "If you have time, come visit my home in the Angelic Star region." Raph's angelic wings immediately unfurled, a few scattered feathers drifting with the wind. His surroundings gradually blurred, and he bid farewell in advance. "I'm leaving." Raph immediately soared into the sky, leaving behind a faint pillar of light. Next, Flame Giant Rage also moved. "I'm leaving too." The third pillar god then flew into the air. "Everything that needed to be said has been said. How you proceed from here is up to you." Mountain and his kin quickly soared into the sky. "We're leaving too." Zio remained standing there quietly observing the dense points of light in the sky. Once they had gone far, a pillar god loudly scolded, "Mountain, what faction have you really offended?" Mountain cautiously replied, "I'm not sure, but I know one thing. The leader is not Transcendent rank 5. He said with both fear and disbelief, but Transcendent rank 6. Hearing those sincere words, he was even more surprised, and most importantly, that was only one of his clones. This pillar god gravely told them that the matter was far more complex than imagined, and must be reported to the first pillar god as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Raph alone shot like an arrow through the dazzling Milky Way. He secretly thought, "A faction that dares to threaten the Titan god race is certainly no ordinary one." This time, they deployed 9 Transcendent rank 5 powerhouses just by appearing. Raph's eyes narrowed with tension. This was already the level of a top-tier faction. After that tense negotiation, golden-haired monkey happily climbed onto a massive weapon. This sword was too large. Was it a Titan's exclusive sword? Zio, meanwhile, sat quietly on that rock, his surroundings silent except for the wind. Zillion immediately noticed him. "Master has been sitting there for 3 hours. Is he contemplating?" One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. As expected, he kept rubbing his chin, pondering what to do. Zio continued to calculate other options. If he took them all away, nothing could be done for half a year. It would be better to let them develop on Earth and Azure Star. Then he suddenly clapped his hands and blurted out, "Let's arrange it this way." Just then, something dropped behind him with a thud. Golden-haired monkey happily emerged from the dust. "Master, we've caught an exotic beast." He looked back and saw the gold-devouring beast pinned beneath Zillion. It immediately cried out in anger, "You ambushed me, you despicable scoundrels, let me go." Despite this, Zio still slowly observed it first, then guessed, "Its appearance seems to be that of a Qilin." The nearby golden-haired monkey excitedly reported to him, "Master, this is the fellow we found in space secretly following us." Zillion also added, "Even when I teamed up with Insect King and Orochi, it almost got away." These words immediately enraged the gold-devouring beast. "I only took a glance. Why did you hit me?" An information panel about it immediately appeared. Gold-devouring beast, Transcendent rank 5, innate talent, Gold Devourer. Grows stronger by devouring metal, can excrete purer metals. Special ability, Phoenix patterned body. After prolonged consumption of Imperial Blood Violet Gold, its body has forged into a mysterious divine form. Even with severe injuries it can recover within a day. Divine Claws can tear everything apart. Earth Burrow, can easily burrow underground. Divine Power, devour heaven and earth, devours all things. He read for a moment, arms crossed, and pondered. Good heavens, it can even excrete purer metals after absorbing them, and it has consumed Imperial Blood Violet Gold for a long time. Then Zio asked Red Dragon. Red Dragon, do you know what Imperial Blood Violet Gold is? But it quickly denied it. No idea, the gold-devouring beast suddenly interjected. You don't even know this? That's essential material for forging Emperor's weapons, and not just that, there are many divine irons too. Then it laughed provocatively. Idiots, idiots. Zio, whose sore spot had been poked, could only say dejectedly, My heart aches. Feeling low, he turned and left. I'll leave it to you all. If it's disobedient, just beat it freely. Huh? Golden-haired monkey immediately acted, tightly binding the gold-devouring beast's mouth with a rope. Zio extended his hand, summoning a spatial gate. It gradually grew larger, stopping only when it was large enough. Only then did he turn to command the exotic beasts. Let's go, it's time to return. Meanwhile, in the angelic star region within a magnificent and splendid building, Raph had long since returned and was standing on a stone platform. The Angel King immediately questioned him. Do 9 transcendent rank 5 individuals truly possess such strength? He affirmed in response. Not only that, besides them there are also powerhouses of comparable strength. Their leader, Raph reported to the entire stellar region in a serious tone, is a transcendent rank 6 powerhouse. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. I suspect they are a force from the ancient era. Beside a simple hill in the Vitality world, Zayu's team suddenly emerged from a spatial gate, gently stepping onto the grass. 9 Tails was already waiting there, quickly coming forward. Master, how was the harvest? He replied, excellent. Then Zio took out 2 stones. Take these 2, these are fire attribute treasures. At the same time he gave 9 Tails a task. Give this seed to Yaofeng and have her hatch it. 9 Tails immediately nodded, obediently replying yes. However, Zio turned to rummage for other things. And this, give it to Little Spirit for me. This good stuff isn't convenient to give her in public. Old 9 should like this Heartguard mirror and this too. At this moment, golden-haired monkey had appeared on a high perch at some point. I slammed it to the ground with one palm. I was so powerful. Honey Badger heard this and grumbled unhappily. You guys snatched too many things. In contrast to the liveliness there, this area was completely covered in water, with countless lightning bolts striking from the sky. The elemental race members were gathered around Thunder King. Flame Rage quickly reported, I sense the aura of a clan treasure on him. This news made her wonder. The aura of a clan treasure, could they also be born from elemental treasures? He hesitated to reply. If there really is one, I'm afraid it won't be convenient for us to retrieve it. Flame Rage suddenly had an idea. Why don't we also learn from the Titans and use treasures to exchange before making demands? The elemental race members were unusually quiet. Seeing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. No, forget I said anything. But Thunder King suddenly spoke. No, perhaps it's a good idea. She immediately issued an order to her subordinates. Go tell him. Zio, unaware of this, was resting in his ancient tree form. 9 Tails suddenly approached him and asked, Master, are you in a bad mood? Hearing her worried tone, he finally looked at her. Are you worried about the great emperor? Zio slowly raised his head and said, only 8 months left. With my current strength, I don't know if I can resist it. 9 Tails' gaze remained calmly fixed on him. Master, are you still thinking about 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones? Zio narrowed his eyes. A 6-month journey. A round trip would be a year, but if I don't go, there's no chance of winning. He then took the opportunity to confide a few words. The information provided by the Titans is very important to me. Zio pondered, expressing his concern. If the great emperor arrives and I'm not here, what will you do? 9 Tails immediately assured him. Master, go. No matter how long it takes, we will persevere until you return. These words made him turn to 9 Tails in surprise. 9 Tails, Ox Demon also unexpectedly interjected. Master needn't worry, just do what you need to do. Zayu's tone became even more surprised. Ox Demon didn't stop there, and Flash also gently added a few words of comfort. We are stronger than when we fought the darkness, and we will be even stronger in the future. Glacier and Kuiju both focused their thoughts on Zio. We will guard Earth well. An Azure Star, Jingji and Thunder also assured him. Us too. Emperor Crocodile said nothing, but the white tiger beside it expressed, everyone will die. Only Zixian calmly comforted him. We will wait for you to come back and then everyone will drive the great emperor out of the Milky Way. So Master, their concerted effort made an abyss on the planet glow. At this moment Zayu's ancient tree main body was already exposed. Just do what you want to do. That tiny body floated in the tree hollow, focusing intently on looking forward. Zio spoke to himself with emotion in his heart. Thank you all, I will definitely find what I'm looking for. With that, its flying speed increased, darting away like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the ancient tree, which was originally guarding a few small asteroids, suddenly grew a blood-red eye in the center of its trunk and opened its eyes wide. The tentacles it used to grasp the asteroids also moved slowly with it. The view suddenly returned to Earth, where it was as peaceful as ever. Near what looked like a fiery pit, Little Blue stood on a rock observing the massive head. She sensed something and subconsciously called out Zayu's name, Exotic Tree. Not only Earth but this matter also reached Titan Star. Eternal's face, half burned by blue flames, suddenly appeared. He said painfully, "If it were an ordinary rank 5 life form it would be fine, but if it's transcendent rank 6 we cannot resist." The third ancient god also mused, "If even you cannot defeat it, we'd best not provoke it." Hearing this, Eternal immediately ordered him, "Put them on a level 1 alert list." The third ancient god quickly nodded. Yes. As soon as the discussion concluded, he was suddenly startled by a violent tremor. Eternal's mood grew agitated, and he shouted loudly, "This powerful spiritual energy, even the third pillar god felt it. It's that guy." Outside the Milky Way, a force was currently speeding rapidly. Black Dragon carried Zio, continuing to traverse one stellar system after another. The third ancient god's pupils trembled slightly. Had he already acted? Meanwhile, in the angelic star region, Zio's flight path could also be seen, deep into the Pantheon, a place completely independent of the Milky Way. Standing in the temple, that angel looked up, inadvertently seeing everything happening in the sky, and his eyes immediately showed surprise at this incredible sight. Zio traversed the Milky Way at an extremely high speed, its main body hidden within a giant tooth. There was no time to waste a single minute on the way to the Qatar star region. It must tirelessly exert itself for these 6 months. Now Zio was using its dragon form to increase speed. It strained to accelerate, shouting, "For now, let Purple Sky Jiao replace the Azure Dragon." Several flickering lights appeared, and Zio used its Void Shuttle ability. A huge portal appearing before it for passage, Zio directly shattered that thin membrane, fragments scattering everywhere. Despite this, it still focused on rushing forward. Void Shuttle is an ability mastered by Purple Sky Jiao, allowing it to traverse the starry sky more powerfully than teleportation. Each Void Shuttle can cross a distance the diameter of a solar system, or even further. However, it soon let out a majestic roar, and countless spatial gates appeared layered one after another. Zio secretly warned itself in its heart, "I must be faster." Meanwhile, during that period on the calm Mars, Ninetails and golden-haired Monkey were standing there. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this Mars?" Chingong suddenly spoke up beside it. "Big sister, why did you bring us here?" It then posed a question that surprised both of them. "What if we turn this into a life planet like Earth?" Ninetails slowly continued. "To resist the Great Emperor, we must constantly expand our forces. Relying solely on Earth and Azure Star is not enough," golden-haired Monkey quickly interjected. "I understand, like when there are too many monkeys there aren't enough fruits and branches, so we have to expand our territory outwards." Its ambitious gaze looked into the distance, then it replied, "Exactly, but not just this planet." Then Ninetails slowly flew into the air, its gaze gradually encompassing the remaining 7 planets and 172 moons in the Milky Way. Ninetails lowered its head slightly, a gleam in its eyes. "In the future, the entire solar system will be filled with our influence." Golden-haired Monkey suddenly had a question. "Then in the future, it won't be appropriate for us to use the name Misty Mountain externally anymore?" But soon it gave the answer. "I've already thought of a name. From the beginning they were like monsters in human eyes, and now they are advancing towards the sky, towards the universe, towards places humans cannot reach, just as humans yearn for the celestial court." It slowly spoke. "From now on we will no longer call ourselves Misty." At the same time, its gaze also transformed into a red filled with longing. "We'll be called the Demon Court." Golden-haired Monkey and Chingong merely watched silently from the side, but they seemed to have tacitly agreed. Things continued to develop this way, and 4 months passed in a flash. At this time, deep within the Titan territory, Eternal's huge head appeared. Accompanied by a colossal roar, he heavily stomped the ground with his feet wrapped in gleaming rocks. Immediately after, that strong body also quickly appeared. The third ancient god, who had been waiting below, quickly exclaimed, "Finally he broke through. First pillar god Titan Eternal." The transcendent rank 6 first Titan, Eternal, now stood before him. Eternal suddenly raised his hand, clenching it into a fist, thinking to himself, "Finally entered rank 6. Eternal tentatively asked the other, also a rank 6, "You've seen him, can you feel how big the gap is between me and him?" The third ancient god immediately replied, "You two are not on the same level at all." Hearing this comment, he couldn't help but be stunned. "He is much more powerful than you." Not only Eternal, but in another part of the world, intense lightning was erupting. Elemental race. Thunder King has just broken through transcendent rank 6. Her aura is very violent. Despite this, she seemed somewhat disappointed. "Still not enough, this strength still cannot surpass him." Nearby Flame Rage exclaimed excitedly, "What a strong aura! Thunder has broken through." In the angelic star region, the Angel King had already detected all this. Powerhouses in various star regions have successively broken through. He slowly looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, "A new prosperous era for all races is coming again." Unlike them, Zio was still desperately rushing to his destination. Due to excessive anxiety, it couldn't help but ask itself, "How long have I been traveling like this?" A month passed and it was still accelerating at full throttle. Even White Tiger let out a huge roar, radiating a fiery momentum. It entered a state of power burst. Lightning continuously erupting, White Tiger flapped its wings, simultaneously releasing several forces downwards. They fiercely struck the lake surface, splitting the water in two, clearing a path for them. Little Blue praised it happily. "That's great, Little White. Now you can not only skillfully master the law of wind, but also maintain this state for a long time." Flash suddenly interjected. What's 9 multiplied by 9? White Tiger answered without thinking. 6, Flash then commented. Still so dumb. The little girl immediately defended White Tiger. Are you smart? Then I'll ask you to find. Unexpectedly, it immediately gave the answer after hearing it. The result is E2. Little Blue was very surprised. You really know. Flash quickly pulled out a few. Art of War by Sun Tzu. How to become a successful leader. Possessing powerful strength also requires extraordinary wisdom. Little Blue was suddenly stunned by the sight before her. The great emperor would attack this year, and dozens of red ants appeared under its command. I must also improve, Flash with its team said firmly. Whether it's physical strength or intelligence, I want to become stronger. At this moment, a huge foot appeared above their heads. As soon as it stepped on the lake, the water began to stir and they had to retreat. These tremors were caused by Glacier, which was growing increasingly massive, even larger than Emperor Crocodile. Then Kuiju suddenly let out a deafening roar. White Tiger immediately carried Little Blue past it to observe. The little girl looked at it running and couldn't help but exclaim, Kuiju has also become very large. Flash nodded and added, everyone is getting stronger at different speeds. At the same time, Little Blue focused on the surrounding scene. And I never thought that in just 1 month this place would have become like this. What met her eyes was a body of water, and beside it a lush green forest, Mars. This body of water was initially created by the exotic beasts which continuously produced water sources using water and ice elemental exotic beasts. Then waterways were excavated to allow the water to flow, with Glacier responsible for diverting the river. In the forest, the tree roots were constantly nourished by an endless supply of power. The plants were cultivated from Titan plant seeds combined with the Master's life essence. Little Blue quickly looked up at the sky. The sky was very overcast now, but it would surely get better soon. At this time, other exotic beasts also flew past or stood on the cliffs. After all, this place was now developed through the joint efforts of creatures from Earth and Azure Star, and they were proud of their hard work. Little Blue was suddenly startled by an eye. She immediately blamed it. Emperor Crocodile, why are you so close? Emperor Crocodile first joked, then pointed to its head. She's looking for someone. Following its hinted direction, Jingji shouted, Little Blue. The little girl quickly recognized Sister Tianjin. She quickly asked, Sister, have you seen Old Nine and those lazy kings? Hearing this, Little Blue suddenly remembered, they seem to have never worked on Mars. Jingji's face darkened. Those scoundrels, could it be that? The view quickly shifted back to familiar Earth, deep into fertile land where a booming voice echoed. At that time I shouted loudly, I cannot hand over these 1,000 bamboo shoots. Zixian stood on several wooden barrels, proudly saying, my big brother was furious, but he wasn't my match. I won't easily yield to injustice. The people below nodded in praise. You actually have such spirit. On the other side, golden-haired monkey, honey badger, and wild boar were playing freely. Zixian was still boasting at this moment. I am now the most powerful exotic beast in Misty Mountain. No one can do anything to me. Little Eye listened to this story, continuously clapping and praising. You're amazing. Suddenly, a merciless punch landed on its head. Jingji tightly coiled around several exotic beasts, saying with a smile, Sorry, I'll borrow you for a moment. In contrast, Zayu's situation was extremely difficult. Yu Zio had strayed into the Dark Star region and gotten lost. It frantically crashed through a door, exclaiming, Oh no! It then took 3 months to escape the predicament. Its surroundings were now a mysterious spatial region, and it had finally reached its destination. Zio soon discovered that this was the edge of the Katter Star region. It was 100 times larger than the Milky Way. As it descended, a faint light flashed across the star region's surface. Zio reverted to its ancient tree form, finding a suitable spot to take root. It secretly told itself, let's rest on this dead planet for a while. Recently, the 9 small worlds had always experienced energy fluctuations. Then Zio quickly opened countless spatial gates to check the situation first. Its tree roots pierced through a place entering a misty blizzard region. There it unexpectedly discovered an energy core, the birthplace of the spirits of the 9 small worlds. Zio was suddenly startled, realizing some things. Not only that, based on this inference, it hastily observed the remaining few asteroids, or other worlds. It turned out that almost all of them contained their own independent energy cores. Although their powers were also quite strong, Zio focused on only one thing, the birth of world spirits. No sooner had he spoken than the core here surged with power. It exclaimed in surprise, Is the primal spirit of the ice and snow world about to evolve? The evolution process proceeded very quickly, and soon the primal spirit was formed. Zio witnessed the entire process, saying in shock, It's born, the first world spirit. The spirit let out an extremely faint laugh as if greeting the other party. At the same time, the information panel displayed, Primal Spirit, Transcendent Rank 4, Innate Talent, Summon Wind and Snow with a thought. Wind and snow arrive instantly. Special ability, Iceblade Storm, countless ice shards transform into a storm, killing enemies. Ice Solidification freezes its own body, capable of resisting most damage. Crystal Rain, like a heavy rain falling from the sky, freezing a 10-meter radius. Dance of Ice allows coldness to pervade the world. Divine ability, Ice Mirage, summons a doppelganger similar to itself, unleashing a storm of martial arts attacks. Zio gradually calmed down to evaluate it. The attribute interface was good, amazing, with continued growth and still great potential. It focused intently on observing the primal spirit. Most importantly, each world would have a successor in the future, feeling like its own child had been born. Subsequently, Zio cautiously approached. Since you were the first to be born, you will be the leader of the 9 primal origins from now on, it slowly instructed the primal spirit. You are still very weak now, so I will give you a bodyguard. No sooner had he spoken than the ice spirit tree appeared, stomping heavily on the white snow. Zio immediately issued an order. This tree will protect you from now on. The ice spirit tree mumbled in repetition, seemingly understanding. Protect it, it suddenly mused to itself. Primal spirits are born from the power of the 9 small worlds. They are the consciousness of the world. If I grow stronger, they will also grow stronger. Meanwhile, at Zayu's ancient tree main body, strange creatures suddenly crawled nearby. Blood demon exotic beasts slowly formed from the scorching magma, yet it roared furiously. Powerful spiritual energy has appeared. Is it the Titans again? Zio did not hear these words, so it remained silent. Seeing this, the blood demon immediately summoned its kin. Everyone, follow me to subdue it. A gaze filled with killing intent suddenly revealed itself. In the Qatar star region there was such a planet inhabited by creatures called the blood demon race, numbering in the tens of billions in the previous era. This race had given birth to a large blood demon creature of overwhelming ferocity, which continuously encroached upon and devoured other planets, eventually being jointly killed by higher beings from various star regions. Even the races on other planets were almost annihilated. But now, their numbers were even larger, and the large blood demon creatures were even more powerful. This time, they would invade other star systems on an even larger scale. As expected, 2 blood demon monsters were already bound in the air by Zio. He looked at the scene before him, falling into contemplation. No sooner had he arrived on this planet than he was furiously attacked by these creatures. It seems this planet is not a dead planet. Immediately after, a red liquid suddenly flowed down, confusing Zio. A humanoid body without facial features appeared at the blood demon's feet. A humanoid creature, the monster began rushing towards him with a smile. Upon seeing Zio, it roared, followed by dozens of heads roaring as well. The sound vibrated so much it felt like his ears would explode, and he loudly shouted, "Can you all stop?" No sooner had he spoken than several spherical objects rolled from unknown places, and at this moment a peculiar golden sword was rapidly flying. Disregarding Zayu's entanglement, it pierced straight through. He turned around because of the sound, witnessing this scene. Sword, this planet has higher beings. In the smoke in the distance, a figure entered Zayu's sight, a humanoid creature. She rushed rapidly, her crescent moon mark on her forehead revealing itself. She tightly clenched her arm, roaring with intense killing intent. Dye your body with my blood. At the same time, his tentacles and her sword were already in close combat. In an instant, Zayu's tentacles were severed in 2 by her. His eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before him. My body was cut, and she didn't stop there. Continuing her attack, in the blink of an eye, the sword tip was almost at Zayu's face, but he still reacted in time. Blocking the sword, she gritted her teeth in anger at this scene. Zayu's tentacles had grown back. It rushed straight towards her without hesitation. She was tightly entangled, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The golden sword was also pinned to the ground. He curiously raised it with a tentacle. The sword tip had already disappeared, however, it quickly restored its complete form. The system also quickly displayed its attribute panel. Demon Sword, Rank 7, Bloodshed Sword, Ultimate Weapon. An overwhelmingly ferocious demon sword, forged from millions of living beings and tens of millions of vital blood. Bloodthirst ability can increase power by devouring vital blood. Blood drain if wounded, blood reverses, greatly reducing strength. Blood curse, wounds are cursed, becoming heavier with time. Burn vital blood, uses vital blood as a catalyst to greatly enhance strength. Divine ability, bloodshed transforms into a blood light, invisibly killing living beings. Zio casually wielded the demon sword a few times. A rank 1 weapon is actually so powerful, no wonder she dared to attack me. From then on his heart began to stir. It seems this planet possesses powerful sword-forging capabilities. This time he had come to the right place. Zio directly put the sword into his space, not forgetting to remind, "It's already mine." Having said that, he continued towards the bound figure. Zio, enraged and radiating killing intent, questioned, "Why did you attack me?" Although she coughed blood, she still said arrogantly, "Any outsider invading my blood demon star must die." These words made him ponder for a moment. It seems this creature is very hostile towards alien races, but Zio still flew away with her. Not far away there was still a faint aura, and his flying speed was astonishingly fast, and she was already in a panic. This direction is, a huge pit soon appeared before them. Zio landed here after reaching his destination. This is it. He unhurriedly drew a trail of light in the air. A miniature city immediately appeared. She was completely shocked by Zio's series of actions, however. He wasted no time, immediately turning back to threaten her. "I'll give you a chance to live. Either lead all your clansmen with me, or your entire race will perish because you attacked me." Hearing this, she became furious. "You?" Zio calmly interrupted her. "You don't need to rush to answer me. I'll give you 1 day to consider." At this moment, cracks had already appeared in the sky, and his tentacles successfully penetrated the barrier. It formed huge pillars encompassing the entire city. Seeing this, she immediately panicked. The entire city has been lifted. No sooner had she spoken than a vast expanse of land was lifted into the air by Zio. She began to emit a powerful aura. Who exactly are you? However, he didn't let her finish, directly interjecting, I hope you can agree. Zio rushed rapidly towards the barrier with power. As he landed, a pillar of light suddenly shot directly at Zio from the sky. His pupils slightly widened, and he said in a cold voice, finally found it. A white and green leaf covered a wooden branch, and an ancient tree with a hole in the middle quickly appeared. The system had already displayed its information panel. Miracle Tree, Curse Tree. Transcendent Rank 4. Special Ability. By absorbing creatures of different races, it can bear racial fruits, and consuming them grants their abilities. A light flashed in Zio's eyes. I sensed its aura in the cosmos earlier. At the same time, several long tree roots stretched out when he wasn't paying attention. However, they all stopped just before touching Zio. A calm yet slightly teasing expression suddenly appeared on his face. Do you want to absorb me? Don't rush, I've brought you a gift. Several long tentacles quickly coiled around the blood demon beast's necks. They were all stuffed into the holes in the cursed tree's trunk. In the blink of an eye, the hole closed. Zio was also stunned by this devouring speed. After consuming it, emitted a tremor. A red orb of light then appeared. Seeing it, he secretly rejoiced. It appeared. Zio seized the opportunity to snatch the red orb with a tentacle, and it quickly settled securely in his hand. Zio unhesitatingly handed it to the nearby tree. Eat it. Hearing his words, it directly bit the red orb. Immediately after consumption, its entire body underwent dramatic changes. It had to bend down, letting out pathetic screams as if its bones were shattering, and a red aura gradually enveloped its body. The one fortunately fed by Zio was a Transcendent Rank 4 innate talent. Blood demonization devours blood demon fruit, thereby gaining terrifying talent. Can transform into a blood demon, possessing the blood demon race's talents and abilities without affecting its own. Ice Soul. As an ice soul tree, possesses the power to freeze the earth. Its coldness can penetrate bones, even freezing souls. After completing its evolution, the Trent stood up menacingly again. Even he was stunned. After consuming the blood demon fruit, it was so perfect, completely beyond my imagination. Zio reverted to his original form. Out of curiosity, he took out another stone, wondering if it could absorb elemental ore. Outside, the sky had already begun to turn red. A moment later, he created two massive Trent main bodies. Zio was not pleased. Instead, he muttered to himself, this time I can cultivate a new cult. In the future, I can bring it corpses and ores to devour to obtain more fruits. Put them into the vitality space. Now to deal with the next matter. He continued to see the land supporting the city suspended in the air. Inside, curses were incessant. Haven't you cleared away these tree roots falling from the sky yet? The questioned minister could only stammer in reply. Your Majesty, it's being handled, but we still cannot ascertain the source of these tree roots. If we cut them arbitrarily, the entire kingdom will collapse. Moreover, we've continuously cut the surface of these tree roots, yet they leave no trace. These words made the Blood King hesitate. Before he could finish, a tremor interrupted him. Zio appeared with a powerful aura. The blood demon beasts and ministers were all stunned upon seeing him. Zio said nothing, yet radiated terrifying, killing intent. The golden crown was quickly taken from his head. He sat on the highest chair, toying with it. Zio saw everyone kneeling on the ground, feeling very excited. Now are you willing to surrender? The timid Blood King could only agree. I am willing to lead the blood race to surrender to you. Please spare my life. His daughter, Bound, also felt heartbroken. Oh, not only that, the Blood King also offered him benefits. I am willing to offer our clan's supreme treasure. Zio was somewhat surprised by these words. Supreme treasure. Hearing his words, he waved his hand and took out 3 luxurious red wooden boxes. A flower emitted beautiful spiritual energy. This was a rank 5 spirit flower, the sanguine flame lotus. It could help the blood demon race alter their bloodline. This is the blood demon stone. This planet was once a blue planet, but under the erosion of this demonic stone it transformed into the current blood demon race, and this demon sword is named Slaughter. There were originally 2 demon swords rank 7, one of which, the rare treasure mentioned, was the demon sword rank 7, Slaughter. Innate talent, innate killing intent, a deadly innate killing intent hidden beneath its flawless blade. Ability, killing intent entanglement, capable of severing and breaking souls. Killing to suppress killing, the more kills the stronger its power. Divine ability, Godslayer, unleashes a divine sword light that eradicates all gods and demons. Hearing these words, Zio quickly coiled around the sword hilt. As the sword came into his hand, his aura became even more intimidating. Zio held this sharp and colossal sword, observing it carefully. He stared at the red sword, smiling with satisfaction. Good. Zio tightly gripped the hilt and slashed downwards with force to test its wieldability. He swung the sword with all his might, and the blade erupted with a powerful surge of red energy, tearing apart the entire magnificent urban area. With just one swing of Zio's sword, a magnificent imperial city was split in 2, and the sword energy extended beyond the city walls. In the blink of an eye, everything before him was cleaved apart. Zio stood proudly, looking at the consequences of his single sword strike. Blood King gingerly stepped forward, trembling as he said, "My city." The system screen displayed the weapon information of what Zio had just used. Demonic sword, rank 7, Slaughter. Innate talent, innate killing intent. Beneath its flawless blade lies a fatal innate killing intent. Ability, killing intent entanglement capable of severing and breaking souls using killing to suppress killing. The more it kills, the stronger its power. Divine ability, Godslayer unleashes a divine sword light that eradicates all gods and demons. After reading the information, he stored the demonic sword in another space. This was a good sword, he'd keep it for himself. Zio, from his elevated position, asked loudly, "Have you ever seen a half-black, half-white star region in the Katar star region?" The Blood King looked up, trembling as he replied, "That's the pattern of an emperor's weapon. It bloomed in the deepest part of the star region, but I saw it 10 years ago. With the appearance of the pattern, there was also a colossal roar that shook the universe." Zio still didn't understand, asking in confusion, "A colossal roar?" The Blood King recalled the blood-stained ocean and explained, "At that time, all the powerful beings in the vicinity turned into blood under that roar." He frowned and asked seriously, "Can you still find the place where that pattern appeared?" He thought for a moment and replied, "It might take a few years." Zio couldn't wait, coldly ordering, "1 month. I'll give you 1 month. Find that Taiji diagram and these elemental fruits are yours. They can allow you to reach Transcendent Rank 5 peak, and the first one to find it I will accept as my true disciple." The Blood King was greatly surprised. "Really? Is that really true?" Zio looked at the controlled queen and said coldly, "You go with them too." He widened his eyes and threatened, "But if you don't search diligently or are perfunctory, I will destroy this planet. Answer me." Under the killing intent and pressure emitted by Zio, the Blood King could only lower her head and meekly obey. Yes, yes, yes. Outside was a tranquil scene, the sunset glow painting the sky beautifully. Many spacecraft were rapidly traversing the sky. The blood demons inside the spacecraft loudly commanded before departure, "Let's head to the Kama star region first." A teleportation space opened, and all spacecraft simultaneously rushed towards it. He was all smiles, his heart excited, secretly thinking that he would surely find the Emperor's weapon Taiji diagram and become a true disciple. The fleet moved swiftly, the blood demon's laughter even reaching outside. Zio stood on a high rock observing, never expecting this planet to also have spacecraft capable of traveling into the universe. He glanced at the Blood King, asking in confusion, "Besides your country, are there other intelligent nations or races on this planet?" She explained in detail. "Aside from our country, there are 6 blood demon water territories distributed in different parts of this planet." Zio asked in a low voice, "Do they also possess battleships like yours?" The Blood King was greatly shocked. "Your Majesty, could you be—" In another place, a magnificent castle uniquely designed, a fat man was focused on eating and drinking, immersed in food. Munch as he ate, a violent tremor made the food on the table scatter everywhere. The fatty was very displeased at being disturbed, so he looked up and roared, "Move, earthquake!" Suddenly the wall in front of him began to crack and smoke and dust poured into the room. A blurry figure stood calmly behind the broken wall in the dust. The fatty angrily ordered loudly, "There's an intruder, kill him." That figure was Zio, who calmly and easily controlled all of his subordinates. The fatty couldn't help but be startled, hurriedly shouting, "What? Where are my guards? Why aren't they stopping you?" Outside was a mess. All his guards had been defeated by Zio. He showed a very terrifying smile and then suggested, "You can help me find something." Over the next month, Zio occupied all the countries on this planet. The number of spacecraft heading to the Katar star region increased to hundreds. They continuously searched the Katar star region for what Zio wanted. On the other side, the spacecraft pilot shouted loudly, "Captain, we've got it, we seem to have found it." The blood demon was thrilled, poking its head out to check. Found it, I'm a true disciple now." Suddenly an extremely intense and blinding light appeared, almost engulfing the entire spacecraft. That light shot directly at him and the spacecraft, instantly colliding and creating a huge tremor that illuminated the entire sky. The half-black, half-white circular pattern Zio was searching for gradually appeared. Subsequently an elder appeared, solemnly warning loudly, "Unrelated personnel are not permitted to enter." Blood Demon Star, a red planet shining beautifully in the Milky Way. Zio stood on a rock, gazing into the distance. The Blood King appeared behind him, hurriedly shouting, "Reporting, Your Majesty, a battleship just sent a signal. It seemed to have found something, but just as it sent the signal it seemed to disappear again." Zio listened and asked in a low voice, "Can you find the source of the signal?" She lowered her head and replied, "Yes." He frowned, displeased, and then ordered. "Oh!" That spacecraft shattered in midair, drifting in the Milky Way. Everyone on board was severely injured, unconscious, and floating in space. A force tore through space. The shattered space revealed a wormhole. Zio and the Blood King stood there, carefully observing inside. His eyes showed astonishment and panic. Zio looked at the scene in space and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What's going on?" The Blood King was also greatly shocked by the desolate and ruined sight before them. A small-scale battle had occurred here. Had the Emperor's weapon Taiji diagram not appeared either? On the spacecraft carrying the Blood Demon, the subordinates outside were all knocked down, unconscious and floating in the air. Zio shot his power directly at the spacecraft's hatch. That move immediately shattered the hatch. The aftershock produced white smoke enveloping him. Zio wore a very angry and terrifying expression. He walked into the room, looking up at the Blood Demon floating in the air. The Blood King stepped forward to check his pulse, then reported, "Your Majesty, he's still alive." Zio used a healing move to mend the Blood Demon's injuries. With life essence, he slowly regained consciousness. Zio looked at the Blood Demon and asked in a low voice, "Are you feeling better?" He struggled to reply, "Your Majesty," although in immense pain. The Blood Demon still tried hard to report everything. "We found what you wanted. There are several protectors there. They claim to be from the heavenly court, and they've been hiding there, and they seem to be the people the master is looking for. The majestic figure of the elder vaguely appeared in his mind. After speaking, the blood demon fell unconscious again. The Blood King anxiously glanced at Zio, asking worriedly, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" He was silent for a moment, then ordered, "You rest well." Zio's gaze was firm at this moment. "I'll go personally." Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of blood demons were constantly roaring and fiercely attacking. It tried to rush towards the circular area, which was divided into black and white halves. The blood demons roared furiously, "You wait, our king will be here soon, just you wait." A man holding a weapon rushed forward, shouting, "You won't get through." He cut it in half with one blow. Closer to that spot, the man held a sharp spear. Looking at the blood demon horde, it still did not yield, attacking again. He held his weapon, trying to rush forward to counterattack. "Damn it, there are too many blood demons." The elder appeared beside him and said, "I'll handle it." He gently waved a few times, and in just a few seconds an extremely powerful aura was unleashed. That aura swirled, sweeping rapidly, and in an instant the elder's move penetrated the blood demon horde. That power was so immense it tore through space, creating cracks. Several blood demons were torn apart, turning into fragments. Space was ripped open, leaving a wormhole. The man stood watching from the side, a shiver running down his spine. No matter how many times he saw it, it was still shocking. The elder loudly commanded, "Close the door to the secret realm. They won't find us for a short time." The wormhole in the air gradually closed, and he said confidently, "Later we'll find another star region and make it the exit of the secret realm so they won't find us." The wormhole gradually closed, leaving only a tiny crack. Suddenly a hand blocked the crack. The elder looked at it, startled, and both observed intently, highly vigilant. Zayu's powerful aura and cold, sharp gaze were faintly visible behind the crack. Seeing this, he became very nervous and unconsciously stepped back. Space was once again torn to shreds by Zayu's hand. He stood majestically, radiating a terrifying aura. Zio looked at the elder and his group, who were vigilantly preparing to attack him. He frowned, focusing on Zio. "Is this their king?" He stood on the head of a black dragon, his expression cold, his posture confident. Zio looked around, secretly analyzing. This secret realm has a dual structure of starry sky and void, somewhat similar to Dragon Island. Zio, with an angry and displeased look, said, "Finally, I found that faint aura." On the black dragon's head, a figure stood proudly, radiating brilliant blue energy. His gaze was always fixed, profound and full of meaning. "Are you the king of the blood demon race?" Zio turned around, his voice low and decisive. "That's right." He jumped up without hesitation, rushing straight towards the black dragon suspended in the air. The man with the top knot kept turning left and right. That fellow's unleashed power was too strong. Impatience flickered in his eyes, as if he wanted to suppress the agitation within. "Do you know who we are?" He gently raised his hand, 2 fingers touching, and a dazzling light shone, emitting mysterious energy, shimmering in the air. Zayu's gaze was firm, as if to penetrate the entire sky. "Don't bother, the entire secret realm has been sealed by me. You cannot send messages out." His face was tense, able to hide a hint of displeasure. "What do you want with us?" Zayu's face darkened, his cold gaze enveloping the surrounding space. "Hand over the Emperor's weapon, Taiji diagram." In the tense atmosphere, a voice suddenly broke the heavy silence. "Dream on, you dare covet the Emperor's weapon, Taiji diagram." A flame-like light pierced straight through the captain's body, blood splattering, his face contorted in pain. He turned his head in horror, shouting sternly, "Captain, your excellency has gone too far. Are you trying to wage an all-out war with our heavenly court?" Zio coldly replied, with a hint of curiosity in his tone, as if both disdainful and wanting to test the other party. "So what if I am?" His eyes suddenly filled with terror, because behind him, figures were rapidly rushing through the sky like a tsunami. His face was grim, a determined glint in his eyes. "The Emperor's weapon, Taiji diagram, is the heavenly court's supreme treasure. We cannot hand it over." Zayu's fury erupted violently, his aura surging like towering waves. "Then I'll find it myself." A furious roar. With a loud bang, a massive monster emitting purple energy opened its blood-red mouth. He looked up, his eyes trembling, clenching his teeth, forcing down the fear in his heart. It appeared in its enormous form, covered in purple scales with fierce golden eyes. Zayu's gaze was sharp as a knife, cold and filled with killing intent, devouring this place. It opened its enormous mouth, letting out an earth-shattering roar, the sound rolling forth as if to tear apart the entire space. A dazzling golden halo suddenly appeared, encircling him. Everyone else was also enveloped in golden halos. It opened its mouth wide, and a scorching purple light erupted from its throat. A purple light violently spun, forming a fierce whirlwind. His body swayed in the terrifying giant wave, drawn inside. Does it want to devour us? No, it wants to suck in the entire secret realm. It opened its enormous mouth, and a powerful suction rolled forth, pulling the entire secret realm into the endless abyss. Despite his raging anger, he was powerless against that terrifying force, able only to clench his teeth and watch everything before him. Damn it, his face was pale, his eyes filled with terror, and in the great chaos a loud bang erupted, and a purple-white light burst from the dragon's mouth. A powerful force swept through, blowing away everything in sight. It stood proudly, its gaze coldly fixed on the opponent's figure, unwavering. Space vibrated violently, and shining cracks flickered in the darkness, energy surging and tearing apart the entire space. A dazzling light erupted, devouring all colors and sounds, leaving only a vast expanse of white space trembling violently. It coiled and twisted. Its body emitted a mysterious light, making the surrounding universe seem to tremble in fear. Zio stood tall, his eyes sharp, his gaze firm and cold. Suddenly the surrounding scene changed, and a lush green landscape appeared before his eyes, unusually tranquil, a world of vitality. Zio lowered his head slightly, his gaze resting on the fragment shimmering in his hand. Its flickering light reflected on his face. In his hand was a shimmering fragment, but deep within a mysterious blackness was still vaguely visible. Zio's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He never expected this secret realm to be forged from this fragment. The system prompts that yin and yang qi possess the legendary powers of space and time. He stood quietly clutching the fragment, his gaze still fixed on it. Even a fragment possesses unfathomable mystical power. Possessing the powers of space and time, it is a treasure for both cultivation and forging divine weapons. After all, this fragment of the Emperor's weapon contains the purest yin and yang qi in the world, even purer than what one cultivates or refines oneself. If one could utilize the yin and yang qi within this fragment, the 9 lesser worlds were upgraded to 9 greater worlds. 2 secret locations appeared. In the void lesser world, everyone felt lost, unsure of where they were. This was a strange, silent, and eerie, mysterious place. Before Zio, a magnificent and grand palace appeared, exuding an aura of majesty and mystery. He looked up, his thoughts in disarray, as if swept into endless waves, unable to find a way out. Is this the legendary Heavenly Court Palace? It's truly extravagant. Let's see if I can find other secrets of the one chi transforms into 3 pure ones here. Zio's steps also halted. As if sensing something unusual hidden ahead, the palace presented a magnificent and captivating sight, yet beneath its splendid exterior, it exuded a mysterious aura that both enchanted and put one on guard. Zio looked up, a ripple stirring in his heart. Inside the cultivation room, his blurry figure appeared even more mysterious before the half-open door. Zio observed the room's interior with one eye, his gaze sharp and vigilant. He decisively pushed open the door and strode confidently into the light beyond the threshold. A person's back was silently observing everything. Light swept across, outlining half of Aoyu's face. You finally arrived, Your Excellency. Aoyu tightly gripped the iron weapon in his hand and suddenly rushed forward with a chilling, killing intent. The sharp tip of the weapon thrust towards Zio, missing by mere millimeters, yet didn't strike again. Zio calmly stated his purpose. Half-step, rank 6 are you? Even so, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't escape. Aoyu countered without hesitation. The entire heavenly court has been sucked into the void by you. Where else could I escape? Zio was startled, unable to hide his curiosity. Who are you? He slowly revealed his identity. I am Aoyu, the guardian of the Technique Pavilion. How many divine abilities does the Technique Pavilion currently hold? The strongest cultivation techniques are the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability, specializing in offense, and the indestructible diamond body divine ability, specializing in defense. Which one do you desire? A cold, murderous glint flashed in Zio's eyes. Don't change the subject. Why do you always exude a dragon's aura? A mysterious blue light enveloped his body. I am not only the master of this technique pavilion, but also a dragon with the Chaofeng bloodline. Zio was taken aback, tears filling his eyes. Space trembled and a teal-yellow giant dragon appeared, its demonic energy surging. System panel prompt, Dragon Race, Transcendent Rank 5 Innate Bloodline, Chaofeng Bloodline. 3rd son of the True Dragon, an auspicious beast capable of averting disaster. Innate talent, fortune and misfortune sense, can perceive good and ill fortune and make accurate judgments. Storm control, possessing dragon bloodline, can manipulate strong winds and torrential rains. Robust physique, body surpasses ordinary human perception, not merely strong but extraordinarily so. Dragon roar, its roar like that of a true dragon, dragon might surging. A blazing fire of doubt ignited in Zio's eyes. You clearly possess a true dragon bloodline. Why are you here? Because of this, the system panel displayed. Demon binding rope, capable of binding all things. The moment he found the answer, Zio suddenly realized. So that's it. I didn't come for those minor divine abilities you mentioned. I have 2 questions for you. First, where are the other fragments of the Taiji diagram? Aoyu's beast-like eyes suddenly gleamed over a decade ago. The spiritual energy here awakened, and the Kotter star region suddenly experienced violent fluctuations. The Taiji diagram was shattered then, splitting into 3 pieces that scattered across the starry sky. This is 1 fragment. If you wish to find the remaining fragments, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zio stated his next objective without hesitation. Secondly, I've come to inquire about the one chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Hearing this, Aoyu's beast-like eyes widened in astonishment, his face filled with surprise. Then a blue light enveloped him and he transformed back into human form. Aoyu, without turning his head, spoke with certainty. You've certainly asked the right person. Follow me. Hearing this, Zio couldn't help but be startled, unable to hide his surprise. You really have information, he replied proudly. Of course. The one chi transforms into 3 pure ones was originally one of the Heavenly Court's 3 great divine abilities, but don't be disappointed when you see it later. Together they walked down countless elongated stairs sandwiched between 2 eerie and grotesque stone walls. The 2 walked towards a hazy blue light ahead. A tall and imposing stone dragon statue appeared before them as if guarding this area for millennia. Aoyu lowered his head, his voice softly resounding. This is what you're looking for. Zio couldn't help but stop, his thoughts tangled, a nameless unease welling up in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel so restless? It's as if something unimaginably terrifying is waiting for me. Aoyu slightly raised his head, his steady voice slowly resounding, every word a warning. But don't say I didn't warn you. The Taoist sect's foremost divine ability, one chi transforms into 3 pure ones, has been passed down for dozens of epochs, and it was originally incomplete. What's recorded here is only 1/5 of it. Furthermore, the Heavenly Court's other 2 secret locations each hold a stone tablet. Zio frowned, doubt showing in his eyes. There are 2 other secret locations, he confirmed and added. That's right, even this secret location is merely a simulation, and our dragon race also possesses such stone tablets. Hearing this, Zayu's face grew even more perplexed. Aoyu didn't pause for a moment, every word carrying profound meaning. But this isn't the most important part. Those who can truly successfully cultivate it number no more than 5 people across 10 epochs. While each epoch produces countless geniuses across 10 epochs, no more than 5 people have successfully cultivated one chi transforms into 3 pure ones. There's an ancient Taoist saying, anyone who can master one chi transforms into 3 pure ones must be respected to a certain extent by the entire Taoist sect, and can be called a Taoist saint son. It's just that I didn't get to see it during my tribulation this time. Before Zio could finish listening, he coldly interrupted. Enough talk, old man. You'll see what you've been hoping for during this tribulation. Zio raised his hand, a purple light gradually appearing, and a golden light suddenly erupted intensely. As if negating the previous action, it made him momentarily stunned. Zio quickly reached out to cover his face. It was bounced back. Aoyu's gaze was cold and sharp like a keen blade. The stone tablet doesn't recognize you. A blazing fury ignited in Zio's eyes, impossible to suppress. I will succeed. Zio cast a spell and a fierce golden light erupted, powerful enough to seemingly devour everything. A beam of light shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. Zio still stood firm, releasing his divine power, wounds of various sizes appearing on his arms. Blood splattered from the wounds. Not far away, Aoyu still intently gazed at Zio. He mused, 10 days have already passed. Zio's wounds grew in number, blood gushing incessantly. It seemed progress was not smooth. He suddenly widened his eyes. Zio's entire body was repelled by a surge of light. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, a playful smile playing on his lips. The runes on his body became increasingly clear, encircling him and shining in sequence. Zio frowned, thinking, my mental power can't withstand this at all. Even with my transcendent rank 6 strength, my body gradually merged into space. As soon as I tried to comprehend or even thought about it, my soul would be torn apart. Zio's body entered a state of extreme reinforcement. He roared with determination. Let's see if you tear me apart first or if I refine you first. A fierce lightning bolt struck down. Zio again placed his hand on the stone tablet, unleashing demonic power. The ground erupted with a loud bang and dust billowed. Aoyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. This, Zio gritted his teeth, large patches of skin gradually peeling off his body. Light grew increasingly fierce, seemingly capable of piercing the sky. The destructive power of that demonic energy shook the entire area, this extremely powerful fluctuation. Aoyu subtly swallowed, the entire heavenly palace shaking. He clicked his tongue, saying, I've guarded the technique pavilion for over a decade and seen countless prodigies, but they immediately lost their momentum upon seeing the stone tablet. Even with severe bodily damage, Zio still perseveres. Aoyu narrowed his eyes at him. As for those who can truly comprehend this stone tablet, they are exceptionally rare, yet he has been comprehending for 10 days without being destroyed. Zio still stood tall and proud, not even uttering a groan of pain. Perhaps he too could succeed, who knows. The runes encircling him gradually vanished, and Zio's eyes became hollow and vacant. How much time has passed outside, I have no idea. He suddenly clenched his fists, and a vast surge of demonic power seemed about to erupt within him. That demonic power healed Zio's injured areas. The one chi transforms into 3 pure ones was indeed profound, though his spirit experienced some fluctuations. He slightly frowned. His entire soul space was on the verge of shattering. Zio's legs and one hand gradually transformed into tree roots. To this day, I've only comprehended 1/5 of it. The true purpose of one chi transforms into 3 pure ones is to seize great fortune and great opportunities. He looked at the stone tablet and the surging spiritual energy, thinking, it's not to increase combat power. This stone tablet only records 4 layers of abilities. Zio felt the consciousness within him. First layer, soul division. Second layer, soul nourishment. Third layer, virtuous body. Fourth layer, augmentation. He looked at the stone tablet, sighing with emotion. The other stone tablets surely record the remaining parts. Fortunately, the 4th layer, augmentation, is very useful to me. Zio bowed. 2 giant dragons appeared. I will augment myself with the power of the purple dragon and azure dragon. Then seize this opportunity. Zio channeled all his inner power and roared. Charged to transcendent rank 6 peak. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor furiously roared. Who dares to attack the heavenly court? Go investigate this for me. He sat on his throne, clenching his fists. No matter what faction, I will eradicate them from the starry sky at all costs. The Jade Emperor immediately ordered his subordinates to inform the Red Emperor and hailing Celestial Venerable. Remember to speak tactfully, otherwise with their tempers they might overturn the entire starry sky. The man respectfully cupped his hands. The one-eyed man bowed and acknowledged. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed his divine power and swiftly departed the heavenly court. The old Jade Emperor gripped his throne until it cracked. The Heavenly Court had secretly developed for several centuries, only just managing to accumulate some foundation, but now it had lost a third of it. Other factions must be mocking them now. A malevolent glint flashed in his eyes. I must kill that bastard. The light where Zio was remained scorching, as if capable of piercing through 8 layers of clouds. Zio gritted his teeth. This time the impact on his body seemed even more severe. Aoyu exclaimed in surprise. His body, Zio's body, is now in tatters, incomplete, continuously dissipating, his entire body gradually vanishing. It seems only Zio's fiery eyes remain. Has he failed? Zio showed no panic. Everything seemed to be as expected. His skin gradually recovered. Aoyu was startled. No, his body is being reforged. Cracks gradually appeared on the stone tablet. Before long, the stone tablet collapsed with a roar. Stone shards scattered, falling to the ground. After the dust settled, his body stood in place. A gust of wind emerged from beneath the stone tablet, and Zio's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His pupils suddenly turned a terrifying red. The stone tablet was also severely damaged, its cracks growing larger, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ultimately, that light completely destroyed the stone tablet. The dust gradually cleared, revealing his white-haired figure. Zio slowly opened his eyes, clenching his fists, looking around as if searching for something. Aoyu stammered. Did you succeed? Zio looked down at his palms. I feel like I can hear all sounds. He leaned back as if sensing something. The sounds of spiritual energy, sand, wind speaking. Zio walked over to Aoyu and asked, You once said that the Heavenly Court's other 2 secret locations also have stone tablets, and the dragon race also has them. In which star regions are they located? Aoyu replied, I've been trapped here for several centuries. I no longer know what's happening outside. Asking those captured immortals would be more useful than asking me. Looking at the pile of fragments behind Zio, Aoyu warned, Now that you've imprisoned the Heavenly Court, even if you don't go looking for them, they will come for you. He added, The Demon Purifier and Red Emperor will definitely come to eliminate you. They will certainly find an opportunity to destroy you. Zio frowned, a glint of hatred flashing in his eyes. Even better, at this moment 3 beams of light rushed towards Earth at extreme speed. Beside the giant skeleton, the Spider Queen loudly reported, There are 3 very powerful spiritual energy signatures. On a nearby hillside, 9 Tails stood observing, her gaze fixed on the distance. Outside Earth, the 3 beams of light drew closer. The blue light was the Thunder King, the golden light was the Angel King, and also the appearance of Eternal. The 3 flew menacingly towards Earth. Just then, a beam of light appeared before the 3, blocking their path. That light gradually materialized into a human form. It was an avatar of 9 Tails' divine consciousness. It opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, and the 3 immediately stopped. 9 Tails bared her fangs, growling word by word, Do not proceed. What is your business? The Angel King looked at it, thinking, This is a phantom formed from spiritual energy. 9 Tails gazed at the 3 of them, scrutinizing them carefully. They were the elemental race's Thunder King, the angel race's Angel King, and the Titan race's first pillar god Eternal. Seeing the 3 gathered and rushing towards Earth together, 9 Tails felt a subtle unease in her heart. With their breakthroughs in recent years, their territories had expanded by another 50. Their arrival here now surely boded no good. The underground beetles observed the situation, wondering, What are these people here for? 9 Tails, without ceremony, asked directly, What is your purpose in coming here? The Angel King immediately replied, We've come unannounced. Is the Divine Tree here? 9 Tails frowned. The Divine Tree is in seclusion. If there's anything you can tell me first, the Thunder King politely said. It seems we've come at an inconvenient time. Eternal, not bothering with pleasantries, went straight to the point. Let's be direct. In a corner of the starry sky, there's a cosmic creature. Wherever it goes, everything turns into a star graveyard. Eternal whispered, even with a hint of dread. That creature has another name. The Great Emperor. 9 Tails' eyes snapped open at the mention of the name. The Thunder King also stepped forward to add, If we don't eliminate it soon, both our star regions and yours will be destroyed by it. The Angel King gritted his teeth and said, So we've come this time to ally with the Divine Tree and collectively resolve this trouble. 9 Tails pondered for a long time, not expecting the Great Emperor to be so close already. Then it looked at the 3 and replied, Once the Divine Tree comes out of seclusion, I will inform it. Eternal nodded, hoping for a swift reply. After the negotiation, the 3 turned and left. 9 Tails' figure also gradually vanished into the void. At the base of the towering tree roots on Earth, 9 Tails sat, gazing up at the sky. In the depths of the forest, a light suddenly appeared in the air. A slender tentacle extended from the light. Immediately after, the hideous face of the 17th King also appeared. It looked down at the forest below from above, finally finding it. Beneath this land lies what I've been searching for. The 17th King walked forward and suddenly looked back. An attack whistled past. It had no time to react and hastily raised its hand to block. One of the 17th King's tentacles was severed as a result. Before it was an insectoid. The insectoid frowned. Why would a void creature come here? The 17th King complained. I was discovered as soon as I appeared. You're very perceptive. It stretched out its hand, confidently introducing itself. I am the 67th King of the Void, a king bearing knowledge and truth, the system panel displayed. Void creature, transcendent, rank 5, innate talent. Knowledge, can organize and summarize any knowledge. Special abilities. Disintegration light emits a purple beam of light that can analyze all things. Annihilation purple light can destroy everything. Find weaknesses, can discover and exploit any creature's weaknesses. Void shuttle, can hide and move in the void, divine ability. Observer, as an observer of the world, can disrupt the fundamental structure of the world based on existing knowledge. Its eyes were filled with countless tiny spheres. The target I'm looking for isn't you, don't block me. A ray of light descended from the sky, landing on the insectoid. It roared at the 17th 12th king, "You should feel lucky, you met me." The 17th 12th king immediately rushed to fight it. A moment later, on the mountaintop, the 17th 12th king knelt on the ground, covered in wounds. It was a general under the fallen titan, here to find the void great emperor. Ninetails looked down at it from above. It had taken months to find this place. Ninetails sharply commanded, "Lift your head." The 17th 12th king obediently raised its head to look at Ninetails. Ninetails urged it to go back. "The one you're looking for is my master. My master is currently in seclusion, you cannot see him. Go back, my master will not see you either." The 17th 12th king struggled to get up from the ground, roaring furiously, "I've come all this way, you tell me to go back just like that, is there no law?" As soon as it finished speaking, it was pinned to the ground by the insectoid with pincers at its neck. "Then you die." It had no choice but to obey. "I understand, I'll leave immediately." Ninetails frowned. "We're about to fight the great emperor of the universe, you stay." The 17th 12th king's eyes sparkled as it looked at Ninetails. "Then you will die." A huge vortex appeared on the ground. Zio floated in the air, surrounded by various gigantic spirit stones. Spatial gate. 12 diamond-shaped illusory crystals can help the host traverse star regions. Zio stretched out a hand and adjusted one of the spirit stones, which immediately split into multiple parts, eventually opening a spatial gate to another place. Zio murmured its name, Spatial Gate. Through the terrain on the other side of the gate, Zio thought, unlike the void gate, it doesn't need to traverse the void like a wormhole. It requires coordinates to reach there. The crystal spirit stone flickered slightly. These diamond-shaped illusory crystals are the power of spatial law. Simply by passing, space would be torn apart. The azure wolf let out a roar. If it landed on a creature, it would be like a dimensional slash. Zio stretched out a hand and opened another spatial gate. He frowned. To Earth, the spatial gate flickered and then shattered. Zio withdrew his hand and sighed. Failed. He looked at the remaining spirit stones. If he could condense more diamond-shaped illusory crystals, not only could he traverse space at will in the future, but it might even be possible to transport entire planets through the cosmos. Zio stood with his hands behind his back, conjuring gigantic tree roots. The one chi transforms into 3 pure ones is indeed powerful. On Earth, a rift appeared in space. An explosion had just occurred. Outside the universe, a colossal foot stomped heavily on the ground. The orange creature roared with an open mouth. Another walked forward menacingly. The wolf also bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs. Behind it, various monsters, their bodies looking like wriggling grapes emitting demonic power. The yellow creature quietly asked, "Are we really not waiting for the titans?" It immediately replied, "There's no time." It widened its eyes. "If we wait any longer, we will all face destruction. This is a gamble for the fate of our star region." A huge pressure surged from afar. It nervously whispered a reminder, "Concentrate." It suddenly roared, "He's here." The immense pressure drew closer and closer. It lifted one foot, suspended in the air, then stomped heavily on the ground, causing a considerable tremor. The great emperor walked proudly, cunning light glinting in its eyes. The great emperor squinted slightly at the exotic beasts. One of them roared, "He's here." The great emperor continued to walk forward, and seeing that it wouldn't stop, the yellow exotic beast roared. The exotic beasts received the order and rushed forward in unison, surrounding the great emperor. One exotic beast continuously encouraged its allies. A total of 50,000 troops are assembled here, with over 100 transcendent rank 5s. Moreover, there are 3 rank 6s participating in the battle. Even if we don't win, we'll inflict heavy damage on it. The great emperor stomped heavily on the ground, opening its mouth to let out a roar. The exotic beasts were all startled. The great emperor opened its mouth and spewed out a massive surge of demonic power, which all the exotic beasts endured. Many small spheres also appeared, encircling the main source of the demonic power. The great emperor roared, exploding everything, and the exotic beasts also quickly counterattacked with tentacle impacts. The yellow monster also spat out a spiritual pill, a black hole explosion. Another also rushed to assist with an explosive flame bomb. The red monster shouted, "Get back to your territory." The 3 monsters jointly unleashed 3 moves, forming a huge tornado, a combined technique. The tornado swiftly flew towards the great emperor. The other exotic beasts shouted in surprise, "It's the combined technique of the 3 giants." A long whip extended, and the great emperor effortlessly used the whip to disperse the tornado. The dispersed tornado didn't vanish but immediately exploded. A huge explosion landed directly on the great emperor. The explosion shook the entire universe and smoke billowed. When the smoke gradually cleared, the exotic beasts were surprised to find that the great emperor was completely unharmed, and instead the universe had undergone a massive deformation. The barrier of the universe shattered, and it's unharmed. The great emperor frowned at them, and the red exotic beast shouted, "You guys hold it off for me." It squinted, its tone as if it had made up its mind, "I must sacrifice my eyes to activate that dimension." The purple exotic beast excitedly replied, "Leave it to me." It immediately began to self-evolve. Maximalization. It opened its mouth wide and roared, and then its entire body gradually changed, transforming into a colossal form, blocking all the exotic beasts. The yellow exotic beast looked at it in admiration, amazed that it could grow to such an enormous size. The purple exotic beast then concentrated its power into its ankle. It jumped up and charged towards the great emperor, blocking its mouth. Its colossal body was not even a corner of the great emperor. The purple exotic beast trembled all over, a ball of flames wrapped around its hand, and the purple monster suddenly shouted. The great emperor spewed a ball of flames onto the purple monster, whose body was burnt black, howling in pain. "Fire, my fire!" Screams of agony echoed one after another, and it too was completely incinerated. With just one move, the great emperor easily dealt with the purple exotic beast. Seeing this, the yellow exotic beast immediately rushed forward to spit out its spiritual pill, the flame giant. However, before the spiritual pill could be spit out, its head was pierced by a force. Those beams of demonic power pierced through its body. The yellow exotic beast's eyes widened, uttering a silent groan, and finally it roared, its internal organs torn apart. The red monster who was sacrificing also had to stop. It was terrified and stood dumbfounded, cold sweat streaming down. The yellow monster's head was split in two, and the great emperor roared, seemingly very angry indeed. The red exotic beast hastily ordered the remaining exotic beasts, "What are you all standing there for? Charge forward and hold it off if you don't want your planet to be destroyed." The exotic beasts obeyed and charged towards the great emperor. A rift gradually appeared at the roots on the great emperor's back, and a pair of huge blood-red eyes wide open emerged there. The exotic beasts attacked the great emperor in unison, dense attacks falling on it but seeming to merely tickle it. The red exotic beast, while sacrificing, encouraged its allies, "Just a little more." The eyes on the tree opened wide, and the attacking exotic beasts also stopped. The great emperor spat out spiritual energy, and the eyes on the tree also absorbed it. It opened its mouth wide and spewed demonic power, and the eyes on the tree also spewed it. The exotic beasts were sent flying, and the red exotic beast was also greatly affected. That demonic power carrying the surrounding small spheres rushed over. That demonic power pierced through the place where the red exotic beast was. Suddenly, black energy appearing from nowhere wrapped around the great emperor's entire body, imprisoning it in a black hole. The red exotic beast laughed triumphantly. "You're finished." The black hole wrapped around the great emperor's body, dragging it away. No matter how strong you are, you cannot resist the black hole's gravity. The great emperor looked at it with hateful eyes. "This universe cannot tolerate you," the red exotic beast shouted. "Vanish." The black hole flickered and disappeared into the universe. Finally, the black hole closed as the great emperor vanished. Only then did the red exotic beast dare to relax. All eliminated, but fortunately the outcome was good. It turned to leave. "My eyes are almost useless. If this continues, I'll die here too. I should go back first." Suddenly a rift appeared in the cosmic rift behind it, and a long tongue stretched out. The red exotic beast stood frozen, staring at it. The great emperor ferociously burst out of the black hole that was supposed to have vanished. The red exotic beast was extremely terrified. It couldn't believe its eyes. How could this be? Even light cannot escape a black hole. The great emperor stared intently at it, and only then did the red exotic beast react. It quickly turned around, using all its demonic power to escape. Run! It lunged forward, penetrating the cosmic barrier. It continuously reassured itself, "I'll be safe in the void." As soon as it turned, the exotic beast took a blow from the great emperor, and its body immediately broke in two. The great emperor closed in on it, opening its mouth wide. The red exotic beast had no time to react, seeing itself about to be swallowed by the great emperor. It let out a desperate shriek. "No, don't." Then it was swallowed by the great emperor. In the majestic city, a figure knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. 3 weeks later, Zio looked down at him from above. At that time, in search of the one chi transforms into 3 pure ones, he had promised that if anyone found it, he would accept that person as a named disciple. If not for his unintentional intrusion into the heavenly court's small secret realm, he frowned thoughtfully. Perhaps it couldn't be found so quickly. But later he was also severely injured due to obstruction. Zio pondered for a moment, then gave him a huge spirit stone. "Take this." He looked at him and instructed. "From now on you are my disciple, but you also have an older sister whom you will meet later." He bowed to receive it, then replied, "Yes." After receiving the spirit stone, he integrated it into his body. A light suddenly flashed from within him, and he let out a painful roar. Zio squinted. "You are too weak now. You should become stronger first. To become a blood demon, your physique is not outstanding. Now I will use yin-yang chi to cleanse your meridians and bones." His entire body collapsed to the ground. "Next you will experience cruel pain." A gigantic tree root supported his body, then sent him to another place. "Let's go to the vitality world first. When you wake up, you'll continue to endure this pain." A sudden tremor startled Zio, and a light flashed. Is another primal spirit about to be born? They are the primal origins of the dark lesser world among the 9 heavens lake realms. In recent years, except for the misty lesser world and the void lesser world, which have not yet given birth to primal spirits, the ice and snow, light, earth, lightning, fire, and the newly born dark lesser worlds have all given birth to spirits. Zio thought silently. Each spirit will have a trend to follow and protect it. Once all the spirits are born, their growth will surely elevate the 9 realms to new heights. He looked at the other lesser worlds, thinking that by then the lesser worlds would become greater worlds. A spatial rift suddenly appeared beside Zayu's guard. A colossal exotic beast monster sat on a stone chair, suddenly appearing behind him. Zayu turned around and asked word for word, "Who are you?" The fellow calmly replied, "God of Azure Star, I have finally met you." In the giant circular mirror a cold blue light emanated, and two figures continuously gazed. Teodi watched the mirror with its golden glittering eyes, and a low voice resonated, "I am the Void King, the fallen Titan." Hearing his voice, Zayu immediately looked up slightly, his brow furrowed as he questioned, "How did you find me?" Teodi's golden pupils contracted, and he frankly replied, "My subordinates searched for you for a long time without success, so I had to come in person." Zayu recalled the 9 tails that had previously stood on the high rock looking at him. His brow furrowed even deeper. Zayu mused to himself that the Void King's power was immense, but stopped that train of thought. He continued to ask Teodi, "What do you want with me? I didn't expect your Void race to actively engage with other races." Sitting on his throne, he answered him through the giant mirror before him, "I was originally just a parasitic creature in the Void, but later I parasitized this Titan, becoming the current fallen Titan, and then led the Void race to continuously develop." Behind Teodi's towering figure, raging flames burned and countless other races followed closely. A green interface panel displayed Teodi's full information. Void King, Transcendent Rank 6, Innate Talent, Corruption, capable of leading millions of beings down a path of depravity, eroding their minds and bodies. Special abilities: Titan Body, gained by occupying a Titan, possessing Titan Strength, Corrupting Fire. Flames, capable of burning souls, blaze across its entire body. Corrupting Domain, activates a domain centered on itself, infecting the souls of millions of beings. Elemental Damage Reduction, possesses resistance to elemental damage. Void Devourer, can evolve by devouring void creatures. Divine Ability, Corrupting Form, activates a new form, dramatically increasing strength, speed, and defense. Shrouded in purple light, a figure with white clothes and white hair, its colossal body entirely purple, suddenly rushed out of the blue mirror. Teodi looked at the figure before him, lowering his eyes slightly, confirming his suspicion that the spiritual energy emanating in the void was indeed from him. Zayu, in his purple dragon form, slightly poked his head out to look at him and asked, "What exactly do you want with me?" Teodi's eyes gleamed with golden light as he calmly laid out his plan. "We intend to attack a race and seize their emperor's weapon." This surprised the black dragon Zayu, a light flashing in its eyes. Half of its colossal body extended from the circular mirror, confronting Teodi, who sat on his chair, and it asked, "Which race are you referring to?" This question seemed to touch a raw nerve for Teodi. His pupils and his pale eyes contracted to pinpricks. "The Firmament race. In their firmament city an ancient emperor's weapon slumbers." No sooner had he spoken, an image flashed in Teodi's mind, a golden staff, its tip adorned with countless shining feathers. The Holy God 16 warriors. The mark on the black dragon's forehead gleamed as it calmly met the gaze of the figure on the chair. "If I truly wanted to seize it, I could do it myself. I wouldn't need you at all." Teodi raised his head slightly, staring directly at the black dragon, a clear look of pride on his deformed face. "No, you need me because only I know where the Holy God 16 warriors slumbers in the Firmament City. If we can't find the Emperor's weapon in time once it awakens, we won't be able to control it." His words plunged the black dragon into complete silence. While the other party offered no rebuttal, Teodi continued to articulate his view. "The Firmament race is very powerful. It would be difficult for you alone to seize the Emperor's weapon from them. Only by joining forces and summoning millions of Void Race troops can we contend with them." According to him, countless members of various beast races seemed to follow closely behind Teodi. Teodi's words successfully swayed the black dragon's heart, and it weighed the options repeatedly in its mind. If it could obtain this Emperor's weapon, its chances of victory against the great Emperor would increase, but the problem was, looking at the person before it, the black dragon couldn't help but wonder, can this guy be trusted? Will he betray me later? As if seeing through all its thoughts, Teodi calmly spoke, "We will form an alliance, and you will be the leader." In the giant blue mirror, the black dragon immediately rejected the tempting offer. "No need, I don't trust you. Find someone else to cooperate with." This completely unexpected turn of events was followed by towering rage from Teodi. He slammed his hand down and loudly snapped, "Wait!" Flames spread around Teodi as if expressing his fury. His face darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, "If you refuse, don't even think about leaving." The black dragon cast a disdainful glance at him, completely ignoring Teodi's rage, and asked, "Do you know what you're saying?" Towering flames of anger surged around him. Teodi loudly replied, "Of course I do." With a roar from him, a scorching red light violently surged towards the black dragon's colossal body, corrupting fire. The blazing flames enveloped Teodi's entire body and the space around him. The black dragon remained unperturbed, standing its ground, eyes lowered as it watched that fellow. Darkness obscured Teodi's entire face, with only his eyes gleaming. "Let me see your true strength." Another wave of intense fire surged this way, corrupting domain. The black dragon watched the purple around its body gradually being replaced by the scorching red. "This domain is corroding my soul." Suddenly, the purple light on its body erupted violently like a tsunami. "If you want to fight, don't regret it." The black dragon brought its colossal face close to Teodi's enraged face, and instantly, Teodi's fist burning with fiery flames swung forward. The purple light around the black dragon seemed like a protective shield. A streak of purple light slashed across, horizontally cutting Teodi's body. A violent green light surged like a flood from the incision in his body. Countless streaks of green light streaked across the sky, falling like a meteor shower. The green light permeated the ground, congealing into puddles of liquid. This green blood rain continued, a few drops splashing onto the black dragon's face. It secretly commented, "The blood is highly corrosive and the self-healing ability is astonishing." Confirming the black dragon's words, the terrifying colossal wound on Teoti's body rapidly healed. Immediately after, violent pillars of fire erupted, rushing forward, corrupting fire. The scorching red light enveloped Teoti's arm like a glove, and his heavy red fist smashed fiercely into the black dragon's face. The light in Teoti's eyes was more dazzling than before. Accompanied by his roar, he unleashed his fury. A dazzling light shot out, blurring everything around. The scorching red light shot straight, piercing through layers of dirt and rock, and a sea of flames instantly filled the vast area surrounding both bodies. Suddenly, Teoti's golden, glittering eyes flashed with surprise. A purple orb of light burst through the sea of flames, heading straight for him. Teoti's pupils contracted, filled with terror, and with a great roar, "Thunder Dragon, its form has changed again." The black dragon was now completely covered in a layer of purple light, electric currents radiating from it. The purple light shot towards him was spewed from its mouth. Teoti, whose entire body was scorching red and yellow, faced the fiercely incoming purple light. He stabilized his body and extended his hand to block the violent attack. After the attack, a long indentation appeared in the ground and dust scattered everywhere. The dragon, originally purple-black, was now entirely enveloped in a layer of scorching flames. Fire Dragon. Teoti's deformed face was covered in wounds and dust, and unconcealed surprise showed in his eyes. "Its form has changed again." The fire dragon opened its mouth wide and spewed a violent pillar of fire, simultaneously shouting briefly, "Fire should be used like this." The flames fiercely shot towards the ground, heading for Teoti. He was bathed in scorching golden flames. Immediately after, the dragon transformed once again, its body turning icy blue and cold, and countless ice arrows shot out. Ice Dragon. The mark on its forehead glowed, and the ice arrows continued to fire incessantly. "To cool you down." Streaks of bone-chilling ice arrows shot directly at Teoti, who moments ago had been enveloped in flames. Ice arrows continuously struck the ground where he stood, assailing him relentlessly, but all were blocked by Teoti's shield. The ice dragon narrowed its blue eyes at its opponent, muttering to itself, "Cannot penetrate. It seems its defense is very strong." Through the gaps between the densely packed ice arrows around him, Teoti's angry eyes gleamed. He suddenly exploded the cold, hard layer of ice surrounding him, and a huge head with its mouth wide opened its eyes, golden and gleaming, rushed out. Zio, now back in his black dragon form, calmly looked at that fellow and asked, "Have you finally gone all out?" That colossal fierce monster with sharp teeth and countless tails extending from its back was Teoti's transformed corrupting form. It opened its disgusting maw, its golden eyes fixed on the black dragon, and roared. Countless sharp earthen spikes suddenly burst from the ground. Earth elemental. Teoti's deformed body swiftly darted between the spikes. A violent golden light shot out, effortlessly severing an earthen spike. A pillar of light fiercely shot towards the black dragon's colossal body. Its purple eyes narrowed slightly, watching that fellow with interest, and it exclaimed, "Both strength and speed have increased. Interesting." One of Teoti's monstrous hands had already touched its body. Teoti seemed tiny before the black dragon's colossal body. Countless violent pillars of light shot out from his body. A fierce explosion erupted where Teoti touched the black dragon's body. When the smoke cleared, its severed tail was revealed. Blood was still dripping from the wound. After the attack, he swiftly retreated back to the ground. Teoti raised both hands, creating a large number of golden orbs of light around him. These orbs rushed towards the black dragon at extreme speed. Immediately after, a sky filled with golden light fiercely shot out. However, Teoti did not stop. He continued to create more golden orbs. Those orbs rushed into the hazy golden light one after another. Explosions resounded incessantly, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. The ground beneath Teoti's feet cracked after those attacks, turning into rugged rock. His eyes were filled with triumph. His voice filled with pride. "Now do you understand my power?" In the still dissipating thick white smoke, a lazy voice responded, "I think I get it." This left him completely disbelieving, and he roared in terror, "What?" Chains descended from the sky, fiercely piercing Teoti, who lay on the ground, blood splattering. Teoti opened his mouth in a pained roar, and other chains continued to stab into his body. The black dragon stood silently in the white smoke, watching the enemy's body being pierced. 9 stars locking Yong'ore. Facing Teoti's struggles, the black dragon finally spoke, explaining, "This is an ability gained after cultivating 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Even a stronger rank 6 cannot escape this array." And now the black dragon's already colossal body transformed, becoming even more majestic and grand than ever before. A brand new form, Void Purple Dragon King. Teoti clearly saw Zayu's current form, opening his eyes wide in terror. Its form has changed, and its spiritual energy has erupted astonishingly. "This ability is like my corrupting form. No, it's even stronger." The Dragon King's purple pupils contracted, and it uttered 2 short words, "Devour." A violent green light shot from its mouth, heading straight for the bound figure. Teoti's body was submerged in that terrifying light, trying to break free but powerless. "My spiritual energy is being devoured. I can't escape." Its sharp claws contracted, trying to break free from the chains, but it was futile. Teoti let out an unwilling roar to the sky. Damn it! No matter how he resisted, the light from the Dragon King's mouth continued to shoot out. Teoti's screams echoed in that light-filled area. Finally, the screams completely vanished in the pale blue light. His battered body fell to the ground with a thud, then bounced. The Dragon King's eyes gleamed with victory, and the system simultaneously issued a notification. Killed Transcendent Rank 6 Void King, rewarded 200 million evolution points, successfully seized Void Power, successfully seized Titan Heart. A purple orb of light floated in midair against a dark green sky, corrupting Void Power, a godlike power capable of corrupting beings in the void and extracting the power of subordinates. The Dragon King approached the purple orb to observe it carefully. Even without a master, it continued to absorb Void Power. As it observed, the orb became increasingly bright. The Dragon King continued to muse to itself, "This is a stronger enslavement skill than the Blood Pact. Previously, the Blood Pact struggled to enslave creatures of rank 4 and above. Now, even rank 5 creatures can be easily enslaved." Unsure of what it saw, its pupils suddenly contracted violently, filled with surprise. A tiny body was slowly forming within the purple orb, accompanied by the Dragon King's surprised and bewildered voice. "Is that an angel?" the system interface displayed. "Fallen angel Eve." The tiny body was curled within the embrace of wings in the purple orb. Surprise still lingered in the Dragon King's eyes. A low voice resonated. "From her I sense the aura of the Void King, and not just that, but also the auras of many other Void rulers." The purple light grew increasingly intense, like a ball of fire. It continued to stare angrily, saying, "That damned fallen titan, the plan he spoke of was a complete deception. He merely wanted to find an opportunity to kill me and use my power to cultivate this fallen angel." Powerful hands clenched tightly, crushing the purple orb. Light scattered, accompanied by an angry roar. "Damn it!" The purple light on the Dragon King's claws gradually faded. Pairs of strong wings unfurled in the air. That body had 4 pairs of wings, 6 for maintaining balance in the air and the other 2 wrapped around its body. Fallen angel, Transcendent Rank 5 innate talent. Void wings transitioning from holiness to the void, spreading to void wings. Special ability, blade wings, destructive light emanates from its wings. Mind transfer, relying on divine thought to instantly move objects, rapidly transferring when attacked by enemies. Corrupting power can blur the opponent's consciousness, leading to a corrupted void spear. The left hand transforms into a void spear, piercing through enemy divine abilities. Void light, corresponding to the angel race's heaven's light divine ability, converts the opponent's power into void energy. Eve remained in that posture, respectfully calling out, "Master, Master." The Dragon King's rage subsided with this call, and it mused internally, "Having her accept me as master isn't bad." At this moment, the air was replaced by a scorching red fireball with deep cracks on its surface. The Dragon King continued to speak. Next, the Titan Heart. This was merely a source of condensed power, capable of increasing one's body size. Both strength and defense could be augmented, but speed would be greatly reduced. It bit the orb fiercely, and orange light burst forth. The surrounding space fell silent as if frozen in that moment. This was immediately followed by loud bangs, and the Dragon King's body grew even larger again. A sharp single horn grew from its forehead. 4 eyes gleamed, fixed on the front. Void King. The Dragon King's new body towered into the clouds. It obscured a portion of the sky, and feeling the power within its body, it murmured, "My body is larger than before." The system interface displayed Void Dragon's roar, awakens dormant void creatures. Light shot from its eyes, and its furious voice echoed, "Let's see how many creatures I can summon." This was followed by sound waves emitted from its wide-open mouth, continuously spreading like a giant rock dropped into water. Purple halos spread rapidly through space. The fierce beasts seemed to hear the summons, roaring in response. They whispered, unable to suppress their shock, "This is an emperor's roar, and not just any emperor." A fierce beast stood nearby, its expression grim, thoughtfully remarking, "It's the most powerful emperor in history." The purple sound waves continued to spread through the void. Every fierce beast heard the Dragon King's summons. The most powerful emperor was summoning them. Void King number 18, Solitude. They responded loudly, obediently answering the summons from the powerful one. "I am Featherhawk, King number 36, Featherhawk." The responses of King number 36 echoed one after another incessantly, demonstrating the power of the summoner. "I want to see who you are, King Envy number 3. A dragon-shaped fierce beast gazed in the direction of the sound, muttering to itself, "This roar is a signal for war. If a huge void gate is not opened, then allowing countless void creatures to pour out and run rampant, and the most terrifying void backlash awaits them." On the other side, the Dragon King did not cease its summoning of myriad beasts. In the distance, countless beast races were continuously approaching. After a long period of calling, there was still no movement, which made the Dragon King unexpectedly look up. It stood silently in the air, feeling perplexed, and asked itself, "Why are there no void creatures? Are they on their way?" Its 2 eyes remained fixed on the sky ahead, and the Dragon King continued to muse, "In the future, not only will I have to deal with the firmament race, but I might also face the wrath of an awakened emperor's weapon during the struggle for it." A staff with a long handle, part of the shaft, adorned with countless feathers, appeared in its mind, not to mention whether it could eventually be used. The Dragon King brought its enormous head close to Eve's tiny body. "Eve, tell me everything related to the firmament race." Eve accepted the command, softly replying, "Understood." Light flickered on her outstretched wings as her calm voice began. "The firmament race is a branch of the angel race, and like the angel race, the firmament race has 4 great army commanders, the strongest among them. Zaifu broke through to Transcendent Rank 6 over a decade ago. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed tightly as it listened to Eve. However, these are only superficial appearances. She recalled the scene at the time, a sacred orange-yellow light shining down from above. Before I was captured by the Void King, the Firmament Race's army commanders had already increased to 7 or 8. During her slight pause, the Dragon King gently raised its head, wondering aloud to itself or Eve, is there a second transcendent rank 6 among them? Her cold, ruthless eyes were hidden beneath her thick hair. The Lord of Firmament City, the Holy Angel, possesses the highest talent. He is very likely to reach transcendent rank 6. Hearing this, the Dragon King, both surprised and seemingly having anticipated it, retorted, is that so? It secretly mused to itself that there were uncertain factors, so it could only consider him as transcendent rank 6 for now. Just then, roars of fierce beasts came from afar. This commotion successfully attracted the Dragon King's attention. It looked up in puzzlement, noting the sharp teeth and peculiar ferocious forms. Their eyes gleamed like giant lanterns in the cosmos. Countless fierce beasts of various forms and enormous sizes gathered around the Dragon King. They all watched the Dragon King as if awaiting its command. The Dragon King surveyed the fierce beasts subjugated by its power and spoke, so many void creatures, if assembled to attack the Firmament Race, it would be an unprecedented war. Unconcealed ferocity and ambition gleamed in its eyes. But if we want to start a war, we must act fast. A huge halo unfolded behind the Dragon King. Light shot out from it, accompanied by its majestic voice. All of you, enter my void world. Darkness completely obscured its facial expression. Only its 4 eyes gleamed. More void creatures still need to be summoned. Its sharp claws tightened slightly, and the Dragon King declared as if proclaiming, it's time for them to appear too. It lowered its eyes, looking at Eve's tiny body silently standing beside it. Eve, do something for me. She silently raised her head slightly as if asking the Dragon King what it was. It didn't look at Eve but looked up into the distance. Help me find some corpses. A purple scythe instantly appeared in the air. Eve's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and she softly replied, understood. She stood perfectly straight in the void, holding the scythe that emanated an aura of death. The staff, one end adorned with pure white feathers, was stuck in the ground. The Holy God's 16 halberds. The Firmament Race's ultimate Emperor's weapon was no longer what it once was. After multiple breakages and periods of dormancy, it had begun to become defiled. Eve's ashen face was covered in stitched wounds, her eyes blank, and black feathers swirled around her. Even the most holy Eve had fallen into the void because of the Holy God's 16 halberds, invaded by the fallen Titan seizing the opportunity. A small island, floating in the air, filled with pink clouds. A tiny figure swung on a swing hanging from a tree trunk on the island, its small mouth open, emitting clear laughter. Tree of good and evil, I heard Eve hasn't been captured by her clansmen yet. The tree actually responded to the child. She fell into the depths of the void. Her power alone is not inferior to the 4 archangels. How could she be easily captured? The 6-winged angel narrowed his pure blue eyes with a hint of ruthlessness. This is just, he then revealed a fierce smile, pushing the swing hard, completing his unfinished sentence. An experiment, nothing to care about. Crystals were stacked together, forming unique architecture. This was a planet materialized from crystals. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the crystal blocks shattered into countless fragments. They resembled fierce beasts, but their bodies were composed of crystals of different colors. The crystal race ranked 24th among all races. One of them angrily roared at the sky, Eve, what are you doing here? In the smoke-filled sky, between the huge bodies of the crystal race, Eve stood silently, scythe in hand. Black feathers mixed with purple, emanating an aura of death, swirled everywhere. She gloomily retorted, is there anywhere I cannot go? The crystal race looked at every black feather fluttering in the air, feeling terrified. Feathers? A light flashed in Eve's eyes, and she extended a hand, simply saying one word, go. With that brief command, the once soft feathers seemed to transform into 1,000 sharp arrows shooting towards the crystal race. Each purple streak of light was a feather streaking through the air, causing the crystal race bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The city lord angrily concentrated power into one hand, glaring fixedly at the tiny celestial body, and roared, Eve? A powerful fireball shot towards Eve. She couldn't help but panic, using her wings to shield her body. A thunderous explosion echoed, and golden light spread across the sky. Thick black smoke enveloped a section of the air, and a smoke-shrouded body crashed heavily down. The crystal race members below couldn't help but call out to their city lord in worry. City lord, he painfully opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound. A slender gray finger moved slightly. Eve flapped her wings, gently landing behind the city lord as he struggled to stand, her tone emotionless. Your life is still useful. A blue-lit portal suddenly appeared behind him. Streaks of black smoke violently sucked the city lord into it. Eve swung her sharp scythe twice in the air, softly saying, Void Gate. Her slash formed a cold blue cross in the crystal planet's sky. In just a blink, the slash magnified to almost cover the entire space. On the other side of the slash was the vast void, filled with countless fierce beasts of various forms. Eve lowered her eyes, her gaze cold and her tone calm. The rift connects to the void, devouring the entire city. As she spoke, the rift expanded further, engulfing the entire city. A large section of the crystal planet's land and the crystal race above it were sucked into the rift. They looked around, unable to believe this was the void, and while still in a daze, a strange-shaped fierce beast suddenly appeared. One after another, they charged toward the still dazed crystal race. Faced with danger, they quickly sobered up, shouting loudly. Watch out, roars echoed, and shattered rocks flew high in the sky. On Eve's side, the rift was slowly closing, leaving only 2 slender traces in the sky. The sudden commotion attracted her attention. Eve's blank eyes slightly lifted and she slowly squeezed out a word from between her teeth with an impatient tone, persistent ghosts. Immediately after, she spread her wings and swiftly departed from the scene. Leaving behind the shattered city and a huge void in the ground, a foot gently landed on the ground below. Akko and his subordinates appeared beneath the crystal race's sky. He couldn't help but roar in anger. Damn it, she got away again and she destroyed another city on my planet. A subordinate immediately widened his eyes and continued, she rarely appears. This time we must force her to reveal the whereabouts of the holy god 16 halberds. Lion King gnashed his sharp teeth as if suppressing his rage, making a sound. Don't let me catch her or I'll tear her to shreds. Akko didn't respond but coldly ordered, let's go. His tone was calm yet filled with determination. Catch her before she destroys another city. In another part of the void, inside a peculiarly shaped purple eerie tree hollow, Zio stood alone at the entrance of the tree hollow, calculating, using his primordial energy to repair and expand the area. The breeze gently brushed against his clothes. Zio looked directly at the tree trunk before him, thinking, the miracle tree or the cursed tree has grown even stronger under my power. Immediately after, he gently entered the tree hollow, where fruits emanating purple light were present. He extended a hand and plucked a fruit from a nearby branch. Zio held the fruit in his hand and offered it to the other side. With these fruits a group of powerful tree ants will be born. This angel fruit, he paused midway through his sentence. On the other side was a completely green body. The fruit in his hand flew towards that Trent. Zio continued his unfinished words, but for this one his tall, thin figure stood at the entrance of the hollow, enveloped in purple light. Zio held a round fruit in his hand, and threw it towards the tree ant's tall green body. It stared fixedly at the incoming purple orb of light. Aurora Spirit Wood light attribute. Zio glanced at it, his tone as gentle as a superior's. This is an angel fruit. I bestow it upon you. Hearing this, the Trent unhesitatingly opened its mouth wide and bit the angel fruit. A violent golden pillar of light shot straight up from its body into the sky. Divine golden wings unfolded, eyelids gently parted, and the hair beside its cheeks was also golden, its entire body a combination of green and gold. Symbolizing the fusion of the angel race and the Trent race, Zio glanced at the creature. A gentle yet arrogant arc curving at the corner of his mouth having created a brand new species. Darkness suddenly descended, making him look up in surprise. A portion of a city floated in the air. A gray foot with sharp white claws landed on the ground. Eve came before Zio, respectfully reporting, Fallen Lord, a crystal race has been captured. He looked up at the floating city, his face filled with tension. I only told you to find 4 corpses. Her actions were completely unexpected by Zio, yet you brought back an entire city. Facing her master's surprise, Eve remained respectfully bowed, speaking calmly. There are too many life forms in the Void Continent. I can bring some life forms over. If they can resist the Void's erosion, they can be transformed into Void race members. Above the floating city, Void monsters were devouring the crystal race. Eve's voice remained flat and emotionless. If they cannot resist, they can also become food for Void creatures. Hearing her words, Zio's brow furrowed tightly. His expression turned serious, and he wondered, is Eve trying to establish the fallen race here? Eve's eyes were blood red and she continued, her lips slightly parted. The crystal race is a top-ranked race among the myriad races. Their individual combat power isn't strong, but their terrifying aspect lies in their ability to fuse. 6 Transcendent Rank 5 peak crystal race members fusing can even contend with a Transcendent Rank 6 powerhouse. The image of countless crystal race monsters merging into a giant body flashed in his mind. Zio helplessly pressed a hand to his forehead, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, this race is powerful, but looking around, this wasn't the only crystal race city Eve had teleported here. This was the third. Zio stood high above, looking down at Eve, who was kneeling on the ground, and reminded her, be careful lately. Many races are definitely watching you. Upon hearing this, Eve immediately responded in her usual emotionless tone. Yes, the purplish-black branches tightly coiled around the fierce beasts like living things. Zio spoke again. Then the corpses we found shouldn't go to waste either. He looked at the massive bodies bound in the void. A tiny human figure stood before the enormous purple tree hollow. Zio loudly declared, keep absorbing, miracle tree. He frowned slightly, a glint in his eyes, and muttered, then produce more fruits. The monster's bodies vanished, leaving only giant twisting branches in the air. Next, it's also time for me to use 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones to enhance my own abilities. Zio stood on a branch looking out. 2 majestic sharp swords, 1 red and 1 yellow, appeared to his left and right behind him, as well as the 2 demonic swords, bloodshed and slaughter. A golden pillar of light enveloped Zio's body, shooting straight into the sky. His loud cry emerged from that golden light. It's time for you all to go further. Eve glanced at him, her lips slightly downturned, and murmured, Master is cultivating again, so I'll continue to capture other races. A black and gray planet floated in the air, surrounded only by white. A sturdy figure opened its mouth in a roar, and the ground below rumbled, rising into a cliff high above the water. Chingong looked at the results before him, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally finished, in the silent expanse of water before him, only his own voice echoed, Crystal Continent. Eve's figure floated in the smoky sky. As Zio enhanced the brilliant galaxy on another planet, she looked down at the devastation she had caused below and decided with an emotionless tone, I'll take this place too. Just then Akko suddenly appeared, shouting her name loudly. Eve! This call made Eve turn her head sharply. A roar sounded and intense flames erupted in the air. Eve's body was sent flying from the gray smoke. She opened her white eyes in surprise, looking up. He stood majestically in the air holding a sharp sword. Akko, transcendent rank 5. The scythe in Eve's hand turned crimson with rage. You've been chasing me for so long, it's truly irritating. I'll finish you here today. Akko was not to be outdone, swinging his sword and unleashing a red cross-shaped attack. Die, wicked one. Eve immediately raised her hand to block the attack and red light enveloped her body. The slashes from her scythe scattered into the sky. Just then, Akko's 3 guards rushed out from a gap behind Eve. She sensed the movement, opened her eyes in alarm, and turned around. Lion King's eyes were crimson, and he roared with an open mouth, "Fallen woman, die." The wings behind her quickly folded, protecting Eve's body, but she still couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Akko stood observing silently, internally marveling as expected of the Beastman royal family. This lion's roar and dragon's cry are truly terrifying. The wings still enveloped and protected Eve's body. She looked at her opponents, calculating in her heart. 4 rank 5s appeared at once. It seems I must break through immediately. Lion King took the opportunity to rush up from behind Eve, shouting, "Now's our chance." As she turned her head, a powerful attack was already closing in. Lion King's sharp claws and muscular right hand struck Eve heavily. Clouds of dust billowed between the ancient buildings. When the dust settled, the center of the explosion was Lion King's majestic body. Another of Akko's guards, a half-human, half-bird creature, spread its wings and stabilized itself in the air, cursing loudly. "Damn it, do you want to destroy this planet?" Another short green creature also said indignantly. "If she dies, the information about the holy god 16 halberds will be lost." Lion King frowned and loudly replied to the two, "Relax, I held back, I didn't kill her." The ground beneath his fist shattered into small pieces, and from the cracks a few black feathers were faintly visible, with a faint purple smoke emanating from the birdwing part beneath the rubble. Lion King opened his eyes in terror, his own voice sounding with disbelief. "Not here." Eve had appeared silently behind Lion King at some unknown point, her cold scythe swinging, her tone indifferent. "Who did you say was going to die?" He glanced in terror at the source of the voice behind him. A sharp slash instantly cut through Lion King's body, and a few drops of bright red blood splashed onto Eve's pristine white hair. Lion King opened his fanged mouth, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. His enormous body knelt on the ground while Eve floated leisurely in the air. The bird-like creature's eyes lit up and it opened its sharp beak, shouting loudly, "Damn it, I missed, that was an afterimage." Akko stood observing and couldn't help but curse, "Idiot. Don't underestimate her." Eve's slender arm tightly gripped the cold scythe, accompanying his shout. After all, she was a transcendent rank 5 powerhouse. Eve's emotionless eyes, veiled by her thick bangs, slightly glanced upwards. Meanwhile, Akko's short subordinate was also carefully observing her. The lion race seemed capable of self-healing even when impaled. He looked at the scythe in Eve's hand wreathed in purple flames and continued to ponder. But that scythe was full of void power. He then looked at the horizontal cut on Lion King's body, which was being corroded by the flames. It corrodes the body, even his spiritual energy. The bird-like creature suddenly crossed its wings, then fiercely flapped them, sending an X-shaped attack at Eve. Wing slash. Without hesitation, she raised her scythe and immediately counterattacked. Void erosion. One purple and one yellow clashing fiercely from above and below. A roar erupted in the air. While the fire and smoke from the explosion had not yet dispersed, Eve quickly turned and decisively retreated. Withdraw, however. Before she could get her wish, the short man produced a cube from his hand and he sternly shouted, "You won't escape." The cube instantly enlarged, engulfing the center of the explosion and Eve, who was trying to escape. His blue pupils contracted into a thin vertical slit, locking the space firmly to prevent void creatures from tearing through the void. "You won't escape this time." Lion King on the other side also changed amidst its roars. The red fur on its head grew visibly, a bloodline awakening. At this moment, Eve was not even a third the size of Lion King's head. It fiercely bit towards her position, but Eve agilely dodged. She glanced at the strengthened enemy behind her. Sighing inwardly, "It's grown too large." Akko also didn't stand by and watch. He raised his sword with one hand and a golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Sword of Judgment. The bird-like creature spread its wings, firing a series of golden lights, a divine light assassination. Countless rays of light like diddly arrows fiercely shot at Eve. She immediately raised her scythe, holding it horizontally to block. However, Eve's body still couldn't escape being submerged in the golden pillar of light. Sparks from the explosion rushed from the ground to the sky. Eve struggled to support herself with her scythe, coughing incessantly. Before she could regain her strength, Akko immediately rushed over, shouting loudly, "Eve!" Eve could only manage to raise her hand to block his attack. The golden light illuminated half of Akko's face. He spoke alluringly, "The secret of the holy god 16 halberds and I'll spare your life." Eve's face could no longer maintain its usual indifference. She frowned deeply. "You wish." Just then, the short man pointed at the machine beneath his feet, ordering it to fiercely fire at the two fiercely clashing figures. Goblin cannon. Akko quickly dodged to the side, so the fierce cannon fire directly blasted Eve. Her body, with a pale blue pillar of light, violently slammed into the ground. A roar echoed and dust dispersed. She staggered up, stabilizing herself. The sharp sword tip shimmered with holy golden light, pointing directly at Eve. Akko imperiously looked down from above, snorting lightly, and said, Tell me the whereabouts of the holy god 16 halberds and I'll spare your life. Eve paid no attention to his words, instead curling her lips in disdain. Under the guise of avenging your race you dare to speak? How shameless. The masked man's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. You refuse a toast, and prefer a forced drink. The camera pans to another side where dim light shrouds the void. A strangely shaped tree stands majestically, golden light surrounding its roots. A twisted tentacle breaks through part of the roots, respectfully shouting twice, "My lord." Then it continuously reports loudly to the dark green spherical creature suspended in the air, "The fallen angel you asked me to monitor is in trouble. Her life index is continuously decreasing." Upon hearing this, the creature's eyes widened in alarm. Back to this side, the ancient buildings were completely reduced to ruins after the battle. Blood splattered on the ground, forming small puddles. Eve gritted her teeth, trying hard to suppress her coughing, but still couldn't stop the blood welling up in her mouth. Her body swayed unsteadily, her balance lost, her wings scorched, and her clothes not spared. Akko, in a victor's stance, arrogantly looked down at Eve. "It's come to this point and you still won't speak?" Eve frowned, looking at him with resentment. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm still standing." Lion King's huge head emerged from behind Akko. Its shimmering eyes looked at her. "What are you prattling about? Take her away." It opened its fanged mouth and charged towards Eve, roaring loudly. "Interrogate her slowly to prevent her escape. First chop off her 2 legs." Watching the powerful enemy approach, her eyes dimmed, accepting her fate. Eve silently murmured "Master" twice in her heart. She stood motionless, allowing Lion King to approach. Just then, Zayu's white-clad figure coldly blocked Eve's front. Several black branches shot out from underground, directly piercing Lion King's abdomen, making it roar in pain. The bird-like creature looked at this scene with 4 wide, terrified eyes. The short man couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Akko and his 2 subordinates were similar. The powerful branches fiercely plunged into the ground, causing a tremor. Akko looked at the person, too surprised to utter a complete sentence. That's Zayo?" Zayo silently frowned, looking at the 4 people. Although he didn't speak, his anger could be felt from his eyes. Smoke billowed up. Zayu's solid back blocked Eve. She stared wide-eyed at the person in front, seemingly disbelieving, and softly called out twice, "Master." He also gently turned his head, calling her name. "Eve." Looking at the bloodstains on Eve's face, he calmly said, "It seems you're badly injured." Akko looked at this seemingly human creature before him, lost in thought. Who was this creature that appeared so suddenly? What spell did he use? The opponent just stood there quietly, head slightly lowered, but it was enough to send his thoughts spiraling. Moreover, he couldn't sense a trace of aura from him. Just then, a sharp claw extended from beneath the ruins. Lion King, filled with anger, opened his blood-stained mouth and roared, "Damn it, you hurt me badly, I'll kill you." Red light fiercely erupted with his violent emotional fluctuations. Lion King's entire body tensed instantly, his foot stomped heavily on the ground below, and his fangs grew longer and sharper. Lion King stood majestically in a brand new form. The short man stood aside, also surprised by this transformation. The spiritual energy aura is too strong. Lion King extended 2 claws and lunged at Zayo, its eyes glowing red, roaring furiously. "I'll crush you to dust." Akko stood by, watching his subordinate overestimate himself, and yelled, "Idiot, run." As soon as he finished speaking, Lion King's pupils had already contracted. With only a red vertical slit remaining in its eyes from beginning to end, Zayo remained silent, his thin lips pressed tightly together, anger erupting from his eyes. A pale blue pillar of light fiercely shot at Lion King's face. Its massive body was sent flying with a single strike. Countless scythe-shaped blue light fragments floated around Zayo. Countless fiery red lights, dazzling and intertwined, slashed across Lion King's body. Its body immediately turned into a pile of shredded flesh, falling to the ground, but not a single fragment landed on Zayo. The bird-like creature floated in the air, looking at this scene, and shouted in terror. Torn to shreds, Lion King's entire body was shredded, with only its head perfectly intact, wrapped by a branch. Akko and his 2 subordinates watched in shock, speechless. The short man narrowed his eyes, thinking a transcendent rank 5 Lion King was just killed like that. A subordinate was dismembered before his eyes. This was a blatant slap in Akko's face. He angrily condensed 2 clusters of golden light in his hands. Damn it then, a huge body formed from orange light appeared behind Akko, puppet art. As soon as the monster appeared, it immediately rushed towards Zayo. He calmly extended a hand and dejectedly uttered 2 words, "Boring." As soon as Zayo finished speaking, blue light surged out. 1 blue and 1 orange, 1 cold and 1 hot, clashed fiercely. Ice Age. The puppet's massive body was completely blocked by the ice wall. Zayu's lips curved slightly, somewhat excited, and he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is, initiating such a meaningless move. Was it all just to set this up?" On the other side of the ice wall, Akko watched a pillar of light shoot straight into the gray sky, the god of judgment. As he unleashed his own power, he roared at the other 2, "Don't hold back anymore or we'll all die here." The short man heard him but didn't act immediately. Instead, he timidly asked, "Can't we just run?" Akko, irritated by the question, snapped, "Do you think I don't know that?" But under Zayu's murderous gaze, Akko's voice echoed, the interrupted sentence being, "There's no escape." The bird-like creature, seeing the situation had reached this point, had no choice but to gather its strength and shout. If that's the case, immediately after it spread its wings and a golden light shot across the sky. Winged god kill. The short man who had been cowering, seeing that the other two were already acting, could only comply. Then I'll give it my all too. He stretched out his arms with all his might, then 3 cannons burst from underground, goblin cannon, an earthquake, dazzling layers of light passing through the gaps in the palace buildings. 3 pale green light pillars shot out fiercely and simultaneously, goblin cannon. This was followed by 2 tornadoes swirling from its wings. Winged god kill. Akko was no less impressive than the other two, wielding his sword to unleash the god of judgment. These attacks simultaneously rushed straight at Zio, and a massive explosion formed a huge halo, covering the entire sky in the area. The 3 men looked at the battlefield before them, and one couldn't help but loudly ask, "Is he dead yet?" However, they were disappointed. A figure silently appeared behind him, replying, "Not yet." Voice was like that of a vengeful spirit, scaring the short man into sharply turning his head. The bird-like creature was also horrified, unable to believe its eyes. It furiously flapped its wings, forcefully striking Zayu's body. Damn it! A purple light shot out at an incredibly fast speed, and the bird's head was easily severed from its neck. Blood splattered onto the short man, leaving him dumbfounded with fright. Darkness obscured Zayu's facial expression, revealing only a pair of sullen, murderous eyes. Black branches extended from a crack in the air, coiling around him. Zio looked directly into the enemy's eyes, expressionless. His lips parted as he commented, "You are too weak." Just then, a golden arc swept from behind him. He didn't even turn his head. Zio gently extended a hand to block the attack. Then he slightly turned his body to meet the gaze of his attacker, his face cold, his lips parted as he sarcastically asked, "Do angels also resort to sneak attacks?" A foot stomped heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of white dust. Akko swung his sword, simultaneously roaring, "Even if I die, I'll take a layer of your skin." Zio had completely lost patience, his eyebrows furrowing in annoyance. A cruel smile playing on his lips. "It seems you truly don't fear death." Purplish-black branches coiled around Akko's body, tightly constricting him, leaving no gaps. His mask shattered, revealing Akko's ugly face beneath his helmet. Zayu's eyes were now just a blood-red haze, the cruel smile still on his lips. "Now you can't even run." As soon as he finished speaking, the branches tightened like a cocoon and Akko's blood spurted forth. The other person, seeing the dire situation, immediately rushed to escape. "I don't want to die." But Zio wouldn't let him succeed. A void rift suddenly appeared in the air, blocking his path. Sharp teeth and countless branches extended from the crack in the air, tightly coiling around the fellow's small body. Meanwhile, he was still twisting and struggling incessantly. "No, let me go." The rift slowly closed in the blue sky. Eve's battered body stood among the ruins, and seeing the scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "He defeated 8 rank 5 powerhouses in just a moment." While Eve was still contemplating, a voice suddenly rang out. Zio stood there, slightly turned, and softly said, "Let's go." Hearing the voice, Eve immediately raised her head slightly and replied, "Yes, master." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct her, "Don't leave the void for a while, all major races are already watching you." Eve, holding her broken scythe, heard the other party's concerned words, and a blush crept up her cheeks beneath her bangs. "Yes, master." Zio saw her embarrassed look and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking, "What's wrong with this guy? She's been using that ambiguous tone of address this whole time." Eve, however, was completely unaware, her face flushed. Zio slightly raised his head to look at the blue sky ahead, his lips tightly pressed, secretly thinking, "Now I can only hope that other races haven't discovered that all of this was done by us. I don't want to fight them before the great emperor begins his war." His body floated in the air, his thoughts still unceasing. Now he had both a void army and a Trent army. Then Zayu's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as if he had remembered something important, almost forgot. "There's one more thing." In the mist-shrouded forest, Zayu's small humanoid figure stood among giant tree ants. In the tree realm, his gaze heavily scanned the surrounding swirling white mist. "In the original misty space you were too weak at first, so I never allowed you to fight. There are not only tree ants here, but also other fierce beast races." He looked at them, contemplating. "Now it's your turn to fight." Mist beasts. Zio lowered his eyes, looking at the system interface before him. System, Undying Mist Beast ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding beasts roared fiercely in purple light. His lips were downturned, indicating the gravity of the situation. His thoughts raced. He still hadn't obtained 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones and the 3 stone tablets, nor did he know the whereabouts of the yin and yang chi stones. There was no time to deal with these matters. The enormous bodies of these beasts before him were taut, roaring with wide-open mouths in the purple light. Zio looked at them, continuing to ponder, "In the future I must obtain the Holy God's 16 halberds, then return to Earth." A powerful beast's foot stomped heavily on the ground before him. 2 beasts, one white and one black, had completed their transformation. Light-dark dual kings, transcendent rank 6. The system interface displayed information. Undying Mist Beast, transcendent rank 6 early stage. Innate talent. Indeterminate reality. Can eliminate an enemy's 5 senses. Can transform into a single bone. Possesses Mist Beast combat skills. Special ability. Unparalleled combat. Possesses extremely terrifying combat ability. Mist form. Can transform into a white bone to evade all attacks. Fearless, immune to 80 of mental attacks. Mist control. Can control mist for attacks. Single mist. Can transform white bone into a single bone. Zio read the text, lost in thought. Its body became more solidified, making it hard to discern whether it was illusory or real at a glance. He looked at the giant white beast head before him, curiously asking, "Is this the current light?" Dark dual kings. Countless beast carcasses floated in the void, the blood on their flesh still fresh. The angel looked at the bloody scene before him, murmuring, "They're all dead." Someone heard his whisper and couldn't help but curse, "Idiot to face the great emperor alone." The Dharma King looked at the angel with cold eyes, calmly saying, "This guy's movements are completely unpredictable. Which planet has life? It goes to that planet." Eternal, hearing this, immediately and gravely interjected, "Now the great emperor has arrived in the Titan star region. We must return as soon as possible." Eternal's colossal body strode forward step by step, and the other two also advanced simultaneously as he spoke. They absolutely must not let the great emperor destroy any more star regions. They transformed into 3 different colored lights, speeding through the void. Go! A blue planet gradually came into view at this moment. Earth. 70 stood in the forest looking up at the dazzling light in the sky. How strange. I can't sense my master's aura at all. Zixian suddenly appeared, coldly asking, "Is he dead?" 70, as if his reverse scale had been touched, retorted aggressively, "Nonsense, my master is the king of the void." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the air, interrupting their conversation. 17 looked at the massive object flying across the sky and couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is that?" Zixian, hearing him, generously explained, "Those are human battleships heading to Saturn, filled with the exotic beasts of this planet." 17 listened, not even glancing at Zixian, still staring at the battleships in the sky, and said, "You are indeed peaceful creatures with various beings coexisting. How many planets have you occupied by now?" A gentle breeze brushed against Zixian's robe, making it billow. It softly replied, "I don't know, probably many. In the vast Milky Way, countless planets of varying sizes." Zixian's voice continued to resonate. Even so, its eyes sparkled and a battle-ready smile played on its lips. "I still don't have the confidence to win." A huge head emerged in the air and angels spread their wings in the void, moving between shattered earth and rocks. A stream of lava surged out, and Eternal's massive chest continually emitted coughing sounds. Thunder glared fixedly at the fierce beast before him, angrily squeezing out 2 words, "Damn it!" The great emperor's colossal body appeared amidst the swirling smoke, accompanied by gasps of surprise. "So strong, although its eyes aren't visible, I can hear the anger in the emperor's voice. Almost all my kin are dead." He looked at the enormous body of this fierce beast standing steadily before him, then finished the other half of his sentence. "But it only severed one of its horns." Eternal loudly commanded all his kin to charge forward. "Use all your strength to eliminate it." His body tensed like an arrow, piercing straight towards the great emperor with golden light. Immediately after, the Dharma King's powerful lightning pillar shot out fiercely. Thunder! A series of attacks landed on the monster's body. Under the efforts of this group, it couldn't help but open its mouth wide and howl in pain. The emperor, seeing the situation improve, shouted with joy, "It's working!" As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pairs of wings unfurled and a sacred golden light burst forth intensely. Holy divine wings. The golden light covered every feather, and the emperor's entire body was bathed in golden flames. His voice was filled with determination. "This is all the strength I can unleash by burning my life force." The emperor's body, like a fierce eagle, violently charged towards the great emperor. Cracks rapidly appeared on its glowing red body. These deep cracks grew larger and larger. The Dharma King also used all her strength, making blue light burst forth fiercely. Thunder Ape, her blue body was nailed straight into the monster. Under these fierce attacks, its steps became unsteady. The great emperor's body tilted to one side, its roar echoing in the void. Eternal, seeing this scene, excitedly commanded the others, "It's down, full attack." The kin below immediately responded by opening their mouths wide and spewing pillars of light. Countless rays of light shot out into the air. These rays were like sharp arrows heading straight for the great emperor. Its body roared and shattered flesh flew everywhere. The Dharma King didn't miss this opportunity, immediately rushing forward and at the same time said, "Watch this." She touched the blood-red orb inside the great emperor's body. Its core is here. Streaks of twisted red light extended as if alive. They penetrated the Dharma King's body as if it were thin paper. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That giant hand fiercely lifted the blood-red orb. Eternal tensed all his muscles, straining to lift the orb high above his head. The connecting fibers between the core and the monster's body were severed by him. The core was completely separated from the great emperor's body. Eternal forcefully threw the orb to the Dharma King. She immediately activated her inner power. Thunder roar! The blood-red orb with a loud bang exploded in the void. Eternal watched its fragments fall, gently letting out a sigh of relief. Defeated, the Dharma King also looked up at the blood rain, murmuring with relief, "We won." However, before she could rejoice for long, the Dharma King's gasp of surprise reignited their fighting spirit. "No, the red area where the core shattered is gradually solidifying." It was changing form, and a brand new monster form appeared before everyone's eyes. The emperor's lips trembled at the newly formed entity, and he muttered to himself, "Its size has become very small." That entity's gleaming red eyes fixed on him, and the emperor continued to ponder. "I can't feel any spiritual energy either." The great emperor stood silently in a nearly human form. Then it slightly raised its blood-red pupils. While the Dharma King was still stunned by that gaze, a shout came, "It's almost here." The great emperor approached her at an incredible speed. A strong arm swung out, splitting the Dharma King's body in two. Her body was cleaved, and the Dharma King didn't even have time to react, letting out only a short scream. Eternal's eyes widened, and he cried out the person's name in horror. "Thunder Dharma King!" One of the great emperor's arms transformed into a sharp blade. Suddenly its other hand reached out and grabbed the Dharma King's mutilated body. Then its other hand also returned to its normal form, and it raised it. The emperor was stunned. What does it want to do? Without letting them wonder, the great emperor immediately acted, fiercely tearing apart that part of the Dharma King's body with both hands, then clenching its fist and crushing that body part. Green light encircled its fist and streaks of scorching red light, full of power, enveloped the great emperor's body. It quickly rushed out to find its next target. The two men looked at the scene that had just unfolded, unable to help but be terrified. The emperor clenched his blood-stained teeth. Damn it, however, all his power was easily suppressed by the great emperor. The emperor was choked by its hand. Eternal stood by, striking out in anger, simultaneously roaring, "Let go!" It grabbed the emperor's head with one hand while waving the other, and Eternal's attack was immediately cut off. That guy, seeing his attack easily neutralized by the opponent, loudly stated, "After absorbing the Thunder Dharma King's power, its speed is incredibly fast." The great emperor's right arm transformed into another shape, attacking Eternal. That arm was covered in a layer of lightning, much larger than the great emperor's current body. The other hand firmly gripped the king's head. The king was astonished by the opponent's power, thinking, "Even a titan's strength is absorbed. How long will you hold me like this?" The great emperor didn't answer, still clutching his head, while the other hand blocked Eternal's attack. Smoke and dust swirled around its body after the impact, and as its left hand tightened, the mask on the king's face shattered. The fanged mouth beneath the mask let out a pained howl. However, the great emperor was indifferent, continuing to clench its fist. Blood oozed from between its fingers. Eternal witnessed all this and shouted, "Archangel!" After its command to kill, colossal bodies appeared simultaneously surrounding the great emperor. Their eyes glowed with fiery gold, filled with rage. The great emperor suddenly swung an arm and dazzling beams of light shot out. A monster shrieked in pain, its mouth wide open. Like Eternal, it too was struck by the great emperor. Its eyes were filled with surprise. The flames it released could even burn itself. The great emperor calmly faced the hordes of enemies alone. It slightly parted its lips and said, "Is this the second time?" Hearing this, Eternal and the others couldn't help but stare at the great emperor in astonishment. It spoke. The opponent's numerical advantage didn't concern the great emperor in the slightest. Instead, it made it more excited. "No matter how many times I kill you, I will be immensely thrilled." Those who heard couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "This creature is a harbinger of war, unsettling the entire universe." Those who were absorbed became part of the great emperor's body. It nonchalantly retorted, "So what?" Flame Rage looked at the human face on the great emperor's body and shouted in astonishment. The clone spoke for a moment, then the great emperor's body contracted, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. "No one will leave." The scene shifts to a planet enveloped in red light, Katar Star region's blood demon star. Countless demonic beasts roared incessantly, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Various monsters of different forms came from different races. They all cast their fervent gaze in one direction. A tiny human figure stood on a high rock amidst the demonic beast horde. Zio shouted loudly to the surrounding beast races, "Everyone, follow me to the firmament race to seize the holy god 16 halberds." Though not of the same kind at this moment, they all spoke in unison, obeying one person. His face was solemn as he looked at the fierce beast below. Zio silently calculated in his heart that 6 months had passed, and the great emperor would descend upon earth in 2 months. His brows were tightly furrowed, his expression serious as he secretly resolved that this operation must be swift. Eve stood by, softly reporting to Zio, "Master, it's time." He gently pursed his lips and softly responded, Then Zio extended a hand, giving the command to depart to all creatures, led by him, Eve and other monsters. A divine golden light covered the entire surface of the planet, the firmament race's holy light star. A rift suddenly tore the sky, revealing the lush green sky on the other side. The scene shifts to a magnificent palace. Here, angels gracefully unfurled their wings, and an angel suddenly exclaimed, "The sky!" In the distance, a blurry light suddenly appeared, followed by a red beam of light that instantly streaked across the sky. A monster suddenly appeared in the void, and the angels retreated in panic. Why would a void creature appear here? No sooner had one person spoken than they were devoured by a monster. The other angels shrieked in despair. The same happened to the blood demon race. Soon, a massive number of monsters swarmed from the spatial rift, landing on the ground and causing a terrifying tremor. Some fearless angels flew to meet them in battle. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the spatial rift. It was Zio who looked at the chaotic scene below, thinking, "Holy Light Star is 10 times larger than Earth and has 3 suns." Indeed, as he expected, this planet was astonishingly large. Having pondered, Zio solemnly ordered, "Let's go find that thing," Eve replied loyally. Understood. Meanwhile below, angels were struggling to resist, and a heavy blow instantly defeated a monster. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, and Angel couldn't help but wonder why there was a void wormhole in the sky. While she was still dazed, a monster suddenly appeared behind her. It immediately bit her to death. The angel shrieked in agony. No, another angel also unfortunately fell into danger. That giant worm-like monster suddenly drilled into her mouth. Another, seeing this, immediately rushed forward. "Are you all right?" The female angel's face was completely covered by the monster's tentacles, and she weakly said, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, another angel was struggling to resist. Smoke billowed and the scene had fallen into chaos, but the angels refused to give up. They continued to fight, and the monsters still swarmed like a disturbed ant nest. The leader roared fiercely, "Eliminate all enemies." Meanwhile, in Firmament City, hearing the urgent report, the angel abruptly leapt from his seat. "Void attack," the kneeling angel cautiously replied. Yes, and not just that, there's also the blood demon race outside. Those disgusting monsters were attacking incessantly. The angel pondered for a moment and asked, "How many cities are under attack in total now?" The opponent's face changed, and then he said, seeing such a terrifying number, he immediately shouted, "Send all guards to stop them from attacking other cities, 4 archangels. You too shall depart." No sooner had he spoken than 4 radiant figures instantly flew out, streaking across the sky, leaving trails of light back in the city. The monsters multiplied, and suddenly a massive explosion rocked the ground. An angel enveloped in light suddenly appeared, and the monsters were immediately flung away and instantly torn to shreds. That angel didn't hesitate, unleashing consecutive moves, gnashing his teeth in anger, roaring, "There are too many. I can't kill them all." The other angels worked together to cover him. A loud bang appearing instantly destroyed all things. In just a blink a row of houses was razed to the ground. The monsters, torn to shreds, gradually appeared in the mist. A monster suddenly counterattacked, spitting out a powerful force that directly repelled the angel. He cursed furiously, "Damn it, it dispersed as soon as I hit it, can't kill it completely." Suddenly a voice unexpectedly sounded, "Move aside." An extremely powerful force instantly shot out, killing all monsters. An angel turned around in surprise. "You are the 4 archangels." No sooner had he spoken than 4 angels of awe-inspiring strength hovered in the air. They rushed to the forefront to confront the monsters, one of them actively summoning a colossal sphere of power. As soon as the attack was launched, that monster was dispatched. An archangel continued to attack Windblade. The monsters howled tragically after being hit. Another angel seized the opportunity to wave his hand, Earth Ice. The monsters were instantly dealt with, and on the other side a large number of monsters were trapped in a huge water sphere. That angel powerfully cast Water Prison. But this could not stop the monsters from continuing their attack. Just as the monster was still devouring the angel, an attack suddenly came. Assuming it had already been defeated, but no, the monster suddenly rallied, resolutely throwing a giant pillar at that angel, roaring loudly, "The firmament race is not to be trifled with." In an instant, dense cracks appeared in the sky. Divine punishment was unleashed and the monsters were immediately torn to shreds. They shrieked in tragic agony, and the Blood King below raised his scepter, casting a blood shield. A red light quickly enveloped his body. The Blood King proudly looked into the distance, standing up so quickly. 4 dazzling lights of the archangels appeared in the sky. On the other side, Zio and Eve had successfully infiltrated. Eve seriously reported, "This is it, Master." She emphasized with wide eyes that the Holy God 16 halberds were below. Zio solemnly ordered, "Go." But before they could enter, an archangel suddenly appeared to stop them. He sternly warned, "Don't even think about touching it." Facing this power, Zio calmly asked, "Transcendent rank 6. The archangel recognized Eve with suspicion. Eve said nothing, merely glaring at him. The archangel trembled with rage. "You not only betrayed the firmament race, you also brought other creatures to attack here." He contemptuously cursed. "You've truly fallen, Archangel," he threatened. "Retreat now and I can overlook your past actions." But Zio paid no heed, directly retorting, "Pipe dream." The Archangel immediately summoned his weapon. He coldly pointed at the two, threatening, "Don't want to retreat? Then leave your corpses here." No sooner had he spoken than the Archangel unleashed a colossal force. Zio turned anxiously and said, "Retreat, his flames will burn you to death." The Archangel retorted, "This isn't fire, it's lightning." In just a blink he rushed closer, directly confronting him. The Archangel attacked without hesitation. The pillars were shattered by the attack and the ground was also broken. Zio maintained a calm demeanor, unflustered. The Archangel couldn't help but exclaim, but before he could finish he was struck by its holy 10 light slash and his face immediately twisted. Eve stood not far away, exclaiming in surprise, "So dazzling!" A colossal force instantly tore through the sky, powerful enough to destroy all things. The entire castle collapsed with a roar and in just a blink smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the entire space. Eve covered her mouth with her cloak, struggling to see the situation. Master, that blow just now cracked the ground." The Archangel suddenly appeared before her. He cursed in disgust, "You cursed creature, die too." But not long after he suddenly stopped and the Archangel's whole body suddenly trembled, a spiritual energy in the sky, red clouds rolling in. He realized in surprise that he wasn't dead yet. Giant claws appeared behind the smoke and a blurry figure gradually emerged. The Archangel said in horror, "Is that your true form?" Zio appeared in another form, radiating terrifying killing intent. Zio stood tall and majestic and instantly let out a magnificent roar. The Archangel completely despaired in the face of this colossal creature. Cornered, he stubbornly snorted. Zio was merciless, directly unleashing Void Dragon's breath, and the Archangel instantly bore the brunt of the attack, immediately howling tragically in pain. Zio, full of power, continued to attack and the Archangel tried to protect himself with a barrier. After a while Zio's attack faded. It let out a low growl, lamenting, as expected of a transcendent rank 6 powerhouse, "The defense is indeed very strong," the Archangel here said in horror. "I almost died by his hand just now." The system panel unexpectedly displayed information. Higher Angel, transcendent rank 6 early stage, innate talent, power of order. All things in the world have order, capable of simultaneously maintaining order and continuously drawing power. Special ability, Holy Sword, a light sword of incomparable hardness formed by the power of order. Holy Light Shimmer, can cleanse body and mind, purify the soul. Holy Light Shield, layers of light shields formed by the power of order, incomparably hard. wings of order, angels are born to follow the path of order. Thousands of feet of holy light erupted, shooting to kill all order spears. The power of order condensed into spears, then killed enemies. Divine ability, gate of heaven, a non-existent gate in the world, once sucked in, one is banished forever. After reading, Zio silently pondered. It seems that what could block my attack just now was the wings of order. Besides the wings of order, I also need to watch out for the order spears. Another note informed, there's also the divine ability gate of heaven, holy light shimmer, which can cleanse body and mind, purify the soul. Holy light shield, layers of light shields using the power of order, wings of order, angels are born to follow the path of order, thousands of feet of holy light erupt shooting to kill, order spears. The power of order condenses into the gate of heaven, a non-existent gate in the world. Zio grew increasingly confused. If he were sucked into the gate of heaven, even he couldn't escape. Meanwhile, in another picturesque place, the six-winged angel was happily swinging on a swing. It seems the angel race is in trouble, a hoarse voice responded to him. It's the firmament race, a branch of the angel race. The other party nervously confirmed that the Void King, rank 6 peak. The firmament race could absolutely not stop. The six-winged angel smiled upon hearing this. It seems the firmament race is doomed this time. He pondered for a moment. I should wake up too. Suddenly a rift unexpectedly appeared in space. The six-winged angel's mouth curled into a smile. A friend has arrived. He recognized Eve with surprise. Eve looked at him with hatred. Long time no see, holy god 16 halberds. Facing these words, the six-winged angel remained calm and unruffled, looking at her with arrogance. The six-winged angel's expression suddenly changed, and he questioned, "You still dare to appear before me?" He nonchalantly teased. "Aren't you afraid I'll toy with you again?" Eve calmly replied. "You've already left countless scars on my body. I don't care about one more." A group of monsters appeared one after another. Eve shouted, "This time I've come for revenge." The six-winged angel laughed contemptuously, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, and he gnashed his teeth, saying, "You've become arrogant." Back to Zio's side. The battle continued fiercely, with Zio launching decisive attacks. Soon the archangel was caught in a vortex of demonic energy. He thought nervously that all cities were now invaded, but he couldn't attend to them. The archangel made up his mind that the most important thing now was to defeat this guy. With that thought, he plunged into battle, a massive force continuously tearing space. Zio questioned loudly, "If we keep fighting like this planet will be destroyed. Is that okay?" The archangel replied firmly, "If the cost is to kill you." Suddenly, a large section of space below split open. The archangel spun around abruptly, and the ground also began to crack. Indeed, a group of monsters immediately appeared. He roared in horror. Void creatures, they swarmed towards the archangel, who fought back desperately. The archangel sighed inwardly, "Not good. This side is also starting to void ify." He unhesitatingly decided to end the battle quickly. Seeing this, Zio provocatively said, "Delaying time will only benefit me more." This confused the archangel. "What do you mean?" Zio proposed in a low voice. "Hand over the holy god 16 halberds and I will withdraw my troops immediately," the archangel firmly affirmed. "Even if I die, I cannot hand it over." He emphatically stressed that this planet would not be destroyed. Zio suddenly raised his head high, and a sharp claw abruptly appeared, followed by a large mouth with gleaming fangs and a pair of golden wings unfurled. The archangel's ally appeared, saying firmly, "I will protect this planet." A fierce battle was about to unfold between these two sides. Zio quickly recognized that it was a beastman angel, another branch of the angel race. He hesitated for a moment, and the numbers were too great. Zio calculated silently, there must be 500,000, no, about 1,000,000. He didn't expect them to reinforce so quickly. A sky beast suddenly roared, "As long as we kill it, all of this will be over." They charged forward in unison with imposing momentum. Soon Zio was surrounded by the beast horde, and he roared in momentary irritation, "You all come out too." Monsters immediately rushed out from the spatial rift, and the two sides quickly confronted each other. The sky beast couldn't help but frown. What kind of creatures are these? Wave after wave of monsters poured out from the spatial rift. The archangel gritted his teeth and roared, "More reinforcements." Zio glanced at him disdainfully. "I've already returned to a single dimension." The cornered archangel still struggled stubbornly, tearing them to shreds. Attacks whistled out, instantly dealing with those monsters. But unexpectedly, the monsters recovered on their own. The archangel was unfortunately hit by a fatal blow, and he immediately spat out blood in pain. The archangel, using his last ounce of strength, released a huge amount of energy. The attack instantly enveloped everything. Looking at the scene before him, he breathed heavily. Powerless, a gigantic monster suddenly appeared from behind. He blurted out in horror, "How is this possible? Why is this happening?" A spirit tree immediately appeared, fantastic in appearance, emanating an aura familiar to the firmament race. The archangel suddenly realized, "The monsters have the aura of the firmament race. You actually fused unicorn corpses with the void race?" Faced with this, Zio remained silent. The archangel roared with hatred, unforgivable. Meanwhile, the camera shifts to the castle. A celestial general reported nervously, "The current battle situation is very unfavorable for us. Tree-like monsters have appeared again." He worriedly thought that the city lord and the beastman forces had all been defeated, and the battle was going very badly. Just then, another angel suddenly rushed in to report. She shrieked in horror, "No, it's bad. A large number of tree ants have appeared in the north." The female celestial general emphasized that they were attacking this location. The angel jumped up in anger, cursing, "Damn it, send the Holy Legion and the Sacred Sword Legion." He resolutely ordered that they must be killed before they could destroy more cities. Here the spirit tree was continuously attacking and the area around Six Wings was surrounded by monsters. He mocked disdainfully, "I thought you'd become much stronger, but in the end," Six Wings retorted sarcastically, "you're still too weak." After speaking, he gently pointed downwards and a sharp beam of light abruptly shot out, directly piercing Eve's abdomen. She immediately spat out blood in pain. Six Wings' eyes widened and he said loudly, "Last time I hadn't studied your heart yet, so you escaped. This time let me have a good look." Eve still endured the pain. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh with interest. "It's been a long time since I've heard such a moving sound." Eve suddenly gritted her teeth and laughed. "You just said I came to kill you, isn't that right?" This made him frown in confusion. She stated her purpose through gritted teeth. "I'm here to make you fall." Unbeknownst to him, a group of blurry monsters had appeared around him. Six Wings cast a cold glance at them. The void creatures' corpses were swelling, and soon a purple aura enveloped everything. Six Wings disgustedly realized it was miasma. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned a holy light shield. But it wasn't long before cracks appeared in the shield. Thus, Six Wings directly lost his self-defense capability. He roared in horror in his heart. Impossible. His own shield was actually shattered. Eve happily looked into the distance. "This is Master's miasma." Half of Six Wings' body was already corrupted, and she affirmed triumphantly, "You can't stop it." Six Wings' body gradually merged into the void when suddenly a hand unexpectedly appeared, directly piercing through his body. A peculiar figure then appeared, radiating immense power, transcendent rank 6 Seraphi. Eve immediately recognized him in horror. "You are not the holy god 16 halberds." As soon as she finished speaking, cracks appeared in space. Soon they shattered completely, floating sparsely in the air. Six Wings' laughter echoed, and he mocked disdainfully, "Does she really think such a small amount of miasma can defeat me?" Six Wings ordered with a dark face. "Her master's miasma is actually so powerful. Go, Seraphi, go play with her master." Seraphi nodded obediently. Yes, immediately after, he sped away at light speed. Seraphi quickly appeared in another space, and in the blink of an eye, was at the mouth of the rift. Seraphi fearlessly pierced directly through it. The camera shifts to Zio. He was suddenly startled by an absurd appearance. Seraphi rushed forward bearing sharp fangs and in the blink of an eye launched a fatal attack on Zio. Zio was injured, spitting blood in pain, his body thrown to the ground by inertia. The Archangel recognized him in horror. He cried out the terrifying name of that monstrous creature, Seraphi. Seraphi gasped continuously, lightning struck from the sky, and his entire body radiated an incredibly terrifying power. The Archangel thought in shock that Seraphi had inherited the power of the holy god 16 halberds. At this moment, Zio had already stood up from the fatal blow. He couldn't help but look at the opponent in horror. "Even I couldn't see that speed just now. Is it another rank 6? Zio didn't hesitate, immediately extending his claw towards Seraphi. Pressed him down directly with force. Zio discovered in horror. "I missed." He unfortunately continued to be hit. Zio was sent flying thousands of meters away. Eve's luck was no better. She continuously spat blood. At this moment the situation was extremely tense. Zio was instantly pushed to the brink. Eve watched him, gasping for breath, and shouted sharply, "Master," Eve said loudly and seriously, "that guy inherited the power of the holy god 16 halberds." The Archangel immediately understood after hearing this. "So that's it. No wonder I felt an unusual power." Zio, severely injured, slowly struggled to stand up, glaring intently at the strange thing before him. In another place, Six Wings was secretly observing the battle. Zio keenly noticed, "You're watching right. Holy god 16 halberds, you're also enjoying this confrontation with me, aren't you?" This hit him like a lightning bolt. Six Wings, publicly provoked, immediately roared, "Enough nonsense!" A heaven-shattering attack instantly rushed towards Zio. A massive explosion followed. The ground instantly shattered into pieces and smoke and dust billowed, enveloping everything. Seraphi was already somewhat exhausted. He gritted his teeth. Soon Zio was enveloped in a vortex, his entire body continuously under attack. Eve shouted anxiously, "Master!" But unexpectedly, Zio was completely unharmed. "Excellent, it's been a long time since I've encountered such a strong opponent, truly worthy of the holy god 16 halberds." This made Six Wings even more displeased. Zio suddenly roared excitedly, "I want you even more now." Six Wings heard this and thought disgustedly, "That guy can still laugh, it's really unsettling." He displeased Ly ordered Seraphi, "Tear it to shreds." As soon as Six Wings finished speaking, the power of the attack intensified, and the vortex grew larger, engulfing Zio's entire body. He opened his mouth in anger, thinking, "Trying to trap me, not that easy." His heart raced. Zio's foot suddenly enlarged, and he stomped heavily on the ground with a loud bang. The vortex was thus nullified, rushing backward towards Seraphi. Zio narrowed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. The Titan heart can make one's body several times larger, thereby increasing defense. With that thought, he looked up at the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. The Archangel roared, his face filled with astonishment and panic. "This bastard has become even more enormous." Soon Zio's body grew even larger, and his injuries disappeared with it. He urgently, almost screaming, warned, "Don't let him activate that dimension." The Archangel unleashed his power, releasing powerful spiritual energy, and he roared loudly, "Force him to stop." A pale yellow light radiated intensely from the Archangel's body. This power was called Angel's Light. At the same time, Seraphi also sensed danger, opening his mouth and roaring. He was not to be outdone, immediately releasing scorching red spiritual energy, transforming it into a magnificent spiritual slash. Two different powers simultaneously aimed directly at Zio. Light shot from its eyes. Zio roared, "No one can stop me." The two powers from earlier were immediately neutralized by its terrifying might. Zio roared, "The weak must die." The archangel gritted his teeth, couldn't help but be surprised by its power. Seraphi's eyes widened, his face unable to conceal his surprise. Eve watched from afar, shouting anxiously, "Master, this way." It continues to unleash pale purple light pillars. Wherever those light pillars went, everything was utterly destroyed. Zio roared up at the sky. Who knows what it was thinking? In a flash, a gigantic spiritual energy sphere appeared in the center of the forest. Its volume grew larger and larger, illuminating the entire sky. The archangel and the spirit beast were both engulfed by that sphere. Other creatures also couldn't escape. They watched with wide-open mouths as the light sphere gradually swallowed them. The light sphere then exploded like a bomb, smoke and dust scattered, and the light sphere dissipated, leaving a massive deep pit in the center of the forest. The archangel coughed incessantly in the pit. He turned to see Seraphi approaching. Seraphi was still alive, but after the attack one of his arms was gone. Seraphi suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Zayu's cold gaze fell on both of them. Six Wings, detached from the situation, was filled with excitement. How terrifying, even two rank 6 powerhouses couldn't stop him. Seeing the situation before him, the archangel turned to Seraphi and said, "Seraphi, join forces with me." Seraphi opened his mouth and roared, seemingly agreeing. In a flash both were enveloped in a pale yellow light. Their bodies rose with it. It opened its eyes in confusion, wondering what they were doing. Soon a golden male face appeared. The crucified man appeared in the air. That was the cross baptism. Zio calmly narrowed his eyes, looking at the cross baptism. On the other side, Dark King was creating a small light sphere to protect Eve. Within the light sphere she was surprised by the scene before her. That's the firmament race's strongest move. Back on the battlefield he unleashed a spiritual energy attack without hesitation. He manipulated the move while shouting loudly, "Go!" Seraphi also opened his mouth and roared. The cross baptism, enveloped in pale yellow spiritual energy, rushed forward quickly. Zio opened his eyes wide, his tone full of challenge. "Let me experience how strong this strongest move really is." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed powerful spiritual energy. That spiritual energy aimed directly at the cross baptism, forcing it to stop and retaliate. The archangel was also unlucky enough to be hit, and he roared angrily, "Damn it!" It didn't stop, continuing to open its mouth wide, replenishing spiritual energy for the attack. The cross baptism was unfortunately hit head-on by that force, and suddenly an explosion rang out there. Zayu's spiritual energy also dissipated with it. The previous attack created another deep pit, and smoke and dust also rose from below. As the smoke gradually cleared, a defeated archangel lay under the ruins, coughing incessantly in pain, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Opposite the archangel, a blurry figure stood in the smoke. Zio appeared in human form, mocking them, "You are not worthy of it." Behind him, Seraphi's body was tightly entangled by tree roots. Zio continued, "Only I am worthy of the holy god 16 halberds." Seraphi was directly pierced through the body by tall long tree trunks. He hung his head, blood dripping continuously from his mouth. Below, the archangel's situation was equally tragic, his body leaning against the rock face, a massive X mark on his back. Even in death he still had his mouth wide open, eyes rolled back. After their defeat, the beastman angels roared and charged forward to attack. Those strange creatures also rushed forward to meet them. The timely reacting firmament race members also joined the battle. A fierce melee erupted, producing violent roars. The camera shifts to another location where waves surge and stars twinkle. Zio and Eve emerge from a spatial black hole. He looked at the surrounding landscape and explained, "This is the Carina Sea, also the location of Eden." He frowned, unable to help but sigh. "It's truly not easy to enter here." With that, Zio rushed out at the speed of light. An exotic beast suddenly emerged from the sea, blocking their path. Wire seemed to recognize the exotic beast and shouted, "It's a rank 5 wicked dragon from the sky race." Zio opened his mouth to stop her, his hand beginning to unleash spiritual energy. "Don't worry about it." In a cave, a terrifying exotic beast's face suddenly appeared. The exotic beast emerged from the cave, biting the wicked dragon tightly, making it shriek in pain. With that dealt with, the two swiftly rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two had appeared before a massive gate on the surface of the sea. She pressed her hands together, closed her eyes, and softly chanted a spell. The gate then emitted a strong light. Zio focused on the gate, then said, "Let's go." With that said, the two rushed into the gate without hesitation. Once inside, he stopped, looking across with a puzzled expression. Blocking their path were members of the firmament race. Those people stood in front, blocking them. The person in the very center spoke, "Stop here. You can go no further." On the good and evil tree, 6 Wings was swinging on a swing. He gazed into the distance, then grinned. They finally arrived. Zio stood silhouetted against the light, holding something unknown in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of a firmament race member from moments ago. His face was grim, and his voice rang out coldly. "Finally I meet a person." From the good and evil tree where 6 Wings sat, countless tree roots began to grow. its tree roots fiercely slammed into the ground, shattering the surrounding earth and stones. The good and evil tree had already transformed, standing majestically beside him. It suddenly leaped into the air, charging towards Zio. The good and evil tree loudly roared, slashing straight at him. "Intruder, die!" Wire suddenly appeared, attacking with her scythe. Surprised by the ambush, the good and evil tree toppled towards the sea. She turned back and said to Zio, "Master, leave the good and evil tree to me." As it fell, splashing water, he looked across with sharp eyes. Across from him, Six Wings smiled eerily at Zio, his eyes narrowed as if he understood everything. "So that's it. You actually used the spirit tree's true form to continuously evolve life and reach this realm. If such a creature had existed for thousands of years since the spiritual energy resurgence, I wouldn't find it strange, but it's only been a few decades and it has already reached transcendent rank 6. You've gone to such lengths just to get me, but do you have the power for it?" Tree roots began to appear around Zio, and he replied with cold eyes, "I must do this." Six Wings spread his wings, a hint of regret in his tone. "Although I'd like to say I could let you leave, you certainly wouldn't obediently comply." Not long after, Zio transformed into a colossal creature possessing overwhelming power. He too transformed into another form. The two rushed forward to attack. Two powerful forces collided head-on. Zio concentrated all his power around his body. Six Wings couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. This guy is unreasonably powerful. He opened his eyes, his pale yellow eyes fixed on him. Immediately, countless tree roots rushed towards Six Wings, aiming directly at him. He was not to be outdone, unleashing Shield of the World to counterattack. The two forces collided directly, producing a deafening roar. Zio's tree roots developed many cracks after the collision. Seeing this, he became extremely furious and shouted, "You actually severed my roots." In that case, Zio let out a long roar to the sky, and the spiritual energy around him erupted even more violently. The massive divine ability monster instantly appeared before it, its body tensed, unleashing powerful energy before Six Wings. "I didn't expect you to know about light attribute," Six Wings said in surprise. The monster ferociously roared, "What I know far surpasses your imagination." With that, it unleashed the move Summon Light. Six Wings struck a pose and sternly said, "Then I'll continue imagining with you." The pillar of light rushed straight towards him, but Six Wings instantly went invisible. Taking advantage of the monster's inattention, he attacked again, momentarily stunning it. Six Wings' powerful primordial energy pierced through the monster's body, leaving half of it mutilated. Six Wings waved his hand and shouted loudly, "It's not over yet." The surrounding light pillars transformed into a giant bow. That was his move, Arrow of Judgment. He pulled the bowstring with force and released it, and a sharp arrow shot through the air heading towards the monster. That giant arrow transformed into hundreds of smaller arrows which surrounded the prey from all directions, giving it no chance to resist. The monster also refused to yield, its body tensed, unleashing the move Brilliant Galaxy. Countless invisible shields appeared, blocking the hundreds of arrows continuously striking it. Six Wings fought with increasing ferocity, even roaring to provoke it. Too slow, too slow. Blue forces rushed towards him, seemingly trying to narrow Six Wings' attack range, but they were all dispelled. On this side, the monster also seemed exhausted, allowing the arrows to pierce its body. A massive explosion shook heaven and earth, erupting beside it. Six Wings rushed towards the monster, saying at the same time, "The power of an emperor's weapon is not something you can control." In the blink of an eye, he was already above the monster's head, and a massive force shot out, piercing its face. Six Wings punched while sternly saying, "Regardless of size, I can control it as I please." The monster completely knelt on the ground. It thought indignantly that it was the first time it had been knocked to the ground. Six Wings coldly warned, "Whether it's me or other emperor's weapons, we have existed in this universe for countless epochs. If you truly want to subdue me, then display power that surpasses an emperor's weapon." Suddenly, the monster's dark tentacles extended. They rushed over and tightly coiled around him, leaving Six Wings utterly astonished. Two monsters let out savage roars. They split into three, surrounding him, opening their huge mouths and absorbing all power into their bodies. Then these three forces simultaneously attacked Six Wings. However, when the dust settled, they found him still standing majestically, completely unharmed. Six Wings sneered, "Is that all? Truly disappointing." The magma monster stood there, its form completely different from before. Six Wings secretly thought, "Its power has increased again," it sternly declared, "now the real beginning." Hearing this, Six Wings suddenly burst into laughter. In that case, his body was immediately enveloped by a scorching red lava. Six Wings coldly shouted, "I'll get serious too." The monster opened its palm, condensing a dark sphere. The sphere grew larger and larger, unprecedented in size. It laughed arrogantly. "That's better." The scorching red light surrounding Six Wings gradually contracted, transforming into a giant dragon that stood behind him. The giant dragon opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar, blocking the dark sphere thrown by the monster. Cracks gradually appeared on the sphere. Meanwhile, in another dimensional space, the good and evil tree extended branches from its hand, unleashing the move Thousands of Threads. Sharp sword energy whistled through the wind. Wire rushed forward, severing massive logs one by one, and angrily shouted, "Watch me chop you into pieces." The good and evil tree roared in response, "That's nothing special." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed behind Wire, and a scorching red magma erupted on the surging sea waves. A deep depression suddenly appeared in the center of the sea, and seawater poured into it. The monster appeared in a terrifying form. Wire shouted loudly, "Master!" Six Wings' hair fluttered in the wind, and he softly said, getting more and more formidable. Half of his body had already vanished, yet Six Wings still arrogantly provoked, "Let me see what interesting abilities you have." With that he waved his arm, and immediately a replacement body appeared where the vanished part had been. The monster roared, "You scoundrel, how dare you underestimate me!" It stomped its foot on the ground, using the momentum to leap into the air, its forehead mark activating and releasing powerful energy. More and more woody tentacles extended from the monster's body. The monster roared loudly, releasing powerful energy from its celestial eye, and an astonishingly powerful pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Immediately after, multicolored halos suddenly appeared in the sky. These halos continuously emerged, almost occupying the entire sky. Six Wings stood frozen, seeing this strange sight, and couldn't help but be startled. Indeed, not a good omen. Thousands of lightning bolts of varying sizes shot out from those multicolored halos, striking directly at the monster's location. This was the move 9 realms of heaven. The power grew stronger and stronger. Six Wings felt something was wrong and hastily shouted to Wire, "Space is collapsing. You actually possess the 9 realms?" he shouted anxiously. While the monster's face remained calm, those multicolored halos had now expanded hundreds of times over. Six Wings gritted his teeth and said, "Watch me stop it." He stretched his hands forward, touching a sphere, but instead of pushing it away he made it explode. Six Wings shrieked in pain, his entire body swallowed by the sphere, helplessly watching its power continuously spread. The demon tree excitedly roared, "Holy God, 16 halberds!" Wire on the side also shouted in shock, "Master?" As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the monster looked up, then was stunned. The demon tree angrily rushed towards it, roaring, "Damn it!" However, before it could touch the monster, it was tightly coiled by its tentacles. The demon tree was suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Wire loudly said, "Master, it has been successfully subdued." The monster coldly said, "He hasn't been defeated yet." In front of it, yellow smoke was billowing. From that light, Six Wings appeared. Wire, upon seeing him, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Behind her, a black-gray pillar of smoke continuously surged. As the smoke dispersed, Zio appeared in human form. Six Wings stood there without a word as space was gradually recovering. Wire's eyes lit up, thinking, "Space has recovered." He hooked his finger, and immediately, the demon tree surfaced from the water. It appeared proudly, then bowed in submission before Six Wings. Zio, seeing this, frowned in displeasure. Six Wings grinned slyly, offering a suggestion. "Kid, let's talk." Meanwhile, in another dimensional space, unlike those terrifying monsters, a rock monster was cleaved in half from its middle. Subsequently, other monsters were also affected, continuously bleeding. Their heads thus detached from their bodies, the great emperor quietly felt the torn cosmic fragments on its body. A wormhole extended from its shoulder to its abdomen. It waved its hand, and its entire body immediately turned deep red, transforming into a fire dragon. It roared, then instantly burrowed underground and vanished. It coldly said, "Exotic tree, I have arrived." At this moment, in another dimensional space, rocky crags rose, with a small tree growing at the highest point. Zio and Six Wings thus stared at each other for a while, until he could no longer hold back and spoke. "You wish for me to become your weapon. You must have felt it in our battle just now, didn't you?" Six Wings' tone grew more resolute. "I am incomplete." Zio lowered his head, his voice softly echoing in the silent space. "Although your spiritual energy is strong, your power is insufficient." He slowly recounted to him what had happened before a certain epoch. "A long time ago, I can no longer remember clearly, we fought a great war against the heavenly Tao. Countless geniuses fell, and Emperor's weapons were either destroyed or damaged. At that time, half of my true form was destroyed, and it has not yet recovered." Six Wings' body gradually changed after he finished speaking. "Let me show you my true appearance, perhaps you'll change your mind." A massive power was then released. Wire, feeling it, couldn't help but open her eyes wide, thinking in surprise, "The spiritual energy is too strong, and it's continuously growing stronger." On that highest rock, the energy was still continuously spreading. They were so powerful that even Zio had to shield his face. After a while, Six Wings finally transformed into another form. "This is my true appearance," Six Wings said to him with his grotesque body. "This is how I look now, very fragmented." Zio asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" He shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Kid, asking so many questions won't do you any good." Wire, witnessing everything from the side, asked herself, "The holy god 16 halberds are so powerful, what kind of creature could have damaged him like this?" This moment, only Six Wings' heavy sigh echoed in the vast space. "My current power is only 10 remaining. Even after several centuries, it has only recovered a little. Even if you possess me, you will only become slightly stronger." Zio frowned in confusion. "How can you recover quickly?" he replied in a deep voice. "Unless there's yin and yang chi or imperial blood violet gold, but these things are all in the heavenly court or the Titan star region. Furthermore, they are their treasures. Unless you go to war with them, you will never obtain them. Kid, seeing your high talent, I can't bring myself to be ruthless towards you. I won't hold your past mistakes against you. You should leave." To Six Wings' suggestion, he firmly refused. "I won't leave." He frowned in confusion. "Do you really wish to die?" Suddenly, Zio leapt from the ground, a confident smile playing on his lips as he said, "I came prepared." Six Wings looked at him in surprise. Zio stretched out both hands, taking out 2 treasures, and then introduced them. Yin and yang chi and imperial blood violet gold. He threw the imperial blood violet gold into Six Wings' mouth, shouting loudly at the same time, "Take it." He opened his mouth and replied, "All right." As soon as the imperial blood violet gold was swallowed, a dazzling light immediately appeared around Six Wings' grotesque body. The cracked wounds on his body gradually healed, completely disappearing in just an instant. Wire's eyes widened, secretly exclaiming in surprise in her heart, "The wounds on its body have healed?" Not only that, Zio continued to throw the remaining treasure over. Next is the yin and yang chi. Six Wings opened his mouth to catch the yin and yang chi, and Zio's voice echoed in his ears. "A force has entered. This time the primordial energy released was even more powerful than before." Zio and Eve stood quietly, feeling the abundant energy spread. After a while, Six Wings finally returned to his original form. He gently moved his body to test it, muttering to himself in surprise, "My power has recovered a lot and my feathers have grown back. It took centuries to recover only 10 of my strength. But just now I recovered over 5 in an instant, saving hundreds of years." He lowered his head, looking at Zio, who was still standing below, thinking that this kid always surprised him. Six Wings muttered to himself, "However, these things alone aren't enough to buy me." His words were unfortunately overheard by Eve, who angrily snapped, "You bastard, regretting it after getting the benefits." Six Wings calmly replied, "No, because you are not of the angel race. You possess transcendent rank 6 strength and 9 lesser worlds. Your strength and talent rank among the top 3 in my mind. But my master must be of the angel race." He glanced at Zio, paused, then sighed and continued, "From the moment I was created it was destined to be this way. It is absolutely impossible for an alien race to become my master. This is beyond my control." Zio slightly lowered his head at this moment, the wind brushing his face. Eve had also landed behind Zio, her eyes filled with disappointment. She sadly thought, "Have we done all this only to gain nothing in the end?" After a moment of silence, Zio finally spoke. "Are you saying that if I become an angel, there will be no problem?" Six Wings asked in surprise. "What?" Zio unleashed the absolute evolution art with all his might, his hands waving, full of power. A pillar of light descended from the sky, striking exactly where Zio stood. Eve was shocked by this. A few seconds later he slowly raised his head. Zio's chest muscles were now more developed than before. His appearance had almost completely changed, with a pair of jet black wings growing from his back. Eve's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Master, you've become an angel." Zio looked at Six Wings and asked coldly, "No problem now, right?" Six Wings was equally shocked at this moment. "Kid, you haven't just changed your appearance, your body has changed too. You've completely become an angel." No sooner had he spoken than Zio's entire body was enveloped in a dazzling light. Six Wings shouted excitedly, "Kid, you truly never cease to surprise me." His body was drawn into that light, his voice still echoing ceaselessly. "Come merge with me." The dazzling golden light illuminated the vast space. Meanwhile, in another place, angels flew away in a hurry. The angel roared furiously through gritted teeth, "I can't believe this place has been invaded too." As they flew, something dazzling suddenly caught their eyes. From here, the angels could also see the pillar of light appearing where Zio and Six Wings were merging. It roared in anger, "Damn it, the power from the highest rock is continuously spreading." After a while, Zio gradually emerged from the light, that powerful pillar of light seemingly enveloping the entire space. Eve, standing nearby, also absorbed that energy. Suddenly her eyes slightly opened and many figures could be seen approaching from afar. Eve exclaimed, "Master, more angels are approaching." An arm extended from the pillar of light. At this point she also spread her wings, adopting a battle stance. Zio sharply ordered, "You retreat first, I'll handle the rest." Eve nodded and replied yes. Angels swiftly arrived at their location from all directions. The leading angel stopped. It and its subordinates had reached their destination. The angels exclaimed, "Lord Holy God, 16 halberds is merging with another angel." The pillar of light descending from the sky gradually diminished. As the smoke and dust cleared, a figure emerged from the hazy mist, his feet also revealed, shining brightly. Zio had now merged with Six Wings, forming an extremely powerful new form. He looked at his hands, feeling the surging power within his body. Zio frowned, thinking, finally acquired. Six Wings flew up from behind him and whispered a reminder, "Kid, in the future, you cannot attack the firmament race or the angel race. Also, if you want to use my power, you must always maintain your angel form." Zio nodded, stating firmly, "I understand." The leading angel, still greatly shocked, said loudly, "These 8 golden wings are the Holy God 16 halberds." Successfully merged, then it knelt down on one knee in salute, and the angels behind followed suit, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Lord King." The leading angel raised its head and respectfully said, "Whoever possesses the Holy God 16 halberds is our king." Six Wings saw this scene and said arrogantly, "See kid, this is my status." A system notification popped up. Wings of the world can instantly tear through spatial barriers. The angels stood up. One angel reported, "Lord King, the outside world is being invaded by foreign races. We request the king's aid." Zio responded verbally but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, they still don't know I'm the mastermind." His gaze sharpened. Zio formulated a plan for himself. Next he would pretend to drive out the creatures invading the firmament race, then return to Earth. With this thought he cleared his throat and said loudly, "I understand, I appeared precisely for this matter, and I have already killed the creatures that invaded here earlier." Six Wings, listening from the side, thought dismissively, "This kid really has some nerve." Zio hovered high in the air and addressed the angels. "Go," he commanded as he sped away, pursuing the void race and treants. Meanwhile, in another location, a massive explosion occurred. Monsters roared with open mouths, revealing sharp fangs. Angels arrived at the scene at incredibly high speed. Upon seeing the angels, they immediately charged forward to attack. A gigantic Trent monster could crush an angel with just one hand. The enormous castle collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air and a blue-haired angel covered in wounds sat on the ground coughing incessantly. He weakly murmured, "This planet. The firmament race is doomed." Due to his extreme exhaustion, even when a monster appeared before him, he didn't move. It opened its gaping maw, about to bite down, when suddenly an invisible force shot directly into the monster's body. That powerful force instantly pierced through its body, causing it to dissipate in an instant. The blue-haired angel let out a surprised cry. He looked at the person flying past him and stammered, "That's an emperor's weapon." This call made Zio turn to look at the monsters. Upon seeing his appearance, they immediately gathered together. Zio arrogantly spread his wings while thinking to himself, "Pretend to eliminate them. Take them away using the 9 lesser worlds and first blind everyone's eyes." A thought flashed through his mind. Zio unleashed Summon Light with all his might. This time its power became even more terrifying, making everyone present cover their eyes and shout, "It's too dazzling." They roared through gritted teeth in unison, "We can't see anything too dazzling." At this moment a bottomless hole appeared in the air and the monsters were immediately sucked into it. Even if they resisted and roared, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape. Not just one, but many colorful holes appeared in the sky, sucking in all the monsters. The monsters' wails echoed throughout the entire sky. After sucking them all in, the lights of those holes simultaneously flickered. Zio watched them silently, then left without a word. The torn sky above gradually returned to calm. Witnessing this scene, an angel exclaimed in surprise, "All invaders eliminated in one move." Zio gently raised his hand, catching the shimmering fragments in the air. His current appearance was astonishingly beautiful, unrealistically beautiful. The sky gradually returned to its original state. The angel looked up and said, "The void gate has closed. Peace has been restored, but countless angels sacrificed their lives in this battle." Zio looked at them and said firmly, "I will not let your sacrifices be in vain." Immediately after, a beam of energy descended from the sky, seemingly healing everything. The blue-haired angel slowly regained consciousness. He felt his body changing, his wounds healed. And even those seemingly dead angels could now struggle to stand up. The girl looked at her hand in surprise. "Wasn't I already dead?" The person standing nearby stammered in astonishment. Resurrected." The angels quietly felt the healing brought by this rain. They thought to themselves, "This isn't ordinary rain, it contains powerful vitality." An angel struggled to stand up, touching his head with a bewildered expression. "I remember my head was twisted off." Zio was also enjoying this healing. He muttered to himself, "Rain of vitality, reviving all creatures who died in this war." This was decided from the start. Thanks to this rain, all the angels were miraculously revived. The archangel still seemed unable to believe the reality before him. "Am I not dead? And that gigantic purple dragon, was it also eliminated?" Suddenly a beam of light shot down from high above, forcing them to look up. Before their eyes was a magnificent sight. 6 wings flying high in the air, seemingly using his power to create that healing rain. The archangel exclaimed in surprise, "Holy God, 16 halberds finally revealed." Seraphi, standing next to him, suddenly let out a piercing shriek. He roared frantically, "It's mine!" No sooner had he spoken than Seraphi shot straight into the sky. The archangel shouted in shock, but it was too late. Seraphi stopped. Zio sensed danger and immediately turned around. Seraphi rushed up shouting, "The Emperor's weapon is mine, no one can take it." He attacked with all his might, but Zio also blocked the blow in time. With just one clean slash, Seraphi's arm was severed. He stared at his empty arm, stunned. Zio frowned and coldly said, "I promise the Emperor's weapon not to harm you, but that doesn't mean you can attack me if you don't want to live." He mercilessly split Seraphi's body in two, roaring at the same time, "Then die." The power of that blow shook the entire sky. Seraphi only managed to let out a brief shriek before being turned to ash by that speed. That slash still emitted terrifying destructive power, even splitting the path ahead in two. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the archangel's vision. Zio suddenly appeared behind him. Startling him, the archangel whirled around, thinking with a shudder. Too fast, he was in front of me in an instant. He took out a carefully protected treasure. He instructed, "Take this feather. If the firmament race encounters anything it cannot resolve in the future, you can activate it, and I will surely come to help you." Having said that, Zio flew into the sky. He disappeared after using time acceleration art. Immediately after, Zio flew out of this planet, heading to other dimensional spaces, laughing excitedly. "1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones is mine, and the Emperor's weapon is also mine. It's time to go back." This was the power of the Holy God 16 halberds. Such high-speed movement was in no way inferior to void jumps. A system notification popped up. Emperor's weapon, Holy God 16 halberds, ultimate grade Emperor's weapon. Innate talent. Boundary break, cannot be confined, cannot be obstructed, can penetrate millions of weapons. Special ability. Whirlwind, can guide whirlwinds powerful enough to destroy everything. Light speed, semi-sealed to become light. Host speed, synchronized with light speed. Guardian wings, can block everything. Holy radiance, can resist all evil erosion. Divine sealing stance, light wing sealed. Divine sealing wings. Sealed divine ability. Reverse flow, rapidly breaks time taboos, capable of flowing backward and even surpassing time. Zio read the information as he walked. Due to damage, more than half of its abilities were sealed. Upon reading this, his pupils slightly contracted. Zio frowned, thinking, "But even so, it's incredibly powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be at its peak." Host speed, synchronized with light speed. This was extremely terrifying. The text displayed by the system made him ponder deeply. Light speed semi-sealed. Transforming into light, host speed synchronized with light speed. At this moment, Six Wings suddenly appeared and said, "Now you know how powerful it is, kid, don't you? And 16 halberds doesn't just mean 16 wings, but 16 different wing forms: divine sealing stance, light wing seal, divine sealing wings. It's not a simple 1+1, he seemed to remember something, turned around and asked, "Oh, by the way, kid, I've been meaning to ask you, why did you go to such lengths to obtain me?" Zio coldly replied, "There's a creature approaching my planet." Six Wings frowned in confusion. "You're so strong, who would dare provoke you?" "What's its name?" Six Wings asked in surprise as he moved. "You're so strong, who would dare provoke you? What's its name? I'll help you fight it." His gaze never left Zio. At this moment, Zio merely frowned coldly and replied concisely, "The Great Emperor." Upon hearing this, Six Wings cried out in surprise, "What, it's that one? Heavenly Tao's dog?" This made Zio somewhat curious. Heavenly Tao, he recalled old memories. Was it the Heavenly Tao I saw in my memory last time? At this point, Six Wings pressed again. "How did you get involved with it?" Zio added as he walked. "It's a long story, but in short, I now have to confront it directly." "Do you know it?" Six Wings honestly shared. "Oh, we're more than familiar. It and I have fought countless times. I left innumerable scars on its body and it broke my arms countless times. Our battle lasted an entire year, destroying half a galaxy. I never expected my first opponent now would be it." Zio accelerated, leaving a long streak of light behind him. He had been away from Earth for 3 months. It had taken him almost 5 months, nearly 4, to get here then. But at his current speed he could arrive in about a week. His eyes grew heavy, his face etched with determination. "Great Emperor, I'm coming." Meanwhile, on Earth, portals opened and countless exotic beasts poured through, rushing towards the battlefield on the other side. Golden-furred ape and his brothers moved, with some ant and spider tribes also joining. Several insect nests had already gathered the insect race, with Sarah and the insect queen overseeing them. White Tiger and Black Tiger King quickly moved forward. The ant race, led by Flash, had arrived. Ox Demon King was ready to join the battle at any moment, and Little Ling and the dragon were no exception. Even human large battleships had been summoned. The commander stood in the control room looking ahead with a very tense expression. A light then appeared, and Ninetales' fiery spiritual power was strong enough to cover the surrounding space. It led the army ready to greet the enemy, with countless exotic beasts and battleships already successfully arrayed. At this moment, their enemy also appeared, and the human commander on the spaceship immediately shouted, "It appeared, it's too massive. This size already exceeds a planet, and it's very close to us." The Great Emperor moved slowly, then shouted loudly, "Exotic tree." Merely the Great Emperor's roar, its impact shook all the surrounding exotic beasts. Even Ninetales was shocked. Sarah and the Insect Queen shouted. The insect race's formation was blown apart, and on the Great Emperor's side it spoke again with a scrutinizing gaze, not sensing its spiritual power. "Where did it go?" Ninetales did not hide anything, directly replying, "My master will arrive soon. For that I will fight you." So it initiated battle, and the insect race charged forward to attack as ordered. White Tiger and the tiger race roared in response. Flash's eyes completely focused on the enemy before him. Golden-furred ape, wild boar, and honey badger, the trio, were also in high spirits. Human battleships fired their cannons in volleys. All the combat power here was directed at the Great Emperor in attack. However, facing all this, it merely observed sullenly. Then a week passed and cracks appeared in space again. Zio and Six Wings finally returned. They arrived. However, the sight before them left him confused. Is there such a planet in the solar system? It was then that Six Wings spoke. "Hey kid, it seems we're late." Before them was the sight of the sun covered densely by exotic beasts. Zio shouted in shock, "That's the sun." Zio's eyes widened and he cried out, his face dark with surprise. "The sun has been parasitized." Six Wings, on the other hand, was looking around, curiously asking, could this planet be Earth? They continued to look at the space they were in. "Your next words are Zio's. No, Earth isn't that small." Six Wings grew more confused the more he listened. "Then where is this? I don't see Earth either." Zio picked up a handful of dust, examined it, and concluded, "This seems to be the moon." "The moon? Oh, the cassia tree." Thinking this, Zio immediately moved. What met his eyes were several withered and blackened tree roots located on a shattered land. Zio stood high above looking down. Only some cassia wood chips remained. Six Wings' voice, devoid of any emotion, sighed. "Burned down." Zio stretched out his hands holding the cassia tree's remains in the air and said, "Return to the vitality space. I will find a way to revive you later." As the cassia tree was placed into the vitality space, Zio's face now flickered with deep resentment. Seeing this, Six Wings couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, stammering, "Kid." Zio simply said one word coldly, "Go." Six Wings curiously retorted, "Where are we going? Are they going to the planet that was bitten in half?" Six Wings hesitated, commenting, "This place too." Next they went to Venus, Saturn, and Mars. Finally, after finishing his reconnaissance, Zio stopped. They looked down at the abyss that had just been created not far away, commenting, "The entire planet split in half. Truly the Great Emperor's style." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Six Wings was in pain from Zio's actions. He quickly reminded, "Kid, don't concentrate your mental power like that. You're hurting me." However, his pain was quickly overshadowed by something larger. Before them now was a terrifying sight. This was a wall of corpses. So many creatures died. Zio and Six Wings continued to observe, his eyes wide in shock. Then Zio, as if startled awake, turned his entire body to one side. There were signs of life, The planet was deformed from impact. Zio quickly found the surviving exotic beast, then softly spoke, "Insect Mother." At this moment he was already standing before it. The Insect Mother raised its head, and after sensing this spiritual energy aura it hesitated slightly before responding. Zio said nothing more, directly utilizing the essence of life. The Insect Mother's eyes widened when it recognized this leader. He in turn eagerly asked it, "Where is the Great Emperor? And Earth Ninetails, where are they?" The Insect Mother slowly explained, "The Great Emperor has arrived. We, under Ninetails' leadership, all the exotic beasts of the 8 planets resisted with all our might, but in an instant we all failed. The 10 fierce beasts were all killed." Zayu's eyes widened, seemingly disbelieving these words. The Insect Mother continued to recount, "Earth was also taken by it. It has already gone to Azure Star." He opened a spatial gate while letting the Insect Mother and the insect nest enter. "You go into the vitality space to rest." Then Zio looked at one place in silence for a long time. Seeing this, the Insect Mother broke into a cold sweat, its entire body losing color. "Master, you," Zio, not hiding his anger, spoke grimly. "I'll go kill that damn thing." On the other side, the Great Emperor merely waited silently, while exotic beasts continuously wrapped around the sun. An exotic beast suddenly appeared before Zio. Six Wings shouted with some surprise, "Kid, look out!" That exotic beast attacked Zio without hesitation. The sun was wrapped by exotic beasts and it stretched its body, coming close to Zio. Its entire body slowly enveloped this space. Zio and Six Wings were trapped inside in an instant. That exotic beast moved with satisfaction, its eyes expressionless. Meanwhile, Six Wings had long impatiently suggested, "Are we going to fight directly from the sun? How arrogant. Kid, I'll help you kill it." Unexpectedly, Zio directly refused. "No need, I'll do it myself." No sooner had he finished speaking than ice elemental spiritual energy continuously surged out, instantly freezing part of that exotic beast's body. Zio continued with a fierce punch, the tremor spreading throughout its body. The massive object was thus shattered into many pieces. Zio now impatiently suggested, "Get out, stop playing tricks there." Several strange things immediately appeared before him. The Great Emperor's eerie body stood majestically. It burst into laughter. "Finally waited for you, you're too late." Zio began to transform, his spiritual power unrestrained, directly soaring into the sky. Six Wings, seeing this transformation, reminded him, "Kid, you can't use my power like this." However, Zio didn't listen at all. He charged forward to attack. "Transform," that exotic beast loudly replied. "Master has killed all those damn things and just wants to slowly deal with you, then give you a heavy blow." Zio's anger completely erupted. "I will also torture you here and then kill you," that exotic beast continued to add. "Master asked me to tell you that he will be here." He didn't give it a chance to finish, directly unleashing Brilliant Galaxy. A series of slashes shot towards the exotic beast, directly piercing its body. Soon that exotic beast was cut into many pieces. However, it could revive. The exotic beast spoke to you. "My cells are endless. Rebirth and restoration are minor issues for me. Even the sun's fire cannot burn me. Or rather, I cannot be killed," it countered with demonic horn. A series of tentacles aimed at Zio. Then it added a super flare and a violent beam of light appeared. The exotic beast did not stop, continuing to charge forward. Its body transformed into a palm shape and then it fiercely punched Zio, sending him flying far away. Seeing that sight, the exotic beast laughed with satisfaction, carrying a hint of mockery. "With such meager abilities you dare to contend with the Great Emperor." At this moment, Zio's voice came from the smoke. "You just said you couldn't be killed, right? That's perfect." His branches began to appear, and more of them. Because now it was Zio's counterattack. "I want you to completely vanish from the solar system. You must endure, don't die." That exotic beast immediately became more focused. In another corner, the Great Emperor's entire body was wrapped around Azure Star, its eyes wide open, staring intently. "Exotic tree, I'm impatient, come quickly." The exotic beast fighting Zio quickly changed color from being beaten. It stammered in surprise, "How is this possible? My cells were completely annihilated." Zio held the exotic beast's only remaining head. His gaze was unusually cold. On another planet, tomatoes spread across the ground and several huge claws slammed down fiercely. A pair of eyes staring intently at the golden-furred ape, honey badger, and wild boar trio. Flames burned fiercely after the collision, then almost devoured everything. That monster emitted a scent of cooked meat, trying to utter its last words. "My body." Zio waved his hand, signaling Six Wings behind him to retrieve the Holy God 16 halberds. It opened its large mouth, waiting for that huge chunk of meat. Six Wings bit the blood-dripping piece of meat, blood seeping from between its teeth. After a while it wanted to lean back, intending to vomit. Too difficult. At this moment he spoke seriously, without turning his head. "Let's go," Six Wings asked somewhat confusedly. "Where are we going now? Back to Azure Star, trapped by the Great Emperor?" Eerie energy surged through the tree trunk, spreading in all directions, wrapping around the planet. Almost every surface it swept over was marred. Several monsters from nowhere attacked together, besieging Golden-Furred Ape and Ox Demon King. However, due to their vast numbers, Golden-Furred Ape and Ox Demon King could not escape. After a while, Golden-Furred Ape stumbled on the ground, both he and Ox Demon King gradually losing strength. Golden-Furred Ape also seemed to have given up. Several monsters seized the opportunity to besiege one of them, opening their mouths wide, ready to devour, when suddenly Golden-Furred Ape's pupils contracted, shouting. Several arrows and a cyan aura flew from afar, Panis's figure faintly visible. Golden-Furred Ape, she drew her bow and arrow again. "Come quickly," Golden-Furred Ape shouted anxiously. "Panis?" Those arrows continuously struck down a group of monsters. A golden dragon also appeared above. Leave it to me. Flames burned fiercely, spreading. Golden dragon, someone questioned. Do you want to kill it? Suddenly a giant hand reached out and looking at the frog monster before him, golden-furred ape exclaimed, too massive. Golden dragon's eyes widened, proposing, you all go quickly, leave this to me. Unexpectedly, UOR spoke in a hoarse voice, everyone make way. A sharp net was cast wrapping around that monster. With just one pull it was sliced into many cubic fragments. Uor's figure stood tall and imposing and he softly said, let's go. The air was filled with a suppressive and heavy atmosphere. On Dragon Island only withered tree roots remained of the great tree and cracks began to appear in space. UOR golden-furred ape and his companions passed through there. The snake woman couldn't hide her joy. That's great, you're still alive. Golden-furred ape raised his hand asking for support. Quickly save them. Several hours later everything fell silent. As the snake woman bandaged Ox Demon King, Golden-furred ape said that many companions had died in this battle, and the master didn't know when he would return. When master returns, master will help heal your face. The snake woman slightly lowered her head, trying to cover her severely burned half-face. Just then, UOR walked in, his voice tinged with melancholy. No one expected the great emperor's strength to be so terrifying. He was still too stunned to utter a complete sentence. Years of preparation, countless exotic beasts, yet they were defeated in an instant if not for the 10 fierce beasts' desperate resistance. We wouldn't have been able to escape to Azure IVN. And even I need to rely on machines to sustain my life. The dragon race also suffered heavy losses. One person stepped forward to ask the red dragon, does your broken arm still hurt? It replied in a hoarse, tired voice, much better. UOR silently tallied the losses caused by the great emperor. Even the insect race had only the insect queen surviving. The insect queen held the remaining corpses, crying until she fainted. Mom, brother, everyone, Panis crossed her arms recalling everything that had happened. I didn't expect the enemy you faced to be so powerful. I originally thought the gods were the strongest, but as it turns out, golden-furred ape's eyes trembled slightly. Every one of our enemies is powerful. Every time, this time even stronger. Honey Badger was severely injured, spitting blood. It was covered in bandages but still insisted on asking, where's Little Ling? Is she still alive? At this moment Little Ling had already merged with the rock. Linghua and Honey Badger walked to the edge of the cliff and it cried heartbreakingly. Little Ling, her body, how could she become like this? Linghua sadly explained, she overused her abilities. Now Little Ling's body is being petrified by flames. To fully recover, Little Ling will need several years. This made Honey Badger feel utterly dejected. Little Ling lowered her head, silent. Suddenly, Dragon Island trembled violently. Linghua shouted in confusion, earthquake. UOR flew up to observe the situation. No, he was as if struck by lightning, realizing it was the great emperor. Dragon Island's sky shattered like glass and the great emperor descended directly onto the surface. The cold wind loudly announced he found this place. The red dragon also immediately stood up. Aisha also surfaced from the sea, utterly furious. Feng Yaozhong spread its wings wide, poised for battle. Golden-furred ape and snake woman gasped as the great emperor's tentacles surged from the crack, piercing deep into Dragon Island's underground, growing in number, encroaching on all hidden places. Behind the massive tentacles, the great emperor's figure appeared. It was now in its transcendent rank 6 spirit body form. Yer charged forward, ordering those behind him. You all go quickly. I'll hold him off, even if it's just for a few minutes. Immediately after, he flew toward the machines. Yer frowned and shouted, go. Several submarines rushed towards the great emperor, but it blocked them with just one hand. A deafening explosion left aftershocks in the sky. The great emperor calmly observed the scene before it, then instantly flashed past Yer turned back to find you, but it was too late. Only half of him remained. Golden-furred ape witnessed it firsthand, incredulous. At this moment the entire barrier had been destroyed and the great emperor said in a deep voice, I have sealed the entire island, you cannot escape. A giant snake head emerged from the water, its other 2 heads roaring, if we can't escape then we'll resist to the end. Immediately, the great emperor waved its hand, releasing a huge surge of energy. One of the great snake's heads fell off and it joyfully shouted, another head gone. Just then Aisha deliberately launched a surprise attack from behind the great emperor, and a collision occurred again. Everything exploded. Smoke and dust billowed and a figure was directly knocked away. She fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Golden-furred ape could no longer restrain himself and charged forward to attack. It roared, condensing spiritual energy in its mouth, and golden-furred ape punched down. However, its arm also turned golden. Golden-furred ape roared furiously, looking at its arm. The snake woman used the magic of her remaining eye. Petrify. The great emperor erected a massive barrier, its eyes gleaming with malice. Your abilities are truly useless. They can't function as long as they're blocked by an object. Last time I only destroyed one of your eyes. This time I'll destroy your other eye too. Just then Honey Badger rushed forward from behind, but the great emperor discovered it and crushed Honey Badger to smithereens. Red Dragon and the dragon race charged forward, and with just one move the great emperor seemed to sweep everything away. The great emperor's fireballs grew larger and larger, shattering the barrier in the sky into fragments. It was beyond repair. The true sky appeared and water poured down from above. The snake woman sat at the edge of the cliff watching the water flow away and she frowned, muttering, Dragon Island's space has collapsed and merged with Azure Star. At this moment mountains were above, water below, the water surging, washing everything away. It passed through every crevice. It surged around the great emperor, its hair fluttering in the wind, black smoke rising from below. The great emperor, cold wind rushing madly. Hatred, you killed my sister, now it's time to settle the score. He waved his hand to cast a magical attack. The great emperor said disdainfully, you are not worthy of my direct attention. Its demonic energy was sharp, piercing through Cold Wind's body. He merely spat out blood, uttering only 2 words, hateful. The snake woman cried out in panic. Cold Wind. Suddenly, red edges appeared on her body. It was the great emperor controlling everything. All the spirit beasts were lifted and it hummed. The old order is corrupt, all of you die. Red Dragon coughed. Golden-furred ape couldn't help but cry out, and the snake woman's eyes filled with despair. Oh, a pillar of light shot from the forest and Little Ling appeared desperately. The great emperor was somewhat surprised. Little Ling roared furiously and Honey Badger was startled. When it saw this scene, it shouted incredulously, Little Ling. Little Ling's palm struck the great emperor's head. She pressed down hard, but something pierced through the lava, destroying her body. Little Ling fell, causing Dragon Island to also deviate. Water pouring down from above, and golden-furred ape's eyes widened, shouting in surprise, Dragon Island is about to fall. Red Dragon beside it loudly suggested, everyone come to me. It was startled, softly calling out, Red Dragon. The great emperor flew before them. Don't even think about it. It raised its hand to create a red sphere. However, underwater, a lava vortex abruptly surged skyward, heading directly for the great emperor's location, striking it towards a distant cliff. Seizing this opportunity, golden-furred ape pulled Honey Badger. Quickly climb up. The rocks on Dragon Island fell, collapsing like dominoes. Even the roots of the great tree were destroyed. Red Dragon looked at Dragon Island again. It was the Dragon Island entrusted by Grandpa. At this moment, the lava vortex surged again. The great emperor roared furiously. Enough, however. The more it spoke, the larger the pillar of light grew. Then it vanished without a trace. The great emperor looked up, puzzled. Little Ling's figure darted through the lava, her face filled with melancholy. The great emperor opened its mouth wide, shouting in surprise. Has it evolved into an elemental body? Its hand clenched tightly. This time I'll kill you completely. The ground behind the great emperor seemed to explode. It can still evolve. It truly surprises me. It glared at Little Ling. This time I will definitely kill you. She, in elemental form, rushed forward without hesitation. 2 yellow and blue lights collided in the air. The great emperor grabbed Little Ling's arm, letting out a cold snort. Suddenly she created a flame sword with lava, splitting the great emperor in 2 with a single strike. It was somewhat surprised by this sudden attack. The entire forest seemed to be cleaved in 2 by flames, and the ground was already beyond recognition. Suddenly a huge vortex appeared before the great emperor, and the lava seemed to be controlled, forming a fire dragon. A moment later, several fire dragons appeared as Little Ling's reinforcements. They charged towards the great emperor. It tried to resist with its blades but failed due to the continuously rising heat of the flames. So hot, I'm actually charred. Just then, 2 dragons combined their swords and rushed forward. In the smoke and dust, a figure soared into the sky. Little Ling raised her hand high to summon a swarm of spirit butterflies. They obeyed her command and swiftly flapped their wings, and as they approached the great emperor, they self-destructed, exploding together. Only yellow smoke filled the night sky, and golden-furred ape's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Too strong, however, the great emperor still survived. Piercing through the billowing smoke, it attacked Little Ling with its deformed body. Several mutated tentacles simultaneously pierced through her body, and the great emperor's light enveloped Little Ling. A moment later, it retracted its light, and Little Ling's body was split into 2 parts. Not only that, the great emperor unleashed an even stronger attack. Intense light seemed to penetrate everything, and a pillar of light shot from its body, heading directly for the ground. Below, Little Ling's body became even stronger. She had reverted to lava. The return of the fire demon, Little Ling reached out to pinch the great emperor. It created a huge barrier to protect itself. It had now seen through her trick. I finally understand why you've become so powerful. No wonder I feel the vitality of this planet diminishing. It turns out you're absorbing its power. Subsequently, the great emperor charged forward and dispersed Little Ling. The lava flowed to the ground, losing its form. Suddenly, the great emperor saw Little Ling reappear behind it, but not just one, but a pile of Little Lings. They surrounded the great emperor, and it hadn't expected things to develop this way, only to see the lava engulf and flow across the entire planet, creating a huge tsunami. The lava permeated the entire ground. Everything had returned to calm, leaving only the stars in the night sky. Suddenly a hand emerged from the water. Little Ling returned in human form. Her eyes were cold and vacant, and suddenly the lava fluctuated violently, and Little Ling screamed in pain. The great emperor floated in the air, then landed to confront her. It was somewhat admiring. This woman has some skill. But then light enveloped Little Ling. It was the great emperor's tentacles tightly wrapping around her, and it ruthlessly proposed, "Become my subordinate." The great emperor's hand clasped her face. Red light erupted, and only shrill screams were heard as red light radiated from the great emperor, enveloping Little Ling. Her eyes flickered with that light. The great emperor snorted with satisfaction, then withdrew its hand. Little Ling was now very different. Her entire body exuded its eerie energy. The great emperor calmly and directly commanded, "Go kill your companions." Under the great emperor's control, Little Ling obediently replied briefly, "Yes," then immediately flew off. Golden-furred ape saw a speck of light shooting towards itself like a bullet and shouted in terror. Little Ling, however, the snake woman beside it reminded, "She's very abnormal." Her doubts were confirmed when Little Ling began to use her power. Red Dragon's eyes widened. A notification was issued. She wants to kill us. Fortunately, at this moment, Golden Dragon used its body to shield Red Dragon and Little Ling. Get out of the way! This action made Golden Furred Ape shout in surprise. The flames on Golden Dragon intensified and directly struck Golden Dragon again. Its eyes widened, and it secretly judged Little Ling's controlled state to be like the dragon races in the past. It hadn't expected that power to split Golden Dragon in two. It spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not only that, Little Ling continued to unleash more slashes. Golden Dragon was thus cut into many pieces by Little Ling without even a chance to fight back. Golden Dragon's body parts fell into the scorching lava flow. This tragic sight infuriated Red Dragon. Golden Dragon Phoenix also let out a cry, and then it was its turn to attack. However, Little Ling blocked all of it with a shield and even counterattacked Feng Yao, who had no time to dodge and was struck, spitting blood. Feng Yao's entire body was pierced with a hole, and it fell helplessly, secretly thinking, if my other wing were still here. Little Ling had already condensed another energy orb and threw it forward. Red Dragon and those on its head watched as the attack rushed towards them. That fireball exploded on Red Dragon's head, and it, like Golden Dragon, sank into the lava. Golden Furred Ape fell off Red Dragon, but before it could steady itself, Little Ling was already close. She struck it with one blow, disfiguring it. Golden Furred Ape was sent flying far away. It spat blood, struggling to get up. Then it saw another fireball created by her, welcoming it. At this moment, Honey Badger bravely shielded Golden Furred Ape. He desperately tried to persuade Little Ling to stop and not harm it. However, these words seemed meaningless to her. Honey Badger did not give up, calling out to Little Ling with all its might. The energy orb had already shot from Little Ling's hand, and Honey Badger watched with tears as that light enveloped it. A considerable explosion occurred. Little Ling floated in the dense smoke. Honey Badger, still surprised at its own survival. A familiar figure gradually appeared before it. Zayu's lips were tightly pressed, not saying a word. He had blocked the fatal blow for both of them. Little Ling, still controlled by the Great Emperor, had no idea of his presence while Honey Badger excitedly shouted, "Master!" It saw the person who could help it appear and couldn't help but cry out in excitement. "Master!" On the contrary, the Great Emperor burst into laughter. It saw the scene before it, opened its mouth wide and roared, "You finally made your move." Zayo still stood there, his face dark and silent, yet his eyes were filled with hatred. In the sky were Little Ling and the Great Emperor, who were under control, but on the ground only Zayo remained. Honey Badger still called out with tears, "Master?" He didn't respond to it because his heart was stirring. Instead, the Great Emperor had already burst into laughter. "You finally appeared." Only then did Zayo raise his hand. Several branches quickly coiled around Honey Badger and Golden Furred Ape, and several more around the Great Serpent and Aisha. He also swiftly lifted Feng Yao and Panis, while another part grabbed Golden Dragon and Red Dragon. The Snake Woman, still conscious, softly called out, "Master." However, Zayo grimly replied, "Wait for me in the vitality space." How could the Great Emperor easily let him succeed? "You want to save your subordinates? No way." Little Ling, under its control, directly charged forward to attack. This action made him somewhat surprised. "Even you are controlled," she roared with all her might, Little Ling's flames illuminating the sky brightly. However, Zayo merely gently blocked her with his branches. His branches tightly coiled around Little Ling. Several evil demonic energies were directly forced out of Little Ling's body. The Great Emperor stood still, observing the situation. Zayu's gaze towards it was still one of anger. He slowly sent Little Ling into the vitality space, then looked around, concluding that almost no other life forms on this planet could be sensed. The Great Emperor's words directly confirmed his thoughts. "No need to search anymore. All life forms on this planet have already been dealt with by me." Zayo unhurriedly questioned, "Where did you take Earth?" It proudly replied, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly." Indeed, the sight before him left him speechless. A towering tree entwined the entire planet. This colossal thing's huge eyes slowly opened, and Zayo was even more surprised, because inside those eyes was Earth, and everything fell silent in an instant. The Great Emperor explained contemptuously, "Right before your eyes, including the corpses of your subordinates, are on Earth. All the exotic beasts are intact, just without life." Then it issued a challenge. "Now it's your turn." However, no sooner had it finished speaking than Zayo appeared before it. This action made the Great Emperor's eyes widen in surprise. The speed was too fast. Its body was attacked and penetrated by him. The Great Emperor's upper body floated in the air. Zayo ruthlessly unleashed Brilliant Galaxy. Dozens of blades thus cut the Great Emperor into many pieces, its body parts floating in the air. He continued to use Summon Light. All of the Great Emperor's body parts seemed to vanish, leaving only a cloud of thick smoke. Zayo still stood there, his voice coldly suggesting, "You're not dead yet. Stop pretending." Several red lights then converged to a single point, and the Great Emperor reappeared. Its eyes widened. It gave him an assessment. "I'm just very surprised. Your speed of improvement. You quickly became stronger during this battle." Zayo accepted the compliment, not forgetting to add, "My strength is not limited to this," the Great Emperor softly responded. "I'm very much looking forward to it." Behind the Great Emperor, the figure of a red dragon appeared. Zayo gazed at it, and behind him, a dragon formed from the trunk of his own body also appeared. Under the power of both, space began to shatter. The Great Emperor's dragon suddenly burst through a large hole and surged out.